Chapter E. Falling off a cliff, traversing to another world. Xiao Manlu, a wandering soul with a drifting background, grew up in an orphanage, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. When the orphanage was forcibly demolished, he became a like kid creed with old truths, struggling to survive at the bottom of society. On his day, he arrived at the mysterious and towering Kunlun Mountains. The mountain was crowded with tourists. Xiao Manlu waded through the crowd, his eyes reflecting confusion and rebellion. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and Xiao Manlu, jostled by the throng, lost his footing down plummet of the steep cliffage. As she fell rapidly, Xiao Manlu couldn't feel the wind roaring past his ears, his body constantly colliding with the cliff walls, and intense pain spreading throughout his entire body. His consciousness gradually blurred as his blood flowed continuously, dripping onto an ancient and hidden teleportation area at the bottom of the cliff. A flash of light appeared, and Xiao Manlu's figure vanished. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange world. Surrounding him was sawdust forest with towering ancient trees, and the air was filled with a ray of spiritual energy. Xiao Manlu struggled to stand up, feeling gas-hard pain from his wounds. He looked around, filled with confusion and fear. Where am I? How did I get here? Xiao Manlu muttered to himself. Before he could think further, a giant beast opened out of the forest, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced towards him. Xiao Manlu was terrified and tried to flee, but the severe injury slowed him down. As the beast was about to catch him, a sense of despair welled up in Xiao Manlu's shirt. At this critical moment, a white figure flashed past like lightning, and the beast fell to the ground instantly. Xiao Manlu looked closely and saw a beautiful and ethereal young lady in white standing before him. Her skin was as white as snow, her face exquisite and slightly pale. Are you alright? The young lady's voice was melodious and pleasant. Xiao Manlu started at her, momentarily forgetting to respond. The young lady frowned, reached out to help Xiao Manlu up, and said, "This place is dangerous. Follow." Xiao Manlu, feeling like he had rescued a lifeline, hurriedly followed her. The young lady held Xiao Manlu to a cave and took out some herbs from her bosom to treat his wounds. "Thank you, miss, for saving my life," Xiao Manlu said gratefully. The young lady smiled and said, "My name is Lu Angfen. This is a world where martial arts are respected, and it's a dojo world. Judging from your appearance, you must have come from another world." Xiao Manlu was startled and told Lu Angfen gave the deal. Lu Angfen nodded gently and said, "Since you are here, stay put. I can teach you martial arts cultivation technique so you can protect yourself in this world." A flash of determination appeared in Xiao Manlu's eyes as she said, "Okay, you'll definitely work hard to cultivate." In the days that followed, under Lu Angfen's guidance, Xiao Manlu embarked on the path of martial arts. He discovered that he had considerable talent for cultivation and made rapid progress. As they spent more time together, the feelings between Xiao Manlu and Lu Angfen gradually deepened. On a day, Xiao Manlu and Lu Angfen went out to train together. Along the way, they encountered a powerful fierce beast. Without fear, Xiao Manlu drew his long sword and engaged in a life and death struggle with the beast. Lu Angfen stood by, occasionally assisting with her magic. After a fierce battle, Xiao Manlu finally slew the beast. He was covered in blood but radiated the joy of victory. "Manlu, you're amazing," Lu Angfen ran over, her eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Manlu looked at Lu Angfen, his heart warming. However, unbeknownst to them, a greater crisis was quietly approaching. Chapter 2: Escaping Death. Xiao Manlu and Lu Angfen looked at the unconscious man ingrained with anxiety, but they knew that this place was too dangerous to stay. Xiao Manlu carried feminine green, and together with Lu Angfen, they cautiously exited the cave. The forest outside was eerie and terrifying, and they were vigilant, observing their surroundings for fear of more enemies appearing. Fortunately, they did not encounter any pursuers along the way. After a difficult journey, they finally emerged from the forest and arrived at a small town. In the town, they found an inn and settled feminine green. Xiao Manlu called for a doctor from the town to treat him. His injury is already severe. "He needs to recuperate for a while," the doctor said. Xiao Manlu and Lu Angfen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as feminine green could be saved, it was worth any effort. While the feminine green was soon conscious, Xiao Manlu and Lu Angfen grew notable. They began studying the mysterious scroll, hoping to find some ways to deal with the crisis. However, the runes in the scroll were profound and difficult to understand, and they didn't make him progress that be studying for a long time. Just when they felt discouraged, feminine green finally awoke. "Thank you for saving," feminine green said weakly. Xiao Manlu quickly responded, "Senior, you saved us first. We should be thanking you." Feminine green smiled and looked at them, saying, "That scroll is not some thing you can comprehend now. It's related to a huge secret." Xiao Manlu and Lu Angfen looked at feminine green curiously, waiting for him to continue. After a moment of contemplation, feminine green slowly said, this scroll is connected to the legendary martial arts realm. Once that handles leaks out, it will shake the entire martial arts world. Xiaoman Wangdu often grew startled, never expecting the scroll to be so important. If I want to survive in this world, you must constantly improve your strength, Feminine Green said. Xiaoman Lao nodded firmly, Senior, understand. On the dedication of Feminine Green, Xiaoman Wangdu often began to train even harder. What they did to know was that a greater storm was awaiting them. Xiaoman Wangdu often skills seemed providly under the Feminine Green's guidance. However, the tranquil town suddenly stirred up trouble. On a day, Xiaoman Lu went to the market to buy supplies but found a group of unwelcome visitors in the town. They wore white clothing, behaved arrogantly, and turned out to be displaced from a powerful nearby sect. They said displaced lit fire well around the town, forcing people to sell and buy at fair prices, and the townspeople dared not speak out against them. Xiaoman Lu witnessed this and felt indignant. When he returned to Thien, he told Lu Onfen gone Feminine Green what he had seen and heard. They see people early on their sex power to do evil. They are truly unspeakable, Lu Onfen said angrily. Feminine Green frowned slightly. Should get involved to avoid bringing trouble upon ourselves. But Xiaoman Lao could stand it Libby. He decided to teach the said disciples a lesson in secret. That night, while the disciples were drinking and having fun in the tavern, Xiaoman listening all kidding and, with a little trick, made them look foolish. However, all of the disciples style noticed these actions.
Who is scheming in the shadows? The disciple exclaimed loudly. Xiaoman Lu swiftly departed from the scene, yet the disciples were unwilling to relent and began searching the town. The following day, they tracked down the inn where Xiaoman Lu and his companions resided. Is it you who are causing trouble in secret? The leading disciple pointed at Xiaoman Lu. Xiaoman Lu stepped forward declaring, It is I, your actions are utterly excessive. Tensions escalated, and a confrontation loomed. At that moment, a figure clad in green emerged. Gentlemen, I implore you to calm your wrath. The leading disciple cast a glance at the figure in green, scoffing, Do not think you can protect them. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Would Xiaoman Lu and his companions be able to defuse this crisis? Faced with the aggressive disciples, Xiaoman Lu remained undaunted, gripping his sword tightly. Do not presume we would fear you, Xiaoman Lu bellowed. The leading disciple let out a cold laugh, gesturing for those behind him to attack Xiaoman Lu. Instantly various combat techniques illuminated the air, and a formidable aura surged forth. Xiaoman Lu's figure flickered as he deftly employed the exquisite footwork he had honed. Narrowly evading the first wave of attacks, Wanfeng, not to be outdone, twirled her hands, unleashing spells to support Xiaoman Lu. The figure in green stood to the side, eyes fixed on the unfolding battle, poised to intervene at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoman Lu swung his sword, releasing a fierce blade of energy that struck one disciple directly. The disciple let out a wail, collapsing to the ground. The other disciples, startled, hesitated momentarily but, emboldened by their numbers, continued their assault. With each passing moment, Xiaoman Lu's valor surged, his swordplay growing increasingly fierce, each strike imbued with tremendous power. Luanfeng's spells also grew more precise, causing significant distress to their foes amidst the intense battle. Xiaoman Lu gradually grasped new combat techniques, maximizing his potential. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, the disciples began to falter, signs of retreat evident. Flee, the leading disciple exclaimed, sensing the dire situation, and hastily retreated with his injured companions. Xiaoman Lu and Luanfeng exhaled in relief as they watched their adversaries vanish into the distance. This time, we have surely offended them. Trouble will likely follow, the figure in green remarked with concern. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall resist. When water flows, we shall dam it, Xiaoman Lu asserted resolutely. Following this battle, the reputation of Xiaoman Lu and Luanfeng spread throughout the small town, garnering even more attention. Chapter 3, renowned far and wide. After Xiaoman Lu and Luanfeng repelled the arrogant disciples, their heroic deeds quickly circulated throughout the town. People extolled their bravery and sense of justice, and the infrequently welcomed visitors eager to witness their prowess. However, Xiaoman Lu and his companions remained grounded, acutely aware that this conflict was merely the beginning, that sect would not easily let the matter rest. Thus, under the guidance of the figure in green, they diligently trained, striving to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, not far from the town, the sect that Xiaoman Lu had repelled convened an urgent meeting. The sect leader sat at the head of the table, his expression grim, while the disciples bowed their heads in silence. A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle a few young rascals, bringing shame upon our sect, the sect leader thundered, slamming his fist on the table. Calm your anger, Xiaoman Lu and Luanfeng do possess some skills, and they have the assistance of a mysterious figure in green. A disciple cautiously interjected, regardless of their background, anyone who dares challenge our sect's authority must pay the price. The sect leader coldly declared, "Send several elders to ensure they are captured." Soon a few elders set off with a group of elite disciples, heading straight for the town. Meanwhile, Xiaoman and his companions remained focused on their training. One day, while practicing sword techniques in the courtyard, Xiaoman suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. "Not good, a formidable enemy is coming," he shouted. Luanfeng and the figure in green emerged from the room. Their expressions graved. "It seems we are in for a tough battle," the figure in green remarked. Just then, the elders arrived at the inn's entrance. "Xiaoman Luanfeng, come out and face your demise," one elder bellowed. Unfazed, Xiaoman and his companions stepped out to confront their adversaries. "You dare offend our sect? Today shall be your last," the elder proclaimed. "Spare us the chatter, come forth." Xiaoman was the first to launch an attack. His sword slicing through the air towards the elder effortlessly dodged the strike and retaliated with a powerful surge of battle energy directed at Xiaoman. Xiaoman sidestepped the onslaught. Engaging the elder in a fierce duel, Luanfeng unleashed her own spells to assist Xiaoman, while the figure in green observed the fray, searching for an opening. The elder's formidable strength gradually pushed Xiaoman and his companions into a precarious position. Yet, they gritted their teeth and fought fiercely. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, Xiaoman suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, a powerful force erupting from his dantian. This was a sign of breakthrough. Elation surged within Xiaoman. Harnessing this newfound strength, his swordplay became increasingly formidable, gradually turning the tide of battle. Luanfeng and the figure in green, inspired by Xiaoman's resolve, fought with renewed vigor. After a bitter struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the elders. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the sect's disciples scattered in panic. This battle further amplified Xiaoman's reputation, echoing throughout the region. However, they understood they had irrevocably antagonized a powerful sect, and the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet, they harbored no regrets, for all they had done was in the name of justice. In the ensuing days, Xiaoman and his companions continued their training while forging alliances with like-minded individuals. They established a small organization dedicated to protecting the weak and upholding justice. As time passed, their organization grew, attracting an increasing number of martial artists. Throughout this process, Xiaoman gradually emerged as a true leader. However, their actions drew the attention of other factions. Envious forces began to conspire in the shadows, plotting to undermine their organization. One day, Xiaoman received a mysterious letter. The letter claimed that a vital member of their organization had been kidnapped and instructed him to go alone to a designated location for rescue. Aware that this might be a trap, Xiaoman knew he could not abandon a comrade in peril. Thus, he resolutely decided to proceed. Upon arriving at the specified location, he found it eerily deserted. Suddenly, a group of figures clad in black emerged from all directions, encircling him. "Xiaoman, today marks your end," one of the black-clad figures declared. Xiaoman regarded them coldly, unyielding in his resolve. He tightened his grip on his sword, bracing himself for the impending battle. At that moment, Luanfeng and the figure in green, accompanied by members of their organization, arrived just in time. "You despicable cowards, how dare you set a trap?" Luanfeng seethed. A fierce melee erupted between the two sides. Through sheer willpower and seamless coordination, Xiaoman and his companions ultimately vanquished their foes. Following this incident, they realized that to establish themselves in this world, they needed greater strength and broader connections. Thus, they resolved to embark on a new journey, seeking to explore wider horizons and discover ways to enhance their abilities. Along their travels, they encountered a myriad of challenges and opportunities. They aided many who were oppressed and forged alliances with powerful allies. Ultimately, they arrived at an ancient city, a place teeming with formidable martial artists and mysterious techniques. Xiaoman and his companions decided to pause here for a time to elevate their skills. Within the city, they encountered a reclusive master who recognized their potential and sense of justice, choosing to impart unique cultivation methods to them. Under the master's guidance, Xiaoman and his companions experienced rapid growth and strength. Yet, they understood this was merely the beginning. More challenges awaited them in the future. They departed from the city and pressed onward. Along the way, they heard numerous legends about the Demon Clan. It was said that the Demon Clan was poised to invade this world, bringing with it endless calamity. Xiaoman and his companions resolved to contribute their strength to defend this realm. They began traversing the land, connecting with various factions, preparing to unite against the impending demon invasion. In this process, they encountered many like-minded individuals, including Lin Songhai and Ao Sanjin. Lin Songhai, the prince of the War Dragon Empire, was a master marksman, exceptionally wise, courageous, and known for his unwavering righteousness. Ao Sanjin, a golden dragon of the Demon Clan, though somewhat lecherous and hot-tempered, remained loyal and would go to great lengths for his brothers. The four, Xiao Manlu, Luanfeng, Lin Songhai, and Ao Sanjin, formed an instant bond and pledged brotherhood, united against the demon clan. Their story was only just beginning. Chapter 4, United Brothers. After Xiao Manlu, Luanfeng, Lin Songhai, and Ao Sanjin swore brotherhood, the four resolved to traverse the martial realm together, enhancing their strength in preparation for the impending invasion of the demon clan. Their journey led them to a place known as Qingyun Mountain. It was said that a mysterious ruin atop the mountain concealed boundless treasures and powerful techniques. However, Qingyun Mountain was fraught with peril. Teeming with ferocious beasts, making entry into the ruin no easy feat. Undeterred, the four boldly embarked on their ascent. Along the way, they encountered various savage beasts, colossal two-headed lions, lightning-fast leopards, and giant pythons capable of spewing poisonous mists. Lin Songhai wielded his spear with agility, each strike exuding a fierce momentum, repelling the beasts with ease. Ao Sanjin unleashed the formidable power of his dragon lineage, delivering devastating blows with a mere swipe of his claws. Xiao Manlu and Luanfeng were equally determined, with Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship akin to a tempest, while Luanfeng's spells dazzled with a myriad of colors. The quartet worked in perfect harmony as they delved deeper into Qingyun Mountain. Midway up the slope, they encountered a formidable king beast emanating an aura of immense battle intent, its eyes glinting with a ferocious light. Everyone, be cautious, Xiao Manlu warned loudly. With a deafening roar, the king beast lunged at them. Lin Songhai was the first to confront it, engaging in a fierce struggle, yet the beast's power was overwhelming, and Lin Songhai began to falter. Observing this, Ao Sanjin unleashed the Dragon Clan's ultimate technique, directing a powerful dragon breath at the beast. Struck by the dragon breath, the king beast momentarily staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu aimed for its weakness with a precise thrust of his sword. Meanwhile, Luanfeng cast healing spells, rejuvenating her companions. After an arduous battle, the four finally triumphed over the king beast. They pressed onward and eventually located the entrance to the ruins. However, a formidable barrier guarded the entrance, requiring them to solve a puzzle to gain entry. The four gathered, beginning to decipher the riddle, which appeared to pertain to battle energy attributes. I will attempt to sense it with my battle energy, Lin Songhai proposed, channeling his energy into the runes. After several attempts, they finally unraveled the puzzle and successfully entered the ruins. Within, an ancient aura enveloped them, surrounded by an array of precious treasures and martial arts manuals. The four were elated, yet they remained vigilant. Aware that unknown dangers might lurk within. As they selected treasures, the ground suddenly trembled, and a colossal mechanical beast emerged from below. Constructed entirely of metal, the beast's joints glimmered ominously, spewing forth flames. What manner of creature is this? Ao Sanjin exclaimed in astonishment. Whatever it is, we must defeat it first, Xiao Manlu shouted. The four joined forces once more, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the mechanical beast. Its attacks were immensely powerful, causing the ground to quake with each strike. Yet, through their indomitable will and seamless coordination, they gradually identified the beast's vulnerabilities. Xiao Manlu noticed that the core of the beast was less fortified and signaled Lin Songhai. Understanding the cue, Lin Songhai drew the beast's attention with his spear, allowing Xiao Manlu to leap toward its core. Delivering a decisive blow, the mechanical beast froze, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. After this fierce battle, the four felt fatigued but were richly rewarded. They discovered martial arts and treasures suited to their needs, enhancing their prowess further. Upon leaving the ruins, they ventured forth into the martial world once more. One day, they arrived at a place called Heishui Town, which was ravaged by a band of robbers. Leaving the populace in dire straits, Xiao Manlu and his companions resolved to assist, locating the robbers' hideout and engaging in a fierce battle. Although the robbers were ruthless, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the quartet's formidable strength. The grateful townsfolk showered them with food and valuables as tokens of their appreciation, but Xiao Manlu and his friends declined to accept any material rewards, accepting only the townspeople's heartfelt gratitude. After resting for a few days in Heishui Town, the four continued their journey. They had heard tales of a mysterious castle in the remote borderlands, rumored to house a divine artifact capable of combating the demonic forces. Thus, they pressed onward toward the border. Throughout their arduous journey, they endured hunger and fatigue until they finally stood before the castle, towering into the clouds. Its impregnable walls were heavily guarded. This will not be easy, Ao Sanjin remarked with a furrowed brow. Let us first observe the situation before devising a plan, Lin Songhai suggested. Concealed in the nearby woods, the four vigilantly watched the castle's activities. After several days of observation, they noted that a patrol of soldiers ventured out daily. This may be our opportunity, Xiao Manlu proposed. One evening, as the patrol passed through the woods, they launched a sudden attack, overpowering the soldiers and donning their uniforms to infiltrate the castle. Inside, security was tight, and the four cautiously sought the artifact's whereabouts. Eventually, in the castle's basement, they discovered the coveted item. However, just as they prepared to take it, the castle's master appeared, a powerful war emperor radiating a terrifying aura. "You dare covet my artifact?" Truly a display of arrogance, the war emperor declared coldly. Of the four did not flinch. They stood united, ready to face this formidable adversary. Xiao Manlu initiated the assault, his swordplay shimmering like a meteor. Lin Songhai followed suit with his spear, while Ao Sanjin unleashed the might of the Dragon Clan, and Luanfeng continuously cast supportive spells. The War Emperor's strength was overwhelming, each of his strikes challenging the Force defenses. Yet, fueled by unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit, they engaged in a desperate struggle against him. At a pivotal moment in the battle, Xiao Manlu suddenly comprehended a new sword technique, his power surging dramatically. With a strike imbued with boundless force, he targeted the War Emperor. Startled, the War Emperor hastily defended himself, but the blow exceeded his expectations, causing him to stagger back. Seizing the moment, the four grasped the artifact and swiftly fled the castle. With the artifact in their possession, their confidence in opposing the demonic forces grew stronger. Nevertheless, they understood that the demon's might was far beyond their anticipation, and the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Chapter 5, The Mystery of the Artifact. After escaping the castle with the artifact, Xiao Manlu, Luanfeng, Lin Songhai, and Ao Sanjin sought a secluded spot to rest. The four gathered together, scrutinizing the hard-won artifact. It radiated a mysterious glow, resembling an exquisitely crafted sword, adorned with intricate runes and a hilt set with brilliant gemstones. This artifact appears extraordinary, but how do we wield it against the demonic forces? Lin Songhai pondered with a furrowed brow. Xiao Manlu gently caressed the blade, lost in thought. Suddenly Ao Sanjin exclaimed, "What if we try infusing our battle energy into it?" The others deemed this approach worth a try, and they began channeling their battle energy into the artifact. However, there was no response from it. What could be the issue? Is our method flawed? Ao Sanjin scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps the artifact's usage is not so straightforward. "We need more clues," Luanfeng suggested. Just then, Xiao Manlu recalled an ancient mural he had seen in the castle, which seemed to depict something related to the artifact. "I remember there was a mural in the castle. Perhaps it could provide us with some insight," he stated. The four decided to return to the castle in search of the mural. They carefully evaded the guards and stealthily re-entered the castle. After a thorough search, they finally located the mural, which illustrated a valiant warrior wielding the artifact in fierce combat against the demonic forces. Beneath the mural, there were ancient inscriptions. "What do those words say?" Lin Songhai inquired. Xiao Manlu meticulously deciphered the text, stating, "It appears to be an ancient incantation, possibly the key to activating the artifact." Following Xiao Manlu's interpretation, the four once again infused their battle energy into the artifact while reciting the incantation in unison. This time, the artifact responded, its brilliance intensifying as a powerful force surged forth. However, the power was overwhelming, and they struggled to control it, causing widespread destruction within the castle. "We must regain control of this power immediately." Xiao Manlu shouted urgently. The four exerted every effort to stabilize the artifact. After a concerted effort, they finally managed to quell its might. At that moment, the War Emperor sensed the commotion and arrived with numerous subordinates. "You dare return," he thundered in anger. "Predecessor, we meant no offense. We returned only to seek a means to combat the demonic forces," Xiao Manlu replied. The War Emperor's gaze fell upon the artifact in their possession, and his expression softened slightly. "This artifact is a relic from ancient times, immensely powerful yet extremely perilous. Since your intent is to combat the demons, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, you must swiftly master its use, lest it bring about greater calamity." With that, the War Emperor turned and departed. Grateful for the War Emperor's leniency, Xiao Manlu and his companions left the castle with the artifact. In the days that followed, they diligently explored the artifact's mysteries. Throughout this process, they discovered that it not only enhanced their battle energy but also possessed unique abilities. However, their actions attracted the attention of some nefarious individuals. These individuals coveted the artifact's power and began to secretly trail them, seeking an opportunity to seize it. One day, while the four rested in a valley, they were suddenly ambushed by a group of cloaked assailants. These individuals were formidable and coordinated, clearly well trained. Xiao Manlu and his companions sprang into action. Lin Songhai wielded his spear with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Ao Sanjin unleashed the Dragon Clan's powerful techniques, radiating dragon might. Xiao Manlu's swordplay was fierce, while Luanfeng's spells were exquisite, leading to an intense clash with the assailants. Yet, the sheer number of attackers was overwhelming, and reinforcements continued to arrive. Gradually, Xiao Manlu and his friends began to feel the strain. In this dire moment, an idea struck Xiao Manlu regarding the artifact's unique skill of focusing his mind. He activated the artifact's ability, and a blinding light enveloped the battlefield, causing the cloaked assailants to fall to the ground. After repelling their attackers, the four dared not linger and continued on their path. They were aware that before truly grasping the formidable power of the divine artifact, they would encounter even more challenges and perils. Yet, they remained steadfast in their belief that as long as the brothers united in purpose, they would inevitably surmount the myriad difficulties and prepare thoroughly to confront the demonic clan. Soon, they arrived at a bustling city. The city was alive with excitement, but the four had no heart to appreciate its vibrancy. They sought a tranquil place to continue their study of the divine artifact. In a secluded corner of the city. They rented a modest courtyard. However, unbeknownst to them, a mysterious organization lurked within the city, secretly monitoring their every move. One night, while Xiao Manlu was in meditation, he suddenly sensed a mysterious force probing their presence. "This is bad, something is amiss," Xiao Manlu cautioned. The others quickly rose, preparing to face the impending crisis. At that moment, the door of the courtyard was pushed open, and a group of oddly dressed individuals entered. "Hand over the divine artifact, or you shall not leave this city alive," the leader declared coldly. Xiao Manlu and his companions gazed at the unwelcome intruders, their hearts swelling with indignation and resolve. A new battle was about to unfold. Chapter 6. The conspiracy of the mysterious organization. Faced with the threat of the mysterious organization, Xiao Manlu and his three companions showed no fear. They stood tall, their eyes resolutely fixed on the unexpected guests. "You desire the divine artifact? Do you believe yourselves worthy?" Xiao Manlu scoffed, his longsword already drawn, gleaming with a chilling light. Lin Songhai tightened his grip on his spear, combat energy surging within him, and shouted, "Bring it on if you dare." The leader of the mysterious organization darkened at the remark and gestured for his subordinates to launch an attack. In an instant, various combat techniques illuminated the air, sweeping toward Xiao Manlu and his companions. With a flicker, Xiao Manlu darted through the enemy's assaults like a wraith, his sword dancing, each strike imbued with a fierce sword aura that dispelled the incoming attacks. Lin Songhai fought with a broad and sweeping style, his spear moving like a dragon, causing enemies to scatter in his wake. Ao Sanjin showcased the formidable power of the Dragon Clan, his claws tearing through the air, each attack carrying the force of a landslide. Luanfeng, positioned at the rear, continuously cast spells, providing support and healing to the trio. However, the members of the mysterious organization were not to be underestimated. Their coordinated efforts gradually encircled Xiao Manlu and his companions. "This cannot continue, we must find their weaknesses," Xiao Manlu proclaimed. Lin Songhai replied, "I will draw their attention. You all look for an opportunity to break through." With that, Lin Songhai unleashed a powerful combat technique, spearlight raining down, drawing all the enemy's focus onto himself. Seizing the moment, Xiao Manlu and Ao Sanjin observed the enemy's formation and finally discerned a vulnerable point. "Now is our chance," Xiao Manlu shouted. The two charged toward the weak point, with Luanfeng closely following, casting spells to shield them. After a fierce battle, the four finally broke free from the enemy's encirclement, yet, the mysterious organization did not relent. Persistently pursuing them, the quartet raced through the city's alleys, striving to evade their relentless pursuers. During their escape, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a secret stronghold of the mysterious organization. Inside, various enigmatic instruments and documents were laid out, suggesting some clandestine conspiracy was afoot. "What exactly are these scoundrels up to?" Ao Sanjin inquired with curiosity. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow and began to peruse the documents. The contents left them astounded. The mysterious organization was plotting a colossal scheme intending to exploit the chaos of the demonic clan's invasion to seize control over the entire continent. "This is outrageous. We absolutely cannot allow their conspiracy to succeed," Luanfeng exclaimed angrily. At that moment, the members of the mysterious organization discovered their presence and launched another attack. Xiao Manlu and his companions resolved to no longer flee. They would destroy this secret stronghold and unveil the organization's sinister plot. The battle intensified, and gradually the four began to tire. Yet, at a critical moment, Xiao Manlu suddenly comprehended a new application for the divine artifact. He raised the artifact high, reciting an ancient incantation, and it burst forth with dazzling light, transforming into a powerful force that repelled all surrounding enemies. Seizing the opportunity while the foes were momentarily disoriented, Xiao Manlu and his companions swiftly destroyed the instruments and documents within the stronghold. "Let us go," Xiao Manlu urged. The four successfully escaped the secret stronghold, but they knew the mysterious organization would not rest easily. To thwart the organization's conspiracy, they decided to spread this news far and wide, rallying more people to unite against the organization and the impending invasion of the demonic clan. They embarked on a new journey, facing trials along the way. while traversing a desolate wilderness, they encountered a rare sandstorm. The winds howled, dust and stones whirled, blurring their vision. "Everyone be cautious," Xiao Manlu warned loudly. Yet, amid the sandstorm, a group of formidable demon beasts suddenly emerged, charging toward them. The four had no choice but to engage in a desperate fight against the beasts within the storm. Lin Sanghai's spear remained steady in the howling wind, each thrust accurately striking the beast's vital points. Ao Sunjin's dragon claws glimmered through the dust, repelling the approaching beasts. Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship remained sharp despite the harsh conditions. While Luanfeng's spells provided protection for the group after a grueling battle, they finally drove back the beasts and emerged from the sandstorm, though their bodies bore numerous wounds, and they were utterly exhausted. "We cannot stop. We must swiftly relay the message," Xiao Manlu declared. Supporting one another, they pressed onward. Eventually they arrived at a city named Fengyun City. Within Fengyun City, the clamor of voices echoed, and the atmosphere was lively. The four decided to rest here for a while and search for opportunities to expose the mysterious organization's conspiracy. They settled into an inn in the city and began to gather various pieces of information. There, they met a woman named Morong Shui. Morong Shui was an intelligent and astute information broker, and she expressed a keen interest in the news Xiao Manlu and his companions possessed. "If your information is indeed true, this would be an earth-shattering conspiracy," Morong Shui remarked. Xiao Manlu nodded, stating, "Our words are not false. We implore you for your assistance." After a moment's contemplation, Morong Shui replied, "I can help you disseminate the news to the major factions. But you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Xiao Manlu inquired. "Once the matter is accomplished, you must assist me in locating a lost treasure," Morong Shui stated. The four exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. With Morong Shui's aid, the news quickly spread throughout Fengyun City, causing quite a stir. Various factions began to monitor the movements of the mysterious organization, bolstering their defenses. However, the mysterious organization soon discovered the actions of Xiao Manlu and his companions and dispatched more assassins to pursue them. An even fiercer battle was on the horizon. Chapter 7. The confluence of winds and clouds. With Morong Shui's assistance, Xiao Manlu and his companions successfully disseminated the conspiracy of the mysterious organization throughout Fengyun City. Drawing the vigilance of various factions, however, they had also thoroughly incensed the mysterious organization, plunging themselves into a more perilous predicament. The assassins dispatched by the organization moved like phantoms within Fengyun City. Ever on the lookout for Xiao Manlu and his companions, fully aware of the lurking dangers, they remained on high alert, refusing to let their guard down for a moment. One day, while Xiao Manlu was meditating in his room, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation in the air. He abruptly opened his eyes and whispered, "Who's there?" The door creaked open, and a shadow slipped into the room. Xiao Manlu instantly drew his sword, only to find it was Morong Xue. "It's me, don't be alarmed," she said softly. Xiao Manlu sheathed his sword, puzzled, and asked, "Morong, what brings you here at this hour?" Morong Shui's expression was grave as she replied, "Not good. The mysterious organization has dispatched their top assassins and are closing in on us." Xiao Manlu's brow furrowed. "It seems an intense battle is inevitable." Just then, Lin Sanghai, Ao Sanjin, and Luanfeng also entered the room. "In that case, let us prepare for battle," Lin Sanghai declared. The group began to discuss their countermeasures. Meanwhile, at another location in Fengyun City, various factions were also anxious about the mysterious organization's conspiracy. They dispatched experts in droves, attempting to locate Xiao Manlu and his companions to gather more intelligence. Among them, Blood Slaughter Tower and Guangjin Pavilion were the most proactive. The assassins from Blood Slaughter Tower searched the city covertly, while Guangjin Pavilion and Jubal Pavilion gathered information through various channels. Outside the city, a mysterious team was also stealthily approaching. This team was led by a man named Mou, clad in a black cloak, with a stern countenance and eyes that radiated an infinite murderous intent. Mou was the top assassin of the mysterious organization, and this time, he was determined to eliminate Xiao Manlu and his companions. Deciding to take the initiative, Xiao Manlu and his companions disguised themselves and mingled with the crowd in the city, seeking clues about the mysterious organization. In a tavern, they inadvertently overheard two strangers conversing. "I heard the assassins of the mysterious organization have entered the city. I wonder what kind of bloodshed they will unleash this time. Indeed, I heard there is a formidable expert named Mou among them." A chill ran down Xiao Manlu's spine. He realized that the true test was about to unfold. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. Curious, Xiao Manlu and his companions peered out to see a group of cloaked figures pursuing an elderly man. "Help!" the old man cried out desperately. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu dashed out, followed closely by Lin Sanghai and the others. They engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked figures, successfully rescuing the elderly man. The old man was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, heroes, for saving me." Xiao Manlu inquired, "Elder, why were they pursuing you?" The old man sighed. "I inadvertently learned some secrets about the mysterious organization, and they seek to silence me." Xiao Manlu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Please share with us what you know." The elder nodded, divulging all he was aware of regarding the plans of the mysterious organization, just as they were engaged in conversation. MOU, accompanied by a cadre of assassins, arrived at the tavern. "Xiao Manlu, today shall be your day of reckoning," MOU declared coldly. Xiao Manlu and his companions took a defensive stance, bracing themselves for an imminent battle of life and death. In an instant, chaos erupted as both sides plunged into a fierce melee, with Xiao Manlu confronting MOU head-on. MOU's swordsmanship was cunning and ruthless, leaving Xiao Manlu momentarily at a disadvantage. Lin Xinghai and Ao Sanjin were also besieged by numerous assassins. Embroiled in a desperate struggle, Luanfeng continuously cast spells in support, yet the situation remained perilously dire. At that moment, experts from Blood Slaughter Tower, Guangjin Pavilion, and Gathering Treasure Pavilion arrived on the scene. "How audacious of the mysterious organization to act so recklessly in Windcloud City," proclaimed the leader of Blood Slaughter Tower. With the arrival of these powerful allies, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The assassins of the mysterious organization began to falter, and sensing the impending doom, MOU attempted to flee. Xiao Manlu would not allow him to escape so easily. He summoned all his strength and thrust his sword towards MOU. Caught off guard, MOU was wounded by Xiao Manlu's strike. Ultimately, the assassins of the mysterious organization fled in disarray. Xiao Manlu and his comrades gathered with the experts from the various factions. "Thank you all for your assistance," Xiao Manlu expressed gratefully. The leader of Blood Slaughter Tower replied, "No need for thanks. The schemes of the mysterious organization threaten the safety of the entire continent, and we must unite against them." Representatives from Guangjin Pavilion and Gathering Treasure Pavilion also expressed their willingness to collaborate with Xiao Manlu and his allies, vowing to expose the nefarious designs of the mysterious organization. A fortuitous turn of events allowed Xiao Manlu and his companions to forge new alliances, taking a significant step forward in their struggle against the mysterious organization. However, they understood that many more challenges awaited them. Chapter 8: The Rise of the Alliance. Following their successful repulsion of the mysterious organization's assault, Xiao Manlu, Luanfeng, Lin Xinghai, and Ao Sanjin convened with the experts from Blood Slaughter Tower, Guangjin Pavilion, and Gathering Treasure Pavilion to deliberate on their subsequent course of action. The assembly gathered in a spacious estate within Windcloud City, the atmosphere thick with gravity and seriousness. Xiao Manlu was the first to speak. "Esteemed colleagues, although we have thwarted one wave of attacks from the mysterious organization, they will undoubtedly not relent. We must seize this opportunity to unite more forces and forge a formidable alliance to combat them." The leader of Blood Slaughter Tower nodded slightly in agreement, stating, "What young Master Xiao says is profoundly true. With the mysterious organization has operated from the shadows for years, their influence deeply entrenched. We must consolidate every possible alliance." A representative from Guangjin Pavilion then added, "Our pavilion is willing to provide support in terms of resources and intelligence, contributing to the alliance's growth." The experts from Gathering Treasure Pavilion also pledged, "We shall offer our cherished treasures and techniques to aid all in enhancing their strength." Lin Xinghai stood, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you all for your support. However, we must formulate a detailed strategy. We cannot act blindly." Everyone nodded in agreement, beginning to express their ideas on how to establish the alliance. Recruit personnel and allocate resources. After several days of intense discussion and meticulous planning, an organization named the Alliance of Justice was formally established. Due to his bravery and decisive wisdom, Xiao Manlu was elected as the leader of the alliance. At the inception of the alliance, recruiting personnel became the paramount task. Xiao Manlu and his companions posted notices throughout Windcloud City, welcoming talents from all corners. The news spread swiftly, attracting numerous aspiring individuals to join. Among them was a woman named Zhao Linger, who captured everyone's attention. Zhao Linger was an exceptional physician, possessing remarkable medical skills and a compassionate heart. Upon learning that the alliance's mission was to save the continent and combat evil, she resolutely decided to join. Another notable recruit was a young swordsman named Li Yifeng, whose swordsmanship was outstanding and whose character was bold and unyielding, having long harbored a deep disdain for the misdeeds of the mysterious organization. Without hesitation, he joined the alliance upon seeing the recruitment notice. As more individuals joined, the alliance's strength gradually expanded. However, managing and training the members soon emerged as a challenge. Xiao Manlu decided on a division of labor. Lin Xinghai would train the warriors in combat techniques, Ao Sanjin would instruct them on how to deal with various beast attacks. Wanfeng would assist Zhao Linger in treating injured members, while he himself would oversee the overall operations, handling all affairs of the alliance. Throughout the training process, the alliance members gradually forged camaraderie, enhancing not only their strength but also cultivating profound friendships and teamwork. However, the mysterious organization did not afford them much time to develop. One day, the alliance received intelligence that the mysterious organization was plotting an assault on a vital city, intending to plunder its resources. Xiao Manlu made a swift decision, leading the elite forces of the alliance to provide support. Upon their arrival at the city, they discovered that the assassins of the mysterious organization had already begun their siege. The guards on the walls fought valiantly, but suffered heavy casualties. With a commanding shout, Xiao Manlu ordered the alliance's warriors to charge forth like tigers, descending a mountain. Lin Sanghai led the charge, his spear whirling as enemies fell before him. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, breathing fire from the sky, instilling terror in the foes. Li Feng's swordsmanship was fierce, cutting down enemies like a tempest. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng provided healing to the injured warriors from the rear. Through the alliance's courageous resistance, the mysterious organization's advance was gradually stymied. Ultimately, they were forced to retreat. This victory significantly bolstered the alliance's reputation, drawing in even more individuals eager to join. Yet Xiao Manlu understood that this was merely the beginning. The mysterious organization would not easily concede. They must continually strengthen themselves to secure victory in the forthcoming great battle. During an internal meeting of the alliance, Xiao Manlu proposed an audacious plan. We cannot remain on the defensive. We should take the initiative, seeking out the lair of the mysterious organization and ensnaring them all. This proposal sparked controversy among the members. Some deemed it overly perilous, while others expressed their support. After fervent discussion, they ultimately resolved to implement the plan. However, they recognized the need for more thorough preparations. The alliance began gathering intelligence and seeking clues regarding the mysterious organization. Simultaneously, they worked diligently to enhance their own strength, cultivating more powerful techniques and crafting superior weapons. Throughout this process, Xiao Manlu and his companions faced numerous difficulties and challenges. Shortages of resources, internal conflicts, and enemy spies all posed significant obstacles to the alliance's growth. Yet they never wavered, overcoming each hurdle step by step with unwavering faith and tenacity, advancing toward their goal. Finally, they received a crucial lead that seemingly pointed to a secret base of the mysterious organization. Xiao Manlu decided to personally lead an elite team to investigate. They cautiously proceeded in the direction indicated by the lead. The journey was fraught with dense forests and rugged paths, teeming with unknown dangers. Suddenly a thick fog descended, causing the group to lose their bearings. Everyone be cautious. This may be the enemy's trap, Xiao Manlu warned, his vigilance heightened. Just then, eerie laughter echoed around them. Ha, you finally arrived. Today shall be your day of demise. Gripping their weapons tightly, Xiao Manlu and his companions prepared to confront the impending battle. Chapter 9. The Crisis in the Mist. Xiao Manlu and his companions remained alert, scanning their surroundings through the fog, their weapons firmly in hand, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Cowardly scoundrels, if you have the courage, step forward and fight, Lin Sanghai shouted, his voice resonating through the mist. However, the only response was the ominous laughter, which seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering its source indiscernible. Xiao Manlu calmed himself, attempting to sense the enemy's positions. His battle aura gradually radiated outward, yet it felt as though it had vanished into a bottomless abyss, yielding no feedback. This mist is peculiar. It seems to interfere with our perception, Xiao Manlu murmured. Ao Sanjin scoffed, regardless of its peculiarity, we should simply charge through. He made to rush forward. Wait, Wanfeng quickly interjected, acting rashly will only plunge us into greater peril. Just as the group stood at an impasse, a sharp whistling sound pierced the fog, and countless concealed weapons hurtled toward them. Be careful, Xiao Manlu shouted, raising his sword to defend. The others swiftly unleashed their unique skills to deflect the projectiles. But the onslaught of hidden weapons continued unabated, overwhelming them. This approach won't suffice. We must find a way to dispel this mist, Zhao Linger suggested, beads of sweat forming on her brow, while fending off the projectiles. Xiao Manlu pondered a solution. Suddenly he recalled a passage he had read in an ancient tome regarding similar mists. Gather around. I will attempt to use fire, Xiao Manlu declared. The others quickly complied, and he produced a fire starter from his pocket. Igniting it with his battle aura, then hurled it into the foggy flames erupted within the mist, causing it to thin momentarily. It works. Continue, Lin Sanghai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Everyone followed suit, igniting flammable materials and casting them into the fog. As the fire grew, the mist gradually dispersed. However, before they could exhale in relief, the scene before them elicited gasps of shock. A group of mysterious figures clad in black armor materialized before them. Each exuding formidable battle aura. You have finally emerged from the mist. However, awaiting you is not but death, the leader of the mysterious figures stated coldly. Unfazed, Xiaoman Lu stepped forward. If you seek our lives, let us see if you possess the capability. With that, he charged at the enemy, followed closely by Lin Songhai, Ao Sanjin, and the others, plunging into an intense battle. The power of the mysterious figures was astonishing. Their techniques enigmatic, thrusting Xiaoman Lu and his companions into a fierce struggle. Lin Songhai's spear was met by the blade of a mysterious figure, the overwhelming force causing his arm to tingle. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with several enigmatic figures, his body already marred with numerous wounds. Although Xiaoman Lu's swordsmanship was formidable, he found himself somewhat beleaguered by the onslaught of his adversaries. Meanwhile, Wanfeng and Zhao Linger tirelessly cast spells and administered healing from the rear, providing crucial support to their comrades. This cannot continue. We must identify the enemy's weakness, Xiaoman Lu declared. At that moment, Li Yifeng discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever they struck the enemy's chest, their responses became sluggish. Attack their chest, Li Yifeng shouted. Upon hearing this, the group swiftly altered their target. Indeed, the assault from the mysterious figures began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoman Lu unleashed his most potent sword technique, piercing the chest of one of the enigmatic foes. With the fall of the first adversary, the remaining ones began to falter. The alliance seized the moment to launch a more ferocious assault. Gradually gaining the upper hand, after a bloody confrontation, the mysterious figures were ultimately vanquished. However, Xiaoman Lu and his companions paid a heavy price, with many sustaining grievous injuries. We should not linger here, we must depart at once, Xiaoman Lu advised. Supporting one another, they continued toward their objective. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a valley. An eerie aura pervaded the valley, sending chills down their spines. Everyone, exercise caution, there may be danger here, Xiaoman Lu cautioned. Almost as if on cue, a deafening roar erupted from the valley, and a massive beast materialized before them, towering like a mountain. The beast was covered in sharp spines, its eyes glowing with a blood-red luminescence. What manner of creature is this, so enormous? Someone exclaimed. Xiaoman Lu inhaled deeply. Regardless of what it is, we must overcome it. The beast lunged toward them, and the group braced themselves for battle. Yet, the creature's power was overwhelming, each strike causing the ground to tremble. Xiaoman Lu dodged the beast's attacks, seeking its vulnerabilities. At last, he discerned that the abdomen appeared to be its weak point. Strike at its abdomen, Xiaoman Lu commanded. The group focused their efforts on the beast's midsection. The creature roared in agony, becoming increasingly frenzied in its assaults. Amid the fierce clash, Ao Sanjin was unfortunate enough to be struck by the beast. Flying through the air. Ao Sanjin, Xiaoman Lu cried out in desperation. Luanfeng hurried over to assess Ao Sanjin's injuries. Discovering the severity of his wounds, Xiaoman Lu, we must eliminate this beast swiftly, otherwise Ao Sanjin's life hangs in the balance, Luanfeng urged. A glimmer of determination flickered in Xiaoman Lu's eyes as he concentrated all his battle energy into his sword, charging toward the creature's abdomen. With a decisive strike, Xiaoman Lu pierced the beast's midsection, causing it to collapse to the ground. The group finally exhaled in relief, quickly tending to Ao Sanjin's wounds. After a round of treatment, Ao Sanjin's condition stabilized. We must press on, we must locate the lair of the mysterious organization, Xiaoman Lu stated. The others nodded in agreement, continuing along the treacherous path. After an indeterminate time, they arrived before an ancient castle. The castle's massive doors were firmly shut, an ominous atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. This must be the secret base of the mysterious organization, Xiaoman Lu remarked. They approached the castle cautiously, preparing to search for an entrance when the doors creaked open, revealing a throng of mysterious figures emerging. At last, you have arrived, but here shall be your final resting place, declared the leader of the enigmatic group. A more intense battle was about to unfold. Chapter 10, The Blood-Soaked Castle. Xiaoman Lu and his companions gazed at the assembly of mysterious figures before the castle, their hearts filled with resolute determination. Today, we shall decide our fates, Xiaoman Lu bellowed, his sword shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Lin Songhai gripped his spear tightly, his gaze unwavering. Brothers, let us fight side by side. Ao Sanjin, despite his injuries, rallied his strength and proclaimed loudly, even if we perish, we shall take them down with us. In an instant, both sides collided, a whirlwind of swords and blades intermingling, the air thick with battle energy. Like a specter, Xiaoman Lu darted through the enemy ranks, his sword rising and falling, blood splattering around him. Lin Songhai's spear swept through the throng, sending foes retreating in disarray. Seizing an opening, a mysterious figure lunged at Xiaoman Lu. Sword poised to strike. At that critical moment, Lin Songhai threw himself in front of Xiao Manlu, the blade plunging deep into his shoulder. Lin Songhai, Xiao Manlu's eyes widened in horror. Do not mind me. Kill the enemy. Lin Songhai gritted his teeth, his garments stained with blood. Fueled by rage, Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship became increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with boundless fury and murderous intent. Ao Sanjin, unwilling to yield, fought valiantly despite his injuries. Driven by sheer will, spotting another enemy attempting to ambush Xiao Manlu, he charged forward without hesitation, using his body to shield his brother. Ao Sanjin, Xiao Manlu's voice trembled. Brother, I am fine. Ao Sanjin's lips bled. Yet he managed to smile. Heartbroken, Xiao Manlu felt a surge of wrath as his brother sustained injuries for his sake, igniting a more ferocious spirit within him. His sword seemed to acquire a life of its own, exuding an aura of annihilation. Just then, Li Yifeng found himself besieged by several mysterious figures, cornered and in peril. In a flash, Xiao Manlu appeared before Li Yifeng, intercepting a fatal blow. Thank you, brother Xiao, Li Yifeng exclaimed, tears of gratitude in his eyes. We are brothers, no need for thanks, Xiao Manlu replied loudly. The battle escalated into a frenzied melee. The alliance members battered and bruised, yet their spirits remained unyielding. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng tirelessly cast spells and administered healing, striving to support the frontline warriors. Hold on, everyone, Xiao Manlu urged. Suddenly, a fresh wave of mysterious figures poured forth from the castle, further tipping the scales against them. Even in death, we shall not retreat, Lin Songhai roared defiantly. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, an immense surge of power erupted from within Xiao Manlu, radiating brilliance. His swordsmanship grew ever more exquisite, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force, under Xiao Manlu's leadership. The alliance reignited their fighting spirit, charging forth with renewed vigor. A formidable adversary charged toward the injured Ao Sanjin, and Xiao Manlu leaped forward, absorbing the blow with his own back. Xiao Manlu, the group gasped in shock. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Xiao Manlu turned and pierced the heart of the foe with his sword. For my brothers, for justice, kill. Xiao Manlu's voice echoed throughout the castle, inspired by Xiao Manlu's fervor. The alliance's fighting spirit surged, the defenses of the mysterious figures beginning to crumble. At last, after a brutal struggle, the mysterious adversaries began to falter, retreating under pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu and his companions stormed into the castle, where an aura of malevolence enveloped them. They searched every nook and cranny with caution, determined not to overlook any clue. In a hidden chamber, they uncovered significant documents and treasures pertaining to the mysterious organization. These artifacts may assist us in unraveling the true intentions of the organization, Zhao Linger suggested. Just then, a cadre of concealed masters emerged from the shadows, launching another assault against them. Undeterred, Xiao Manlu and his allies engaged in yet another fierce battle. Their bodies were drenched in blood, yet the bonds of brotherhood and their unwavering belief in justice kept them standing firm. Lin Songhai, in a bid to save Xiao Manlu, was struck by an enemy's technique. Blood spilling from his mouth. Lin Songhai, Xiao Manlu's heart ached. Brother, I can still fight. Lin Songhai struggled to rise, tears welled in Xiao Manlu's eyes as he roared, charging toward the enemy. I end this brutal confrontation. Their friendship and courage faced an unprecedented trial. Chapter 11, Counterattack from the brink. Xiao Manlu gazed at the injured Lin Songhai, his rage reaching a boiling point. He unleashed a torrent of battle energy, his sword radiating light as he darted toward the enemy. You vile scoundrels, today you shall pay for your blood debts. Xiao Manlu's roar reverberated throughout the chamber. Ao Sanjin followed suit, despite the excruciating pain from his wounds. His gaze resolute, the mysterious master sensed the fierce killing intent emanating from Xiao Manlu and his companions, and they unleashed their most potent techniques in retaliation. In an instant, the chamber was awash with blinding light and swirling battle energy. Li Yifeng clashed with the mysterious master, their duel intensifying. His swordsmanship was sharp, yet the enemy's overwhelming power began to reveal vulnerabilities in his technique. At that crucial moment, Xiao Manlu arrived just in time, striking back at the foe and saving Li Yifeng's life. Thank you, brother Xiao, Li Yifeng gasped, gratitude evident in his eyes. Focus on the fight, Xiao Manlu commanded. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng tirelessly cast healing spells, attempting to stabilize the group's injuries. However, the enemy's relentless assault rendered their efforts nearly futile. Lin Songhai, enduring the pain, bravely rejoined the fray with his spear. Though his strikes lacked their former ferocity, each blow was imbued with unyielding resolve. Brothers, even if we perish, we must take them down with us, Lin Songhai shouted. The group rallied in response, their morale soaring. Xiao Manlu's swordplay became increasingly intricate, as though he had fused with his weapon, each strike finding its mark on the enemy's vulnerabilities. Yet, the sheer number and strength of the foes began to take its toll, and his body accumulated numerous wounds. Ao Sanjin, seizing an opportunity, unleashed a devastating draconic breath toward the enemy. This unexpected assault disrupted the enemy's formation, allowing Xiao Manlu and his allies to counterattack. Amid the fierce battle, Xiao Manlu suddenly spotted a flaw in the enemy's defenses. "Charge with me," he shouted, leading the charge toward the opening. The others followed closely behind like an unstoppable tide. The enemy's defenses finally crumbled, and the mysterious masters began to retreat in disarray. Do not let them escape, Xiao Manlu urged. The group pressed on, determined to deny their foes any respite. Just as they were on the verge of annihilating the enemy, a powerful formation suddenly materialized within the chamber. The formation shimmered with radiant light, unleashing a terrifying power that enveloped Xiao Manlu and his companions. "This is bad, it's a trap." Xiao Manlu's expression changed drastically. The group attempted to break free from the constraints of the formation, but the overwhelming force rendered them immobile. "Are we to perish here today?" Li Yifeng said in despair. "Absolutely not," Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth, declaring, "We will surely find a way out." Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Lin Sunghai suddenly exclaimed, "I have a solution." "What is it?" The others chorused. "With my blood, I can unravel the formation," Lin Sunghai asserted resolutely. "No, you will lose your life doing that," Xiao Manlu objected. "There is no time, this is the only way," without waiting for a response. Lin Sunghai slashed his wrist with a spear, letting his blood spill onto the formation. As Lin Sunghai's blood drenched the formation, its brilliance began to flicker erratically. "Everyone, put in your strength," Lin Sunghai shouted. United, they finally broke free from the formation's grip. However, Lin Sunghai succumbed to blood loss and fainted. Lin Sunghai, Xiao Manlu cradled Lin Sunghai in his arms, overwhelmed with grief and fury. "We must avenge him," Ao Sanjin said, his eyes filled with rage. Xiao Manlu entrusted Lin Sunghai to Zhao Linger and Luan Feng for care, then led the others in pursuit of their enemies. They searched the castle meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked. At last, they discovered the chamber of the mysterious organization's leader. With a swift kick, Xiao Manlu burst through the door, only to find the leader seated with a cold smirk plastered on his face. "Did you think this would defeat me? You were sorely mistaken," the leader scoffed. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu lunged at the leader with his sword. The leader effortlessly dodged the attack with a flick of his body. Maintaining that mocking smile. "You think you can defeat me with such feeble skills?" the leader taunted. Unfazed, Xiao Manlu's resolve intensified, and his sword surged with flickering battle energy. Ao Sanjin roared and transformed into a colossal dragon, unleashing his massive claws upon the leader, unperturbed, raised his hand, and a formidable wave of battle energy erupted from his palm, sending Ao Sanjin crashing against the wall, shaking the castle to its core. Ao Sanjin, Xiao Manlu's heart raced with anxiety, but he did not falter in his assault. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yifeng struck from the side, his sword aimed precisely at the leader's vital points, yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. The leader turned and effortlessly pinched Li Yifeng's blade with his fingers. "You overestimate your abilities." The leader exerted a slight force, and Li Yifeng's sword shattered. Witnessing his companions falter, Xiao Manlu's fury ignited further. With a mighty roar, he channeled all his battle energy into his sword, which glowed fiercely, transforming into a massive wave of sword energy aimed at the leader. For the first time, a hint of seriousness crossed the leader's face as he clasped his hands together. Summoning a powerful battle energy shield, the sword energy collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar that threatened to bring the castle down. Amidst the swirling dust, the leader's figure became faintly visible. Gasping for breath, Xiao Manlu fixed his gaze ahead, refusing to relent. Suddenly, the leader erupted from the dust, moving with the speed of lightning, appearing before Xiao Manlu in an instant. Xiao Manlu had no time to react before the leader's fist struck his chest, sending him flying. Xiao Manlu, Luan Feng and Zhao Linger gasped from afar. Xiao Manlu crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, yet, he gritted his teeth against the pain, rising once more with unwavering determination. "I will not allow you to succeed." Wiping the blood from his lips, Xiao Manlu raised his sword again. The leader laughed heartily, declaring, "What a tenacious fellow. But this is merely a futile struggle." With that, the leader began to dance his hands, drawing the surrounding battle energy into a colossal sphere of power. The leader hurled the energy sphere towards Xiao Manlu, aware of the devastating force behind the strike. Xiao Manlu did not retreat. Instead, he charged at the sphere head. On and that critical moment, Ao Sanjin transformed once more into a dragon, using his body to shield Xiao Manlu from the energy sphere. Ao Sanjin, Xiao Manlu's eyes widened in horror. Ao Sanjin let out a pain roar as scales shed from his body, blood splattering everywhere, yet, he held firm, refusing to yield even an inch. Seeing this, Li Yifeng recklessly surged forward, infusing his own battle energy into Ao Sanjin to bolster his resistance against the sphere's might. Seizing the moment, Xiao Manlu advanced towards the leader, engaging him in close combat. Every move he made was fueled by his utmost strength. Denying the leader a moment's respite, the leader, equally resolute, clashed with Xiao Manlu in a fierce contest. Their battle energies collided, resulting in a series of explosions. The castle, now a ruin, was crumbling, walls collapsing and pillars shattering. Yet, in their hearts, Xiao Manlu and his companions harbored a singular conviction: to vanquish the leader, avenge their fallen brothers, and fight for justice. Spotting a flaw in the leader's defense, Xiao Manlu lunged for his throat. The leader, taken aback, shifted to evade, but Xiao Manlu's blade grazed his cheek. "How dare you wound me?" the leader bellowed when raged, unleashing a frenzied assault. Xiao Manlu gradually found himself on the defensive against the leader's relentless strikes. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. At that moment, Zhao Linger, who had been healing the others from a distance, detected a crucial weakness in the leader. Xiao Manlu aimed for the spine at his back. Zhao Linger shouted, heeding her call. Xiao Manlu pivoted without hesitation, launching an attack at the leader's vulnerable back. The leader sensed Xiao Manlu's intent, attempting to turn and defend, but it was too late. Xiao Manlu's sword struck true, piercing the leader's spine, eliciting a shriek of agony as he collapsed to the ground. "We have succeeded." Xiao Manlu exhaled in relief. However, just as they believed the battle concluded, the leader suddenly rose once more. It is not over yet. An aura of malevolence radiated from the leader as his wounds began to mend automatically. Xiao Manlu and his companions were taken aback, realizing the leader's resilience. "Today, even if it costs us our lives, we shall obliterate you." Xiao Manlu raised his sword again. The others rallied around him, preparing for a final, desperate confrontation. The leader surveyed them, a flicker of fear finally appearing in his eyes. "You madmen," the leader roared. Xiao Manlu wasted no time, launching an attack. The others followed suit, and in an instant, a dazzling array of combat techniques illuminated the scene once more. Amid the fierce battle, Xiao Manlu continuously sought out the leader's vulnerabilities. At last, he discerned that during the leader's healing process, there was a fleeting period of weakness in his battle energy. "Now," Xiao Manlu shouted, channeling all his energy into his sword for the ultimate strike. This blow, infused with Xiao Manlu's resolve and the hopes of his companions, surged towards the leader with unstoppable force. The leader attempted to defend, but he was still in his moment of weakness. Rendered incapable of withstanding such a powerful assault, the sword pierced through the leader's body, his eyes filled with resentment and despair before he crumpled to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. "We are victorious!" Xiao Manlu cried out in exhilaration. The others erupted into cheers, embracing one another in tears of joy for this hard-won triumph. Yet, they bore heavy losses. Ao Sanjin and Lin Songhai lay gravely injured. Unconscious. Li Feng was also severely wounded, and both Zhao Linger and Luan Feng were utterly exhausted. Xiao Manlu looked at his injured brothers, filled with guilt and sorrow. "We must leave this place at once and attend to their wounds," Xiao Manlu urged. The group supported each other as they exited the now ruined castle. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. However, Xiao Manlu and his comrades lacked the heart to savor the beautiful scenery. Their minds solely focused on restoring their brothers to health. They found a tranquil spot, where Zhao Linger and Luan Feng devoted themselves to healing the group. Xiao Manlu, meanwhile, anxiously awaited the results. After several days and nights of treatment, Ao Sanjin and Lin Songhai finally began to open their eyes. "Are we still alive?" Lin Songhai murmured weakly. "Yes, we have triumphed," Xiao Manlu exclaimed, gripping Lin Songhai's hand fervently. Relief washed over the faces of the others. After a period of recuperation, their injuries gradually healed. They resolved to return to the Alliance and share the news of the mysterious organization's defeat. Upon their return, they were met with a rapturous welcome from the crowd. "You are heroes," the people cheered. As Xiao Manlu and his companions beheld the joyful faces of the crowd, their hearts swelled with pride, yet they understood that this was merely a beginning. Many more challenges awaited them in the future. But as long as they stood united as brothers, nothing could hinder their advance. Chapter 13. A new journey. After enduring a life-and-death struggle against the mysterious organization and successfully eliminating the enemy, Xiao Manlu, Luan Feng, Lin Songhai, Ao Sanjin, and Li Yifeng emerged as heroes in the eyes of the people. However, they did not linger in the glory of their victory for long, for they were acutely aware that peace and tranquility on the continent still faced numerous threats. Following a period of rest, Xiao Manlu gathered everyone to discuss their future plans. "Brothers, although we have vanquished the mysterious organization, this is merely the beginning. Many malevolent forces lurk in the shadows, waiting to strike. We cannot afford to be complacent," Xiao Manlu stated solemnly. Lin Songhai nodded in agreement. "Brother Xiao is right. We must continue to enhance our strength to protect this continent." Ao Sanjin brandished his fist, exclaiming, "Indeed, let those nefarious forces recognize our might." Li Yifeng, deep in thought, suggested, "Perhaps we ought to expand the influence of our alliance, attracting more like-minded individuals to join our cause." The group shared their thoughts. ultimately deciding to embark on a new journey, traversing the continent while eradicating evil and seeking ways to enhance their powers and fortunes. Their first destination was a place called Qingyun City. Although the city appeared prosperous, Xiao Manlu and his companions sensed the darkness lurking beneath its surface. It turned out that a gang of bullies was exploiting their power to oppress the common folk. Committing heinous acts without remorse, determined to teach this gang a lesson, Xiao Manlu and his friends resolved to take action. One night, they stealthily infiltrated the lair of the bullies. Like a phantom, Xiao Manlu weaved through the enemies, his sword mercilessly harvesting their lives. Lin Sanghai wielded his spear with formidable strength, sending foes tumbling in all directions. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, his massive form and potent dragon might instilling terror in their adversaries. Li Yifeng's sword techniques were cunning and fierce, targeting the enemy's vital points. Under their relentless assault, the bully gang was swiftly vanquished. The grateful townsfolk wept tears of joy, and the names of Xiao Manlu and his companions spread throughout Qingyun City. After departing from Qingyun City, they continued their journey and encountered a mysterious elder. The elder recognized the immense potential within them and decided to impart an ancient cultivation technique that could awaken deeper powers within them. Though the path of cultivation would be fraught with hardship, you must prepare yourselves mentally, the elder warned. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu and his companions accepted the challenge. In the days that followed, they devoted themselves to rigorous training, enduring immense pain and suffering. At long last, their perseverance bore fruit as they successfully mastered the ancient technique, significantly enhancing their strength. However, their actions incited jealousy and fear among certain factions. An evil organization known as the Shadowgate dispatched skilled assassins to eliminate Xiao Manlu and his companions. During one of their travels, they fell into an ambush set by the Shadowgate. Countless hidden weapons and spells rained down upon them. Remaining calm under pressure, Xiao Manlu shouted, "Brothers, back to back, stay steady." The group quickly regrouped, forming a defensive formation. Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai stood at the front, while Ao Sanjin and Li Yifeng took the rear, with Wanfeng in the center casting healing spells. They engaged in a breathtaking battle for their lives against the assassins of the Shadowgate. Xiao Manlu's sword shimmered with a cold light in the darkness, each swing claiming an enemy's life. Lin Sanghai's spear moved like a dragon, causing enemies to fall before him. Ao Sanjin's dragon claws were devastating, pulverizing any foes that dared approach. Li Yifeng, with his agile movements and sharp swordplay, danced through the enemy ranks. After a fierce struggle, the assassins of the Shadowgate began to falter and retreated. Xiao Manlu and his companions chose not to pursue, knowing that more challenges awaited them in the future. As they pressed onward, they encountered a pitiful young girl named Linger, whose family had been slaughtered by a band of robbers, and who herself was being hunted by them. Xiao Manlu and his companions resolved to help Linger avenge her family. Following the clues provided by Linger, they located the hideout of the robbers, a fortified mountain stronghold. Undaunted, they devised a meticulous battle plan and stealthily infiltrated the stronghold. Within, they engaged the robbers in a fierce confrontation. Though outnumbered, the robbers quickly fell apart against the might of Xiao Manlu and his companions. Ultimately, they eradicated all the robbers and avenged Linger. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Linger chose to accompany Xiao Manlu and his friends on their adventures. As time passed, the fame of Xiao Manlu and his companions grew, attracting an increasing number of like-minded individuals to join their ranks. Their strength continued to swell, becoming a formidable force for maintaining peace and justice across the continent. Yet, a myriad of challenges and powerful adversaries awaited them on the road ahead. Undaunted, they pressed forward, fueled by unwavering conviction and the deep bonds of brotherhood, ready to face every challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 14: A New Journey. Having successfully vanquished the mysterious organization, Xiao Manlu and his companions became heroes in the eyes of the people, and the reputation of their alliance reached unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, they remained humble, acutely aware that the path ahead was still fraught with challenges and uncertainties. During the alliance's celebration banquet, laughter and cheer filled the air. Xiao Manlu raised his cup and stood, proclaiming, "This victory is the result of our collective efforts, yet we must not forget that the threat of the demon race still looms. We must continue to enhance our strength and prepare thoroughly to defend our continent." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve. After the banquet, Xiao Manlu and his brothers embarked on even more rigorous training. They understood that only by continuously pushing their limits could they hope to stand against the formidable demon race. Each morning, Xiao Manlu practiced his swordsmanship, his figure dancing in the morning light, the wind from his blade howling as each strike reflected his profound understanding of martial arts. Lin Sanghai concentrated on perfecting his spear techniques, Sweating profusely in the training grounds, his spear moving like a dragon, exuding immense power. Ao Sanjin returned to the territory of the Dragon Clan to undergo ancient trials and inheritances, seeking to awaken even greater power within him. Liu Feng traveled far and wide in search of masters to refine his sword techniques. Wanfeng and Zhao Ling are also kept busy, delving deep into the study of medicine and spells, hoping to provide stronger support in battle. Meanwhile, the alliance continued to grow, increasing numbers of aspiring individuals joined, bringing with them new techniques and skills, infusing the alliance with fresh vitality. Xiao Manlu and his companions personally guided the new members in their training, generously sharing their experiences. One day, while Xiao Manlu was practicing, he suddenly received a mysterious letter. The letter mentioned a distant northern region where a mysterious ruin had appeared, rumored to conceal powerful treasures and techniques that could greatly aid in the fight against the demon race. Xiao Manlu promptly summoned his brothers to discuss the matter. I believe this is a rare opportunity. We should explore it, Lin Sanghai suggested, but it may also be a trap. We must proceed with caution. Liu Feng cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Manlu declared, without venturing into the tiger's den, how can we hope to capture a tiger cub? We will prepare thoroughly, and even if danger awaits, we shall be ready. The group unanimously concurred and began preparing for the adventure. They stocked up on ample food, water, and medicines, and equipped themselves with various weapons and treasures. Before setting off, Xiao Manlu addressed the alliance members. As we embark on this journey, we do not know when we shall return. However, we must not forget our alliance's mission. Everyone must continue to train diligently and safeguard our homeland. In unison, the crowd shouted. Rest assured, leader. Xiao Manlu and his companions set forth on their expedition to the northern ruins. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, scaled perilous mountains, and faced harsh weather and formidable beasts. In a swampy area, they encountered a gigantic venomous python. The python's massive body and corrosive venom posed a grave threat. Xiao Manlu initiated the attack, drawing the python's attention, while Lin Sanghai and Liu Feng flanked. Ao Sanjin circled above, searching for the python's weakness. The python skillfully twisted its body, evading their strikes and launching fierce counterattacks. Xiao Manlu was inadvertently struck by the python's tail and sent flying several meters. Xiao Manlu! The others exclaimed in alarm. Struggling to his feet, Xiao Manlu wiped the blood from his mouth and charged back into the fray. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned the python's weakness and succeeded in slaying it. Continuing onward, they soon encountered a pack of ferocious wolf demons, known for their speed and teamwork. Collaborating closely, Xiao Manlu and his companions unleashed their unique skills, engaging in a thrilling battle against the wolf demons. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the legendary ruin. The entrance to the ruin was enveloped in a powerful barrier, radiating an aura of mystery. Xiao Manlu examined the barrier closely, seeking a method to break it. Suddenly a deep, menacing roar resonated from within the ruin, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone, be cautious, Xiao Manlu warned. Abruptly, a colossal beast burst forth from the ruin. Its immense form was covered in tough scales, and its eyes glowed ominously red. Undaunted, Xiao Manlu and his companions confronted the beast. Lin Sanghai thrust his spear toward the beast's eyes, but the beast evaded the attack, causing the spear to strike its scales and send sparks flying. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, engaging the beast in fierce combat. Liu Feng sought opportunities to strike at the beast's legs. Xiao Manlu focused intently, unleashing his most powerful sword technique. The blade's radiance surged as he aimed for the beast's throat. Sensing the threat, the beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Xiao Manlu deftly sidestepped the flames and seized the moment to plunge his sword into the beast's throat. The beast let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground, with a collective sigh of relief. They began to study how to enter the ruin. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the barrier and gained access to the interior of the ruin. The air within was thick with ancient energy, and the walls were adorned with mysterious runes and patterns. They cautiously explored, determined not to overlook a single corner. In a concealed chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. Xiao Manlu opened the book, revealing a powerful technique inscribed within its pages. This may well be the key to enhancing our strength, he exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, just as they prepared to exit the chamber, a mechanism abruptly activated, unleashing a flurry of deadly arrows from all directions. Xiao Manlu and his companions quickly evaded the onslaught while simultaneously searching for the control device. After a tense search, they finally located the device and disabled the trap. Upon leaving the chamber, they continued their exploration of the ruins, uncovering precious artifacts and elixirs. Just as they believed they had amassed a bountiful treasure and were ready to depart, they discovered that the exit was sealed by a formidable enchantment. What are we to do now? Lin Sanghai furrowed his brow. Xiao Manlu pondered for a moment and said, let us all brainstorm. We must find a way to break the seal. The group gathered in a circle. Beginning to deliberate their strategy, after considerable discussion, they realized that dismantling the seal required a special energy stone. Let us search the ruins. Perhaps we might find one, suggested Li Yifeng. Thus, the group dispersed to seek out the energy stone. After much effort, they finally unearthed the stone deep within the ruins. Xiao Manlu placed the energy stone into the recess of the seal, and it slowly began to dissolve. With excitement, they exited the ruins and embarked on their journey home. This expedition had proven immensely fruitful, greatly augmenting their prowess. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that the challenges ahead remained formidable. They must persist in their efforts to triumph in the battle against the Demon Clan. Chapter 15. The storm reawakens. With treasures and techniques acquired from the ruins, Xiao Manlu and his companions joyfully set out on their return journey. However, they had not ventured far when an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a fierce wind howled, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. This weather is exceedingly strange. Could something be amiss? Lin Songhai mused, tightening his grip on his spear. Xiao Manlu gazed ahead with a grave expression. Warning, everyone, be cautious. Trouble may soon find you. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of shadowy figures emerged from the surrounding woods, encircling them, clad in black garb and masked, their features obscured. The palpable aura emanating from them indicated they were no ordinary foes. Who are you? Why do you block our path? Xiao Manlu demanded sternly. The leader of the shadows replied coldly, surrender the treasures from the ruins, and we may spare your lives. Xiao Manlu scoffed, such folly. If you possess the courage, come and take them. Tension escalated, and a fierce battle was imminent. Ao Sanjin was the first to strike, transforming into a colossal dragon, his claws sweeping through the air as he charged at the shadows. The figures quickly scattered, unleashing formidable techniques to counter Ao Sanjin's assault. Lin Songhai and Li Yifeng, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward to engage in fierce combat against the adversaries. Xiao Manlu navigated through the fray, his sword flashing like lightning, each thrust finding its mark. Luan Feng and Zhao Linger provided support from the rear, casting spells to heal the injured and disrupt the enemies. However, the overwhelming number of foes, coupled with their seamless coordination, gradually pushed Xiao Manlu and his allies into a desperate struggle. This cannot continue. We must find a way to break through, Xiao Manlu declared. Lin Songhai responded, I will clear the path. Stay close. With a surge of battle energy, he wielded his spear with unyielding resolve, carving a passage through the enemy encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, the group followed suit, fighting their way through it just as they were on the verge of breaking free. A tremendous force descended from above, forcing them back once more. Who dares confront us? What kind of coward hides in the shadows? Xiao Manlu roared. A mysterious figure gradually descended from the sky, emanating an aura of terror that sent chills down their spines. Foolish children, today marks your demise, the enigmatic figure sneered. Despite feeling the immense pressure radiating from the stranger, Xiao Manlu and his companions showed no signs of retreat. Even if we die, we shall fight to the end. Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth. The group echoed his resolve, re-engaging in a life-and-death struggle. The mysterious figure unleashed a wave of potent energy towards Xiao Manlu and his comrades. Stepping forward, Xiao Manlu summoned all his strength to deploy the technique learned from the ruins, successfully countering the energy wave, albeit at the cost of severe backlash, causing him to spit blood. Xiao Manlu, his companions gasped in shock. I am fine. Continue the battle, Xiao Manlu urged, suppressing his pain. In that critical moment, a sudden idea struck him. Everyone, listen to my command. Let us disperse and attack from different directions. Following his directive, the group swiftly scattered. The mysterious figure, caught off guard, revealed a weakness. Xiao Manlu seized the moment, joining forces with Lin Songhai and Ao Sanjin to execute their most powerful strike, finally forcing the enigmatic figure to retreat. Run, Xiao Manlu shouted. The group dared not linger, swiftly fleeing before the enemy could regroup. After a frantic escape, they finally eluded their pursuers. That was perilously close. I wonder who those people truly are, Li Yifeng panted. Xiao Manlu contemplated for a moment, stating, regardless of their identity, we must hasten back to the Alliance and prepare for what lies ahead. The group nodded in agreement, weary but resolute, continuing onward towards the Alliance. Behind them, the shadowy force showed no sign of retreat as a greater storm brewed on the horizon. Chapter 16. The Alliance Crisis. After enduring numerous trials, Xiao Manlu and his companions finally returned to the Alliance. However, what awaited them was a scene of utter chaos. Buildings lay in ruins, casualties abounded, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and dread. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Manlu as he called out, what has transpired? An injured member of the Alliance crawled over, gasping, my lord, the Demon Clan launched a surprise attack. In an instant, Xiao Manlu's gaze turned icy, rage igniting within him. He immediately gathered everyone, initiating rescue and defense operations. Lin Songhai lead a team to assist the injured. Ao Sanjin reinforce the alliance's defenses. Li Yifeng gather intelligence on the demon clan's next move. Xiao Manlu issued commands with urgency. The group dispersed to fulfill their tasks, while Xiao Manlu, along with Luan Feng and Zhao Linger, dedicated themselves to the rescue efforts. They exerted every ounce of strength to tend to each wounded member. Their hearts heavy with sorrow and fury. During the rescue, Xiao Manlu spotted a familiar figure, Morong Shui, lying in a pool of blood, her breath faint. Miss Morong. He rushed over, supporting her. Zhao Linger promptly cast healing spells. And after considerable effort, Morong Shui slowly opened her eyes. The demon clan is too powerful, she murmured weakly. Xiao Manlu grasped her hand tightly, reassuring her, do not fear, we will endure. Meanwhile, Lin Songhai's rescue team scoured the rubble for survivors, risking further attacks as they searched every nook and cranny. Ao Sanjin directed the fortification of defenses, setting traps in preparation for the demon clan's next assault. Li Yifeng, scouting for intelligence, discovered that the demon clan's attack was orchestrated and premeditated. With reinforcements on their way, this is dire news, Xiao Manlu. The demon clan's main forces will arrive shortly, Li Yifeng reported anxiously. Xiao Manlu's expression grew grave. They faced an unprecedented crisis, yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Rather, his resolve to resist to the bitter end only intensified. Notify everyone to prepare for battle, he commanded loudly. The atmosphere within the alliance became palpably tense, with each individual gripping their weapons tightly, awaiting the impending conflict. As night fell, the demon clan's forces surged forth like a tidal wave, their sinister presence palpable. Standing atop the city wall, Xiao Manlu surveyed the throngs of demons below, shouting, brothers, for the alliance, for the continent, we shall not falter. The crowd roared in unison, fight to fight to fight. Instantly battle erupted. Xiao Manlu led the charge, leaping from the wall into the enemy ranks. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, cutting down demons with every strike. Lin Songhai's spear danced like a dragon, weaving through the enemy, instilling terror in their hearts. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing his fiery breath upon the demons, inflicting devastating losses. Li Yifeng's swordplay reached its zenith, each thrust claiming the life of a demon. Luan Feng and Zhao Linger provided formidable magical support and healing from the rear, ensuring the warriors could continue their fight. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and their strength formidable. The alliance warriors began to falter, suffering increasing casualties. Xiao Manlu, frantic with concern, realized that this stalemate could not persist. They must devise a strategy to break the deadlock. At that moment, he spotted the commander of the demon forces amid the chaos. To capture the leader is to capture the thief. An idea flashed through his mind. He fought his way through the blood-soaked battlefield, charging towards the demon commander. The commander sensed Xiao Manlu's intent, and surrounding demon soldiers rushed to intercept him. Undeterred, Xiao Manlu utilized every skill at his disposal, finally breaking through the encirclement to confront the demon commander. An intense duel ensued, with Xiao Manlu and the commander locked in a fierce struggle. Just as Xiao Manlu began to gain the upper hand, the demon commander resorted to a treacherous ploy, launching a surprise attack on him. Caught off guard, Xiao Manlu was struck down. Xiao Manlu, his companions gasped in horror. Lin Songhai and Ao Sanjin, along with others, witnessed Xiao Manlu's injury and were filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards his direction. Seizing this opportunity, the demonic forces launched an even fiercer assault, leaving the alliance's defenses perilously fragile. At this critical juncture, Xiao Manlu, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose once more. I have not fallen yet, he bellowed, his voice echoing with defiance. His indomitable spirit galvanized those around him, and the warriors of the alliance rallied, unleashing formidable combat prowess as they engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the demon horde. After a night of fierce conflict, both sides suffered grievous losses. The demonic forces ultimately retreated temporarily, yet Xiao Manlu knew they would soon return with renewed vigor. We must devise a way to bolster our strength quickly, otherwise, we shall not withstand their next onslaught, Xiao Manlu declared. The others nodded in agreement, beginning to contemplate strategies to counter the impending threat. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions tended to their wounds while diligently preparing for the next confrontation. They scoured for allies, intensified their training, and studied new tactics. Meanwhile, Morong Shui played a pivotal role, utilizing her intelligence network to furnish the alliance with invaluable information. One day, Morong Shui brought forth exhilarating news. I have learned of a mysterious valley in the south, said to harbor a powerful force that could potentially alter the tide of battle, she announced. Xiao Manlu's eyes sparkled with determination, no matter the peril. We must attempt to seize this opportunity. Thus, Xiao Manlu led his companions on a new journey. Chapter 17. The Trial of the Mysterious Valley, guided by the clues provided by Morong Shui. Xiao Manlu and his group set forth towards the enigmatic valley in the south. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of daunting challenges. At times, they had to navigate through dense jungles where vines and thorns intertwined, hindering their progress. At other moments, they forded turbulent rivers, the icy waters assaulting their bodies. Yet, in pursuit of the power that could turn the tide, no one uttered a word of complaint. Finally, after days of arduous trekking, they beheld the silhouette of the mysterious valley in the distance. The valley lay shrouded in a veil of mist, exuding an air of mystique and eeriness. Cautiously, they approached the valley's entrance, and as they stepped inside, an overwhelming pressure assailed them. Everyone, be cautious, Xiao Manlu warned. The valley was eerily silent, save for the echo of their footsteps in the still air. Suddenly, a swarm of enormous venomous bees descended upon them from all directions, each the size of a fist, their stingers glinting ominously. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Manlu and his comrades brandished their weapons to fend off the bee onslaught. Lin Sanghai's spear danced through the air with precision, dispatching the venomous attackers. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, expelling the bees with his fiery breath. Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship was fierce, creating a protective barrier of blades before him. After a fierce skirmish, the bees were finally repelled. Though each member bore wounds of varying severity, they pressed deeper into the valley, where the terrain became increasingly treacherous. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and colossal stone golems erupted from the earth, launching an assault upon them. These golems possessed immense strength, each strike infused with crushing force. Xiao Manlu and his companions, undeterred, unleashed their most potent combat techniques. Xiao Manlu darted like lightning between the golems, seeking their vulnerabilities. Lin Sanghai's spear clashed head-on with the stone giants. Ao Sanjin's dragon claws shattered the golems' forms with ease. Li Yifeng, agile as ever, evaded the golem strikes, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. Through their collective efforts, the golems were ultimately vanquished. However, before they could catch their breath, a fierce wind howled past them, laden with countless sharp ice shards. Luan Feng and Zhao Linger quickly cast protective spells, erecting a barrier for their allies. The ice shards collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Manlu gazed ahead, understanding that the trials of the valley had only just begun. They continued onward, encountering a vast labyrinth. The walls of the maze flickered with a strange luminescence, disorienting their sense of direction. Do not stray, Xiao Manlu shouted. The group closely followed his lead, cautiously navigating the twists and turns of the maze. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the labyrinth, and a colossal beast sprang forth from the shadows. This beast towered like a small mountain, its eyes gleaming with malice. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Xiao Manlu and his companions swiftly dodged, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the monstrous foe. The creature's attacks were ferocious, making it difficult for them to close the distance. We must find its weakness, Xiao Manlu urged. After careful observation, they discerned that the beast's underbelly was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment amidst the creature's onslaught, Xiao Manlu leapt onto its back, thrusting his weapon toward its vulnerable spot. The beast roared in agony, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge him. Seeing this, Lin Sanhai and the others launched their attacks to draw the creature's attention. Ultimately, Xiao Manlu struck true, piercing the beast's weakness, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. After overcoming numerous formidable challenges, they finally reached the heart of the valley. There, they beheld a crystal orb radiating powerful energy. This must be what we seek, Xiao Manlu declared. However, as they prepared to approach the orb, a mysterious voice resonated in their ears. To obtain this power, you must pass the final trial. No sooner had the voice faded than the surroundings shifted instantaneously, transporting them to an illusory battlefield. Countless adversaries surged toward them. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Manlu proclaimed, "Prepare for battle." The group tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing themselves for this ultimate challenge. The combat was fierce, with Xiao Manlu and his companions fighting valiantly, each moment fraught with peril, yet their resolve remained unshaken. For the Alliance, for the continent, they had to persevere. At last, after a protracted and brutal struggle, they triumphed over all foes. The mysterious voice echoed once more, "You have passed the trial, this power belongs to you." The crystal orb floated gently toward Xiao Manlu, merging with his being. In an instant, he felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him. His companions sensed the transformation within him, their hearts brimming with hope. "Let us return swiftly and harness this power to combat the demons," Xiao Manlu urged. The group nodded eagerly, embarking on their journey home. Yet unbeknownst to them, as they departed the valley, a dark force stealthily infiltrated the valley, seemingly conspiring anew. Chapter 18. The Awakening of Power. With the formidable power acquired from the mysterious valley, Xiao Manlu and his comrades hastened back to the Alliance. Along the way, they were consumed by urgency, eager to immediately wield this newfound strength against the demonic forces. Upon their return, however, they found the situation within the Alliance even more dire than when they had left. The demonic assaults had intensified, and the Alliance's defenses teetered on the brink of collapse. Brothers, we have returned, Xiao Manlu proclaimed with fervor. The sight of their return ignited a flicker of hope in the eyes of their comrades. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Manlu unleashed the power of the crystal orb. A wave of potent energy surged forth, enveloping the entire Alliance. The warriors felt the infusion of this power, their bodies brimming with newfound strength and courage. Charge with me, Xiao Manlu cried, brandishing his sword as he led the charge into the enemy ranks. Lin Songhai, Ao Sanjin, and Li Yifeng followed closely, their figures resembling an unstoppable tide. Under the awakening of their strength, Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship became even more formidable. Each strike resonated with immense energy, repelling the demonic soldiers before him. Lin Songhai's spear soared like a roaring dragon, instilling fear in the hearts of the enemy. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that reduced swaths of demons to ashes. Li Yifeng's swordplay grew increasingly exquisite, his form weaving through the enemy lines as if in a realm untouched by foes. Meanwhile, Luan Feng and Zhao Linger provided powerful magical support and healing from the rear. Their spells illuminated the battlefield, rapidly restoring the combat readiness of the injured warriors. Under the relentless counteroffensive, the demons began to falter. Yet, the demon leader, unwilling to concede defeat, personally led an elite force in a final charge against Xiao Manlu and his comrades. Xiao Manlu, prepare to meet your end, the demon leader roared, wielding a massive axe as he charged forth. Undaunted, Xiao Manlu confronted the demon leader, and the two engaged in a fierce duel. The demon leader's strength was staggering, each blow reverberating with tremendous force. In the initial exchanges, Xiao Manlu found himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Manlu, hold fast, Lin Songhai and the others shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Hearing their cries ignited an indomitable spirit within Xiao Manlu. He recalled the hardships and trials he had faced, along with the sacrifices made to protect the continent. I will not lose, Xiao Manlu roared defiantly. In that instant, the power within him surged anew, his sword radiated brilliance as he unleashed a formidable sword technique never before displayed. The demon leader, caught off guard by Xiao Manlu's sudden burst of strength, began to reveal vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu struck, piercing the demon leader's chest. With an agonized scream, the demon leader collapsed to the ground. Witnessing their leader's demise, the demon soldiers plunged into chaos, scattering in terror. Xiao Manlu and his companions pressed the advantage, driving the demonic forces completely out of the Alliance's territory. As the battle concluded, cheers erupted within the Alliance. Warriors embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they celebrated this hard-won victory. Exhausted, Xiao Manlu sank to the ground, gasping for breath, as Lin Songhai and the others gathered around him, their faces radiant with elation. At long last, we have emerged victorious, exclaimed Ao Sanjin with palpable excitement. Xiao Manlu nodded solemnly, yet this triumph is but temporary. The demon clan will not relent easily. We must continue to strengthen our powers and prepare ourselves. The others voiced their unanimous agreement. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions harnessed the strength acquired from the mysterious valley to rebuild and fortify the Alliance. They trained new recruits, devised strategies, and readied themselves for the next onslaught from the demon clan. However, beneath the calm facade, a far graver crisis was silently encroaching. One day, while engrossed in his training, Xiao Manlu suddenly sensed a malevolent aura permeating the vicinity of the Alliance. This is not good. Something is amiss. Xiao Manlu promptly summoned his comrades. They arrived at the outskirts of the Alliance to discover a group of cloaked figures lurking in the shadows. Who are these individuals? Inquired Li Yifeng. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow. I am uncertain, but their presence fills me with unease. At that moment, the mysterious figures launched an abrupt assault, unleashing a dark beam towards Xiao Manlu and his companions. Swiftly, they reacted and managed to fend off the attack. Who are you? Xiao Manlu demanded loudly. A leader among the mysterious figures stepped forward, coldly declaring, We are the harbingers of darkness, sent to annihilate you. Xiao Manlu scoffed, Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The strength of these enigmatic figures was formidable, and their techniques were perplexing, plunging Xiao Manlu and his allies into a dire struggle. During the conflict, Xiao Manlu discerned that the attacks from these mysterious individuals seemed to diminish the power they had gained from the valley. Be cautious, their assaults are peculiar, Xiao Manlu cautioned. Lin Songhai was struck by the dark energy of the mysterious figures, instantly feeling a wave of numbness. Damn it, Lin Songhai cursed. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon. attempting to subdue the mysterious figures with his might, yet their dark power inflicted harm upon him. Li Feng also sustained injuries during the fray, placing Xiao Manlu and his companions in a precarious position. Just then, Luan Feng suddenly conceived a strategy. We can utilize light magic to counter their dark power. Luan Feng suggested. Zhao Linger immediately cast a spell of illumination, a radiant light illuminating the battlefield under the brilliance of the light magic. The movements of the mysterious figures slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu and his allies launched a counterattack, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a fierce confrontation, the mysterious figures were finally repelled, yet Xiao Manlu understood that this was merely the beginning. They must swiftly uncover the origins and intentions of these enigmatic figures to better confront future perils. Chapter 19. The Dark Conspiracy. Having driven back the mysterious figures, Xiao Manlu and his companions dared not indulge in any complacency. Promptly initiating an investigation to discern the origins and motives of these shadowy beings, they discovered peculiar runes and artifacts scattered around the battlefield, radiating an ominous energy that sent chills down their spines. Xiao Manlu collected these items, intending to examine them thoroughly. Upon returning to the Alliance, the group convened to deliberate their next course of action. The appearance of these mysterious figures was no mere coincidence. A far greater conspiracy surely lay behind them, Xiao Manlu remarked gravely. Lin Sanghai nodded in agreement. Indeed, and their ability to weaken the power we obtained from the mysterious valley is a troubling omen. Ao Sanjin furrowed his brow. What should we do then? We cannot simply wait idly by. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yifeng suggested, perhaps we can investigate these runes and artifacts for clues. Thus, Xiao Manlu and his companions began their examination of the items. After several days and nights of diligent effort, they finally uncovered some leads. The runes and artifacts appeared to be linked to an ancient dark organization that had long lurked in the shadows. Aiming to subvert the entire continent, the invasion by the Demon Clan was likely orchestrated by them from behind the scenes. If this is true, then the enemy we face is far more formidable than we had imagined. Luan Feng voiced her concerns anxiously. Zhao Linger added, yet we cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated. We must devise a way to thwart their schemes. Rising to his feet, Xiao Manlu asserted with unwavering resolve. Indeed, we must take the initiative, locate the lair of this dark organization, and eliminate them once and for all. The others responded with enthusiasm, readying themselves for the impending operation. They dispatched numerous scouts to gather intelligence far and wide. Simultaneously, Xiao Manlu and his companions continued their training to enhance their abilities. At last, one day, a scout reported the discovery of a suspected lair of the dark organization within a remote mountain range. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu led the group forth. They proceeded with utmost caution, evading various traps and dangers. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they were enveloped by a dense aura of darkness that was stifling. Be cautious. There may be an ambush ahead, Xiao Manlu warned. The group ascended the mountain with great care. Indeed, they had not gone far when they were suddenly attacked by members of the Dark Organization. A fierce battle ensued. The members of the Dark Organization were exceptionally powerful and ruthless. Xiao Manlu and his companions did not falter, bravely fighting back. In the midst of the battle, Xiao Manlu noticed that the members of the Dark Organization seemed to be under some form of control. Utterly disregarding their own lives, it must be the leader of that dark organization pulling the strings, Xiao Manlu deduced. After a strenuous fight, they finally broke through the enemy's defenses and reached the entrance of the dark organization's lair. At the entrance stood a formidable magical barrier, obstructing their path. Xiao Manlu attempted to strike the barrier with his sword, but it proved futile. What shall we do now? Lin Sanghai questioned just as despair loomed over them. Zhao Linger suddenly spoke up. I can attempt to use light magic to dispel this barrier. Without hesitation, Zhao Linger began to chant her incantation. A beam of pure light shot towards the magical barrier, causing cracks to appear upon its surface. Seizing the moment, Xiao Manlu and his allies intensified their assault and ultimately shattered the magical barrier. They rushed into the lair, where a thick mist of darkness obscured their vision. Stay close, do not get separated, Xiao Manlu instructed. The group huddled together, cautiously feeling their way forward. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from ahead. At last, you have arrived, but today marks your demise. Following the sound, they beheld a dark figure slowly materializing. You are the leader of the dark organization, Xiao Manlu inquired. The shadow replied with a cold sneer. Indeed, you foolish mortals dare to challenge my authority, Xiao Manlu retorted. Your schemes will not succeed, we shall eradicate you completely. The leader of the dark organization erupted into laughter. You, how Navi? With a wave of his hand, countless dark creatures emerged around them, lunging towards Xiao Manlu and his companions. An even more intense battle erupted. Xiao Man Lu and his allies engaged in a desperate struggle against the dark creatures. The relentless tide of dark entities surged forth, overwhelming them. Lin Songhai's spear was already stained crimson with blood. His endurance waning. Lin Songhai, hold on, Xiao Man Lu shouted. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, clashing fiercely with the dark creatures in the air, but he too sustained considerable injuries, although Li Yifeng's swordsmanship was fierce. He found himself struggling against the onslaught of numerous dark beings. Luanfeng and Zhao Ling relentlessly cast spells, providing support to their comrades, yet their magical energy was rapidly depleting. Xiao Man Lu was frantic. If this continued, they could very well face total annihilation. Just then, Xiao Man Lu suddenly perceived a flaw in the Dark Organization's leader's defenses. A cover for me, Xiao Man Lu shouted. The group exerted every ounce of strength to create an opportunity for him. Seizing the moment, Xiao Man Lu charged towards the leader of the Dark Organization, engaging him in a final confrontation. The duel between the two was fiercely intense, the surrounding space warping under the weight of their formidable powers. Xiao Man Lu unleashed the strongest force he had obtained from the mysterious valley, thrusting his sword toward the leader's chest. The leader attempted to block the attack but ultimately fell victim to Xiao Man Lu's strike. With the collapse of the Dark Organization's leader, the surrounding dark creatures began to dissipate. Xiao Man Lu and his companions had finally succeeded in destroying the lair of the Dark Organization. However, before they could celebrate, they uncovered an even more astonishing secret. Chapter 20, the truth behind having triumphed over the leader of the Dark Organization. Xiao Man Lu and his companions initially believed the crisis had been averted, only to discover a mysterious ancient tome deep within the lair. As Xiao Man Lu gently turned the pages, the revelations contained within left them utterly astounded. It became evident that the collusion between the Dark Organization and the Demon Clan was far more profound than they had imagined. The invasion by the Demon Clan was merely a fade, concealing a far-reaching conspiracy. According to the tome, the Dark Organization had been relentlessly seeking a legendary artifact, one possessing the power to annihilate and reshape the world. They intended to exploit the chaos wrought by the Demon Clan's invasion to seize the artifact and fulfill their ambition of world domination. This is terrifying. If they were to obtain the artifact, the consequences would be dire, Lin Songhai remarked, his face etched with concern. Xiao Man Lu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asserting, we must locate the artifact before they do and prevent this calamity. The group nodded in agreement, resolving to take immediate action. Following the clues outlined in the tome, they embarked on a quest across the world in search of the artifact. Along the way, they encountered numerous trials and tribulations. At times, they found themselves ensnared in labyrinthine traps, every step fraught with peril. At other times, they had to contend with harsh natural elements, with fierce winds, torrential rain, and extreme temperatures serving as obstacles, and occasionally, they faced opposition from rival factions, engaging in fierce battles for the sake of vital clues. During one such search, they arrived at an ancient tribe. The chieftain of the tribe informed them that the legendary artifact might be concealed on a mysterious island. Yet that island is shrouded in formidable magic, fraught with unknown perils. Unfazed, Xiao Man Lu and his companions resolutely decided to embark on a journey to this enigmatic isle. Upon their arrival, they were immediately beset by an overwhelming magical pressure. The flora on the island was both peculiar and perilous. Some plants exuded toxic gases, while others lashed out with tendrils to attack them. Ao Sanjin cautiously forged ahead, incinerating the hazardous vegetation with his dragon breath. Li Yifeng remained ever vigilant, attentive to the slightest disturbance in their surroundings. As they pressed onward, they arrived at the entrance of a colossal cavern. An eerie mist enveloped the cave, and a low, ominous growl echoed within. Everyone, be cautious, there may be powerful monsters inside, Xiao Man Lu cautioned. The group advanced into the cave with utmost care. No sooner had they entered than a massive two-headed beast lunged at them. The creature possessed extraordinary strength, causing the ground to tremble with each of its assaults. Xiao Man Lu and Lin Songhai joined forces to face the beast. Xiao Man Lu's swordplay was agile and versatile, while Lin Songhai wielded his spear with brute force. Their seamless collaboration ignited a fierce battle. Luanfeng and Zhao Ling supported them from the rear, casting spells to bolster their defenses. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the two-headed monster. Delving deeper into the cavern, they stumbled upon an immense magical circle. At the heart of the circle lay a gemstone radiating a mysterious glow. Could this be the artifact we seek? Ao Sanjin inquired. Xiao Man Lu approached cautiously, scrutinizing the gemstone. The moment he drew near, the gemstone suddenly unleashed a potent force, sending him staggering backward. This is troubling. The gemstone has a formidable defense mechanism, Xiao Man Lu remarked. The group commenced various attempts to dismantle the gemstone's defenses, yet none proved successful. Just as despair began to set in, Xiao Man Lu recalled the power he had acquired in the mysterious valley. Perhaps we can harness that power, he proposed. The group agreed to give it a try, channeling the strength they had gained in the valley into the gemstone. Miraculously, the gemstone's defenses gradually weakened, ultimately allowing them to claim it successfully. However, just as they secured the gemstone, remnants of the Dark Organization suddenly emerged, surrounding them. Surrender the artifact, or face death, the leader of the Dark Organization snarled menacingly. Xiao Manlu gripped the gemstone tightly and retorted, "If you have the capability, come and take it." A fierce battle erupted once more, as Xiao Manlu and his comrades clashed with the Dark Organization. Lin Songhai's spear danced through the enemy ranks, creating a downpour of blood. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing scorching dragon breath. Li Yifeng's swordplay was swift as the wind, claiming the lives of several foes in an instant. Xiao Manlu, employing his nimble agility and formidable swordsmanship, thwarted the enemy's advances repeatedly. Luanfeng and Zhao Linger tirelessly cast spells, healing wounds and enhancing their comrades' combat prowess. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides suffering heavy casualties, yet Xiao Manlu and his companions remained undaunted, their unwavering belief propelling them forward. Finally, under their relentless resistance, the remnants of the Dark Organization began to falter and retreat. They had successfully safeguarded the artifact, but they understood well that this was merely the beginning. Ahead lay the challenge of wielding the artifact's power to thwart the Dark Organization's sinister plots and protect the peace of their world. Chapter 21, the eve of the final battle. Having successfully returned to the Alliance with the artifact from the mysterious island, Xiao Manlu and his companions barely had time to catch their breath before receiving unsettling news. Upon learning of the Dark Organization's defeat, the Demon Clan resolved to launch a final all-out assault, aiming to obliterate the Alliance and seize the artifact. Tension permeated the Alliance as preparations commenced for the impending confrontation. Xiao Manlu stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, his mind awash with thoughts. The Demon Clan comes with great ferocity. We must be thoroughly prepared, Lin Songhai remarked, joining him. Xiao Manlu nodded. We must rely not only on brute force but also on our wits. Ao Sanjin approached, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. We will not allow the Demon Clan to succeed." Meanwhile, Li Yifeng was on the training grounds, instructing soldiers in their final preparations, his voice ringing out, "Stay sharp, everyone. This is a fight for our lives." Luanfeng and Zhao Linger busied themselves in the tents, preparing various healing herbs and magical tools. Xiao Manlu summoned everyone to discuss strategy. We must arrange our defenses based on the Demon Clan's likely approach, he indicated on the map. Lin Songhai suggested, "We could set traps at key locations to slow their advance." Ao Sanjin offered, "I can lead an elite team to flank the Demon Clan." Li Yifeng stated, "I will secure the main city and ensure our rear is safe." Everyone voiced their opinions, and Xiao Manlu listened attentively, refining their battle plan. During their preparations, the Alliance received additional support, nearby tribes and factions, inspired by the Alliance's valor against the Dark Organization and the Demon Clan, sent personnel and resources to assist. With their support, our chances of success have increased, Xiao Manlu declared. However, the pressure remained immense. The Demon Clan's vanguard was closing in, prompting Xiao Manlu and his companions to lead the soldiers into battle. On the battlefield, the clamor of war was deafening. Leading the charge, Xiao Manlu wielded his longsword, cutting down demon soldiers one after another. Lin Songhai's spear moved like a dragon, leaving fallen foes in its wake. Ao Sanjin unleashed dragon breath from above, sowing chaos among the demon ranks, yet the Demon Clan continued to pour forth in relentless waves, and the Alliance soldiers began to tire. "Hold strong," Xiao Manlu shouted. At that moment, an elite unit of the Demon Clan breached their defenses and charged towards the main city. Li Yifeng rallied the soldiers to mount a fierce resistance, and the main city descended into a brutal conflict. Luanfeng and Zhao Linger worked tirelessly within the city, casting spells to heal the injured soldiers. Seeing the main city's plight, Xiao Manlu's heart raced with urgency. He led a team to provide reinforcements. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled this wave of demon attacks. As night fell, the battlefield was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. In their tent, Xiao Manlu and his comrades deliberated their next course of action. The Demon Clan's assault was merely a probe. The true battle lies ahead, Xiao Manlu stated. They all understood that the forthcoming conflict would be even more brutal. In the ensuing days, the Demon Clan launched a series of small-scale attacks, attempting to wear down the Alliance's strength. Xiao Manlu and his companions remained composed, steadfastly holding their ground while seeking the Demon Clan's vulnerabilities. One day, Xiao Manlu received intelligence indicating a disruption in the Demon Clan's supply lines. "This is an opportunity. We can dispatch a strike force to attack their supply line," he proposed. Lin Songhai volunteered, Let me go, Xiao Manlu nodded. Be cautious. Lin Songhai led a team of elite soldiers setting out under the cover of night. They successfully struck the Demon Clan's supply line, inflicting significant losses. Furious upon learning of the attack, the Demon Clan's leader resolved to launch an early full-scale assault. As the eve of the decisive battle approached, a tense yet resolute atmosphere enveloped the alliance. Standing atop the city wall, Xiao Manlu gazed at the dawn sky, silently vowing, no matter the cost, I will protect this land. Chapter 22. The life and death showdown. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the demon army surged toward the alliance's defenses like a tidal wave. Xiao Manlu stood on the city wall, observing the dark mass approaching, a surge of fearless courage swelling within him. Brothers, for our homeland and for peace, today we shall fight to the death against the Demon Clan, he proclaimed, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Lin Songhai gripped his spear tightly, his gaze resolute. Xiao Manlu, today let the Demon Clan witness our might. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, soaring high above, roaring, I shall ensure these demons do not return. Li Yifeng rallied the soldiers, declaring, prepare yourselves, we shall not falter. The war drums of the Demon Clan thundered, their battle cries deafening. They crashed against the alliance's defenses with wild abandon, igniting a conflagration of chaos and bloodshed. Xiao Manlu led the charge, leaping from the city wall into the fray. His swordsmanship was razor-sharp, each strike imbued with lethal intent. As demon soldiers fell before him, beside him, Lin Songhai wielded his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, driving enemies away. Ao Sanjin unleashed dragon breath from the skies, reducing swaths of demons to ash. Yet the demon hordes were overwhelming, a relentless tide that seemed inexhaustible. Luanfeng and Zhao Linger fought valiantly from the rear, casting spells to heal the wounded and uplift morale. However, as the battle dragged on, the alliance's casualties mounted. Xiao Manlu, this cannot continue, Lin Songhai shouted, his body smeared with blood. Xiao Manlu's eyes remained steadfast. Hold firm, we will prevail. Just then, a cadre of formidable demon mages emerged from the ranks, unleashing dark magic that posed a grave threat to the alliance. This is perilous. Dark magic, Li Yifeng exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Xiao Manlu declared, I will confront them. He charged toward the mages, battling fiercely through the chaos. At last, he reached the mages, engaging them in an intense clash of magic and swordplay, while Xiao Manlu grappled with the mages. The demon army took advantage of the distraction to breach one of the alliance's defenses. Seal the breach, Lin Songhai bellowed, leading soldiers to respond. Ao Sanjin, witnessing the unfolding chaos, dove down recklessly, using his massive form to shield against the demon onslaught. Ao Sanjin, Xiao Manlu cried out in anguish as he saw his comrade injured, yet he was acutely aware that he could not afford to be distracted at this moment. The threat posed by the sorcerers must be swiftly eradicated. After an intense and desperate battle, Xiao Manlu ultimately triumphed over the sorcerers, dispelling the menace of dark magic. However, the situation for the alliance remained dire. The leader of the Demon Clan had personally entered the fray, his formidable strength causing the alliance's soldiers to falter wherever he tread. Witnessing this disheartening scene ignited a fierce rage within Xiao Manlu. Demon Clan leader, today shall mark your demise. He charged towards the demon leader, and a breathtaking duel ensued between the two. The clash of Xiao Manlu's sword against the demon leader's battle axe sparked brilliant flames with each encounter. Lin Songhai and Li Yifeng also rushed to provide support, joining forces with Xiao Manlu to besiege the demon leaders. Gradually, the demon leader began to find himself at a disadvantage, yet he continued to resist with unwavering determination. At a critical juncture, Xiao Manlu discerned a flaw in the demon leader's defense and without hesitation thrust his sword forward. The demon leader let out a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground. The leader is dead. The leader is dead. The demon soldiers, upon witnessing their leader's fall, were thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu bellowed, the demon leader has perished, let us attack. The morale of the alliance's soldiers surged as they launched a counter-offensive. The demons began to rout, fleeing in all directions. After an intense pursuit, the alliance ultimately claimed victory in this decisive battle, yet the battlefield lay in ruins, strewn with corpses. Exhausted, Xiao Manlu sat upon the ground, surveying the devastation around him, his heart a tumult of emotions. We have emerged victorious, Lin Songhai said hoarsely. Ao Sanjin transformed back into human form, battered and bruised, lying on the ground. Luanfeng and Zhao Linger hurried over to tend to their wounds, but the price we paid was steep. Li Yifeng lamented, his eyes filled with sorrow as he regarded the fallen comrades. Xiao Manlu rose to his feet, yet we have safeguarded our homeland, our sacrifices were not in vain. In the aftermath of the battle, the alliance commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield and aiding the wounded. They held a solemn funeral to honor their deceased comrades, commemorating their valiant deeds. Xiao Manlu understood that although they had triumphed in this battle, the road ahead remained long and arduous. they must continue to strengthen themselves in order to confront any new threats that might arise amidst the ruins. Xiao Manlu gazed into the distance, silently vowing, regardless of the difficulties and dangers that lie ahead, we shall forge onward, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this continent. Chapter 23, Reconstruction in Hope, Indiana. The wake of the Great Battle, the land of the Alliance lay in tatters, beset by crumbling walls and charred earth. As Xiao Manlu surveyed the desolation, his heart brimmed not only with sorrow but also with a resolute determination to rebuild. Brothers, though we have achieved victory, the scene before us reveals that there is much work to be done. Xiao Manlu's voice was steadfast and powerful. Lin Songhai nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must breathe new life into this place. Ao Sanjin gazed at the ruins, his eyes glimmering with hope. Then let us join hands in this endeavor. Li Yifeng clenched his fists. For the future, the group began to collaborate, with Xiao Manlu overseeing the reconstruction plans, Lin Songhai leading a team to clear the debris, Ao Sanjin seeking out building materials, and Li Yifeng organizing aid for the wounded and soothing the populace. Luanfeng and Zhao Linger were equally industrious, employing their medical skills to heal those injured in battle. Simultaneously, they scurried about to gather supplies and funds for the rebuilding effort. The task of reconstruction proved immensely challenging as they faced various difficulties and obstacles daily, yet Xiao Manlu and his companions faltered not. Their unwavering belief propelled them forward. One day, while Xiao Manlu was discussing architectural plans with the craftsmen, a messenger rushed in to report the discovery of an underground treasure during the debris clearing. Xiao Manlu hurriedly followed the messenger to the site, where they beheld a vast underground chamber brimming with gold, silver, and precious artifacts. This must be the spoils of the Demon Clan, and it will serve us well in reconstructing our homeland, Xiao Manlu exclaimed joyfully. With this unexpected wealth, the rebuilding efforts progressed more smoothly. New houses sprang up, and the streets gradually regained their former appearance. During this reconstruction phase, the Alliance welcomed many new members, drawn by the tales of Xiao Manlu and his companions' bravery, eager to contribute to the Alliance's growth. Among them was a young sorcerer named Fengyu, whose exceptional magical talents fortified the Alliance's defensive structures with powerful magical barriers. Additionally, there was a master craftsman named Tai Shan, whose exquisite skills rendered the buildings both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. As time passed, the Alliance gradually regained vitality, crops were replanted in the fields, shops reopened, and smiles returned to the faces of the people. Nevertheless, Xiao Manlu remained vigilant. He understood that although the Demon Clan had been temporarily repelled, they could return at any moment. We cannot rest on our laurels, we must continue to strengthen our training and enhance our capabilities, Xiao Manlu stated during an Alliance meeting. The others voiced their agreement, and thus a new training regimen was initiated. The warriors trained diligently each day, while the sorcerers tirelessly explored new magical techniques, infusing the entire Alliance with a spirited atmosphere. On a sunny day, the Alliance held a grand celebration. The people sang and danced, rejoicing in the rebirth of their homeland. Standing on a platform, Xiao Manlu surveyed the jubilant crowd, his heart swelling with emotion. This is the fruit of our collective efforts. Let us continue to walk hand in hand towards a brighter future, Xiao Manlu proclaimed. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Yet, at that moment, a scout rushed in, bearing shocking news. Report, Alliance leader, traces of the Demon Clan have been discovered at the border. They seem to be amassing forces. Xiao Manlu's expression turned grave as he immediately summoned everyone to prepare for battle. The Alliance, having only just relaxed, tensed once more, cognizant that new challenges loomed on the horizon. However, this time, they felt no fear, for they believed that as long as they stood united, no enemy was insurmountable. Xiao Manlu and his companions swiftly devised a battle plan, ready to confront the impending invasion of the Demon Clan. Amidst the tense preparations, Xiao Manlu received a mysterious letter. The letter alluded to a method capable of utterly annihilating the Demon Clan, but it required venturing to a perilous location to retrieve a mystical artifact. This could very well be the key to ending this war, Xiao Manlu remarked. Lin Songhai expressed his concern, but it could also be a trap. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Manlu resolved that regardless, we must take the chance. Thus, he decided to lead a contingent to the location mentioned in the letter in search of the artifact, while Lin Songhai and the others remained with the Alliance. Continuing to prepare for the Demon Clan's assault, they embarked on a journey fraught with uncertainty, encountering various treacherous traps and formidable monsters along the way. Yet Xiao Manlu and his companions pressed on, driven by a singular belief, to find the artifact and save the continent. After arduous travel, they finally reached their destination, an ancient cave suffused with an air of mystery. Cautiously, Xiao Manlu stepped into the cave, only to be confronted by a powerful magical barrier that obstructed their path. Everyone, be careful. this magical barrier is formidable, Xiao Manlu cautioned. Feng Yu stepped forward, allowing me to attempt to break it, after much effort. Feng Yu successfully dismantled the magical barrier. They delved deeper into the cave, ultimately discovering the coveted artifact nestled within its depths. However, just as they prepared to seize the artifact, a formidable guardian materialized within the cave. To claim the artifact, you must first pass my test, the guardian declared. Unfazed, Xiao Manlu and his companions engaged the guardian in a fierce battle. Chapter 24, the contest for the mysterious artifact facing the formidable guardian. Xiao Manlu and his companions exhibited no sign of retreat. The guardian towered over them, emanating a potent magical aura that instilled trepidation. Charge, Xiao Manlu shouted, leading the charge. His sword shimmered with light as he lunged at the guardian. The guardian effortlessly deflected Xiao Manlu's strike with a mere sweep of its arm. Seizing the moment, Lin Sanghai lunged forward, his spear aimed directly at the guardian's throat. The guardian deftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a kick towards Lin Sanghai. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, unleashing a torrent of searing fire. The guardian formed a magical shield with its hands, successfully repelling the fiery onslaught. Feng Yu, from the rear, unleashed powerful spells, sending beams of light toward the guardian. The guardian was forced to divide its attention, the pressure mounting. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng, employing his agile movements, darted around the guardian, seeking an opportunity to strike. The group coordinated seamlessly, launching a relentless assault against the guardian. Though formidable, the guardian began to show signs of fatigue under their combined onslaught. Now's the time, Xiao Manlu seized the opportunity, unleashing his most formidable sword technique. A dazzling beam of sword light cleaved towards the guardian. The guardian summoned all its strength to block the attack but was still struck, a wound appearing on its form. Seizing the moment, the group intensified their assault. The guardian, finally unable to withstand the barrage, collapsed to the ground. We have finally defeated it, Ao Sanjin gasped, panting heavily. Xiao Manlu advanced, grasping the mysterious artifact. It radiated immense power, causing his heart to race. What exactly is this artifact? Li Yifeng inquired with curiosity. Xiao Manlu scrutinized the artifact, unsure of its nature, yet sensing that it contained tremendous energy. At that moment, the cave began to tremble violently, rocks cascading from the ceiling. This is bad, the cave is collapsing. Lin Sanghai shouted. The group hurriedly dashed towards the entrance. Just as they escaped the cave, it crumbled entirely. That was close, Feng Yu exclaimed, still shaken, holding the artifact. Xiao Manlu urged, let us return quickly and reunite with Lin Sanghai and the others. The group nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way back towards the alliance. However, on their way back, they encountered an ambush set by the demonic clan. Haha, Xiao Manlu, you have finally fallen into our trap. Proclaimed a triumphant leader of the demonic clan, Xiao Manlu snorted coldly. Do you think you can stop us with just your numbers? In an instant, both sides erupted into a fierce battle, although Xiao Manlu and his companions had just emerged from a fierce conflict. They faced the ambush of the demonic clan without a trace of fear. Xiao Manlu wielded his longsword, cutting through the ranks of demons with relentless ferocity. Lin Sanghai's spear moved like a dragon, claiming the life of a demon with every strike. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, delivering devastating blows from the skies. Feng Yu and Li Yifeng each unleashed their unique skills, fighting tooth and nail against the demonic horde. However, the sheer number of demons continued to swell, gradually overwhelming Xiao Manlu and his companions. This cannot go on. We must break through, Xiao Manlu shouted. The group concentrated their strength, charging towards a singular direction. After a blood-soaked struggle, they finally breached the encirclement of the demonic clan, albeit at a heavy cost, with many sustaining injuries. We cannot stop, we must press on, declared Xiao Manlu. At last, they returned to the alliance. Lin Sanghai, seeing their return, was overjoyed. You have finally come back, he exclaimed. Xiao Manlu produced the treasure they had acquired, stating, we obtained this treasure, but it has also attracted the pursuit of the demonic clan. Lin Sanghai gazed at the treasure and said, no matter what, we must first study how to wield it. Just then, the demonic army was already at their gates. Xiao Manlu, hand over the treasure, or we shall raze your alliance to the ground, shouted the demonic leader from outside the city. Xiao Manlu ascended the city walls, challenging, if you have the ability, then come and take it. Thus began an intense battle of offense and defense. The demons launched a frenzied assault on the alliance's walls, while Xiao Manlu and his companions fought valiantly to defend. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Manlu discovered that the treasure seemed to have a restraining effect on the demons. Cover me, I will attempt to use the treasure against them, he commanded. The group fought desperately against the demon onslaught, buying Xiao Manlu precious time. But he focused his energy, channeling it into the treasure. Suddenly, it erupted with blinding light, unleashing a powerful beam toward the demonic forces. The demon soldiers writhed in agony beneath the brilliance, collapsing to the ground. We did it, The group cheered, sensing the tide turning. The demonic leader ordered a retreat. As they watched the fleeing army, Xiao Manlu and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they understood this victory was but a fleeting moment. They needed to unravel the mystery of the treasure and eliminate the demonic threat once and for all. We must hasten to uncover the secrets of this treasure, Xiao Manlu urged. The group nodded in agreement and began their investigation. Chapter 25. The secrets of the treasure. Gathered around the treasure, Xiao Manlu and his companions endeavored to unveil its enigmatic nature. The artifact radiated a soft yet formidable glow, as if harboring boundless power. This treasure is so mysterious. Where should we even begin? Lin Sanghai mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Ao Sanjin meticulously examined the treasure, remarking, I sense its power resonates with our battle aura. Feng Yu closed her eyes, using magic to perceive the treasure's vibrations. I can detect intricate magical patterns within, she stated. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng pored over various ancient tomes, hoping to find relevant accounts. Xiao Manlu calmed himself and gradually infused his battle aura into the treasure. In an instant, the artifact shone brilliantly, a surge of energy rebounding and sending him staggering back a few steps. Be careful, Wanfeng and Zhao Linger rushed forward to steady him. It seems we cannot blindly channel our power. We must discover the correct method, Xiao Manlu said, rubbing his chest just as the group was at an impasse. Li Yifeng suddenly exclaimed with excitement, I found it. This ancient tome mentions a similar treasure, claiming it requires specific incantations and hand seals to activate. All eyes turned to the book in Li Yifeng's hands. Let us hasten and try it, Xiao Manlu urged. Following the tome's instructions, he began reciting the incantation and forming complex hand seals. The treasure indeed reacted, its light flickering more frequently, and the surrounding space began to warp. It seems to be working, Ao Sanjin exclaimed, exhilarated. However, at that moment a powerful dark energy surged from the treasure, manifesting as countless shadows that lunged toward them. What is happening? Lin Sanghai shouted, wielding his spear to fend off the shadows. Feng Yu quickly cast a spell, forming a barrier to temporarily halt the dark onslaught. Xiao Manlu's expression grew grave. It appeared they had triggered some form of seal within the treasure. The group fought valiantly against the shadows while contemplating their next move. Zhao Linger proposed, perhaps we can purify these dark forces with the power of light. With that, she and Luanfeng joined forces to cast a light spell, enveloping the shadows in a radiant glow. Gradually, the shadows dissipated under the illumination. After considerable effort, they successfully subdued the dark energy. The treasure returned to tranquility, its light now gentle and stable. Let us try again, Xiao Manlu said, reciting the incantation and forming the hand seals once more. This time, the treasure exhibited no further anomalies. A beam of light shot forth from it, forming an image in the air. The image depicted an ancient ritual, seemingly the key to unlocking the treasure's true power. So that's it. We must perform this ritual to activate the treasure's genuine might, Xiao Manlu declared. The group began preparing the necessary items and setting for the ritual. Meanwhile, the demonic clan was not idle. They dispatched elite assassins to infiltrate the alliance and seize the treasure. Fortunately, Xiao Manlu and his companions had anticipated this, bolstering the alliance's defenses. The assassins were discovered and repelled one by one. Finally, the preparations for the ritual were complete. Standing in the ritual formation, they followed the directives from the image and commenced the activation. The treasure's radiance intensified, illuminating the entire alliance as if it were daylight. A powerful force erupted from the treasure, forming a massive vortex of energy. Hold on, Xiao Manlu shouted. As the energy vortex expanded, a beam of light shot skyward, aiming straight for the demonic camp. In the demonic encampment, the leaders felt the overwhelming power and were thrown into a panic. The light enveloped the entire demonic camp, and the soldiers writhed in agony before turning to ash when the radiance faded. The demonic encampment lay in ruins, the majority of the demonic forces obliterated. Exhausted, Xiao Manlu and his companions collapsed to the ground, yet smiles of victory adorned their faces. We have finally succeeded, Lin Sanghai exclaimed with elation. However, they understood that this was merely a temporary triumph. Many challenges still lay ahead, but their recent experiences fortified their belief that as long as they stood united, no obstacle was insurmountable. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions harnessed the treasure's power to strengthen the alliance's defenses and began aiding neighboring regions in restoring peace and prosperity. Their names became legendary, celebrated in tales, yet Xiao Manlu and his companions remained humble, diligently training to enhance their abilities, tirelessly striving to safeguard the peace of the continent. One day, while patrolling, Xiao Manlu stumbled upon a mysterious figure. Who goes there? He asked warily. The shadowy figure slowly turned, revealing a familiar face. Itsu, Xiao Manlu gasped in astonishment. It turned out that this mysterious figure was a remnant of the once vanished dark organization. Did you think eliminating the demonic clan would solve everything? darkness will never truly vanish," the enigmatic figure sneered, gripping his sword tightly. Xiaomanlu declared, "No matter how much darkness there is, we shall drive it away." A new battle was on the horizon. Chapter 26. A new threat. Xiaomanlu fixed his gaze on the mysterious remnant of the Dark Organization, his battle aura surging involuntarily. "Humph, do you really think you can halt the descent of darkness?" The figure smirked disdainfully. Xiaomanlu's resolve was unwavering. "Whatever your schemes may be, we will not allow you to succeed." The mysterious figure laughed heartily. "Then just wait and see." With that, he vanished without a trace. Xiaomanlu immediately gathered his companions to inform them of the situation. "It appears the Dark Organization has not been entirely eradicated. We must proceed with caution," Lin Sanghai remarked. Ao Sanjin furrowed his brow. "Since they dare to show themselves, they must have some plans in place." Feng Yu pondered for a moment. "We need to enhance our patrols and intelligence gathering to prevent them from exploiting any weaknesses." The group nodded in agreement and began implementing defensive measures with urgency. However, it wasn't long before reports of attacks from surrounding villages reached the Alliance. The villagers suffered heavy casualties, their homes reduced to ashes, painting a scene of devastation. Upon arriving at the scene, Xiaomanlu was filled with rage at the sight of the carnage. "These wretches!" Li Yifeng gritted his teeth. Xiaomanlu meticulously examined the traces left at the site. Judging by the methods of attack, it was likely the work of the Dark Organization. They began searching for clues, hoping to uncover the Dark Organization's hideout. During the investigation, Xiaomanlu discovered that the Dark Organization seemed to be searching for something of great significance. "What exactly are they after?" Zhao Linger inquired. Perplexed, Xiaomanlu contemplated for a moment. "Whatever it is, we cannot allow them to succeed." Meanwhile, the Dark Organization's activities grew increasingly frequent, intensifying the pressure on the Alliance. One night, the Alliance was suddenly besieged by a large-scale assault from the Dark Organization. "Prepare for battle," Xiaomanlu shouted, rallying his comrades. A fierce clash ensued. The members of the Dark Organization were formidable and ruthless. Xiaomanlu fought valiantly amidst the fray, each swing of his sword claiming an enemy's life. Lin Sanghai wielded his spear like a dragon breaking free from the sea, causing enemies to scatter in fear. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, unleashing torrents of dragon fire upon the Dark Organization, inflicting substantial casualties. Feng Yu and Li Yifeng, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their own formidable skills, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. Meanwhile, Wan Feng and Zhao Linger provided healing and support from the rear. The battle raged intensely. Although the Alliance's warriors fought valiantly, the onslaught from the Dark Organization was overwhelming, leading the Alliance into a dire predicament. This situation was untenable. Xiaomanlu felt a surge of urgency. Just then, he suddenly caught sight of the Dark Organization's leader. "Capture the thief by seizing the king," Xiaomanlu bellowed, charging toward the leader. The leader, upon noticing Xiaomanlu's advance, smirked coldly, underestimating him. A fierce confrontation ensued between Xiaomanlu and the leader, their strengths evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. At the height of their fierce duel, a member of the Dark Organization stealthily infiltrated the Alliance's treasury amidst the chaos. "This is bad." Lin Sanghai realized the situation and attempted to intervene, but was ensnared by the enemy and unable to break free. The member rummaged through the treasury and finally uncovered a mysterious box. "Found it," he exclaimed with excitement. Xiaomanlu heard this shout, his heart tightening that he must not be allowed to take the box. Summoning all his strength, Xiaomanlu executed a powerful combat technique, forcing the leader back. He swiftly turned and charged toward the member. Seeing this, the member immediately fled with the box in hand. Xiaomanlu pursued relentlessly. During the chase, he found himself entering an unfamiliar place, suffused with an eerie atmosphere, the surroundings becoming increasingly indistinct. "Where is this?" Xiaomanlu's heart filled with wariness. Suddenly, a massive stone door appeared before him. The door slowly opened, and a tremendous force surged forth from within. Xiaomanlu felt the weight of this power pressing down upon him, compelling him to halt. "What is this?" He gazed at the stone door, filled with confusion and unease. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. Chapter 27. The trial of the mysterious realm. Standing before the colossal stone door, Xiaomanlu heard the mysterious voice resonate. "Those who enter this realm must undergo numerous trials to escape." The voice seemed to emanate from ancient times, laden with immense pressure. Taking a deep breath, Xiaomanlu tightened his grip on his sword and resolutely stepped through the stone door. Inside lay a vast cavern, its walls shimmering with strange light. Xiaomanlu proceeded cautiously, each step imbued with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and massive stone automatons emerged from the earth. These stone giants were colossal yet surprisingly agile. Swinging their muscular arms toward Xiaomanlu, he deftly evaded their attacks. Employing his fierce swordsmanship, he aimed for the joints of the automatons. However, their bodies were impenetrable, and his strikes only left shallow marks upon them. This approach would not suffice, Xiao Manlu pondered. Observing the automaton's attack patterns, he noted that they paused briefly after each strike. Seizing this opportunity, he leaped onto the head of one of the automatons and drove his sword deep into its skull. The automaton struggled for a moment before collapsing. The other automatons, witnessing this, became even more frenzied in their assault on Xiao Manlu. He weaved between them, continually searching for their vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, Xiao Manlu finally defeated all the stone automatons. Before he could catch his breath, a thick black mist began to envelop the cavern. Eerie laughter echoed from within the fog, sending chills down his spine. "Who is it?" Xiao Manlu shouted. A shadow emerged from the mist, obscured in features save for a pair of glowing red eyes. "Xiao Manlu, do you believe you can easily pass through this trial?" the shadow remarked coldly. Xiao Manlu, ever vigilant, replied, "No matter the trials, I shall not flinch." The shadow laughed menacingly. "Then let me see your prowess." With that, the shadow waved its hands, unleashing a torrent of black flames toward Xiao Manlu. He quickly raised his sword to defend, the black flames hissing upon contact with the blade. Xiao Manlu felt an overwhelming force emanating from the sword, nearly wrenching it from his grasp. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his battle energy into the sword, causing it to radiate blinding light. With deft movements, he repelled the black flames one by one. The shadow, witnessing this, launched another assault, summoning a horde of skeletal warriors to charge at Xiao Manlu. Undeterred, he engaged in a fierce battle with the skeletons. His swordsmanship was precise and swift, each strike finding its mark on the skeletons' vital points. Yet, overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, Xiao Manlu began to feel fatigued. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a flaw in the shadow's defense. Gathering his strength, he surged toward the shadow. The shadow, taken aback by Xiao Manlu's sudden counterattack, was caught off guard. Seizing the moment, Xiao Manlu thrust his sword at the shadow's chest. The shadow let out a piercing cry, dissipating into a cloud of mist. Sighing with relief, Xiao Manlu pressed onward. He soon faced various bizarre trials, including formidable magical traps, ferocious beasts, and intricate puzzles. Yet, through unwavering determination and outstanding skill, Xiao Manlu overcame each challenge. At last, he reached the depths of the cavern, where a grand stone platform held an ancient tome. Ascending the platform, Xiao Manlu grasped the book. It radiated immense power, and he felt his battle energy surge under its influence. Perhaps this is the reward for passing the trial. Xiao Manlu felt a surge of joy. However, just as he prepared to leave, the cavern began to collapse. He hastily ran toward the exit, where he encountered the member of the Dark Organization who had stolen the box. "Hand over the box," Xiao Manlu shouted. The member of the Dark Organization scoffed. "If you have the ability, come and take it." With that, he turned to flee. Xiao Manlu pursued relentlessly, finally catching up to him in a secluded valley. The two engaged in a final confrontation. Xiao Manlu unleashed a powerful technique learned from the tome, decisively defeating the Dark Organization member and reclaiming the box. With the box in hand, Xiao Manlu embarked on his journey home, knowing that the Alliance awaited him and that greater challenges lay ahead. Chapter 28, Return in Crisis. Having endured countless trials to reclaim the box, Xiao Manlu finally returned to the Alliance. The sight of his return lifted a great weight from everyone's hearts. "Xiao Manlu, you have finally returned. We were all so worried," Lin Sanghai exclaimed as he approached. Xiao Manlu smiled slightly. "I have fulfilled my mission and brought back the box." Ao Sanjin curiously leaned in. "What is contained within that box?" Xiao Manlu shook his head. "I am not yet certain, but the Dark Organization seems desperate to possess it, suggesting it conceals a great secret." Just then, the box emanated a peculiar aura that swiftly enveloped the entire Alliance. "This is not good. Something is amiss." Feng Yu's expression changed dramatically. Everyone suddenly felt dizzy, their bodies growing weak and feeble. "Be cautious," Xiao Manlu shouted, fighting through his discomfort. Suddenly, shadows surged in from all directions, revealing the remnants of the Dark Organization. Haha, Xiao Manlu, you have fallen into our trap. The leader of the Dark Organization laughed triumphantly. Xiao Manlu glared fiercely. "Even so, you shall not succeed." The two sides clashed once more in a fierce battle. However, due to the influence of the box's aura, the Alliance's strength diminished significantly, and they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Lin Sanghai's spear no longer wielded its former might, and Ao Sanjin's movements as a dragon became sluggish. Xiao Manlu felt a rising desperation, striving to discover a way to dispel the box's aura. "There must be a way," he vowed inwardly. At that moment, A Zhao Linger appeared to have an epiphany. "I once read of a similar situation in an ancient text. Perhaps we can use a purification array to dispel this aura," she suggested. Xiao Manlu's eyes lit up. "Then let us quickly prepare the array." Zhao Linger and Luan Feng immediately began gathering the materials and talismans needed for the purification array. During their preparations, Xiaoman Lu and the others fought valiantly against the Dark Organization's attacks, buying them time. The Dark Organization leader recognized their intentions and intensified his assaults, determined to thwart the Array's establishment. They must not succeed. He ordered loudly, gritting his teeth. Xiaoman Lu repelled the enemy's advances time and again. Finally, Zhao Linger and Luan Feng successfully completed the purification array. As the array activated, a powerful purifying energy spread forth, gradually dispelling the box's eerie aura. The members of the alliance felt a sudden lightness, their strength returning. The time for counterattack had come. Xiaoman Lu roared. The morale of the group surged as they launched a fierce counteroffensive against the Dark Organization. Xiaoman Lu's swordsmanship became even more formidable. Lin Sanghai's spear struck with the force of a thunderbolt, and Ao Sanjin's dragon fire blazed with intensity. Under their counterattack, the Dark Organization was pushed back relentlessly. Retreat. The leader, sensing the tide turning against him, ordered a withdrawal. Xiaoman Lu and the others would not let them escape easily, pursuing them relentlessly. After an intense chase, the majority of the Dark Organization's members were eliminated, and the leader fled, severely injured. Finally, we have driven them away, Li Feng panted. Xiaoman Lu surveyed the wreckage strewn about, stating, "Yet this is but a temporary victory. The Dark Organization will not relent. We must prepare ourselves more thoroughly." The others nodded in agreement, beginning to clear the battlefield and repair the Alliance's defenses. After several days of diligent work, the Alliance gradually restored its former order. However, just as they believed they could finally catch their breath, a new crisis quietly descended upon them. One night, a mysterious messenger arrived at the Alliance. "Xiaoman Lu, I bring forth an important message," the messenger proclaimed. Xiaoman Lu gazed intently at the envoy, inquiring, "What news?" The messenger's expression grew grave as he revealed, "In the distant north, a mysterious force has emerged, one that is said to possess the power to annihilate the entire continent." A jolt of alarm surged through Xiaoman Lu. Could it be yet another conspiracy from the Dark Organization? The messenger shook his head. "It remains unclear at present, but the situation is exceedingly dire." Taking a deep breath, Xiaoman Lu resolved, "Regardless of what it is, we must confront it." He immediately called upon the others, preparing to venture north to uncover the truth. Before their departure, Xiaoman Lu addressed the assembly. "This may prove to be an even more arduous battle, yet we are duty-bound to strive for the peace of our continent." In unison, the crowd echoed, "For peace, we fear nothing." Leading the group, Xiaoman Lu embarked on a new journey, unaware of what awaited them ahead, yet their hearts brimmed with courage and resolve. Chapter 29. The Pursuit of Mysterious Power. Xiaoman Lu and his companions set forth on their journey north. Enduring hardships and fatigue without a hint of complacency, the northern expanse was cold and desolate, with howling winds sweeping across the wilderness, instilling an inexplicable sense of solitude and oppression. This place exudes an aura of malevolence. "Everyone remain vigilant," Lin Sanghai urged, tightening his cloak. The group nodded in agreement, cautiously surveying their surroundings. As they ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly inhospitable. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. "Find shelter from the storm," Xiaoman Lu shouted. The group dashed through the rain, ultimately discovering a dilapidated cave. Once inside, they shook off the water and kindled a fire for warmth. "This rain feels suspicious. It seems as though something is hindering our progress," Ao Sanjin remarked, frowning. Xiaoman Lu pondered for a moment, asserting, "No matter the circumstances, we cannot retreat." After the rain subsided, they resumed their journey. However, the path became treacherously muddy, making their passage exceedingly arduous. At that moment, a thick fog loomed ahead. "Be cautious, this fog may pose a threat," warned Xiaoman Lu. The group tread carefully into the mist, only to find themselves disoriented. "Everyone, do not wander off," Lin Sanghai's voice echoed through the fog. Xiaoman Lu struggled to discern their direction when he suddenly heard an eerie sound, akin to countless wailing spirits. "What is that noise?" Li Feng asked, his face pale. Xiaoman Lu forced himself to remain composed. "Do not fear, it could merely be an illusion." As they stood bewildered, Zhao Linger declared, "Allow me to dispel this fog with magic." She cast her spell, and a radiant light flickered, gradually dissipating the mist. The group sighed in relief and continued onward. At last, they arrived before an ancient castle. The grand door stood firmly shut, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. "This castle appears rather unusual," Wanfeng observed. Xiaoman Lu stepped forward and pushed against the door with all his strength, yet it did not budge. "Let us all make an effort," he suggested. United in their strength, they finally managed to open the door. Inside lay a spacious hall adorned with eerie portraits that sent shivers down their spines. "This place feels rather unsettling," Ao Sanjin remarked. Suddenly, a colossal magic circle appeared in the center of the hall, radiating with luminous energy. "Be careful," Xiaoman Lu shouted. From the magic circle surged a horde of monsters. Clawing and gnashing their teeth as they charged at them, without hesitation Xiao Manlu and his companions sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat with the creatures. Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship was sharp, each strike claiming a monster's life. Lin Songhai wielded his spear with grace, akin to a dragon emerging from the SEA.AO. Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath. After a grueling battle, the monsters were ultimately vanquished. Exhausted, the group had scarcely a moment to rest before a low, menacing growl resonated from deep within the castle. "There is yet a more formidable foe," Xiao Manlu stated. They pressed onward through the corridor, ultimately arriving in a vast chamber where a gigantic beast awaited them. The creature was immense, emanating a powerful aura. "This will be a fierce battle," Xiao Manlu inhaled deeply. Charging forward, the others followed suit. Engaging in a desperate struggle against the beast, its attacks were ferocious, and Xiao Manlu and his companions suffered multiple injuries, yet they remained undaunted. In a pivotal moment, Xiao Manlu discerned the beast's weakness and, channeling all his strength, struck the precise point with his sword. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. At last, they triumphed over the beast and continued their exploration of the castle. In a hidden chamber, they uncovered clues regarding the mysterious power. It seems we are drawing closer to our goal, Xiao Manlu remarked. However, just as they prepared to exit the castle, it suddenly began to collapse. "Run!" Xiao Manlu shouted. The group sprinted desperately through the crumbling structure, finally escaping. "What shall we do next?" Li Yifeng inquired. Xiao Manlu scrutinized the clues in his hand, concluding that the mysterious power should lie atop a nearby peak. Without hesitation, the group set forth toward the mountain. Upon reaching the base, they discovered the peak to be steep and treacherous, fraught with peril. No matter the difficulty, we must ascend, Xiao Manlu declared. They began their ascent, encountering various obstacles along the way. Sliding rocks, sheer cliffs, and harsh weather posed tremendous challenges to their climb. Yet, through unwavering determination and exceptional skill, Xiao Manlu and his companions gradually approached the summit. At long last, they reached the peak, where a colossal stone platform radiated a powerful and enigmatic energy. "This is the mysterious power we have sought all along," Xiao Manlu stated. However, as they approached the platform, a formidable force repelled them. "What is happening?" Lin Songhai exclaimed. Xiao Manlu strained to rise, attempting to approach the platform to ascertain the situation. At that moment, a mysterious force unleashed a powerful shockwave, propelling Xiao Manlu and his companions once again into the air. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves within a cryptic space. "Where are we?" Ao Sanjin inquired. Xiao Manlu shook his head. "I do not know, but we must devise a means to escape from here." They commenced their exploration of this enigmatic realm, where an otherworldly radiance enveloped them, obscuring their sense of direction. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a colossal stone door. Stepping forward, Xiao Manlu gently pushed against the door. Yet it remained immovable. "Let us all try together," he suggested. United in effort, they gradually pried the door open. Beyond it lay a vast palace, at the center of which stood a magnificent crystal sphere, shimmering with mysterious runes. "This may be the key to our departure," Xiao Manlu asserted. Cautiously, they approached the crystal sphere, but just as they were about to reach it, a group of guardians suddenly appeared. "Halt!" the guardians declared in unison. "We mean no offense. We merely seek a way to leave," Xiao Manlu responded. The guardians, however, disregarded their words and launched an assault. Once again, Xiao Manlu and his companions were compelled to engage in battle. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the guardians. Xiao Manlu approached the crystal sphere, scrutinizing the runes inscribed upon it. "I believe I understand," he murmured. Closing his eyes, he concentrated and channeled his energy into the crystal sphere. It began to radiate a brilliant light, subsequently forming a portal. "Let us go," Xiao Manlu urged. One by one, they stepped through the portal, and when they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves back atop the mountain. The mysterious force upon the stone platform had also returned to tranquility. At last, we are back, Lin Songhai sighed in relief. Xiao Manlu gazed thoughtfully at the enigmatic force upon the stone platform. "This power is exceedingly formidable. We must exercise caution in its use," he cautioned. The others nodded in agreement. Just then, a chorus of birdsong filled the air, and a majestic divine bird descended before them. "You have passed the trial. This mysterious force shall aid you in safeguarding the continent, but remember, do not abuse it," the divine bird proclaimed. In reverence, Xiao Manlu and his companions bowed to the divine bird, which then spread its wings and vanished into the horizon. Empowered by this mysterious force, they commenced their journey homeward, aware that greater challenges awaited them, yet emboldened by newfound confidence. Chapter 31, The Dawn of Peace. Upon returning to the Alliance, Xiao Manlu and his companions were greeted with jubilant cheers, celebrating their victorious return. "It is thanks to our collective efforts that we succeeded," Xiao Manlu remarked, his eyes filled with gratitude as he surveyed the crowd. Lin Sanghai clapped Xiao Manlu on the shoulder. Indeed, but this is merely the beginning. We must harness this power to protect the continent. Ao Sanjin nodded in agreement. Absolutely, we must not allow the forces of darkness to seize any opportunity. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions utilized the mysterious power to fortify the alliance's defenses while also aiding in the reconstruction of surrounding regions. Their renown spread across the continent, earning them the respect and gratitude of the populace. However, the days of peace were short-lived. One day, scouts reported unusual activity along the distant borders. Could it be remnants of the dark organization? Li Yifeng furrowed his brow. Xiao Manlu pondered for a moment. Regardless of what it is, we must investigate thoroughly. Once more, they set forth toward the borders. Upon arrival, they discovered a group of displaced refugees. What has happened? Xiao Manlu inquired of an elderly man among them. The elder lamented, our village was raided by a band of brigands, leaving us homeless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Manlu and his companions were filled with indignation. Do not worry, we shall help you seek justice. Xiao Manlu reassured them. After extensive investigation, they finally located the hideout of the brigands. Prepare for battle, Xiao Manlu commanded, and the group charged toward the brigands' encampment like tigers descending from the mountains. The brigands were caught off guard and quickly surrendered. Xiao Manlu and his companions returned the stolen goods to the refugees, assisting them in rebuilding their homes. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the refugees knelt in thanks, and Xiao Manlu hurriedly helped them to their feet, stating, there is no need for such gestures, this is our duty. As time passed, similar incidents continued to arise, yet Xiao Manlu and his companions were always the first to step forward to resolve the issues. In a serene little town, a dreadful plague suddenly erupted, leaving many bedridden and on the brink of death. Upon learning of this, Xiao Manlu promptly led Luanfeng and Zhao Linger to the scene. Utilizing their medical skills and spells, Luanfeng and Zhao Linger tirelessly researched treatment methods day and night. Meanwhile, Xiao Manlu organized personnel to distribute medicine and food, calming the populace's panic. After several days of relentless effort, they finally discovered a means to control the plague. The town gradually regained vitality, and the people expressed their deep appreciation for Xiao Manlu and his companions. On the other side of the continent, a rare drought left the fields barren, and the populace faced the threat of starvation. In response, Xiao Manlu and his companions swiftly organized a relief effort, reallocating grain from other regions while employing their mysterious power to improve the climate, ultimately bringing timely rain that saved countless lives. One day, the Alliance welcomed a special guest. I come on behalf of various tribes and city-states to express our gratitude for your contributions, the guest stated. Xiao Manlu smiled in response, it is our duty. As long as we stand united, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome, the guest continued. Now that the continent is gradually returning to peace, we hope to establish a closer relationship with the Alliance for mutual development. Xiao Manlu readily agreed, this is precisely what we desire. Through the efforts of Xiao Manlu and his companions, the continent welcomed the dawn of peace, the people lived happily, and both cities and villages flourished with increasing trade. Standing atop the Alliance's walls, Xiao Manlu gazed at the distant beauty, filled with poignant reflections. This hard-won peace must be cherished, Lin Sanghai remarked as he joined him. Xiao Manlu nodded, indeed, yet we must remain vigilant and continue to strengthen our resolve to face any potential new challenges. Oh, Sanjin approached as well. Absolutely, we must ensure this peace endures. Li Yifeng chimed in with a smile, as long as we are here, there will be no issues. Just then, a young warrior rushed in with a report. Alliance leader, we have discovered some mysterious ruins that seem to conceal a powerful force. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow. Send someone to investigate thoroughly, do not act recklessly. The warrior accepted the command and departed. Xiao Manlu and his companions understood that while peace reigned over the continent, unknown dangers still lurked. They must remain ever vigilant, continuing their efforts for the long-term stability of the continent. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions safeguarded the peace of the continent while continuously exploring new ruins and secrets. Within these mysterious ruins, they uncovered ancient knowledge and powerful artifacts, further enhancing their strength. Simultaneously, they emphasized the cultivation of a new generation of warriors, imparting their experiences and skills to the youth, ensuring the Alliance's power would grow ever stronger. On a sunlit day, Xiao Manlu and his companions held a grand celebration in the Alliance's square. The people sang and danced, reveling in their peaceful lives. Observing the joyous crowd, Xiao Manlu was filled with hope. May this continent remain forever peaceful, and may its people live in everlasting happiness. Lin Sanghai, Ao Sanjin, and Li Yifeng also wore expressions of contentment, knowing that their sacrifices for this peace and happiness were well worth it. However, in a hidden corner of the continent, a dark force was quietly awakening. A mysterious organization was secretly plotting a new conspiracy aiming to shatter this hard-won peace. would Xiao Manlu and his companions be able to protect the continent once more and face the new challenges ahead? All remained uncertain, yet they were prepared to fight to the end for justice and peace. Chapter 32, The Return of Shadows. In a tranquil forest on the continent, a cloaked figure stood before an ancient altar. Surrounded by an eerie black mist, Master, the plan is proceeding smoothly. It won't be long before we can overturn the peace they have fought to protect, the cloaked figure murmured to the altar. A dim light flickered atop the altar as if responding to the figure's words. Meanwhile, Xiao Manlu and his companions remained immersed in the joy of peace, oblivious to the impending crisis point. One day, the Alliance suddenly received urgent reports from multiple regions, indicating a series of bizarre occurrences. In some villages, all livestock had mysteriously perished overnight, while other towns experienced inexplicable magical fluctuations, causing widespread panic. What on earth is happening? Lin Songhai asked, furrowing his brow. Xiao Manlu's expression turned grave. I fear this is no coincidence. We must investigate promptly. The group immediately split up, with Xiao Manlu leading a team to the most severely affected areas. Upon arrival, they found the village eerily silent, the air thick with a nauseating stench. Everyone, be cautious, Xiao Manlu warned. They meticulously searched the village and eventually discovered strange runes and black sludge in a dry well. This appears to be the remnants of some malevolent magical ritual, Zhao Linger remarked. Xiao Manlu's gaze hardened. It seems a new dark force is at work. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the village. Xiao Manlu and his companions rushed out to find a group of soldiers clad in black armor attacking the nearby villagers. Stop! Xiao Manlu bellowed, leaping into the fray. Lin Songhai, Ao Sanjin, and the others wasted no time. Engaging in fierce combat with the mysterious soldiers, the soldiers before them were formidable, each exhibiting an extraordinary prowess, while their combat methods were exceedingly peculiar, seemingly impervious to pain. Xiao Manlu's sword danced among the enemy ranks, each swing infused with a fierce momentum, yet these foes appeared tireless, surging forth in relentless waves. Lin Songhai wielded his spear like a mighty dragon emerging from the sea, toppling adversaries with each thrust, only for new foes to quickly fill their ranks. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, exhaling torrents of flame that enveloped the enemy in a fiery embrace. Nevertheless, these assailants persisted in their defiance even amidst the flames, showing no signs of retreat. Li Feng's swordplay was as swift as the wind, striking with precision at the enemy's vital points, yet they always evaded his lethal blows at the crucial moment. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells from the rear, healing the wounded while simultaneously providing offensive support to the front lines. After a fierce battle, Xiao Manlu and his companions finally repelled the enemy, albeit at a considerable cost. Who on earth are these people? Li Yifeng gasped, breathless. Xiao Manlu surveyed the fallen bodies. Regardless of their identity, there must be a far greater conspiracy behind them. Upon returning to the Alliance, Xiao Manlu summoned everyone to discuss countermeasures. Given the current situation, this dark force is far more potent than we had anticipated, he stated. Luan Feng added, we must swiftly uncover their objectives and lair. The group nodded in agreement, commencing to bolster their intelligence gathering and defensive preparations. However, the actions of the dark forces grew increasingly frequent, with more regions falling under attack. Xiao Manlu and his companions toiled day and night, exhausted from the relentless confrontations. They had just resolved a crisis in one town when they hastily rushed to the next village. In a town ravaged by assault, buildings lay in ruins, flames reaching for the sky. Xiao Manlu led the effort to fend off the onslaught of dark soldiers while simultaneously rescuing injured civilians. Quickly transport the wounded to safety, he commanded. Lin Songhai and Ao Sanjin battled fiercely at the forefront, their garments soaked with sweat. This cannot continue. We must take the initiative, Xiao Manlu declared. Thus, they resolved to delve deeper into the anomalous regions, seeking clues about the dark forces. During one investigation, Xiao Manlu stumbled upon a concealed base hidden within a valley. Be cautious, there may be an ambush, he warned. They stealthily approached the base, only to find it heavily fortified. Just as they devised a plan to infiltrate, they were suddenly spotted by a group of patrolling soldiers. We've been discovered. Charge! Xiao Manlu shouted. An intense battle erupted once more. Xiao Manlu took the lead, his sword gleaming with a cold light as he swiftly dispatched several enemies. Lin Songhai's spear whirled like a silver lightning bolt, repelling foes with each thrust. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, his massive form sweeping through the ranks, causing enemies to scatter in terror. Li Feng, agile and elusive, darted among the adversaries, delivering lethal strikes. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng provided powerful spell support from the rear, bolstering their comrades. After a fierce confrontation, they finally breached the enemy's defenses and stormed into the interior of the base. An ominous aura pervaded the air, with the walls shimmering with eerie light. Split up and search carefully. beware of traps, Xiao Manlu instructed. The group cautiously explored the base, discovering numerous strange experimental devices and innocent civilians held captive. We must rescue them, Xiao Manlu said, his voice laced with fury. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged, blocking their path. Do you think you can so easily disrupt our plans? The shadow said coldly. Xiao Manlu glared at the figure. No matter your schemes, they will not succeed. Thus began a breathtaking duel between the two sides. Could Xiao Manlu and his allies triumph over this dark force and safeguard the peace of the continent? All remained uncertain. Chapter 33. Deep into the tiger's den, Xiao Manlu and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the shadow. The shadow's strength was formidable, each strike carrying a lethal threat. Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth, unleashing his most powerful sword techniques. The flashes of his blade clashed with the shadow's attacks, resonating with a metallic clang. His eyes radiated determination and resolve, pouring all his strength into each swing. Lin Sanghai's spear danced like a dragon, striving to break through the shadow's defenses. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed. The spear tip slicing through the air, conjuring a fierce wind. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, his massive claws reaching for the shadow. He spewed forth scorching dragon fire, igniting the surrounding air. Li Feng, swift and cunning, launched attacks from the side, his movements ghostly and elusive, each strike aimed at the shadow's vulnerabilities, yet the shadow countered effortlessly, gradually gaining the upper hand. Its attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each blow challenging Xiao Manlu and his companions. This foe is too powerful, Lin Sanghai exclaimed, his breath uneven, yet his gaze remained resolute. Xiao Manlu's eyes were unwavering. Stay calm everyone, together we can defeat him. His voice was firm, instilling a glimmer of hope in the others. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells, bolstering their allies' strength and healing their wounds. The brilliance of their magic illuminated the battlefield, providing sustenance for Xiao Manlu and the others to continue fighting. With their combined efforts, the shadow finally revealed a crack in its defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu concentrated all his battle energy into his blade, piercing the shadow's vital point. The shadow let out an anguished cry and dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. Finally, it is done, Ao Sanjin sighed in relief, his massive form trembling slightly from the exertion, yet Xiao Manlu remained vigilant. This is only the beginning. We must continue to seek the core secret of the dark forces. They resumed their exploration of the base, uncovering a hidden chamber inside. They found an ancient tome and several mysterious magical artifacts. Xiao Manlu picked up the book and began to peruse its pages. The pages were yellowed with age, the text archaic and obscure. It detailed the origins of the dark forces and their ultimate plan. Xiao Manlu's expression turned grave as he spoke. It turns out this dark force intends to utilize a forbidden magical ritual to plunge the entire continent into eternal darkness. This darkness is not an ordinary night, it is a despairing void capable of consuming all light and hope. We must stop them, Li Yifeng declared, his eyes ablaze with fury and determination. Just then, alarms blared throughout the base, and a throng of dark soldiers surged forth. This is bad. We've been discovered, Lin Sanghai exclaimed. Gripping his spear tightly as he prepared for battle, Xiao Manlu made a swift decision. Everyone follow me, and charge out. They fought their way through the encirclement of dark soldiers, carving a bloody path. The dark soldiers came at them like a tide, their weapons glimmering with ominous light, chanting incomprehensible incantations. Xiao Manlu and his companions fought fiercely while retreating, eventually escaping the base, yet they emerged battered and weary. What now? Luan Feng inquired, her complexion pale from expended magic. Xiao Manlu contemplated for a moment. We must swiftly relay this information back to the Alliance and devise a response strategy. The group hurried back to the Alliance. Along the way, they faced treacherous weather and rugged terrain, yet they pressed on without pause. Upon returning, Xiao Manlu immediately convened all the generals and strategists to discuss their plans. The atmosphere in the Alliance's hall was tense and solemn. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the Dark Forces ritual is set to take place on the night of the full moon deep within the Dark Mountains, Xiao Manlu announced, his voice echoing in the hall. Then we must stop them before the ritual commences, one general declared, his expression serious, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. However, the Dark Mountains are treacherous and difficult to navigate. We are likely to encounter significant challenges. Another strategist voiced his concerns, his brow furrowed in thought. Xiao Manlu stood resolute. No matter the difficulties, we cannot falter. This battle concerns the fate of the entire continent. We must give it our all. His gaze swept across each individual present. The group nodded, filled with determination. Xiao Manlu began to outline the battle strategy and assign tasks. Lin Sanghai, you will lead a team to launch a frontal assault. Drawing the enemy's attention, remember to maintain formation and not act recklessly, Xiao Manlu instructed gravely. Lin Sanghai nodded. Rest assured, Alliance leader, I will fulfill this mission. Ao Sanjin, you will lead a team to flank from the side. Searching for the enemy's weaknesses, once an opportunity arises, strike immediately, Xiao Manlu directed. Ao Sanjin affirmed. Understood, Li Yifeng. You will lead a team responsible for rear support and logistics, ensure the supply of resources and timely medical aid for the wounded. Xiao Manlu instructed Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng replied solemnly, yes, Zhou Linger and Luan Feng, you will provide spell support and healing from the rear. Be sure to protect yourselves, Xiao Manlu cautioned. Zhou Linger and Luan Feng responded in unison, we will. The group accepted their orders and began preparing for battle. The warriors polished their weapons, checked their gear, and their morale soared. On the eve of the full moon, Xiao Manlu led the group towards the dark mountains. Moonlight bathed them, casting their resolute figures in stark relief. Along the way, they encountered various traps and obstacles. In some places, the ground suddenly collapsed, in others, dense poison arrows shot forth, and in yet others, bewildering mists enveloped them. Yet, relying on their extensive experience and indomitable will, Xiao Manlu and his companions overcame these challenges one by one. At last, they arrived deep within the dark mountains, witnessing the dark forces conducting their ominous ritual. A colossal magic circle emanated an evil glow, surrounded by dark soldiers and sorcerers to prepare for battle. With a single command from Xiao Manlu, the crowd surged forth like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains. Charging towards the enemy, the echoes of battle cries reverberated through the valley, heralding the commencement of a clash that would determine the fate of the continent. Chapter 34. The final battle against darkness. Xiao Manlu led his comrades in a relentless wave against the forces of darkness. In an instant, the cacophony of shouts and the clashing of weapons intertwined, shattering the valley's tranquility. Lin Songhai commanded the front line, engaging the dark soldiers in fierce combat, his spear swirling as blood erupted in crimson blossoms. He rallied the spirits of his soldiers with fervent cries, urging them to fight for the light of the continent. Kill. Inspired by his valor, the soldiers fought with unmatched ferocity, entering into a life-and-death struggle with their foes. The dark soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, yet Lin Songhai and his troops stood firm as a mountain, steadfastly holding the line. Ao Sanjin, leading the flanking unit, seized the moment to stealthily approach. Seeking out the enemy's vulnerabilities, suddenly he spotted a defensive gap, shouting, brothers, charge with me. In a flash, the mighty dragon led his men into the heart of the enemy ranks, akin to a sharp dagger piercing the foe's heart. With a sweeping motion of his colossal claws, dozens of dark soldiers were sent flying, breathing forth dragon fire. He reduced the enemies before him to ashes. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng coordinated the support troops from the rear. Ensuring the orderly transport of supplies and the wounded, beads of sweat adorned his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute and focused. Quickly deliver this batch of healing herbs to the front lines, evacuate the injured and provide them with all necessary aid. His voice resonated with clarity amidst the chaotic battlefield. Xiao Manlu, akin to a deity of war, struck down foes wherever his sword fell, yet the dark forces refused to yield, with fresh enemies continuously emerging. His garments, stained crimson with blood, did not diminish the fierce determination in his eyes. Come forth, you dark lackeys, he bellowed, each strike fueled by boundless rage and resolve. I in the rear, Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed their spells with all their might. Beams of light cascading onto the battlefield to heal the wounded and bolster the fighter's strength. Zhao Linger waved her hands, chanting incantations, enveloping the injured soldiers in a verdant glow that hastened their recovery. Luan Feng conjured powerful protective shields, granting an extra layer of defense to the warriors on the front lines. We must not allow them to complete the ritual, Xiao Manlu roared, dashing towards the magic circle. His form darted through the enemy ranks like lightning, yet the enemy seemed well prepared, waves of attacks crashing upon him. A cadre of formidable dark sorcerers stood in his path, casting various dark magics in an attempt to thwart his advance. The dark spells, akin to black flames, scorched the air, suffocating those caught in their wake. Undaunted, Xiao Manlu's sword blazed with radiant light as he clashed violently with the sorcerers. Each collision of sword and magic produced dazzling brilliance and thunderous sounds, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The battle's intensity escalated, with both sides suffering grievous losses. The cries of warriors intertwined with the sounds of anguish, evoking a sense of heartache and tragic valor. This cannot continue, Lin Songhai lamented, desperation gnawing at his heart as he watched his comrades fall. Filled with pain and helplessness, he understood they could not retreat or surrender. At that moment, Xiao Manlu felt a mysterious force emanating from a hidden artifact within his bosom. The energy was warm and potent, as if calling out to him. Perhaps this is our turning point, he thought, retrieving the artifact. It radiated a blinding light, resembling a new sun rising over the battlefield. The dark sorcerers, enveloped by its brilliance, found their powers diminished, their magic weakening and destabilizing. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu launched an assault, his sword slicing through the air as he felled several sorcerers in an instant. "Follow me," he shouted, leading his comrades towards the magic circle. Just as they neared their target, the leader of the dark forces emerged, a towering figure radiating an aura of terrifying darkness, with malevolent light flickering in his eyes. "You shall not disrupt my plans," the leader roared, unleashing a tremendous wave of dark power. The force surged like a black storm, imposing an immense pressure upon them. Xiao Manlu faced off against the leader in a climactic duel, their powers colliding with such ferocity that the very fabric of space seemed on the brink of tearing apart. The clash of Xiao Manlu's sword against the leader's staff unleashed colossal energy waves. "I will protect this continent, even at the cost of everything." Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth, unleashing his most formidable strike. His body shone with radiant light, the power of his sword reaching its zenith. Gradually, the leader faltered under Xiao Manlu's relentless assault, his staff beginning to fracture as the dark power waned. In a final decisive moment, Xiao Manlu drove his sword into the leader's chest, vanquishing him utterly. With the leader's fall, the dark forces began to crumble. The soldiers, bereft of command, scattered in disarray. Seizing the moment, Xiao Manlu and his companions dismantled the magic circle, thwarting the completion of the dark ritual. The circle collapsed in a burst of light, the oppressive darkness dissipating instantly. "We have triumphed." The warriors erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices echoing through the valley. Suffused with elation and pride, Xiao Manlu gazed upon the weary yet jubilant faces of his comrades, his heart swelling with emotion. They had endured countless trials and tribulations, finally witnessing the dawn of victory. "Yet we must remain vigilant, ensuring the complete eradication of the remnants of darkness, so the continent may bask in everlasting peace," he proclaimed. His voice rang with conviction, reigniting the fighting spirit within all. Nods of agreement followed as they plunged back into battle, determined to illuminate every shadowy corner and eradicate every vestige of dark power. In the days that ensued, Xiao Manlu led his comrades in a thorough search and cleansing operation throughout the Dark Mountains. They spared no potential hiding place for dark forces, and no fleeing enemy was allowed to escape. After several days of relentless effort, the remnants of darkness were largely obliterated, and the continent finally embraced true peace. Xiao Manlu and his companions became celebrated heroes, their names forever etched in the hearts of the people. Their tale would be recounted for generations, inspiring future warriors to bravely confront darkness and safeguard the light. Chapter 35, The Light of Peace. In the aftermath of the great battle, the continent basked in tranquility and harmony. Xiao Manlu and his comrades returned to the Alliance, met with rapturous applause and cheers from the populace. "Xiao Manlu, you are the heroes of the continent," the people shouted, their faces aglow with joy and gratitude. Flowers rained down upon them like a gentle shower as children danced and laughed around them. Xiao Manlu smiled, waving to the crowd, his eyes reflecting a blend of contentment and nostalgia, pondering the arduous journey they had traversed. He understood well that this peace was hard-won, achieved through the blood and lives of countless warriors. Lin Songhai, surveying the jubilant scene, remarked, "At last, we have welcomed peace. The sacrifices of our fallen brothers were not in vain." His voice quivered, tears glistening in his eyes. Ao Sanjin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, may this peace endure forever. We have endured too much suffering. It is time to relish these tranquil days." Stretching his immense dragon form, he seemed to imprint this sense of ease and comfort deeply within his heart. Li Feng, contemplative, added, "Yet we must remain vigilant. We need to fortify the Alliance's defenses, though the dark forces have been temporarily repelled. We cannot predict if they will return." Xiao Manlu wholeheartedly concurred. "Precisely, we must plan for the long-term stability of the continent. We must not only strengthen military defenses but also foster economic development, ensuring that the people thrive. Only then could they truly safeguard this hard-earned peace. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions dedicated themselves to rebuilding their homeland. They assisted in reconstructing homes in ravaged areas, pouring their hearts into each brick and beam from the ruins. New houses sprang forth like bamboo shoots after rain, warm and sturdy. They also led efforts to cultivate farmland, sowing seeds of hope. Once barren lands blossomed anew. Waves of grain rolling in the breeze, fruits perfuming the air. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng established a magical academy, nurturing the next generation of sorcerers. Within the academy, eager young scholars absorbed magical knowledge with enthusiasm. As the pair imparted their skills generously, they sought to cultivate strength for the future of the continent, ensuring that the light of magic continued to illuminate the land. In governing the Alliance, Xiao Manlu implemented a series of fair and just policies. He abolished oppressive taxes, alleviating the burdens on the populace. Trade flourished across regions, merchants bustling along the roads, bringing forth a wealth of goods and cultural exchanges. Cities thrived, and rural areas brimmed with vitality. The continent gradually prospered, blossoming into a scene of flourishing life. One day, standing atop the city walls, Xiao Manlu gazed into the distance. The setting sun bathed him in a golden glow. Outlining his figure in resplendent light, Lin Songhai approached, inquiring, "What occupies your thoughts?" Xiao Manlu smiled, "I am reflecting on how beautiful this scene of peace is. Once we struggled amidst the flames of war, now to witness such tranquility is truly remarkable. We must safeguard it and prevent history from repeating itself." Lin Songhai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Rest assured, with us here, darkness shall not return. We have weathered countless storms, no challenge is insurmountable." As time passed, the people of the continent embraced lives filled with happiness and fulfillment. Children laughed and ran through the fields chasing butterflies and flying kites, their innocent giggles echoing through the air. The adults were bustling about the marketplace, engaged in lively trade, surrounded by a dazzling array of goods. The sounds of haggling and spirited calls intertwined, filling the air with the essence of life. Elders basked in the sunlight, relishing their twilight years as they recounted tales of yore, their faces radiant with contentment. The names of Xiao Manlu and his companions had become legends, their deeds celebrated and recounted through the ages. In the tavern, minstrels strummed their lutes, singing of their valor and fearlessness. In the classrooms, teachers imparted the legends of their heroic exploits, inspiring the younger generation to forge ahead with courage. Meanwhile, they remained the silent guardians of this land. Their vigilant silhouettes patrolling the borders, watchful eyes scanning for any potential threats. However, one tranquil night, Xiao Manlu was suddenly beset by a mysterious dream. In this dream, a dark shadow once again loomed over the continent. Cities were engulfed in flames, fields lay fallow, and people fled in terror, their cries echoing throughout the world. Xiao Manlu fought valiantly against the encroaching darkness, yet its power grew ever stronger, gradually consuming him. Awaking from the dream, he found his garments drenched in sweat. His heart raced, breaths came in quick gasps, and a sense of unease washed over him. Could this be an omen? He pondered softly. The dream felt so vivid, sending a chill through his very being. The following day, Xiao Manlu summoned the others and shared his ominous vision. Li Feng furrowed his brow, questioning whether the dark forces had not been entirely vanquished. "Perhaps we have overlooked something lurking in the shadows," he suggested. Ao Sanjin remarked, "Regardless, we must be prepared. We cannot allow the continent to descend into chaos once more." Xiao Manlu nodded in agreement, urging everyone to intensify their patrols and gather intelligence. Ensuring the continent would not face another crisis, the group dispersed, the alliance once again entering a state of vigilance. Soldiers ramped up their training, mages readied their spells, and everything unfolded in a tense yet orderly manner. Days turned to weeks, yet no anomalies surfaced. Life remained tranquil, and the smiles of the people remained bright. Nevertheless, the unease in Xiao Manlu's heart persisted. He pondered the dream daily, seeking clues within its depths. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He found himself questioning his own sanity, wondering if perhaps the aftermath of war had left him overly strained. Just then, a scout reported strange occurrences in a small town near the border. The townsfolk had grown taciturn, behaving oddly, often hearing strange noises at night. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu and his companions set off to investigate. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere in the town was decidedly eerie. The streets lay deserted. Devoid of the usual bustle, the townspeople's eyes appeared vacant, as if their souls had been siphoned away. Xiao Manlu realized that a new crisis might have already begun to unfold. Chapter 36, The Mystery of Shadows. As Xiao Manlu and his companions ventured into the peculiar town, a sense of vigilance filled their hearts. The doors and windows of the houses lining the streets were tightly shut, as if in avoidance of some unseen menace. A chilling breeze swept through, stirring the fallen leaves and amplifying the ominous atmosphere. The sunlight seemed to be obstructed by some unseen force, failing to fully illuminate the area, casting the entire town in a somber hue. "This place exudes a sinister energy," Lin Songhai remarked, gripping his spear tightly. His voice rang out clear in the stillness, only to be swiftly engulfed by the surrounding silence. Xiao Manlu nodded slightly, scanning the vicinity. "Everyone, be cautious, split up to investigate," he instructed, his voice steady and resolute, instilling a measure of comfort in his companions. They dispersed, forming pairs, Xiao Manlu with Lin Songhai, Ao Sanjin with Li Feng, and Zhao Linger with Luan Feng. Xiao Manlu and Lin Songhai entered a seemingly ordinary residence, where the air was thick with a musty odor. Dust coated the furniture, indicating that it had been long since anyone had occupied the space. They discovered peculiar talismans inscribed on the walls and floor, their twisted lines emanating faint waves of dark energy. "What sort of talisman is this? It does not resemble ordinary magical runes," Lin Songhai mused. Leaning closer to examine the markings, however, Xiao Manlu stayed his hand. "This may be a sign of some dark sorcery. It appears the anomalies here are linked to the forces of darkness. We must tread carefully to avoid triggering any perilous traps." Meanwhile, Ao Sanjin and Lia Feng uncovered a weathered diary in another room. The pages were frail, seemingly on the brink of disintegration with the slightest touch. Lia Feng cautiously opened the diary, the faded script barely legible. Yet key details emerged. Since that fateful night, a shadow has appeared in the town, and the people have begun to change. I sense an invisible force controlling us, he read, his voice laden with confusion and trepidation. Ao Sanjin frowned. What is this shadow? What sort of formidable power could control an entire town? In the town square, Zhao Linger and Luan Feng discovered a massive magical array. The runes glimmered with an eerie light. Pulsating as if breathing, the flickering illumination instilled a sense of inexplicable dread. This magical array reeks of malevolence. It must be the source of the trouble, Zhao Linger declared, her expression grave, her hands instinctively tightening around her staff. The group reconvened to share their findings. It appears this town is shrouded in a potent dark magic, Xiao Manlu stated, concern etched in his features, yet we remain unclear about the specific origin and intent of this dark sorcery. Ao Sanjin interjected, where does this dark magic originate? We must locate it swiftly lest we face dire consequences. Luan Feng's eyes brimmed with anxiety, yet her resolve shone through as suddenly a deep roar echoed from beyond the town's outskirts. Resonating as if from the abyss, laden with unending fury and anguish. This is not good, something is amiss, Xiao Manlu exclaimed, bolting forward with the others in tow. They beheld a colossal shadowy beast looming on the hillside outside the town. Its form immense, akin to a small mountain, composed of swirling dark mist, its shape shifted unpredictably, making it elusive. Its eyes glowed a fiery red reminiscent of burning embers. What manner of creature is this? Lin Sanghai gasped. His voice quavering, gripping his spear tightly. Xiao Manlu inhaled deeply. Whatever it is, we must vanquish it. His voice resonated with unwavering strength, infusing the group with renewed vigor. They unleashed their formidable abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow beast. Xiao Manlu darted forward like a specter, his sword shimmering with brilliant light, each strike laden with lethal intent. Lin Sanghai supported him, his spear lunging toward the beast's vital points. Ao Sanjin transformed into a great dragon, his massive claws swiping at the creature, exhaling searing dragonfire. Lia Feng nimbly maneuvered around the beast, seizing opportunities to strike. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng remained in the rear, casting spells to provide support and protection. Their luminous magic beams aimed at weakening the beast. However, the shadow beast's power was formidable. It absorbed a portion of their attacks and retaliated fiercely. Each swipe of its claws unleashed a gale, making it difficult for anyone to approach. Everyone, be cautious, Xiao Manlu shouted. The beast suddenly opened its maw, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward them. Xiao Manlu reacted swiftly, casting a protective spell that formed a barrier before him. Yet, the force of the energy wave was overwhelming, sending him staggering back a few steps. We cannot falter, Lin Sanghai roared, charging forward once more. The group gritted their teeth, continuing the battle, their bodies marred with wounds yet their spirits undeterred. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Manlu discerned the beast's vulnerability. Aim for its abdomen, that is its energy core, he shouted. Upon hearing this, the group focused their efforts, launching a concerted assault on the beast's midsection. The creature sensed the threat and fought back desperately. But through their united strength, they finally struck its weak point. The shadow beast let out a mournful wail as its body began to crumble, dissipating into a cloud of dark mist that vanished into the air. Exhausted, the companions collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. We finally defeated it, Lia Feng said, a hint of relief gracing his features. Yet, Xiao Manlu remained vigilant. This is merely the beginning. We have yet to uncover the source of the dark magic. Our investigation must continue. The others nodded in agreement, rising once more, prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 37, The Source of Darkness. After vanquishing the shadow beast, Xiao Manlu and his companions took a brief respite before resuming their investigation in the town. They proceeded cautiously through the dimly lit alleyways, each step laden with trepidation. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, as if unseen eyes were watching their every move. The cobblestone path beneath their feet was slick with moss, and droplets of moisture dripped from the walls, sending a chill through their shoulders. Stay alert for any signs. The source of the dark magic may be close at hand, Xiao Manlu whispered, his gaze sharp as it scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhao Linger sensed a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from an abandoned castle. Her expression turned grave. I can feel it. The magic is coming from that direction, she indicated towards the castle, her voice trembling slightly, betraying her unease at the overwhelming force. The group swiftly made their way toward the ancient fortress. The ancient castle appeared to be in a state of utter disrepair, its walls overrun with moss, and the heavy door firmly shut, emanating a putrid odor. The castle's spires soared into the clouds, as if attempting to pierce the gloomy sky. With a determined shove, Xiao Manlu pushed open the door. Unleashing a cloud of dust that enveloped them, they could not suppress their coughs, and as the dust settled, a chilling and sinister scene unfolded before their eyes. The dim light made it difficult to discern the interior, revealing only a massive shadow at the center of the hall. Cautiously, they stepped into the chamber, where they beheld an enormous magical array pulsating with eerie light, dark energy seeping forth incessantly. This dark energy twisted the surrounding space like a black fog, inducing a wave of dizziness. This must be the source of the dark magic, Lin Sanghai exclaimed, his voice echoing in the vast hall, tinged with shock and anger. At that moment, the magical array suddenly blazed with brilliance, and a dark figure slowly materialized. The figure was tall and grotesque, its features obscured, save for a pair of glaring red eyes that shone ominously. You foolish beings dare to interfere with my plans. The dark figure's chilling voice reverberated, sounding as though it emanated from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Xiao Manlu glared defiantly at the figure, declaring, "Whoever you are, your schemes will not succeed." His voice was resolute, and he gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. The dark figure laughed menacingly. "Is that all you have? The power of this dark magic far exceeds your imagination." With a flourish of his hands, dark energy coalesced into black orbs that hurtled toward Xiao Manlu and his companions. They quickly cast defensive spells to withstand the onslaught of dark energy. For a moment, light and darkness clashed violently, producing a cacophony of sound. Xiao Manlu felt an overwhelming pressure. His legs trembled slightly, yet he persevered. "We must find a way to destroy this magical array," he shouted, his voice strained but resolute amidst the fierce battle. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, attempting to obliterate the array with his fiery breath, but a formidable shield surrounded it, preventing any penetration. Ao Sanjin roared in frustration, repeatedly battering the shield, yet it remained impervious. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng searched for weaknesses in the magical array, his gaze unwavering and focused on every detail. Sweat dripped from his brow, hitting the ground unnoticed as Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells to disrupt the dark figure's attacks, their magic resembling brilliant fireworks that burst forth in the darkness. Yet the dark figure effortlessly evaded their strikes. After a fierce skirmish, they were all fatigued, but their fighting spirit remained unyielding. Li Yifeng finally spotted a flaw in the magical array, a tiny rune flickering with faint light. "Here it is," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu concentrated all his energy and lunged at the flaw. His sword gleamed with dazzling light, clashing against the dark energy. With Xiao Manlu's strike, fissures began to appear in the magical array, and the dark energy waned. The dark figure, witnessing this, became frenzied, intensifying its assaults. It waved its hands, unleashing dark energy like a tempest. Yet, Xiao Manlu and his companions did not falter. They stood together, resolutely facing the dark figure's onslaught. Ultimately, Xiao Manlu succeeded in shattering the magical array. With a resounding crash, it shattered into countless fragments, and the dark energy dissipated instantaneously. The dark figure let out a wretched scream before vanishing without a trace. The oppressive darkness within the castle lifted, and sunlight streamed through the windows. The warm light illuminated every corner, instilling a sense of long-lost comfort and reassurance. "We did it," the group cheered, their voices filled with joy and exhaustion. However, they understood that this was merely a victory in a protracted struggle, with further challenges awaiting them. Xiao Manlu gazed out at the sunlight, silently vowing, "No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, we will face them with courage and protect the peace and tranquility of this land." Lin Sanghai approached Xiao Manlu, patting his shoulder. "Indeed, this is just the beginning, but as long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress." Ao Sanjin transformed back into human form, panting heavily. "That was truly a fierce battle. But defeating this dark force was worth it." Li Yifeng chuckled, "Thank goodness we didn't give up and finally found the flaw." As Zhao Linger and Luan Feng joined them, the weariness marked their faces. Their eyes sparkled with hope. "Let us return to the town and share this good news," Xiao Manlu suggested. The group nodded in agreement and departed the castle, heading towards the town. Upon their return, they were greeted by a throng of townsfolk, anticipation gleaming in their eyes. "We have vanquished the dark force," Xiao Manlu proclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted into cheers, an atmosphere of elation enveloping the entire town. Yet, Xiao Manlu and his companions had no time to rest. They began assisting the town in regaining its former vitality. They repaired homes, cleared the streets, and breathed life back into the town. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions continued patrolling the continent, preventing the resurgence of dark forces. Their names became symbols of hope and courage in the hearts of the people, inspiring everyone to confront difficulties bravely and protect their homeland. However, on a quiet night, Xiao Manlu sensed a faint pulse of dark energy once more. Could it be that the dark forces had not been entirely eradicated? Concern swelled within him. He immediately summoned his companions. Preparing them for the new challenge ahead. Chapter 38, The Aftermath. After informing his companions of the dark energy fluctuations he sensed, their expressions turned grave. Could remnants of the previous dark forces still linger? Lin Sanghai speculated, furrowing his brow. His eyes conveyed a hint of worry as he gripped his spear tightly, poised to confront any potential danger. Ao Sanjin shook his head. That seems unlikely. We thoroughly dismantled the magical array. And the dark figure vanished. However, we cannot rule out other possibilities. His demeanor was serious, arms crossed over his chest as he fell into contemplation. Li Feng mused, perhaps other dark forces are lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike when we lower our guard. Regardless, we must be well prepared. His gaze was resolute, his sword trembling slightly, betraying his inner tension and anticipation. Zhao Linger expressed her concern. No matter what, we must remain vigilant. Dark forces excel at hiding and lurking. We must be cautious. She gently waved her staff, a soft glow flickering as if to fortify them for the impending battle. Xiao Manlu nodded, his gaze unwavering. We will set off immediately to investigate the source of this energy fluctuation. No matter the trials ahead, we must eradicate the darkness and restore peace to the continent. The group rallied behind him, embarking on their new journey. They advanced toward the direction of the dark energy pulse. Passing through many desolate villages and towns along the way, these places had once suffered under the grip of dark forces. Although the darkness had temporarily receded, a desolate atmosphere still prevailed. Houses lay in ruins. Fields were barren, and the sounds of laughter had long since vanished, leaving only an eerie silence. Seeing this only strengthened Xiao Manlu's resolve to eradicate the darkness completely. He gazed at the devastation before him, silently vowing to restore what had been lost. His eyes reflected both fury and compassion, his grip on the sword tightening. Lin Sanghai surveyed the ruins, lamenting, this was once a place brimming with life and hope. And now it has become this. The darkness must pay a price. Ao Sanjin declared solemnly, this is the evil of darkness. We cannot allow such tragedies to recur. Li Yifeng clenched his teeth, urging, let us quicken our pace. We must uncover the root of this darkness and eradicate it once and for all. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng silently cast healing spells, hoping to breathe life back into the desolate land. After several days of travel, they arrived at a foreboding valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their visibility. The surrounding peaks loomed ominously, as if to trap them within. Be cautious, there may be danger here, Xiao Manlu warned, slowing his pace and vigilantly observing their surroundings. The group ventured cautiously into the valley when suddenly a chilling laugh echoed around them. Ah, you have finally arrived, the voice reverberated in the valley, sending shivers down their spines. It sounded as though it emerged from the abyss, filled with malice and mockery. Who goes there? Show yourself, Xiao Manlu shouted, his voice resonating with fearless courage. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes emerged slowly from the mist. Its silhouette flickered in the fog, obscuring its features, yet it radiated a potent aura of darkness. Did you truly believe that by vanquishing one source of darkness, you could halt its spread? Such naivety! The figure scoffed, its voice raspy and deep, dripping with disdain. Lin Sanghai glared fiercely. No matter how many dark forces there are, we shall not be afraid. He brandished his spear and stepped forward, his presence suddenly commanding. The black-robed figure sneered, then let us see if you can withstand it. With a wave of its hands, a horde of dark creatures surged forth from all directions. These creatures took on various forms, some resembling massive spiders, others grotesque beasts, each one clawing and snarling, exuding a nauseating aura. Xiao Manlu and his companions immediately sprang into action, ready to engage in battle. Xiao Manlu's sword shimmered in the darkness, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky. Each swing emanated a fierce sword aura, dispatching the encroaching dark creatures. His figure weaved through the throngs of enemies, embodying the valor and fearlessness of a war god. Lin Sanghai's spear surged forth like a dragon. Wherever it struck, foes fell in droves. His spear technique was ferocious and potent, every thrust infused with boundless strength, launching the dark beings into the air. Ao Sanjin once again transformed into a colossal dragon, exhaling draconic flames that reduced vast swaths of dark creatures to ashes. His massive form rolled through the valley, stirring a tempest that kept the dark beings at bay. Li Feng's swordplay was agile and varied, seamlessly navigating between enemies. His movements were as swift as a cheetah, each strike landing accurately on the vital points of the dark creatures. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng, positioned behind, cast spells to provide support and healing to their companions. Their incantations glittered like a constellation, descending upon the wounded warriors and swiftly restoring their strength. The battle was intensely fierce. Despite their formidable prowess, Xiao Manlu and his companions found themselves gradually ensnared by the overwhelming numbers of dark creatures. Xiao Manlu bore numerous wounds, his garments stained with blood, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. This cannot continue. We must identify the black-robed man's weakness, Xiao Manlu proclaimed, while engaged in combat. He keenly observed the movements of the black-robed figure, searching for an opening. At that moment, Li Yifeng discerned the vulnerability of the black-robed man. Aim for his chest, Li Yifeng shouted, seizing a fleeting opportunity. He hastened towards Xiao Manlu to relay his discovery. Upon hearing this, Xiao Manlu swiftly maneuvered, lunging toward the black-robed man's chest with all his might, his sword's momentum akin to a rainbow. The black-robed figure was caught off guard. Struck by Xiao Manlu's blade, with a shriek, he collapsed to the ground. As the black-robed man's fall ensued, the dark creatures ceased their assault, dissipating in swathes. At last, it's over. Ao Sanjin gasped, transforming back into human form and wearily sitting upon the ground. Xiao Manlu gazed at the corpse of the black-robed figure and remarked, "This is merely a fraction of the dark forces. We must continue our pursuit to eradicate the threat of darkness entirely." His voice was unwavering and powerful, rekindling the fighting spirit of his companions. They nodded in agreement and pressed onward, aware that the road ahead was long, yet their hearts brimmed with hope and courage. Firmly believing they would vanquish the darkness and let light illuminate the shadows, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the continent. Chapter 39, The Machinations of Darkness. After departing the Eri Valley, Xiao Manlu and his companions continued their pursuit of the Dark Energies trail. Along their journey, they increasingly sensed the complexity and potency of this force, as if it concealed a vast conspiracy. "I have a foreboding feeling, this dark power is likely more terrifying than we imagined," Zhao Linger expressed anxiously, her beautiful visage etched with worry as she unconsciously tightened her grip on her staff. Lin Songhai clenched his spear resolutely, asserting, "No matter what, we cannot falter. We must uncover the truth." His gaze was steadfast, the armor upon him reflecting a chilling glimmer in the sunlight. The group advanced until they arrived at a desolate small town. The town was eerily empty, devoid of any signs of life. The doors and windows of the buildings lining the streets were tightly shut, as if recoiling from some dreadful threat. "Something feels amiss here," Li Yifeng observed warily, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, his body slightly leaning forward, poised to confront any impending danger. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled past, carrying with it an eerie cacophony. The sound resembled the mournful wails of countless vengeful spirits, sending chills down their spines. Xiao Manlu's brow furrowed. "Be ye cautious, something is amiss." His voice was deep and commanding, instantly heightening the tension among the group. Before his words could settle, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions, encircling them completely. These silhouettes were indistinct, resembling phantoms, radiating an aura of malevolence. Ao Sanjin let out a furious roar. Transforming into a dragon and unleashing a torrent of searing breath, the dragon's flames surged forth like a deluge, crashing upon the shadows. The figures recoiled, yet continued their relentless assault. Xiao Manlu and his companions fought valiantly. Engaging in fierce combat with the shadows, Xiao Manlu wielded his sword with precision, each strike imbued with formidable force, repelling the encroaching figures. Lin Songhai's spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, dispersing the shadows in its wake. Yet, these shadows appeared inexhaustible, an endless tide crashing upon them. Li Yifeng's swordplay was dexterous and adaptable, his form darting like lightning amidst the shadows, seeking out the enemy's vulnerabilities. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng continually cast spells from behind, providing support, and healing rays of light emanated from their hands, enveloping their allies, mending their wounds and restoring their vigor. In the heat of battle, Xiao Manlu discerned that these shadows seemed under some form of control, moving in synchronized unison. Someone must be orchestrating this, Xiao Manlu declared loudly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the shadows, yet all were left utterly exhausted, bearing wounds of varying severity. However, before they could catch their breath, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears, "You cannot escape. This is merely the beginning." The voice dripped with menace, seemingly emanating from all directions, leaving them uncertain of its source. Xiao Manlu scanned the surroundings. "Who are you? If you possess the ability, step forth." His voice was laced with fury and provocation. At that moment, a colossal black vortex materialized in the sky, a powerful dark force surging forth from within. "This is," Li Yifeng stammered, astonishment rendering him speechless as he gazed at the vortex above. Terror filling his eyes, Xiao Manlu's expression remained steadfast. "Whatever it is, we must confront it." He straightened his posture, bracing for the impending challenge of the group stood ready, prepared to face the new trial ahead. The dark force gradually coalesced into a massive silhouette. Its features obscured, yet emanating a stifling aura of oppression, the figure seemed to embody the essence of darkness, instilling dread. "You insignificant ants dare to challenge the authority of darkness," the figure coldly intoned. Its voice was like ice, piercing the hearts of all present. Xiao Manlu stood undaunted. "Darkness will never triumph over light. Your scheme shall not succeed." His voice rang with conviction, unwavering even in the face of tremendous pressure. The figure erupted into laughter. Then let us see. With that, it waved its hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy towards Xiaoman Lu and his companions. The dark energy surged forth like a black tidal wave. Bearing the intent to annihilate, Xiaoman Lu and his companions exerted their utmost to resist, yet the force proved overwhelming, gradually sapping their strength. Xiaoman Lu felt as though he were being crushed under an immense weight. Each step forward a Herculean struggle. Lin Sanghai's spear began to tremble, his arms straining under the exertion. Ao Sanjin, transformed into a dragon, let out a pained roar, his fiery breath waning. Li Feng's swordplay lost its former agility. His movements growing sluggish as Zhao Lingren Luanfeng's spells dimmed in intensity. In this critical moment, Xiaoman Lu suddenly recalled the mysterious artifact he had obtained earlier. Everyone hold on, I will attempt to harness the power of the artifact. Xiaoman Lu shouted, his voice, though somewhat weak amid the roar of dark energy, brimmed with hope. He retrieved the artifact, concentrating his energy to infuse it with his strength. The artifact radiated a blinding light. Countering the dark energy, light and darkness intertwined, forming an immense energy field. Ultimately, with the artifact's assistance, they successfully fended off the dark energy's onslaught. The dark force was gradually dispelled by the light, and the enormous silhouette let out a reluctant roar of fury. Seeing this, the figure scoffed, "You will not remain so fortunate forever." With that, it vanished into the swirling darkness. The dark vortex slowly dissipated, restoring calm to the sky. What on earth just happened? Lin Sanghai wheezed, his body swaying as he leaned against his spear for support. Xiaoman Lu contemplated for a moment. It seems the dark forces are plotting a grand conspiracy. We must swiftly uncover the truth and thwart them. His gaze turned toward the horizon, worry filling his heart. The others nodded in agreement. Though fatigued, their eyes still burned with unwavering resolve. Let us find a place to recuperate and regain our strength. Xiaoman Lu suggested. They discovered a relatively intact building in the small town and took refuge within. Zhao Lingren and Luanfeng tended to their wounds, casting restorative spells. The enemies we face this time are stronger than ever. We must be better prepared, Li Yifeng stated. Ao Sanjin added, regardless, we shall not retreat. Xiaoman Lu looked at everyone. Indeed, as long as we stand united, nothing can hinder us. After a period of rest, their strength and injuries improved significantly. Let us press onward, Xiaoman Lu declared, rising to lead them once more on their journey. They remained unaware of the myriad dangers that awaited them ahead, yet their conviction remained unshaken. Chapter 40, the difficult choice after leaving the refuge of the house. Xiaoman Lu and his companions delved deeper into the secrets of the dark power. They traversed barren, desolate wilderness, the dry, hard earth kicking up dust with each step they took. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly upon them, sweat thoroughly soaking their garments. Everyone be cautious, this expanse seems to conceal unknown dangers, Xiaoman Lu warned, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. So the others nodded, gripping their weapons tightly, proceeding with utmost care upon crossing the wilderness. They entered a foreboding and sinister forest. The forest was shrouded in a thick mist. The trees stood tall and dense, their branches entwined to the extent that they nearly obscured all sunlight. Be cautious, for this forest harbors an air of the peculiar, warned Xiaoman Lu, his voice resonating with clarity in the stillness of the woods. No sooner had he spoken than countless branches sprang to life, surging towards them like tentacles. These branches were robust and powerful, adorned with sharp barbs, attacking like whips and serpents. The group swiftly reacted, swords and blades flashing, spells illuminating the air. Xiaoman Lu's sword sliced through the air like lightning, severing the encroaching branches. Lin Sanghai wielded his spear with finesse, creating a barrier of light to fend off the onslaught. Yet, the branches multiplied, as if inexhaustible, swarming from all directions, overwhelming them. This cannot continue. We must break free. Lin Sanghai shouted, his face slick with sweat, his breath quickening. Xiaoman Lu nodded in agreement. Follow me. With a swift motion, he darted in a particular direction, his sword cleaving a path. The others closely trailed behind, fighting valiantly. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, using his immense body to smash through the branches. Li Yifeng, agile as ever, weaved through the gaps, providing cover for the group. Zhao Lingren and Luanfeng continuously cast spells, fortifying and empowering their companions. They fought fiercely, carving a bloody path until they finally emerged from the eerie forest. Exhausted, each bore scratches and bruises. Just as they caught their breath, they were met with a tumultuous river, its waters raging and crashing against the banks, producing a deafening roar. The wide expanse held no bridges, only the relentless flow of water. What shall we do? Li Yifeng's face was etched with concern as he gazed at the turbulent currents, anxiety filling his heart. At that moment, a dilapidated boat appeared upon the surface. The vessel looked precarious, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. This boat seems rather unreliable, Ao Sanjin remarked, furrowing his brow in doubt over its safety. Yet, with no alternative, they resolved to board the boat to cross the river. Cautiously, they climbed aboard, the boat swaying violently in the water, inducing a sense of dizziness. "Everyone, sit tight and maintain your balance," Xiao Manlu instructed. Shortly after they set sail, a tempest arose, waves surging dramatically on the river. The small craft teetered in the wind, resembling a leaf at risk of being engulfed. "Steady yourselves," Xiao Manlu strained to keep the boat balanced. Gripping the oars tightly in his hands, striving to steer them true. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. "One among you must leap into the river to quell the storm and ensure the boat reaches the opposite shore safely." The group exchanged glances, each unwilling to make such a sacrifice. Fear and hesitation filled their eyes. Xiao Manlu wrestled with his inner turmoil as he gazed at his companions, uncertain of how to choose. These were his steadfast allies, those who had fought alongside him through life and death. How could he bear to cast any of them into the river? Stepping forward, Zhao Linger declared, "Let me do it. I cannot allow everyone to be in danger." Her gaze was resolute, though tinged with reluctance. "No," Xiao Manlu insisted firmly. "Linger, you cannot do this," Lin Sanghai added. "We have faced so much together, how can we let you take this risk alone?" His voice was deep and compelling. As time slipped away, the storm intensified, threatening to capsize the vessel at any moment. Finally, Xiao Manlu clenched his teeth. "I will do it." His voice resonated with determination, without hesitation. He leaped into the river. Miraculously, the tempest subsided instantly, and the small boat steadied, gliding smoothly toward the shore. Once ashore, the group frantically searched for Xiao Manlu, anxiety gripping their hearts. "He will be fine, he must be." Li Feng murmured, his eyes scanning the riverbank with urgency. Lin Sanghai ran along the shore, calling out Xiao Manlu's name. Ao Sanjin, transformed into a dragon, soared above, seeking any sign of him. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng stood by the water's edge, silently praying. Just as despair began to envelop them, Xiao Manlu emerged from the distance. Though disheveled, he was safe and sound. "I apologize for the worry," he said, offering a weary smile. The group embraced, tears mingling with relief. Having endured such a harrowing choice, their bond grew ever stronger. "From now on, whatever challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together," Lin Sanghai declared. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with resolve, yet they understood that greater trials awaited them. But through this ordeal, they came to believe that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their progress. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. The path was rugged and uneven, the towering peaks on either side clawing at the clouds. "Be alert. There may be ambushes ahead," Xiao Manlu cautioned. Indeed, a swarm of shadowy figures descended from the mountains, launching an assault. The group immediately entered combat mode, engaging in a fierce struggle with the shadows. Xiao Manlu's sword danced in his grasp, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Lin Sanghai's spear lunged forth like a dragon, targeting the enemy's vital points. Ao Sanjin unleashed his dragon breath, incinerating a multitude of shadows. Li Feng moved like a specter, darting around the beast, exploiting its vulnerabilities. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng's spells flickered, providing support to their comrades. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the shadows. "This journey has indeed been fraught with peril." Li Feng gasped, catching his breath. "But we must not falter, we must uncover the source of this dark power," Xiao Manlu resolved. They pressed onward, the fading sunlight casting long shadows upon them. The road ahead was still long, yet their steps were resolute and vigorous. Chapter 41, The Mysterious Ruins. After enduring a series of arduous battles and a lengthy trek, Xiao Manlu and his companions finally stumbled upon a mysterious ruin deep within a sprawling mountain range. The remnants lay hidden beneath a thick veil of mist, as if forgotten by time. Ancient structures emerged sporadically, their walls composed of massive stones, exuding an aura of age and danger. Be cautious, this place likely conceals many unknown perils. Xiao Manlu warned, his gaze sharp, sword firmly in hand, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances. The group cautiously stepped into the ruins, the stone path beneath them slick with moss, each step revealing its instability. The walls were adorned with peculiar runes, their fluid lines hinting at an indefinable mysterious power. Lin Sanghai curiously traced the runes with his fingers, sensing the immense energy they contained. His voice echoed in the vast emptiness of the ruins, tinged with reverence. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from the depths of the ruins, reverberating through the air like the roar of an ancient beast, causing the very ground to tremble. "This is not good. Something lurks within." Ao Sanjin instantaneously transformed into a dragon, his formidable presence radiating power as he unfurled his wings, ready to confront the impending danger. From the darkness, a colossal beast charged forth, its form resembling a mountain, its body cloaked in scales as tough as iron, glinting ominously in the faint light. Its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, exuding a menacing glare that sent chills down their spines. "What manner of creature is this?" Li Feng exclaimed, his voice filled with fear and astonishment, though his grip on his sword remained unwavering. Without a hint of fear, Xiao Manlu brandished his sword, charging towards the beast, thinking only of vanquishing it. His figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning. The others unleashed their unique abilities, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the monstrous entity. The beast's strength was immense, each swipe of its formidable claws unleashed a gale. Shaking the ground beneath them, Xiaoman Lu adeptly evaded its attacks, seizing the moment to drive his sword into the beast's leg. The blade clashed against the scales, sparks flying. Lin Sanghai's spear struck forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, aiming for the beast's abdomen, yet the creature abruptly pivoted, sweeping its tail towards Lin Sanghai and sending him hurtling away. Lin Sanghai, Xiaoman Lu shouted in alarm. Ao Sanjin, embodying the dragon, unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. Engulfing the beast in flames, the creature roared in agony, becoming more frenzied in its assault. Li Feng, moving like a wraith, darted around the beast, searching for an opening. He timed his attack perfectly, thrusting his sword towards the creature's eye, but it reacted swiftly, raising its paw to block the strike. Zhao Linger conjured protective shields, enhancing the group's defenses against the beast's onslaught. She chanted incantations, radiant light enveloping her comrades, enabling them to endure the creature's ferocity. After an intense struggle, the beast finally began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoman Lu plunged his sword into the beast's heart. With a final, despairing roar, the creature collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. We have finally triumphed, the group exhaled in relief, their bodies drenched in sweat and adorned with wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. However, before they could catch their breath, a multitude of traps and mechanisms emerged within the ruins. Suddenly arrows shot from the walls, their tips glinting ominously, raining down upon them like a tempest. Be on high alert, Xiaoman Lu shouted. He swung his sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. The group dodged and weaved through the ruins, narrowly avoiding one trap after another. Just as they evaded the arrows, massive stones began to roll across the ground, as if intent on crushing them to dust. Li Feng leaped gracefully, evading the descending boulders, only to discover a raging inferno blocking their path ahead. What shall we do now? He exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Linger swiftly conjured a water-based spell, attempting to extinguish the flames. Ao Sanjin shielded his companions with his massive dragon form, buying them precious moments. They tirelessly navigated through the myriad of traps and mechanisms within the ruins, their bodies and minds weary. At last, they arrived at the heart of the ruins, where a colossal stone platform housed an ancient scroll. The scroll was inscribed with dense, intricate symbols and diagrams, chronicling secrets of dark power and methods of its unraveling. This may very well be the key to our triumph over darkness, Xiaoman Lu declared with palpable excitement, hope glimmering in his eyes. Just as they prepared to depart from the ruins, the structure suddenly began to collapse. Stones tumbled from above, and the ground fissured beneath them. Run, Xiaoman Lu urged, leading the group in a desperate sprint for safety. They weaved through the debris, dodging the incessant rain of falling rocks. Lin Sanghai was struck in the leg by a stone, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, keeping pace with his companions. Ao Sanjin repeatedly shielded them from impending danger with his dragon form. In a final, desperate moment, they successfully escaped the ruins, which crumbled into a desolate heap behind them. Clouds of dust obscuring the sky. The fruits of our endeavor are substantial. I hope they aid us in our battle against the forces of darkness, Xiaoman Lu remarked, gazing at the scroll in his hands. Though fatigue etched his face, his resolve remained unwavering. The group nodded in agreement, supporting one another as they resumed their journey. Chapter 42. Dawn amidst darkness. With the ancient scroll they had procured from the ruins in hand, Xiaoman Lu and his companions tirelessly sought a safe haven to delve into the secrets of dark power contained within it. They traversed the forested mountains, the chilling roars of dark creatures echoing ominously behind them. Along the way, they encountered numerous assaults from forces of darkness, as if those vile beings were aware of their movements, growing increasingly frenzied and formidable. Each attack struck like a tempest, overwhelming them with ferocity. These fiends are relentless, determined to deny us any respite, Lin Sanghai gasped, battling against the onslaught. His face was slick with sweat and blood, and his spear had begun to bend, yet his gaze remained resolute. With unwavering determination, Xiaoman Lu wielded his sword, creating flickering shadows that repelled the dark creatures with each swing, generating gusts of wind. No matter what, we cannot allow them to succeed. If we stand united, we shall overcome this adversity. His voice resonated with steadiness, instilling a flicker of comfort and courage in his comrades. Through their valiant efforts, they eventually broke free from the clutches of the dark creatures and discovered a secluded cave to take refuge. The cave was dim and damp, imbued with an ancient atmosphere, yet, for the weary group, it was a rare sanctuary. Inside, Xiaoman Lu cautiously unfurled the scroll, drawing his companions closer. The ancient and mystifying inscriptions seemed to harbor millennia of secrets. The symbols inscribed here are exceedingly archaic. Interpreting them may prove to be a challenge, Li Yifeng noted, his brow furrowed in concentration. His fingers delicately traced the scroll, searching for clues as Zhao Linger and Luan Feng utilized their magical expertise to unravel the enigmas within the scroll. Their expressions focused as they chanted incantations, their wands emitting sporadic bursts of light. After several days of relentless effort, they began to discern some insights. I believe I have grasped part of it. The scroll suggests that the source of dark power does not originate from the outside but rather stems from the fears and desires harbored within people's hearts when one is consumed by fear and desire. The dark forces seize the opportunity to infiltrate and grow stronger, Zhao Linger articulated, her voice soft yet resonant with impact. The group fell into contemplation, each reflecting on their own inner fears and desires. Pondering how to conquer these vulnerabilities, Xiao Manlu lifted his gaze, sweeping his eyes across his companions. That if this is the case, to vanquish darkness, we must first conquer our own fears. Only by fortifying our inner selves can we withstand the encroachment of dark power. His voice was resolute and powerful, igniting a flame within the hearts of those present. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the cave, growing ever closer and instilling a sense of unease. This is bad. They have tracked us down, Ao Sanjin warned, rising to his feet and transforming into a dragon ready to confront their adversaries. Xiao Manlu inhaled deeply. Prepare yourselves. This time, we shall take the initiative. We can no longer afford to evade. Only by bravely confronting the challenge can we discover the true path forward. Emerging from the cave to face the incoming wave of dark creatures, fear had dissipated, replaced by unwavering conviction. Xiao Manlu charged forth, his sword shining with the light of hope amidst the darkness. Each strike was imbued with unyielding determination, as if he sought to rend the darkness asunder. Lin Sanghai followed closely, his spear dancing like a dragon emerging from the sea. Shouting encouragement to bolster his own spirit and that of his comrades, let these dark fiends witness our might. Ao Sanjin in his dragon form soared above, unleashing torrents of fiery breath that reduced swaths of dark creatures to ash. Li Yifeng, with his agile movements, weaved through the chaos, delivering lethal strikes with each swing of his blade. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng provided relentless support from the rear, casting spells that illuminated the battlefield and rendered the dark creatures vulnerable. Their combined attacks were more potent than ever, their coordination seamless. The dark creatures began to falter before them, their once arrogant demeanor now diminished. We can win, Lin Sanghai shouted, his voice filled with exhilaration. Lifting the morale of the group. At last, the dark creatures were repelled entirely, the battlefield thick with the acrid stench of scorched earth and littered with the remnants of their adversaries. Xiao Manlu surveyed his companions, confidence radiating from his expression. This is a significant victory for us. As long as we stand united, darkness shall be dispelled. We must believe that light will always triumph over dark. The group nodded, weary yet gratified smiles gracing their faces. However, we cannot afford to let our guard down. The forces of darkness will not relent easily. We must continue to strengthen our abilities and prepare ourselves adequately. Xiao Manlu cautioned. Indeed, we must continuously hone our skills to become even stronger. Li Yifeng agreed, and we must further investigate the scroll. There may be more secrets awaiting our discovery, Zhao Linger added, after a brief respite. They set forth once more, aware that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet the flame of hope within their hearts burned ever brighter. In the days that followed, they trained while exploring the continent, aiding villages and towns threatened by dark forces, spreading courage and hope. In a small town, the residents, having heard of their deeds, came forth to express their gratitude and support. You are our heroes, our hope, an elderly man exclaimed with fervor. Xiao Manlu responded with a smile, this is what we ought to do. As long as we unite, nothing can defeat us. Inspired by the townsfolk, Xiao Manlu and his companions resolved to vanquish the darkness. However, just as they prepared to depart the town, another surge of formidable dark power struck. This time, the darkness seemed more cunning and powerful. Could they withstand this new crisis? Chapter 43, a desperate counterattack faced with the sudden onslaught of overwhelming dark power. Xiao Manlu and his companions felt a mix of surprise and unyielding determination. Fear not, we have endured so much and shall not be easily vanquished, Xiao Manlu proclaimed, his voice reverberating through the air, instilling courage in the hearts of his comrades. His gaze was fierce and fervent, his sword clutched tightly as if it were his very lifeline. The dark forces surged like a relentless tide, encircling them, and an oppressive grip of the darkness seemed alive, clawing toward them, suffocating in its intensity. Lin Sanghai roared, his spear slicing through the air with ferocious energy, come forth, let me see the extent of your power. The veins on his forehead throbbed as each thrust of his spear drove back the encroaching shadows. Ao Sanjin transformed once more into a dragon, his colossal form radiating light amidst the gloom. Expelling fiery breath to attempt a breach in the dark circle, the searing flames hissed as they met the darkness, dissipating it into tendrils of black smoke. Li Yifeng moved like a phantom, darting through the shadows, his blade inflicting pain upon the dark creatures, eliciting their anguished cries. His swordplay was nimble and swift, akin to lightning in the night. Evading capture, Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed their magical prowess, providing robust support and protection to their allies. As Zhao Linger's wand emitted a gentle glow, healing her comrades' wounds, enabling them to continue the fight. Luan Feng conjured formidable defensive spells, forming a transparent shield that repelled the dark force's onslaught. Yet, the dark power proved too formidable, and they found themselves gradually ensnared in despair. Xiao Manlu bore numerous injuries, his garments stained crimson, yet he clenched his teeth and fought on. Each swing of his sword drained his energy, yet his spirit showed no signs of retreat. This cannot continue. We must locate the core of the dark power, Xiao Manlu urged, his voice hoarse from exhaustion yet resolute. At a moment when all seemed to be struggling against insurmountable odds, Xiao Manlu suddenly discerned a faint crack in the veil of dark forces. It was a minuscule fissure, through which the dark energy appeared to flow with a certain reluctance. Charge with me, he commanded, rallying the group towards the breach. Leading the charge, his sword held aloft and his comrades closely behind, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. They shattered the oppressive darkness and emerged into a mysterious valley. The air was thick with a palpable sense of dread, sending a chill down their spines. Towering peaks loomed overhead, their sheer cliffs threatening to descend upon them. This is the place. Together, we shall advance. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu plunged into the valley, his figure resolutely pressed forward through the gloom, with his companions steadfastly following in his wake. Within the valley, a multitude of nefarious magical traps and formidable dark creatures manifested before them. Flames erupted from the ground, while icicles rained down from the sky, catching them off guard. The dark entities varied in form, some were as colossal as mountains, while others were diminutive as mice, yet all emanated a lethally ominous aura. Xiao Manlu's sword glimmered with a brilliant light, each strike imbued with his boundless fury and determination. His blade clashed with the dark creature's claws, producing a shower of sparks. His steps were resolute, his gaze unwavering, as if the entire world had been reduced to just him and his adversaries. Lin Sanghai's spear surged forth like a dragon breaking the waves, unstoppable in its might. He shouted loudly, channeling his fears and fatigue into every thrust. Ao Sanjin's dragon claws and breath were astonishingly powerful, his massive form rolling through the valley, obliterating all obstacles in his path. Li Yifeng's swordsmanship was cunning and merciless, leaving the dark creatures defenseless. Like a phantom, he darted through the shadows, delivering fatal blows to his foes. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng's spells illuminated the entire valley, not only supporting their comrades but also inflicting damage upon the dark entities. After a harrowing battle, they finally located the heart of the dark power. It was a colossal black crystal, radiating an evil luminescence, with dark forces swirling around it. Xiao Manlu concentrated all his strength and thrust his sword towards the core. His body emanated a fierce light, counterbalancing the crystal's dark glow. Break it, he bellowed with fury. As a brilliant flash erupted, the dark forces dissipated instantaneously, marking their triumphant counterattack. The sinister aura within the valley receded like a tide, allowing sunlight to pour back in. We have emerged victorious, the group cheered, their voices echoing throughout the valley. Their faces were a tapestry of joy and exhaustion, sweat mingling with blood. Xiao Manlu, panting heavily, surveyed his teammates with gratitude and relief swelling in his heart. It is thanks to everyone that we have triumphed over this dark force. Lin Sanghai plopped down onto the ground, laughing heartily. What a fierce battle, yet we prevailed. Ao Sanjin transformed back into human form. Indeed, but it's utterly exhausting. Li Yifeng wiped the blood from his sword. This victory is merely temporary. We must remain vigilant. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng smiled. As long as we stand together, nothing can defeat us. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was but a singular victory in a protracted struggle. With greater challenges looming on the horizon, they needed to fortify themselves continually to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this realm. Xiao Manlu gazed into the distance. Let us return and prepare for the new challenges ahead. The others nodded in agreement, following him as they departed the valley. Their silhouettes, bathed in sunlight, appeared resolute and formidable. Upon returning to the town, the populace erupted in jubilant celebration of their victory. Yet, Xiao Manlu and his companions remained grounded, not allowing victory to cloud their judgment. They began to reflect on the lessons learned from the battle, readying themselves for the next confrontation. In the days that followed, they trained with renewed fervor. Xiao Manlu diligently studied sword techniques, striving to transcend his limits. Lin Sanghai intensified his physical training, elevating his strength to new heights. Ao Sanjin sought to amplify the potency of his dragon breath, while Li Yifeng honed his intricate swordplay. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng explored more formidable spells simultaneously. They scoured for clues regarding the dark forces to prevent any resurgence. They ventured to ancient ruins, engaging with various enigmatic figures, acquiring invaluable information. One day, Xiao Manlu received a mysterious letter. The correspondence hinted at unusual dark fluctuations emerging from a distant land, possibly indicating new movements of the dark forces. Without delay, Xiao Manlu summoned his companions. Friends, a new mission awaits us. We must set forth once more. Without a moment's hesitation, they packed their belongings and embarked on another journey rife with uncertainty. Chapter 44. A new journey awaits after successfully vanquishing the evil forces within the Dark Town. Xiao Manlu and his companions took a brief respite before setting out on their next adventure. They were acutely aware that the threat of darkness had not been entirely eradicated, and countless unknown challenges lay ahead. Where shall we venture next? Li Yifeng gazed out over the vast expanse of land, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. His attire fluttered gently in the breeze, and his sword hung limply. As if echoing the fatigue of their recent battle, Xiao Manlu pondered for a moment before speaking. To my knowledge, the misty forest to the south has recently reported some peculiar disturbances. Perhaps it conceals new clues regarding the dark forces. His gaze was resolute and profound, fixed upon the southern horizon as if he could already glimpse the secrets hidden within that enigmatic forest. The group nodded in unison, expressing their agreement to investigate further. Their figures, illuminated by sunlight, radiated strength and determination. Buoyed by courage in the face of the unknown. As they stepped into the misty forest, they were immediately enveloped by thick fog. The trees loomed tall and foreboding, their branches intertwining to form natural barriers. A decaying odor permeated the air, making it difficult to breathe. Be cautious, the fog here may be toxic, Zhao Linger warned. Her staff emitted a faint glow, attempting to disperse the surrounding mist. But with little effect. Lin Songhai gripped his spear tightly, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Not only that, but there may also be hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. His voice was deep and powerful, bolstering the spirits of his comrades. Ao Sanjin transformed into human form, marching alongside them. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. His expression was grave, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. As they pressed on, they suddenly heard a strange sound, akin to whispered voices or the growl of a beast. The noise echoed through the fog, sending chills down their spines. What is that sound? Wanfeng's heart raced. She instinctively moved closer to Zhao Linger, gripping her garment tightly. Xiao Manlu gestured for silence, straining to listen. The sound grew nearer, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness, sending shivers down their spines. At that moment, a horde of beasts, exuding dark energy, burst forth from the mist, lunging at them with bared fangs and claws. These creatures were massive, their eyes glowing a sinister crimson, and they exhaled black mist. Xiao Manlu and his companions immediately engaged in combat. Xiao Manlu's sword sliced through the fog, each strike finding its mark on the beast's vital spots. His form moved like a wraith among the throng, leaving trails of blood in his wake. Lin Songhai's spear danced like a dragon in the sea, deftly dispatching the advancing beasts. He roared fiercely, his presence imposing, as though a war deity had descended. Ao Sanjin, wielding his immense strength, engaged the beasts in close combat, each punch sending a creature staggering back, showcasing unparalleled might. Li Yifeng's agility allowed him to weave through the throng, delivering lethal blows. His swordsmanship was sharp and ruthless, rendering the beasts defenseless. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng continuously cast spells, providing support and protection to their allies. Rays of light shot from their hands, forming shields to deflect the beasts' attacks, while others transformed into offensive spells, inflicting damage upon the foes. After a fierce skirmish, they finally repelled the beasts. However, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, each bearing wounds to some degree. Xiao Manlu's garments were torn in several places, blood seeping from his wounds. Lin Songhai bore deep claw marks on his arm, muscles exposed. Ao Sanjin was covered in bruises, sweat mixing with blood. Li Yifeng limped, one leg injured, and Zhao Linger and Luanfeng, having overexerted themselves with magic, appeared pale and breathless. This is merely the beginning. We cannot afford to relax, Xiao Manlu gasped, his resolve unshaken. Urging his comrades to press on, they continued deeper into the misty forest, where the fog thickened and the path became increasingly treacherous. The ground turned muddy, every step demanding tremendous effort. The trees grew denser, forming a colossal maze that threatened to disorient them. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a mysterious temple. The temple's entrance was tightly sealed, surrounded by eerie runes. The runes flickered with a faint light, as if whispering ancient secrets. This temple seems significant, Lin Songhai remarked, stepping forward to gently prod the door with his spear. Only to be met with a powerful rebound that sent him staggering back. Xiao Manlu approached and gently pushed against the door, but it remained immovable. "Let us all try together," he suggested. The group combined their efforts, and the door slowly creaked open. A musty atmosphere enveloped them, and a mysterious light filled the temple. The illumination fluctuated, instilling an inexplicable fear within them. Cautiously, they entered the temple, where a colossal statue stood at its center. The statue's features were indistinct, yet it emanated an aura of formidable authority. The oppressive aura rendered everyone breathless, as though an immense mountain weighed heavily upon their hearts. "Where on earth is this place?" Li Yifeng inquired, his voice echoing through the vast temple, sounding particularly diminutive. At that moment, the statue abruptly stirred. Its body emitted a series of crackling noises, as if it had just awakened from a slumber lasting a millennium. The statue's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and from its mouth erupted a plume of black flames. Be cautious, Xiao Manlu shouted. The crowd hastily sought refuge as the black flames scorched the ground, leaving deep, searing marks in their wake. The statue extended its colossal hand, aiming to strike them down. Xiao Manlu raised his sword to meet the statue's hand. The clash produced a thunderous sound, causing Xiao Manlu to be pushed back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Sanghai lunged forward with his spear, aiming for the statue's legs, but the weapon rebounded against the statue's formidable hide. Ao Sanjin transformed into a mighty dragon, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath. The fiery breath collided with the black flames, creating a dazzling display of light in the air. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng maneuvered to the statue's rear, searching for a weakness. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng once again cast spells, providing support to the group. After a fierce battle, the statue's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Xiao Manlu discerned a vulnerability on its back or attack its rear. He commanded. The group launched their final offensive, and at last, the statue collapsed with a resounding crash, shattering into a pile of rubble. "We have defeated it at last." Lin Sanghai slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, before they could catch their breath, strange patterns suddenly appeared on the temple's walls. These designs seemed to narrate an ancient tale, brimming with mystery and peril. "What is this?" O Sanjin furrowed his brow. Xiao Manlu scrutinized the patterns and his expression shifted. "This may be the origin of dark powers." The group gathered around, gazing at the illustrations with astonishment and trepidation. "If this is true, the challenges we face will be far greater than we imagined," Li Yifeng remarked, "but we must not falter. No matter how daunting, we must discover a way to combat the dark forces," Xiao Manlu asserted resolutely. At that moment, a low growl resonated from the depths of the temple. "What else awaits us?" Luanfeng asked nervously. Xiao Manlu inhaled deeply. "Regardless of what it is, we shall confront it." With renewed courage, the group ventured deeper into the temple. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Legacy. Xiao Manlu and the others cautiously advanced into the temple's depths, each step filled with vigilance. In the darkness, only the glimmer of their weapons and the radiance of their spells illuminated the path ahead. The stone path beneath their feet felt damp, exuding an ancient, musty odor. "This place is growing increasingly sinister. Everyone, be exceedingly careful," Xiao Manlu whispered, his gaze flickering in the dark, ever watchful of their surroundings. Suddenly, a powerful gust of air surged from the front, sending them reeling. This chilling current seemed capable of penetrating to the marrow of their bones. "Steady yourselves," Lin Sanghai bellowed, driving his spear into the ground to steady his stance. His muscular arms strained, veins bulging, showcasing immense strength. Once the air settled, they found themselves within a vast chamber. The walls of this chamber were embedded with countless gems that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, casting an ethereal light throughout the space. At its center stood an ancient stone pedestal, intricately inscribed with complex runes and patterns. "What is this?" Li Yifeng inquired curiously, stepping forward with an eager demeanor, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for the unknown. Just as he approached the pedestal, a radiant light erupted from it, enveloping him entirely. The brilliance was intense and blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon Yifeng. The group gasped, their voices laced with concern and tension. Xiao Manlu attempted to rush forward but was halted by an unseen force. This energy felt like a pliant wall, impenetrable regardless of his efforts. Within the light, Li Yifeng shut his eyes tightly, as if enduring excruciating agony. His body trembled slightly, his expression contorted, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. "You must hold on," Zhao Linger urged anxiously, gripping her staff tightly, prepared to cast a spell to aid Li Yifeng at any moment. After some time, the light gradually faded, and Li Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now imbued with depth and resolve. His presence had transformed, emanating a steadiness and strength. "It seems I have acquired some form of legacy," Li Yifeng stated, a hint of surprise and uncertainty in his voice. Before anyone could inquire further, a low hum resonated within the chamber, seemingly emanating from deep underground, sending shivers down their spines. "This is not good." Something else is happening, Ao-san shouted, his countenance turning grave as he reverted to human form. Preparing for battle, the walls around them began to shift slowly, as if intent on compressing them within. The gems embedded in the walls flickered more urgently, foretelling the impending danger. Xiao Manlu made a swift decision. Everyone, combine your strength and break through the walls. His voice was resolute and commanding. Instilling a flicker of courage and confidence within the group, they unleashed their most potent attacks, and in that instant light and power intertwined. The brilliance of Xiao Manlu's sword shone brightly, each swing imbued with a fierce energy aimed at the walls. Lin Sanghai's spear danced, its tip gathering formidable strength as it lunged towards the walls. Ao-san Jin transformed once more into a dragon, exhaling scorching flames that engulfed the walls. Li Feng harnessed his newly acquired power, his sword radiating a formidable blow as he struck at the walls. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng unleashed potent spells, beams of light piercing towards the walls. After a concerted effort, the walls finally crumbled. Debris scattering, they emerged into another chamber, filled with various ancient artifacts and scrolls. The artifacts glimmered with an enigmatic light, and the inscriptions on the scrolls were imbued with mystic power. These could very well be the keys to combating the dark forces, Xiao Manlu declared, his gaze flitting between the artifacts and scrolls in search of the most valuable items. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into their studies, the ground beneath them suddenly began to sink. Jump out, Lin Sanghai shouted, his voice resonating with urgency. The group leapt towards the protruding edges of the chamber, their bodies dangling precariously above an abyss of darkness. At that moment, a colossal mechanical spider emerged from the gaping chasm. Its body forged of metal, joints glimmering with blue light, eyes flashing red, venom spewing from its maw. The venom splattered upon the walls, hissing as it released a noxious cloud of smoke. What manner of beast is this? Luanfeng exclaimed, her voice brimming with fear and astonishment. Do not fear, we shall confront it together, Xiao Manlu proclaimed, his tone filled with courage and determination. Rallying the others, the group engaged in a ferocious battle with the mechanical spider. Xiao Manlu's sword struck repeatedly against the spider's body, sparks flying with every blow, each attack fueled by his fury and resolve as he sought its weakness. Lin Sanghai thrust his spear towards the spider's joints, striving to hinder its movements, his shouts echoing as he motivated himself. Ao-san Jin transformed into a dragon once more, scorching the spider with flames. The fire spread across the spider-s form, crackling loudly. Li Feng, wielding his newfound strength, inflicted tremendous damage upon the spider. His strikes were precise and forceful, ensnaring the spider in distress. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng meanwhile cast spells that disrupted the spider's actions, their luminous incantations illuminating the chamber and providing robust support to their companions. After a grueling struggle, the mechanical spider was finally defeated, its form collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. What a fierce battle, Ao-san gasped, panting heavily, though his eyes still sparkled with fighting spirit. Nevertheless, we have gleaned much from this encounter, Xiao Manlu remarked, surveying the surrounding artifacts and scrolls with a smile of satisfaction, as if glimpsing hope in their struggle against the dark forces. With their newfound treasures in tow, they continued their exploration of the temple. The labyrinthine passages within the temple resembled a colossal maze. Be cautious, lest we become lost, Xiao Manlu warned. They traversed a narrow passageway, the flickering lights along the walls instilling a sense of unease. Suddenly footsteps echoed from ahead. Who goes there? Lin Sanghai asked warily. The footsteps grew closer until a figure emerged before them. It is a guardian, Li Feng declared. The guardian, clad in ancient armor and wielding a massive battle axe, regarded them with an icy stare. Intruders, you should not be here, the guardian intoned. Xiao Manlu stepped forward, stating, we have come to combat the dark forces. We hope you can understand. The guardian scoffed. You, with that. The guardian swung the battle axe, launching an assault against them. Xiao Manlu and the others quickly rallied to defend themselves. The clash was intense. The guardian's strength was formidable, each strike powerful enough to instill fear. Xiao Manlu and his companions dodged and countered, gradually discerning the guardian's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing the guardian. Let us press onward, Xiao Manlu urged. They traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at a grand library. The library was laden with ancient tomes, exuding an air of knowledge. Perhaps we may find what we seek here, Zhao Linger suggested. They began to scour the library for useful information. Just then, the bookshelves began to shift, forming a colossal array. This is not good. It is a trap, Ao-san shouted. The array unleashed a powerful force attempting to ensnare them. Xiao Manlu and his companions fought valiantly, striving to break free from the trap. After much effort, they finally succeeded in breaking the formation. This place is far too perilous. We must depart at once, Lin Sanghai declared. With the treasures obtained from the temple in tow, they left the enigmatic location. Upon returning to the outside world, they discovered that the dark forces seemed to be stirring anew. Regardless, we must halt the spread of these dark forces, Xiao Manlu asserted. The group nodded in agreement. Aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they remained resolute. Chapter 46, The Awakening of Darkness. Having exited the mysterious temple, Xiao Manlu and his companions barely had time to catch their breath before they perceived that the world around them had plunged into deeper darkness. The once clear sky was shrouded by heavy, ominous clouds, and the earth seemed to tremble beneath them. Gale-force winds howled, causing their garments to flap violently. What is happening? Li Yifeng exclaimed, fear etched across his face. His eyes brimmed with anxiety and bewilderment as he instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow. I fear our actions within the temple have stirred the very core of the dark forces, prompting their premature awakening. His voice was grave, laced with profound concern. In the distance, a once peaceful village now lay enveloped in darkness, with cries and pleas for help rising from within. Thick smoke ascended from the village, forming eerie columns against the darkened sky. We must hurry to save them, Zhao Linger urged, her eyes glistening with tears. The staff in her hand radiated a gentle glow, as if gathering strength for the impending battle. Without hesitation, they raced toward the village. The ground quaked beneath their feet, mirroring their dread in the face of this sudden calamity. Upon arrival, they were met with a horrific scene. Dark creatures rampaged through the village, slaughtering its inhabitants as homes blazed in flames. The stench of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea. Xiao Manlu, consumed by fury, charged into the throng of dark creatures, his sword arcing with lethal precision as he felled countless foes. His figure moved like lightning amidst the shadows, each strike infused with boundless rage and determination. Lin Songhai wielded his spear with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, deftly dispatching the encroaching dark creatures. His battle cries resonated across the battlefield, igniting the spirits of his comrades. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, unleashing torrents of fire that incinerated the dark beings. His massive form swooped through the village, leaving a trail of ashes in his wake. Li Yifeng darted through the fray like a bolt of lightning, delivering fatal blows with each swing of his sword. His fighting style was intricate and fierce, leaving the dark creatures defenseless. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng focused on casting healing spells, aiding the injured villagers. Warm beams of light emanated from their hands, alleviating the suffering of the wounded, yet the dark creatures seemed inexhaustible. An unending tide of malevolence. This is unsustainable. We must locate the source of the dark power, Xiao Manlu shouted, his voice cutting through the clamor of battle. At that moment, a swirling vortex of darkness emerged at the village's center, its powerful pull drawing everything into its depths. Ruins, dark creatures, and desperate villagers alike. That could very well be the source, Lin Songhai exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the dark vortex, a mix of terror and resolute determination in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Manlu charged toward the maelstrom, the others following closely behind. Their figures appeared diminutive against the backdrop of darkness, yet they brimmed with unyielding courage. As they approached the vortex, a formidable wave of dark energy surged forth, nearly engulfing them. The chill of that power was bone deep, as if it sought to freeze their very souls. Hold on, Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth, striving against the encroaching darkness. His body trembled slightly, yet his sword remained steadfastly pointed forward. Under the weight of the dark force, their strength began to wane. Xiao Manlu felt his limbs grow heavy, each step requiring immense effort. Lin Songhai's spear became sluggish. Ao Sanjin reverted to human form, gasping for breath, while Li Yifeng's swordplay lost its former fluidity. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng's magical light dimmed. Even if it costs us everything, we cannot allow darkness to prevail, Li Yifeng roared, his voice tinged with desperation, as if prepared for sacrifice. Just as they neared the brink of collapse, a brilliant radiance erupted from Xiao Manlu. The light resembled the dawn, illuminating the entire vortex. His gaze turned unwavering, as if he had merged with this light, embodying the beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Inspired by Xiao Manlu's resolve, the group seized the moment to channel their combined strength. Their lights intertwined, forming a colossal sphere of energy. Together, Xiao Manlu shouted, leading the charge against the dark vortex. The energy sphere collided with the maelstrom, producing an earth-shattering sound. In that instant, light and dark clashed, plunging the world into chaos. During the fierce confrontation, Xiao Manlu and his companions felt their power rapidly depleting, yet they gritted their teeth, clinging to the last vestige of hope. At last, with a deafening roar, the dark vortex began to dissipate. The light gradually gained the upper hand, banishing the darkness. The world returned to tranquility. The flames in the village extinguished, leaving only ruins and lifeless bodies in their wake. Exhausted, Xiao Manlu and the others collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their bodies bore wounds and blood, yet victorious smiles graced their faces. We have succeeded, Zhao Linger murmured weakly, her eyes brimming with relief. But this victory is merely temporary. The dark forces will not relent easily, Lin Songhai observed, gazing at the sky with grave concern. Xiao Manlu struggled to rise, declaring, no matter the obstacles ahead, we shall not falter. They began to search the village for survivors, aiding the wounded and working to rebuild their homes. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions remained in the village, assisting the villagers in restoring their lives while remaining vigilant against a resurgence of dark forces. Utilizing the knowledge and strength gleaned from the temple, they erected protective barriers around the village to deter any further incursions by dark creatures. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude and respect, offering food and clothing in abundance. Thank you. Had it not been for you, our village would have been lost. An elder grasped Xiao Manlu's hand, tears welling in his eyes. This is what we ought to do. Xiao Manlu replied with a smile. As long as dark forces exist, we shall never cease our fight. However, the calm days were fleeting. One night, Xiao Manlu sensed a familiar dark energy approaching. Prepare for battle, he shouted. The others awoke abruptly, seizing their weapons in readiness for the impending challenge. Before them, a horde of dark creatures materialized outside the village, their numbers greater and more ferocious than before. It appears the dark forces will not let us be, Li Yifeng remarked. Then let us repel them once more, Xiao Manlu declared, leading the charge. An intense battle erupted anew as Xiao Manlu and his companions engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the dark beings. Their silhouettes danced beneath the moonlight, the clash of swords and claws mingling with the thunderous resonance of spells. Amidst the fray, Xiao Manlu realized that these dark creatures appeared to be under the control of an even more potent dark force, rendering them increasingly formidable. Be cautious, these foes are not to be underestimated, Xiao Manlu warned. Lin Songhai's spear was seized by a dark creature. He struggled to break free, only to be slashed by another. Ao Sanjin, transformed into a dragon, grappled with several dark beings in the air, yet he too began to feel overwhelmed. Li Yifeng found himself encircled by a swarm of dark creatures trapped in dire straits. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng tirelessly cast healing and offensive spells, but their magical energy was swiftly depleting. In that moment, Xiao Manlu recalled a mysterious artifact he had obtained in the temple. Hold strong, I have a plan, he proclaimed, retrieving the artifact from his robes. It emanated a mystical glow as he infused it with his own power. The brilliance of the artifact expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield. Under its radiance, the dark creatures shrieked in agony and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu and his group launched a counteroffensive, systematically eliminating the dark beings. Once the battle concluded, they found themselves once again utterly exhausted. This cannot continue. We must discover a way to eradicate the dark forces once and for all, Xiao Manlu stated. Perhaps we should seek out stronger powers or allies, Li Yifeng suggested. Xiao Manlu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative. Thus, they resolved to embark on another journey in search of the ultimate means to conquer the dark forces. Chapter 47, The Light of Hope after a brief respite. Xiao Manlu and his companions set forth once more on their journey, fraught with uncertainties. Guided by an ancient map, they ventured toward a fabled and mysterious land. Their path led them through desolate deserts, where the relentless sun scorched the sands, seemingly intent on desiccating all in its wake. Each step left deep impressions in the sand, while the howling winds whipped the grains into their faces, delivering stinging blows. This path is truly arduous, Lin Songhai complained, wiping the sweat from his brow. His lips cracked from dehydration, his eyes betraying fatigue and helplessness. Yet, as long as we can discover a way to combat the darkness, every hardship will be worthwhile, Zhao Linger encouraged her companions. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, and the staff in her hand shimmered with a faint glow under the sunlight, offering a semblance of solace to all. At last, they emerged from the desert. Having traversed treacherous mountains, the peaks loomed high into the clouds, and the steep paths rendered their progress arduous. The stones beneath their feet were loose, and a single misstep could send them plummeting over the precipice. Everyone, be cautious. We must not fall, Xiao Manlu urged, leading the way and reminding his companions behind him that he grasped the protruding rocks of the mountainside tightly, his body pressed against the cliff, each step taken with utmost care. Lin Songhai, panting heavily, remarked, This mountain is exceedingly difficult to climb. It feels as though my legs are no longer my own. Ao Sanjin encouraged, Hold on, we shall soon conquer this mountain. He transformed into his human form, his garments torn in several places by the branches. Li Yifeng gritted his teeth, striding to keep pace with the others, asserting, Fear not, we shall not yield. After a grueling ascent, they finally crested the mountain. However, before they could catch their breath, they were confronted with countless new challenges. A raging river blocked their path, its icy waters rushing with ferocity. How are we to cross this? Li Yifeng inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the torrent. Xiaoman Lu surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "Let us gather some branches and vines to construct a makeshift raft." Everyone quickly set to work, and soon they had fashioned a raft. They cautiously boarded the raft. Navigating the turbulent waters with great difficulty, the current relentlessly battered the raft, threatening to overturn it at any moment. "Everyone, steady yourselves," Zhao Linger exclaimed anxiously. "At long last, they managed to cross the river. We've finally made it." Lin Sanghai sighed in relief. After a protracted journey, they arrived at a mysterious forest. A thick fog enveloped the woods, obscuring their sense of direction. Towering trees stood dense and intertwined, creating a verdant canopy above. "Be vigilant, there may be dangers lurking here," Xiaoman Lu warned, gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze scanning the mist. As they tread cautiously through the underbrush, a melodious flute sound suddenly pierced the air. The notes, haunting and expressive, seemed to narrate an ancient tale. "What is that sound?" Li Yifeng asked, perplexed. As he scanned his surroundings, his ears perked up in search of the source. As the melody lingered, a mysterious figure emerged from the fog. Cloaked in mist, the figure's face remained shrouded, yet an enigmatic aura emanated from them. "What brings you to this place?" the stranger inquired, their voice deep and resonant, as if echoing from the annals of time. Xiaoman Lu stepped forward respectfully, declaring, "We have come in search of a means to combat the forces of darkness." The enigmatic figure fell silent for a moment, then replied slowly, "Follow me." The group trailed the mysterious figure to an ancient castle. The walls of the castle were cloaked in moss, the heavy doors sealed, radiating an otherworldly glow. "Within this castle lies the answers you seek," the figure stated before vanishing. Xiaoman Lu and his companions exchanged glances and then pushed open the grand doors of the castle. A wave of musty air greeted them. The grand hall was adorned with various mysterious runes and magical circles, and ancient portraits lined the walls, seemingly watching their every move. "Let us split up and search for clues," Xiaoman Lu proposed. The group began to explore the castle. Lin Sanghai discovered a yellow diary in one of the rooms, chronicling the castle's history and some secrets of magic. Zhao Linger found a radiant crystal in a corner, exuding a powerful energy. Ao Sanjin unearthed ancient weapons and armor in the basement. Though rusted, they still whispered of past glory. Li Yifeng stumbled upon books on magical circles and runes in the library, treating them as treasures. As he delved into their study deep within the castle, they uncovered an ancient tome detailing a formidable light magic. "If we can master this magic, perhaps we can vanquish the darkness," Ao Sanjin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with hope. However, learning this magic would not be a simple task. It required them to undergo a series of arduous trials. The first trial was one of courage, compelling them to confront their deepest fears. In a vision, Xiaoman Lu beheld his homeland, once vibrant, now ravaged by dark forces, littered with ruins and corpses, the cries of his kin echoing in his ears. His heart swelled with anguish and fury. "I shall not allow darkness to prevail again," he bellowed, and with unwavering will, he shattered the bonds of the illusion, successfully passing the trial. Lin Sanghai faced his terror of failure. Witnessing himself repeatedly defeated on the battlefield, the blood of his comrades staining the ground, yet he recalled their shared vows and beliefs, and with steadfast resolve, he triumphed over his fear. Next came the trial of wisdom, wherein they needed to unravel intricate puzzles and magical formations. The room was rife with traps and mechanisms, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Li Yifeng showcased his intellect, meticulously observing every detail of the room and guiding the group through unscathed. The final trial was one of unity. They had to collaborate in a chamber fraught with traps and peril to survive. The ground beneath them continued to sink, arrows flew from the walls, and boulders threatened to tumble from above. During the trial, they supported one another. Xiaoman Lu shielded Lin Sanghai from a flying arrow. Ao Sanjin braced himself against a collapsing boulder, and Zhao Linger cast healing spells for her injured comrades. "Come on, we can succeed," Xiaoman Lu urged. "Indeed, we shall not falter," the others echoed in unison. Atlas, they overcame all trials and mastered the light magic. As they exited the castle, they radiated a powerful glow. As if becoming messengers of hope, the light illuminated the surrounding forest, dispelling the thick fog. "It is time to return and confront the darkness," Xiaoman Lu proclaimed, his eyes brimming with confidence and determination. The group set forth on their journey back with renewed assurance. Along the way, they encountered assaults from dark creatures, yet with their newly acquired light magic, they easily repelled them. Upon returning to familiar lands, they discovered the dark forces ravaging anew. Villages lay in ruins, and people were displaced. "Dark forces, we have returned," Xiaoman Lu shouted. Without hesitation, they plunged into battle, the light magic erupting in brilliant luminescence amidst the darkness, causing the dark creatures to dissipate in its radiance. After a fierce confrontation, they temporarily repelled the dark forces and saved the village. "Thank you, you are our heroes," the villagers cheered. Xiaoman Lu gazed at his companions and declared, "This is merely the beginning. We will continue to fight until the darkness is utterly vanquished. The others nodded in agreement, aware that the road ahead was long, yet they had found the light of hope and were no longer afraid of the dark. Chapter 48, The Dark Counterattack. After a brief respite following their victory against the dark forces, Xiao Manlu and his companions had yet to celebrate when a new crisis quietly descended upon them. The dark forces, seemingly incensed by their resistance, launched a more ferocious counterattack. The once tranquil town was once again shrouded in darkness, an ominous presence pervading every corner. Shadows flickered in the streets, and the air was thick with the palpable dread of malevolent magical energies. How has this dark force grown so formidable? Li Yifeng gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression taut with anxiety. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he scanned the vicinity with vigilant eyes. Xiao Manlu's expression was grave. It seems our previous victory merely provoked them. Now they are retaliating with full force, but we must not cower. We are the last hope for safeguarding the light. His voice was steady and resolute, the sword in his hand glimmering faintly against the dark backdrop. Lin Songhai brandished his spear, exclaiming, "No matter their strength, we cannot retreat. If it comes to it, we shall face death head-on." A fierce determination blazed in his eyes, and his armor gleamed coldly in the shadows. The group braced themselves, prepared to confront this impending battle. Each heart was filled with trepidation and unease, yet more so with unwavering resolve. Emerging from the darkness was a horde of bizarre creatures, their forms grotesque, exuding a nauseating stench. Some bore sharp fangs, others possessed multiple eyes, and still others were clad in menacing spikes. Everyone, be cautious, these foes are not to be underestimated. Xiao Manlu warned, his voice echoed clearly in the stillness of the street. No sooner had he spoken than the creatures surged forth like a tide. Xiao Manlu was the first to engage. His sword flashing as he swiftly dispatched several monsters, his movements were agile and decisive, each strike infused with lethal intent. Lin Songhai swung his spear in a wide arc, unleashing a gust of wind that pushed the creatures back several paces. He roared in fury, as if to unleash all his pent-up anger upon these foes. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames that reduced a swath of creatures to ashes. His massive form soared through the air, instilling great pressure upon the monsters, yet, the onslaught of creatures seemed endless, pouring forth in relentless waves. They charged fearlessly, wave after wave, toward the group. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast healing and support spells, ensuring their companions could endure the fight. Warm beams of light emanated from their hands, enveloping the injured allies, alleviating their pain. However, as time wore on, the group began to feel overwhelmed. The creatures' attacks grew increasingly fierce, and all bore wounds. Xiao Manlu's arm was clawed by a monster, blood staining his sleeves. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy, Xiao Manlu called out, his breath quickening yet his gaze unwavering. Li Yifeng gasped, "I believe their movements follow a pattern. Perhaps we can exploit their weaknesses." He evaded the attacks of the creatures while keenly observing their behavior. At that moment, a colossal beast of darkness emerged from the distance, each of its steps sending tremors through the earth. Its form towered like a mountain, exuding an aura of terror. "What manner of monster is this?" the crowd gasped. Fear was etched upon their faces, yet they gripped their weapons with greater resolve. The monstrous creature opened its gaping maw, unleashing a surge of dark energy that instantly hurled several individuals into the air. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Xiao Manlu rose from the ground, urging, "Do not be afraid, everyone. Focus your strength on attacking its eyes." His voice bore a hint of urgency. Upon hearing his words, the crowd unleashed their mightiest assaults towards the beast's eyes. Xiao Manlu's sword radiated with a dazzling light, shooting forth like a meteor aimed at the creature's eye. Lin Songhai followed closely with his spear, imbued with formidable power. Ao Sanjin expelled an even more potent dragon's breath, striving to carve a path for the others. Li Yifeng, with his agile movements, deftly evaded the beast's onslaught while searching for the opportune moment to strike. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast enhancement spells upon their comrades, bolstering their offensive and defensive capabilities. After a grueling battle, the beast finally fell with a resounding crash. Its form dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the air, yet, the dark power did not wane. Instead, it assailed the crowd with renewed ferocity. "Are we truly to be defeated here?" Lin Songhai roared, his voice rife with despair and fury. "No, as long as we draw breath, we shall never surrender," Xiao Manlu declared resolutely, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Xiao Manlu suddenly discerned a flaw in the dark energy. Deep within the shadows, a rune flickered with an eerie light, seemingly orchestrating this chaos. "That may be the core of the dark power," he exclaimed. The crowd perked up at his revelation. "Let us charge forth and destroy it," Lin Songhai proposed. They fought valiantly, carving a bloody path towards the rune's location. The creatures obstructed them fiercely, yet under the relentless assault of the group, their defenses began to crumble. At last, they stood before the rune. Everyone attacked together. Xiao Manlu commanded. United, they pooled their strength for a final strike. Light and darkness collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, the darkness receded, and light prevailed once more. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. We have succeeded, Li Yifeng said weakly, but this victory is merely fleeting. The dark power will not vanish easily, Xiao Manlu cautioned. They helped one another to their feet, gazing at the now tranquil town, their hearts filled with reflection. We must grow stronger if we are to eradicate the darkness completely. Ao Sanjin asserted. The group nodded in agreement, aware that the road ahead was long fraught with challenges and uncertainties. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. They tirelessly enhanced their abilities, delving into new strategies in preparation for the next confrontation with the dark forces. One day, Zhao Linger experienced a sudden epiphany during her training. I believe I can sense the movements of the dark power, she announced. The others perked up at her words. This is a fortuitous opportunity. We can prepare ourselves in advance, Xiao Manlu stated. Guided by Zhao Linger's intuition, they journeyed to a secluded valley. A faint aura of darkness enveloped the valley, instilling a sense of foreboding. Be cautious. There may be an ambush, Xiao Manlu warned. Indeed, a horde of dark creatures erupted from the shadows of the valley. However, this time, Xiao Manlu and his companions remained unfazed. Their coordination was impeccable, swiftly vanquishing the dark entities. It appears our training has borne fruit, Lin Sanghai remarked. Just as they prepared to exit the valley, a mysterious figure materialized before them. Do you truly believe you can conquer the darkness in this manner? Such naivety, the enigmatic figure declared. Xiao Manlu scrutinized the stranger. Who are you? Why do you assist the dark forces? The figure scoffed. You need not know. Simply understand that your failure is inevitable. With that, the mysterious figure vanished. What on earth was that about? Li Yifeng pondered. Regardless of his identity, we must not be intimidated, Xiao Manlu replied. They pressed onward, only to discover that the dark power seemed to have grown more cunning and formidable. This will be a challenging battle, but we shall not yield, Ao Sanjin affirmed. They navigated the darkness, continuously facing various trials and dangers, yet, they steadfastly believed that light would ultimately triumph over shadow. Chapter 49. The mysterious ally amidst their relentless struggle against the dark forces. Xiao Manlu and his companions found themselves utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Just as they felt lost and helpless, a mysterious figure appeared before them, clad in a black robe, their features obscured by shadows. The figure radiated a powerful aura that immediately heightened the group's alertness. The figure stood silently, causing the very air around them to grow heavy with tension. You are the valiant warriors who have been battling against the darkness. The mysterious figure spoke, their voice deep and magnetic, as if resonating from a distant realm, carrying an irresistible allure. Xiao Manlu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Indeed, we are. May I inquire who you are? His gaze remained fixed on the stranger, his sword instinctively tightening in his grip, prepared for any eventuality. The figure smiled gently. I have come to assist you. Their laughter echoed in the stillness, leaving an air of ambiguity. The group exchanged uncertain glances. Filled with skepticism, Lin Sanghai could no longer contain himself. What reason do we have to trust you? He gripped his spear tightly, suspicion evident in his eyes. The mysterious figure remained unperturbed, exuding an aura of calm. Because we share a common enemy, the dark forces. Moreover, I possess secrets that you are yet unaware of. Their voice retained its deep timbre, each word carrying an intangible weight. Xiao Manlu pondered for a moment. Then please enlighten us. He sought to uncover any inconsistencies in the figure's words, gauging their trustworthiness. The figure gradually revealed, the source of the dark power is not as simplistic as you might think. A far more formidable entity orchestrates it from the depths of the darkness, manipulating everything to allow the dark forces to proliferate. The group gasped in astonishment at this revelation. What exactly is it? Li Yifeng inquired urgently, his face a mask of anxiety, eager for answers. The figure shook their head. It is not yet time to disclose that information. However, if you cooperate with me, I shall guide you step by step towards the truth. Their demeanor exuded a mystique that piqued their curiosity further. Zhao Linger voiced her caution. This is too risky. How can we be certain you're not a spy sent by the dark forces? Her staff glimmered faintly, ready to counter any potential threat. Ao Sanjin added, while that may be the case, we cannot afford to be too trusting. He shifted into human form, arms crossed, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the enigma before them. The mysterious figure chuckled, seemingly unfazed by their skepticism. How about this? Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities, and you can ascertain whether I am capable of aiding you. With that, the figure raised a hand. unleashing a powerful radiance that instantly illuminated the surroundings. The brilliance shone like the sun, emanating formidable power, leaving Xiao Manlu and his companions feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure. A flicker of hesitation passed through Xiao Manlu's eyes as he contemplated whether to trust this mysterious figure. Yet the display of strength began to sway his resolve. The figure continued, "I can provide you with intelligence, assist in your training, and enhance your ability to combat the darkness. As long as you are willing to trust me, we can undoubtedly prevail against the dark forces." Their voice brimmed with temptation, making it difficult to decline. After deliberation, Xiao Manlu ultimately decided, "Very well, for now, I shall trust you, but should you exhibit any treachery, we shall show no mercy." His gaze was resolute, asserting his stance. The figure nodded, "Rest assured, our goals align." And from that moment onward, the mysterious figure began to accompany Xiao Manlu and his companions. They were led to a concealed valley, which housed a natural training ground. "This is the training ground I have prepared for you," the figure stated. The group commenced rigorous training as the figure imparted unique combat techniques and spells. He instructed Xiao Manlu on how to maximize the power of his sword, ensuring each strike was executed with lethal determination. He taught Lin Songhai to utilize the flexibility of his spear, rendering his attacks more agile and unpredictable. He guided Li Yifeng on how to exploit the environment during battle, catching foes off guard, and he helped Zhao Linger and Luan Feng refine their control over their spells, enhancing both precision and potency. Throughout their training, their strength surged remarkably. Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, each swing akin to a dragon. Lin Songhai's spear danced like a tempest, proving nearly insurmountable. Li Yifeng's agility escalated, his strikes becoming more cunning, and Zhao Linger and Luan Feng's spellcasting evolved into a more sophisticated and formidable art. However, the group maintained a degree of vigilance regarding their enigmatic ally. During a brief respite, Lin Songhai quietly confided to Xiao Manlu, "I can't shake the feeling that this mysterious figure is somewhat amiss. We must remain cautious." Xiao Manlu nodded in understanding. "I comprehend your concerns, yet for now, he has indeed bolstered our abilities. We shall observe closely." One day, the mysterious figure brought forth crucial intelligence. "I have discovered a secret stronghold of the dark forces. It may conceal vital clues." The figure revealed. The group resolved to follow the mysterious figure to this hidden stronghold. It was situated within an ancient castle, shrouded in a foreboding aura of darkness that sent chills down their spines. "Be vigilant. There may be numerous traps here," the mysterious figure cautioned them. They cautiously ventured into the castle, and indeed, along the way, they encountered various traps and assaults from dark creatures. However, under the guidance of the mysterious figure and with the cooperation of the group, they gradually delved deeper into the castle's interior. In a secret chamber of the castle, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. "This may be the Manual of Dark Powers," the mysterious figure declared, just as Xiao Manlu prepared to grasp the book. The mysterious figure's gaze suddenly turned sinister. "Be careful," Zhao Linger shouted. It turned out that the mysterious figure had abruptly struck, attempting to seize the book. Xiao Manlu reacted swiftly, engaging in a fierce battle with the mysterious figure. "You truly have ulterior motives," Xiao Manlu exclaimed in anger. The mysterious figure sneered, "Humph, this tome rightfully belongs to me." The others joined the fray, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the mysterious figure. During the battle, the mysterious figure exhibited formidable strength, trapping them in a dire predicament. "We cannot be defeated so easily," Lin Songhai shouted. Xiao Manlu concentrated his energy, unleashing his utmost power, and finally spotted a flaw in the mysterious figure's defense. Landing a decisive strike with his sword, after being wounded, the mysterious figure began to attack wildly. At that moment, Li Yifeng discovered a mechanism within the chamber and decisively pressed it. A burst of radiant light enveloped the mysterious figure, eliciting a cry of agony. "No," the mysterious figure shouted. When the light dissipated, the mysterious figure lay unconscious on the ground. The group let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, we uncovered his scheme in time." Zhao Linger remarked. "However, this tome may indeed prove beneficial to us," Ao Sanjin added. Xiao Manlu picked up the tome and began to study it intently. The tome contains secrets and countermeasures regarding dark powers, deepening their understanding of the malevolent forces. "Though we faced a crisis, we have also gained much," Xiao Manlu stated. The group departed the castle with the tome, continuing their journey to confront the dark powers. Chapter 50. The secrets within the tome. Xiao Manlu and the others returned to their camp, eager to unveil the secrets concealed within the tome acquired from the mysterious castle. They gathered in a circle, and Xiao Manlu carefully opened the tome, the yellowed pages exuding an aura of ancient mystery. The characters seemed almost alive, dancing across the pages, captivating their eyes. The script is quite intricate, resembling an ancient language. Lin Songhai remarked, furrowing his brow as he leaned closer to the tome, attempting to decipher the characters, but soon shook his head in frustration. Zhao Linger scrutinized the symbols on the pages, softly stating, "Let me see if I can interpret it." She closed her eyes, employing her magical perception to grasp the meaning of these enigmatic texts. Her brows furrowed slightly, her expression shifting between confusion and delight. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Linger's forehead. Her breathing quickened, as if she were engaged in a strenuous battle with the mysterious powers contained within the tome. "I've got it. It details the origins and weaknesses of dark powers," Zhao Linger exclaimed. Her voice tinged with exhaustion yet brimming with joy and excitement. The group perked up, leaning in to listen intently. "It is said that dark powers stem from an evil entity that has been sealed away. And only by locating the place of the seal and breaking it can we eradicate the darkness completely," Zhao Linger continued. Her voice resonated through the quiet camp, igniting hope within everyone's hearts. "Where is this place of sealing?" Li Yifeng inquired eagerly, his eyes reflecting a fervent desire to embark on the quest for the seal's location. Zhao Linger shook her head, explaining that the tome did not provide a clear account but mentioned some vague clues. "For instance, we must seek the junction of darkness and light, and there is a mysterious symbol whose meaning I have yet to decipher." Xiao Manlu contemplated for a moment. Nonetheless, this was already a significant breakthrough. "We shall pursue these clues, which is surely better than wandering aimlessly," he declared, his gaze resolute and filled with determination. Thus, they commenced their new journey based on the clues from the tome. They traversed dense forests, where towering trees intertwined their branches, forming a verdant labyrinth. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground, which was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be traps ahead," Xiao Manlu warned. They advanced with utmost care when suddenly a massive python descended from the branches, lunging at them with its gaping maw. Lin Songhai reacted swiftly, raising his spear to confront the serpent. "Beast, take this," he shouted. The python adeptly evaded Lin Songhai's assault and lunged at the others. Xiao Manlu and Li Yifeng quickly sprang into action, engaging in a fierce struggle with the serpent. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng cast spells from the sidelines to provide support. After a grueling battle, they finally triumphed over the python and pressed onward. Next, they scaled treacherous mountain ridges where jagged rocks littered the path and the terrain was uneven. A fierce wind howled past, nearly knocking them off their feet. "Hold on tight, don't let yourselves fall," Xiao Manlu shouted. They clambered painstakingly, using hands and feet, each step fraught with peril. On a steep slope, Ao Sanjin accidentally lost his footing and began to slide down. "Ao Sanjin," the group gasped. Xiao Manlu, quick-witted, threw a rope to catch him. "Thank you, everyone," Ao Sanjin panted. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally reached the summit of the ridge. In a tranquil valley, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder, with his snow-white hair, radiated vitality, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Clad in a tattered robe and holding a staff, he stood silently in the center of the valley. "Young ones, what are you in search of?" the elder inquired, his voice deep and resonant, as if echoing from antiquity. Xiao Manlu spoke candidly. The elder smiled faintly. "I see that I can offer you some guidance, but you must first pass my test." Without hesitation, the group agreed. The elder's challenge was to find a celestial herb known as the Flower of Light, which grew in a secluded location guarded by formidable beasts. Xiao Manlu and his companions, undeterred, set out to search within the valley. The valley was shrouded in dense mist, obscuring their vision. They cautiously navigated, occasionally hearing strange noises. "Everyone, be alert. It could be the guardian beasts," Xiao Manlu warned. Suddenly, a colossal white tiger leaped from the mist. Charging at them, the group sprang into action, engaging in a heart-pounding battle with the tiger. The creature was swift and powerful, placing them in a precarious situation. "We must unite to defeat it," Xiao Manlu urged. They coordinated their efforts, gradually identifying the tiger's vulnerabilities. Lin Songhai struck the tiger's leg with his spear, slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu thrust his sword into the tiger's throat, finally bringing it down. After a thorough search, they discovered the Flower of Light perched on the edge of a cliff, radiating a resplendent glow, both beautiful and mysterious. "We finally found it," Li Yifeng exclaimed with excitement, just as they were about to pluck the flower. A massive python appeared, guarding the Flower of Light. "Here we go again," Ao Sanjin remarked. The group once more plunged into battle, and after a grueling struggle, they ultimately vanquished the python and successfully harvested the Flower of Light. They returned to the elder, presenting the flower. The elder nodded in satisfaction. "Follow this valley, and you will find an ancient cave that may hold the answers you seek." The group expressed their gratitude and continued on the elder's path. Upon arriving at the cave, a formidable aura of darkness enveloped them. This chilling presence felt as though it could freeze one's very soul. Be cautious, danger may lurk within, Xiao Manlu advised. They entered the cave with utmost care. Observing the walls shimmering with strange light, which formed ancient patterns, seemingly narrating stories from a bygone era, these patterns appear to recount the origins of dark powers, Zhao Linger observed. As they ventured deeper into the cave, a low rumbling growl suddenly echoed. "What is that?" Li Feng asked nervously. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal dark beast, its immense form exuding a terrifying aura. "Prepare for battle," Xiao Manlu commanded. The group brandished their weapons, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Chapter 51. The fierce battle within the cave. Faced with the immense dark beast, although anxiety coursed through them, determination surged within their hearts. The beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that illuminated a portion of the cave. The flames were searing hot, melting the rocks in their path. "Scatter," Xiao Manlu shouted, his voice echoing urgently within the cave. The group swiftly dispersed, narrowly avoiding the flames that scorched the air around them. Li Feng rolled behind a massive boulder, his heart racing as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Lin Songhai gripped his spear tightly, a glint of resolve in his eyes, and charged towards the beast. "Watch me," he roared, his voice filled with fearless determination. He thrust his spear toward the beast's leg, but the creature's tough hide barely registered the impact, leaving only a faint mark. The beast's muscular leg was as hard as iron, and the recoil left Lin Songhai's arm tingling. In a fit of rage, the beast raised its gigantic paw and swiped at Lin Songhai. The claw, resembling a massive fan, sliced through the air, accompanied by a deafening whoosh. Be careful, Li Feng executed a swift leap, pulling Lin Songhai to safety. His speed was remarkable, and at the critical moment, he saved Lin Songhai's life. Gratefully, Lin Songhai cast a glance at Li Feng, expressing his thanks. "Thank you, brother." Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, unleashing a torrent of fierce dragon flames in an attempt to repel the monstrous creature. The intensity of his flames illuminated the entire cavern. However, the beast remained unfazed, charging directly through the inferno. It emanated a dark aura that effectively shielded it from the dragon's flames. Observing this, Zhao Linger and Luan Feng swiftly cast powerful spells, sending beams of radiant light towards the monster. The light streaked through the air like shooting stars, adorned with brilliant hues. Upon being struck by the luminous blasts, the beast emitted a pained roar. Its body shuddered momentarily, yet it quickly regained its ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu leaped into action, aiming his sword directly at the beast's eyes. His form was agile, reminiscent of a nimble leopard. The monster, sensing danger, jerked its head, causing Xiao Manlu's sword to graze its cheek. Sparks flew as the blade scraped against the creature's tough hide, and Xiao Manlu was thrown back by the recoil, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Xiao Manlu!" Zhao Linger cried out in alarm, gritting his teeth. Xiao Manlu rose from the ground, declaring, "I am fine, let's continue the fight." The monster, now even more enraged, attacked the group with reckless fury, plunging the cavern into chaos. Rocks shattered under the creature's might, raining down upon them. "This cannot continue, we must find its weakness," Xiao Manlu shouted, his voice resolute amidst the turmoil. "I will draw its attention, you all search for its vulnerability." Lin Songhai charged towards the beast once more. His figure appeared diminutive before the monster, yet it was brimming with valor. The creature's focus shifted to Lin Songhai, who evaded its attacks with deft maneuvers, narrowly escaping peril. Li Feng scrutinized the beast's body, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, he spotted a lighter-hued patch on the monster's abdomen. Perhaps that was its weak point. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks there," Xiao Manlu commanded. The group united their strength, launching an assault on the beast's belly. Xiao Manlu's sword glimmered, Lin Songhai's spear sliced through the air. Ao Sanjin's dragon flames erupted once more, and the magical brilliance from Zhao Linger and Luan Feng converged. The creature fought back fiercely, but under the combined might of the group, it finally succumbed to their onslaught at its weak spot. With a tortured cry, the beast collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. "Finally, it's over," the group exhaled in relief. Though their bodies were weary and their garments tattered, their eyes sparkled with triumphant joy. However, before they could catch their breath, a deep, ominous roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. This sound was even more profound and terrifying than the previous monster, sending chills down their spines. "There can't be more, can there?" Li Feng said, his complexion pale. "Everyone, be cautious, there may be an even more formidable foe." Xiao Manlu warned, his vigilance palpable as they gazed anxiously into the cavern's depths, gripping their weapons tightly once more. At that moment, a powerful dark aura surged forth from the depths, nearly toppling them. "This presence is overwhelming. Can we withstand it?" Lin Songhai voiced his concerns. "Regardless, we must not falter," Xiao Manlu asserted resolutely. As the dark aura approached, a colossal figure gradually materialized. It was a creature far larger and more sinister than the previous beast. Adorned with sharp spikes and glowing red eyes, what in the world is that? Ao Sanjin exclaimed in astonishment. Without uttering a word, the monster lunged at the group. Xiao Manlu and the others quickly readied themselves for battle. Xiao Manlu's sword struck the beast, yet only left a shallow mark. Lin Sanghai's spear pierced the creature's leg, but it seemed utterly unfazed. Ao Sanjin's dragon flames also failed to inflict significant damage. This creature is too powerful, Li Yifeng shouted. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continued to cast spells, but their magic appeared weak against the monster. The beast's assaults intensified, and the group struggled to hold their ground. Xiao Manlu was struck by the monster's tail, sending him crashing into the cavern wall. Xiao Manlu, Zhao Linger called out in desperation. Xiao Manlu staggered to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth. I can still fight. Lin Sanghai was also wounded by the creature's claws, blood staining his garments. Ao Sanjin reverted to human form, panting heavily. This creature is too difficult to handle, just as despair began to take hold. Xiao Manlu spotted a small wound on the monster's back, emitting a faint glow. That might be its weakness, he shouted. But how can we reach it? Li Yifeng inquired. I have a plan, Zhao Linger announced. I can use my magic to temporarily immobilize the creature. You all can exploit its weak point then. Very well, let's proceed. Xiao Manlu agreed. Zhao Linger focused her energy, casting a powerful control spell. The monster's movements slowed significantly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Manlu and the others charged towards the creature's vulnerable spot on its back. With all his might, Xiao Manlu plunged his sword into the wound, followed closely by Lin Sanghai's spear. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon once more, unleashing a torrent of flames that flowed into the creature through the injury. The monster shrieked in agony, its body convulsing violently. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground. Reduced to a pile of ashes, exhausted, the group fell to the ground, gasping for breath. We succeeded, Li Yifeng said weakly, but we cannot let our guard down. We still do not know what other dangers lie ahead. Xiao Manlu cautioned. After a brief rest, they pressed onward into the depths of the cavern. An air of mystery enveloped them, with the walls shimmering with strange light. What is this? Lin Sanghai curiously reached out to touch the wall. Suddenly, the glow transformed into a powerful force, propelling Lin Sanghai backward. Be careful, Xiao Manlu shouted. The group remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated throughout the cavern. Intruders, why have you come? The voice echoed with ancient authority. We have come to eradicate the forces of darkness, Xiao Manlu boldly replied. The forces of darkness are not easily vanquished. Do you possess the resolve? The voice inquired once more. We are prepared to do whatever it takes to eliminate the darkness. Xiao Manlu's voice was steadfast and resolute. Very well, let me see your determination. As the voice faded, magical arrays appeared throughout the cavern, radiating brilliant light. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu and the others stepped into the magical circles. Chapter 52. The mysterious trial. Upon entering the magical array, they were instantly enveloped in light, and their surroundings became a blur. They felt a powerful force tugging at them, as if their bodies had lost all weight. Floating in a realm of chaos, when the light dissipated, they found themselves in a peculiar space, surrounded by an infinite starry sky, with what seemed like transparent glass beneath their feet, revealing distant nebulae swirling gently. Countless stars twinkled, some bright, others dim, creating a breathtaking tapestry that evoked a profound sense of insignificance. Where is this? Lin Sanghai marveled, gazing around in astonishment. His voice, though loud in the silence of this space, was swiftly swallowed by the vast void. I don't know, but it must be some sort of trial, Xiao Manlu said, his expression grave. His gaze remained fixed ahead, searching for any clues within this enigmatic scene. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged before them, a giant made of light, exuding immense pressure. The giant's stature was towering, its radiant glow blinding. If you wish to conquer the darkness, you must pass my trial, the giant's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the space, causing their eardrums to ache. What trial? Li Yifeng asked, a hint of tension in his voice, though it was laced with determination and courage. The giant waved its hand, and scenes appeared before them, people struggling in the dark, cities laid to waste by dark forces, a landscape of ruin. The expressions of the people in the images were filled with fear and despair, evoking deep sorrow in the beholders. This is the calamity wrought by the forces of darkness. Your task is to save those depicted, the giant stated, its tone cold and serious, as if assessing whether Xiao Manlu and his companions possessed the capability and courage to accept this challenge. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu declared, we will do our utmost. His voice was firm and resolute, brimming with determination. In the first scene, a village was besieged by dark creatures, with villagers fleeing in all directions. The dark beings were clawing and screeching terrifyingly. Flames engulfed the village, houses crumbling amidst the chaos. Without delay, Xiao Manlu and his companions rushed forward, engaging the dark creatures in fierce combat. Xiao Manlu's sword gleamed in the darkness, each swing unleashing a sharp blade of energy. Swiftly dispatching numerous dark beings, his gaze was focused and fierce, embodying the spirit of a vengeful warrior. Lin Sanghai's spear surged forth like a dragon, its tip shimmering with lethal intent. He roared, thrusting the spear into a dark creature, sending it soaring before crashing heavily to the ground. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated swaths of dark beings. His massive form soared through the air, and each flap of his wings stirred gusts of wind that destabilized the dark creatures. Li Feng moved like a wraith, weaving through the dark beings, his sword striking with deadly precision. His speed was so swift that it blurred his form, leaving only flickering shadows of his blade in the darkness. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells, providing healing and support to their comrades. Warm rays of light emanated from their hands, cascading upon their injured comrades, swiftly rejuvenating their strength and combat prowess. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished all dark creatures, liberating the village. The villagers gathered around them, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, you are our heroes," an elder exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. With a smile, Xiao Manlu replied, "It is our duty." As the scene shifted, they found themselves in a city shrouded by dark forces, where black mist permeated the streets and fear-stricken people wept. Buildings lay in ruins, roads were devastated, and the entire city was engulfed in despair. "Let us split up and search for the source of the dark power," Xiao Manlu commanded, his voice somewhat muffled by the mist. Still inspired unwavering determination among the group as they followed his lead without hesitation. Lin Sanghai scoured the streets, cautiously evading traps and assaults of dark magic. Suddenly, a dark creature lunged from the shadows. He reacted swiftly, sending it flying with a single shot. Ao Sanjin soared through the air, utilizing his keen senses to detect the fluctuations of dark energy, and soon spotted a tower cloaked in dark magic. An ominous feeling swelling within him. Li Feng darted through alleyways, skillfully dodging enemy attacks, drawn by the sound of a low, incantatory chant. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng stood guard at the heart of the city, casting spells to dispel the encroaching dark mist. At last, they uncovered the source of the dark power, a colossal dark magic array situated underground, surrounded by countless dark creatures. "Let us destroy it together," Xiao Manlu declared, charging toward the array. His sword gleamed with light, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the foes. The group unleashed their utmost strength upon the array. Xiao Manlu's sword clashed with the claws of dark creatures, igniting a shower of sparks. Lin Sanghai's spear swept through, repelling a horde of dark beings. Ao Sanjin's flames incinerated approaching enemies, while Li Feng's blade etched deadly arcs in the darkness. Yet, the defensive forces surrounding the dark magic array were formidable, and their assaults initially bore no fruit. "We cannot surrender," Xiao Manlu shouted. At that moment, Zhao Linger identified a weakness in the array attack there, she urged. The group concentrated their strength and launched a final assault on the vulnerability. With a brilliant flash of light, the magic array was obliterated, and the city was restored to brightness. Cheers erupted as the townsfolk poured into the streets, expressing their gratitude to Xiao Manlu and his companions. One trial after another emerged, from forests tainted by dark forces to cursed lakes and kingdoms under dark magic's dominion, each challenge brimming with peril and hardship. Yet Xiao Manlu and his allies, bolstered by unwavering conviction and formidable strength, triumphed time and again. In a valley engulfed by dark forces, they encountered a formidable dark behemoth, towering several meters high and exuding a terrifying aura. "This will not be easy," Lin Sanghai gulped, "but we must conquer it," Xiao Manlu asserted. The group unleashed their most potent skills in a breathtaking battle against the beast. Xiao Manlu's sword pierced the creature's eye. Lin Sanghai's spear struck its leg. Ao Sanjin's flames scorched its back, and Li Feng's blade left deep gashes upon its body. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast enhancement spells, bolstering their allies' strength and defense. After an arduous and intense struggle, the behemoth finally collapsed. As the last trial concluded, the giant reappeared. "You have passed the trial, but this is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead," it intoned. Its voice remained cold, yet a flicker of admiration danced in its eyes. Xiao Manlu and his companions exchanged resolute glances, their determination unwavering. No matter the obstacles that lie before us, we shall not falter, they proclaimed in unison, their voices echoing through the mysterious space, lingering long after. Then, in a flash of light, they departed from this peculiar realm, continuing their quest against darkness. They understood the road ahead was long, yet they were prepared to pursue the light and justice, never yielding. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Ally. After emerging from the enigmatic trial space, Xiao Manlu and his companions pressed onward through the darkened world, unaware of the dangers that awaited them. Their faith remained unshaken. The cracked earth beneath their feet and the howling winds stirred up clouds of sand, obscuring their vision. In a barren desert, they encountered a mysterious figure, cloaked entirely in black, obscuring their features, yet radiating a powerful and enigmatic aura that seemed to still the swirling sands around them. Instilling a sense of reverence, "Are you the warriors who oppose the dark forces?" The mysterious figure's voice emerged from beneath the hood, deep and magnetic, resonating through the vast desert with an indescribable intensity. Xiaomanlu eyed the figure warily. "Who are you?" he demanded, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword, his gaze filled with caution. The mysterious figure smiled gently. "I am one who can assist you." A hint of mystery lingered in their laughter. Leaving others perplexed. "Assist us? Why should we trust you?" Lin Sanghai challenged, leveling his spear in suspicion, its tip glinting coldly, poised for action. Unfazed, the mysterious figure replied, "Because we share a common objective, to eradicate darkness." His tone remained composed, seemingly unaffected by Lin Sanghai's skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomanlu inquired, "What can you offer us?" His eyes remained fixed on the mysterious figure, searching for any signs of deceit in their demeanor. The figure extended a hand, revealing a crystal ball that emanated a strange luminescence. "This crystal ball can detect the core of dark power," he explained. The light within the sphere flickered unpredictably, as if whispering secrets. Expressions of astonishment crossed their faces. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Feng stepped forward. "Can this truly help us locate the core of dark power?" The mysterious figure nodded. "Follow me." With that, he turned and ventured deeper into the desert. They followed the enigmatic figure to an ancient ruin hidden within a valley, its entrance obscured by vines and underbrush, rendering it nearly undetectable without guidance. "This place harbors potent magical forces that may enhance your abilities," the mysterious figure remarked, pushing aside the vines as he entered. First, upon stepping into the ruins, a musty atmosphere greeted them. The walls glimmered with faint magical light, and the ground was inscribed with intricate runes. Within the ruins, they faced various magical traps and guardian beasts. Flames erupted from the ground, while ice spikes plummeted from above, leaving them no respite. The mysterious figure demonstrated formidable prowess, repeatedly rescuing them from peril. With a mere wave of his staff, he could dispel deadly magical assaults. With whispered incantations, he lulled guardian beasts into slumber. Be careful, he suddenly pushed Li Feng aside, only to be struck by a gigantic magical beast himself. The creature towered like a small mountain, covered in impenetrable scales. "Are you alright?" Zhao Linger asked with concern, hastily casting healing spells to mend the mysterious figure's wounds. Rising unscathed, he replied, "I'm fine, let us continue." Though pain laced his voice, his gaze remained resolute. Eventually, they discovered an ancient tome of magic deep within the ruins, its cover adorned with gemstones that pulsed with powerful magical energy. "This book contains formidable spells. Mastering it will bolster your chances against the darkness," the mysterious figure stated, his eyes gleaming with hope, as if envisioning a future free from darkness. However, as they prepared to exit the ruins, dark forces sensed their presence and dispatched hordes of dark creatures to attack. The creatures swarmed like a tide, surrounding the exit of the ruins to prepare for battle. Xiaomanlu commanded, drawing his sword and exuding a potent aura. A fierce confrontation ensued, with the mysterious figure fighting alongside Xiaomanlu and his companions against the onslaught of dark beings. Xiaomanlu's sword shimmered in the dark, each swing claiming multiple dark creatures. Lin Sanghai's spear surged forth like a dragon impaling foes. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing torrents of fire that incinerated swaths of enemies. Li Feng, agile and swift, darted through the dark creatures, delivering lethal strikes, while Zhao Linger and Luan Feng tirelessly cast spells, providing support and healing. In a critical moment, the mysterious figure unleashed a powerful forbidden technique. Repelling the dark creatures, the light from the technique illuminated the entire ruin, disintegrating the dark beings in its radiance. "You can wield such a forbidden technique," Ao Sanjin exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the overwhelming power displayed. The mysterious figure's face turned pale, the toll of victory evident in his trembling form. "It matters not, we must prevail," he insisted, his resolve unyielding. After a grueling battle, they finally escaped the clutches of the dark creatures. Though exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, their bodies marred with wounds and blood. "Thank you for your assistance," Xiaomanlu expressed, gratitude shining in his eyes, yet lingering doubts about the mysterious figure persisted in his mind. "We are allies, it is the least I could do," the figure replied with a faint smile, an air of enigma cloaking him. In the days that followed, the enigmatic figure acted in concert with Xiaomanlu and his companions. He consistently provided them with various forms of assistance and intelligence, guiding them along their arduous path against the encroaching darkness and helping them avoid numerous pitfalls. However, a lingering doubt about this mysterious ally gnawed at the hearts of Xiaomanlu and the others. One day, during a moment of respite, Lin Sanghai quietly confided in Xiaomanlu, "I can't shake the feeling that this mysterious individual is somewhat amiss. his power is excessively formidable, and his profound understanding of the dark forces raises suspicions about his origins. Xiao Manlu nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments, yet at this juncture, we still require his aid and must proceed with caution. Zhao Linger chimed in. While treating him, I sensed a dark aura within him. Though I cannot be certain, the group was enveloped in apprehension, but for the sake of combating the dark forces, they chose to place their trust, albeit tentatively, in the mysterious figure. One day, they arrived at a small town shrouded in darkness. The inhabitants lay ensnared in slumber, unable to awaken. This is a curse wrought by dark magic, the mysterious figure proclaimed. Xiao Manlu inquired, can you lift this curse? The figure fell silent for a moment before replying. I can attempt it, but I will require your assistance. The others nodded in unison, preparing to aid him in dispelling the curse. The mysterious figure began to weave his incantations, his words flowing like a melody. Xiao Manlu and the others stood guard, ready to fend off any interference from dark creatures. Just as the figure was on the verge of breaking the curse, an overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted from within him, sending everyone hurtling backward. Who are you, truly? Xiao Manlu demanded angrily as he rose from the ground. The figure erupted in laughter. You foolish mortals have finally fallen for my ruse. I am the envoy of the Dark Lord. Sent to thwart your plans. The group was left in shock, their trusted ally revealed as a traitor in disguise. Prepare to meet your demise. The figure launched another attack, dark energy surging toward Xiao Manlu and his companions like a relentless tide. Unfazed, they rallied to resist, fully aware that this was a battle for their very survival, and retreat was not an option. In the heat of battle, Xiao Manlu suddenly discerned the figure's weakness. Aim for his chest, he commanded. The group concentrated their efforts, directing their strikes toward the figure's vital point. The figure, caught off guard, was struck and emitted a piercing cry before collapsing to the ground. The dark energy dissipated, and the townsfolk began to awaken. At last, we have triumphed. Lin Sanghai exhaled in relief. Xiao Manlu gazed at the lifeless body of the mysterious figure, his heart heavy with reflection. This experience underscored a vital lesson. In the fight against darkness, one must exercise caution and not easily trust anyone, even those who appear to be allies. Chapter 54. The Secret of the Jade Pendant. Xiao Manlu and his companions fixated on the jade pendant in Mo Yun's grasp, which emitted an otherworldly glow, filling their minds with curiosity and confusion. The pendant's luminescence fluctuated, as if it were breathing, exuding an enigmatic aura. What is so special about this pendant? Li Feng could not help but inquire. His eyes locked onto the pendant as he sought to uncover its secrets. Mo Yun's expression grew serious as he spoke slowly. This pendant is an ancient relic, said to restrain dark forces and guide us to the very core of their power. His voice was deep and magnetic, resonating clearly in the stillness surrounding them. The group exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Manlu remarked, even so, we cannot afford to trust you blindly. His gaze remained scrutinizing, his sword still poised in his hand. Mo Yun offered a faint smile, tinged with resignation. I understand your caution, but time is of the essence. The dark forces grow increasingly potent, and if we do not act swiftly, the consequences could be dire. His eyes reflected urgency and sincerity as Zhao Linger stepped closer, scrutinizing the pendant closely. The patterns on it seemed to harbor some mysterious power. She delicately traced her fingers over the surface, feeling the intricate textures beneath. Mo Yun nodded. Indeed, only by unraveling the pendant's secrets can we grasp the key to combating the darkness. His gaze was resolute, imbued with confidence in the pendant's potential. At that moment, the pendant suddenly blazed with brilliant light, enveloping the group in its radiance. The brilliance was so intense that it became unbearable to behold. What is happening? Lin Sanghai exclaimed, instinctively raising his spear in a defensive stance. They felt themselves spinning as the world around them blurred into obscurity. When the light finally faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by ancient structures, their walls composed of massive stone blocks etched with peculiar symbols and patterns. These symbols seemed to shimmer and flow, pulsating with a faint glow. Could this be the secret of the jade pendant? Ao Sanjin pondered, surveying the surroundings with caution. Transforming into human form, he scrutinized the environment warily. Mo Yun declared, this place may conceal the pendant's secrets. His voice echoed in the vastness. They began to explore this mysterious locale, taking each step with utmost care. The stone pathway beneath their feet emitted faint sounds, as if recounting ancient tales. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by sinister laughter that reverberated ominously in the narrow passage. Who goes there? Xiao Manlu demanded, his voice firm and unwavering, his sword at the ready. From the shadows, a dark figure slowly materialized. It was tall and imposing, its features obscured, save for a pair of crimson eyes that glimmered with malevolence. You insolent fools dare intrude upon this place? Its voice resonated like a harbinger of doom, laced with malice and menace. "Who are you?" Li Yifeng brandished his sword defiantly, his eyes aflame with anger and resolve. The shadow sneered, "I am the guardian of darkness. You shall never uncover the secrets that lie here." With that, the shadow launched an assault, unleashing a torrent of dark energy upon the group, akin to a surging tide of ink. Xiao Manlu and his companions unleashed their formidable skills. Engaging in a fierce struggle against the shadow, Xiao Manlu's sword gleamed as he struck, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of energy. Lin Sanghai's spear danced like a dragon, aiming for the shadow's vital points. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, belching forth searing flames. Li Yifeng's swordplay was swift and cunning, while Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells, providing vital support amidst the chaos. Mo Yun discerned a flaw in the shadow's defense. "Strike at its left side," he shouted. The group followed his command, converging their might upon the shadow's flank. The shadow, unable to evade, was struck by their combined force, letting out a wail before vanishing from sight. Yet the surrounding darkness thickened, enveloping them in an oppressive gloom. "Let us continue our search for the pendant's secrets," Mo Yun urged, beads of sweat dotting his brow, yet his gaze remained steadfast. They tirelessly scoured the ancient structures for clues. The air was thick with the scent of antiquity, and the symbols and patterns on the walls dazzled their eyes. Xiao Manlu meticulously examined every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Sanghai pounded the walls with his spear, seeking hidden mechanisms. Li Yifeng rummaged through a heap of debris, hoping to uncover something of significance. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng cast spells to sense the mysterious energies surrounding them. Ao Sanjin took human form to join Mo Yun in deciphering the symbols on the walls. Suddenly, Zhao Linger discovered a concealed compartment nestled in a corner. "Everyone, come quickly, I've found something," she exclaimed with excitement. The group gathered around to find an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, containing instructions on the use of the jade pendant and the vulnerabilities of dark forces. "This is splendid. With this, we stand a chance against the darkness," Zhao Linger declared, her face radiant with joy. However, just as they prepared to depart, the dark forces surged once more. Shadows materialized, encircling them menacingly. It appeared that a fierce battle was inevitable. Xiao Manlu gripped his sword tightly, ready to face the impending challenge. The shadows launched their assault, dark energy crashing down upon them like a relentless wave. The battle intensified, with Lin Sanghai's spear seized by a shadow. And despite his struggles to break free, he was soon knocked to the ground. "Lin Sanghai," Li Yifeng shouted, rushing to assist him. Ao Sanjin's flames were stifled by the dark energy, forcing him to revert to human form as he gasped for breath. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng's spells had drained their magical reserves, leaving them pale and weary. Mo Yun too bore wounds, his garments stained with blood. "We cannot fall here," Xiao Manlu cried, his voice invigorated the group. Inspired by Xiao Manlu's rallying cry, they rekindled their spirits, coordinating their efforts to unleash even greater power. Xiao Manlu's sword clashed with the shadows, sparks flying with each strike. Lin Sanghai seized the opportunity to pierce a shadow from behind. Ao Sanjin transformed once more into a dragon, spewing forth flames that repelled a throng of shadows. Li Yifeng nimbly maneuvered between them, landing decisive blows, while Zhao Linger and Luan Feng cast their final potent spells to bolster their allies. After a fierce struggle, the shadows were finally vanquished. The group, though exhausted, was filled with the elation of victory. "Let us make haste and leave this place," Mo Yun urged. They retraced their steps, finally escaping the mysterious realm. Upon returning to reality, they delved into the ancient tome's contents. According to the text, we must locate 5 mysterious gems to activate the pendant's power. Mo Yun informed them, but where might these 5 gems be found? Lin Sanghai queried. Mo Yun shook his head. "The tome does not specify. We must continue our search for clues." Thus, they embarked on a new journey, encountering myriad challenges and adversities along the way, be it harsh weather or formidable foes. Yet, they persevered, fueled by the unwavering belief that propelled them ever forward. In an ancient town, whispers of a legend regarding a mysterious gemstone circulated among the inhabitants. It was said that beyond the town, atop a mountain, lay a hidden cave, within which the gemstone might be concealed. An elder proclaimed this tale. Thus, Xiao Manlu and his companions resolved to embark on a journey to the mountain in search of the cave. The path was treacherous and fraught with thorns. They toiled and climbed diligently until they finally discovered the enigmatic cave. A pungent odor pervaded the air, and the walls shimmered with an eerie glow. "Be cautious, for there may be danger lurking here," Xiao Manlu cautioned. They cautiously ventured into the cave, only to be startled by a deep, menacing roar. A colossal beast erupted from the shadows, charging towards them. The group rallied to confront the creature, engaging in a fierce battle for survival. The beast possessed immense strength, and they gradually found themselves in dire straits. At that moment, Xiao Manlu discerned the creature's weakness. Aim for its eyes, he shouted. The group concentrated their efforts, attacking the beast's eyes. With a horrific cry, the creature collapsed to the ground. They continued their search within the cave, ultimately unearthing the first gemstone. Excellent, we have a promising start, Li Yifeng exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, following various clues, they discovered 4 additional gemstones. Upon gathering all 5, they activated the power of the jade pendant using the methods described in ancient texts. The pendant radiated a brilliant light, and a formidable energy enveloped the area. Now we possess the means to combat the forces of darkness, Xiao Manlu declared. With the jade pendant in hand, they prepared to face the final confrontation. Chapter 55, The Ultimate Showdown. Xiao Manlu and his companions, armed with the activated jade pendant, advanced towards the heart of the dark force. The winds howled fiercely, and ominous clouds loomed overhead, as if the very world trembled in anticipation of the impending battle. The path was rugged, with trees creaking under the pressure of the gales, while fallen leaves danced wildly in the tempest. At long last, they arrived at the valley shrouded in darkness. An oppressive aura permeated the air, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The darkness flowed like a viscous liquid, exuding a nauseating stench of decayed. Is this the source of the dark power? Lin Songhai gripped his spear tightly, his voice quavering. His expression was grave, revealing a flicker of fear, yet more resolute determination shone through. Regardless, we must eradicate it. Xiao Manlu's gaze was unwavering, his sword gleaming with resolve. His voice resonated powerfully, instilling a sense of courage and confidence in his companions. Just then, a sinister laughter echoed from the shadows, and a massive figure slowly emerged. The Dark Lord, clad in black armor adorned with sharp spikes that glimmered ominously, obscured his face in shadows, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes radiating malevolence. You insignificant insects dare challenge my authority, the Dark Lord sneered, his voice resonating as if from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Today marks your end. Unfazed, Xiao Manlu charged at the Dark Lord. His figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, his sword thrusting towards the Dark Lord's chest. The others followed suit, engaging in an intense battle against the Dark Lord. His power was overwhelming, each strike carrying the potential for devastation. With a mere wave of his hand, a wave of dark energy surged towards them. Xiao Manlu's sword clashed against the Dark Lord's weapon, sparks flying. The tremendous force sent Xiao Manlu staggering back, his arm numb, yet he gritted his teeth and advanced once more. Lin Songhai lunged with his spear, but the Dark Lord effortlessly evaded the attack. With a swift motion, the Dark Lord retaliated, sending a wave of dark energy crashing into Lin Songhai, propelling him away. Lin Songhai, Li Yifeng shouted, darting like a wraith to catch him before he hit the ground. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames, yet the Dark Lord merely flicked his sleeve, extinguishing the fire. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the valley, but the Dark Lord remained unfazed. Li Yifeng, relying on his agility, sought to exploit the Dark Lord's vulnerabilities, yet found himself repeatedly ensnared in peril. The Dark Lord's attacks fell like a tempest, rendering him nearly defenseless. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed powerful spells, providing support to their allies. Beams of light emanated from their hands, healing wounds and bolstering their strength. This won't suffice, we must harness the power of the jade pendant, Mo Yin exclaimed, his complexion pale, his body marred with injuries, yet his eyes remained resolute. Hearing this, Xiao Manlu focused intently, channeling the pendant's power into his sword. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, resembling a sun illuminating the entire valley. With a mighty swing, Xiao Manlu unleashed a radiant beam directed at the Dark Lord. Struck by the light, the Dark Lord howled in agony, the darkness surrounding him dissipating partially, revealing his grotesque visage. Now, everyone attack together, Xiao Manlu commanded. The group launched a coordinated assault, their various beams of light and powers converging to form a colossal wave of energy. Hurtling towards the Dark Lord fought back fiercely, conjuring a shield of dark energy before him. The energy wave collided with the shield, producing earth-shattering sounds. The entire valley trembled, rocks crumbled, and trees splintered. The overwhelming force sent many to the ground, yet they quickly rose, continuing to unleash their might. Cracks began to form in the Dark Lord's shield, and a look of terror crept across his face. No, this cannot be, he roared in fury. With a thunderous crash, the shield shattered, and the energy wave struck him directly. His form was engulfed by the light, emitting a final anguished cry. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the Dark Lord was obliterated, the dark essence dissipating, and the world was restored to its former radiance. Sunlight bathed the valley, warm and gentle. We have triumphed. The group erupted in cheers, their voices echoed through the valley, filled with joy and exhilaration. Their figures, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared grand and heroic, saviors of the realm. They embraced one another, celebrating this hard-won victory. Xiao Manlu, weary, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He gazed at his sword, his heart brimming with reflection. It is finally over, he murmured. Lin Sanghai approached and patted Xiao Manlu on the shoulder. Indeed, but this victory is merely temporary. New challenges may arise in the future, Lin Sanghai remarked. Ao Sanjin resumed his human form, a look of contentment gracing his features. At least for now, we can enjoy a well-deserved rest, Ao Sanjin said. Li Feng leaped with excitement. This adventure was exhilarating, yet we emerged victorious, he declared. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng smiled at their comrades, tears glistening in their eyes. Thanks to everyone's unity and courage, we triumphed over the Dark Lord, Zhao Linger stated. Mo Yun also approached, his expression filled with admiration. You are true heroes, it is an honor to have fought alongside you. Mo Yun expressed. The group rested in the valley for a time before setting out on their journey home. Upon returning to the town, they were met with jubilant cheers of flowers and applause surrounded them, each face radiating joy and gratitude. They saved us, the townsfolk exclaimed. Xiao Manlu and his companions waved to the crowd, swelling with pride and satisfaction, yet they understood that this was merely a fleeting calm. In the days to come, they would need to remain vigilant, prepared to confront any new threats that might arise, but in this moment, they reveled in the joy of victory, savoring the beauty of peace. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions became legends, their tales inspiring generations to face challenges with courage. Xiao Manlu founded an academy to nurture young warriors, imparting the knowledge of wielding power to protect the world. Lin Sanghai returned to his homeland, rebuilding the community ravaged by darkness. Ao Sanjin continued to traverse the world, safeguarding peace. Li Feng joined an adventurers guild, assisting people in overcoming various challenges. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng established a temple on a mountain, bringing blessings and healing to the people. Mo Yun chose a life of seclusion, training in a remote location, hoping to further enhance his strength and preparation for potential crises. Years later, a new dark force began to rise. Xiao Manlu and his companions reunited, ready to face fresh challenges. No matter how much darkness looms, we shall not retreat, Xiao Manlu declared. The group responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. A new journey commenced, and they would continue to fight for light and justice. Chapter 56. Darkness and dawn. After the Dark Lord's demise, Xiao Manlu and his companions collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, their breaths heavy. Yet victory illuminated their faces with joy. We did it. Darkness has finally been vanquished, Li Yifeng uttered weakly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His clothes were tattered, his body marred by wounds, yet his eyes sparkled with pride. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with tears. Their magical energies had nearly depleted, the glow of their staffs dimmed, yet the joy within them overshadowed all fatigue. Xiao Manlu mustered the strength to rise, stating, however, we cannot let our guard down. We must ensure that the dark forces do not rise again. His voice, though weak, resonated with conviction. The group nodded in agreement, beginning to survey their surroundings. The land once cloaked in darkness still bore an oppressive atmosphere. Xiao Manlu and his companions tread cautiously, each step laden with vigilance. Upon confirming that the dark forces had been thoroughly vanquished, the land began to rejuvenate gradually. The once withered trees sprouted tender green leaves, their budding shoots embodying the hope of rebirth. Swaying gently in the breeze, the desiccated rivers resumed their flow, crystal clear waters cascading joyfully, producing a cheerful sound. Behold, this marks the dawn of hope, Ao Sanjin exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the changes surrounding them. His face radiated surprise, and his eyes sparkled with delight. People emerged from their shelters, cheering to welcome the hero's return, their faces aglow with the joy of survival and dreams for the future. They saved us, an elderly man said, his voice trembling, eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Xiao Manlu and his companions were met with a fervent welcome and heartfelt appreciation. Flowers were tossed their way, and children frolicked around them in joyous abandon. This is a victory for us all, Xiao Manlu declared, his tone gentle yet resolute, as his gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions aided the people in rebuilding their homes. They wielded their strength to repair houses, lift heavy stones, and erect sturdy walls. Lin Sanghai led the efforts to reconstruct fortifications, ensuring that no further dangers would beset them. He meticulously instructed the townsfolk on setting traps and reinforcing the city's defenses. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng employed their magic to heal the wounded, their hands emanating a warm glow that mended both physical and emotional scars. Each person healed expressed profound gratitude towards them. Ao Sanjin facilitated the transport of supplies, ensuring that everyone received what they needed. He transformed into a mighty dragon, ferrying heavy goods across the city, his scales drenched in sweat. Li Yifeng taught the youth martial skills, empowering them to protect themselves. His movements were agile and powerful, each technique explained with clarity, inspiring the young ones to learn with fervor. Through their collective efforts, the land gradually regained its former prosperity. The city was once again filled with laughter and cheer. Children playing joyously in the streets, their laughter echoing in every corner, shops reopened, brimming with an array of goods. Such peace was hard-won, and we must cherish it dearly, Xiao Manlu reflected, his heart swelling with emotion as he strolled through the streets. Savoring the warm atmosphere, yet, they understood that the responsibility of safeguarding this peace could never be relinquished. One day, Xiao Manlu summoned the gathered crowd to a spacious courtyard, sunlight bathing them in its glow. Though all seems well now, we must not forget the battles of the past. We must continue to strengthen ourselves and protect this hard-earned peace, he proclaimed, his gaze resolute and serious. The crowd responded with fervor, their eyes brimming with determination. We are willing to follow you to forever safeguard this land, Lin Songhai declared. Zhao Linger nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must not allow darkness to descend upon us again. Thus, they resolved to form a Guardians Alliance. Establishing their headquarters in the heart of the city, a grand edifice rising majestically in the training grounds, Xiao Manlu personally guided the newly inducted members. Strength derives not solely from the body but also from the conviction within, he declared loudly. The members trained diligently, sweat soaking their garments. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng led a small team in patrolling the city's outskirts, ensuring no potential threats lurked nearby. Ao Sanjin liaised with other regions to forge a more robust defense network. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng established a healing center within the alliance, providing timely treatment and care for injured members. As time passed, the reputation of the Guardians Alliance grew ever louder, attracting more valiant souls to join their ranks. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived at the alliance. I bring news, strange signs have appeared in the distant north, possibly linked to the dark forces, the visitor proclaimed. Instantly, Xiao Manlu and his companions became alert. We must investigate this matter thoroughly, Xiao Manlu asserted. They led a select team on a new expedition, traversing dense forests and scaling treacherous mountains. In a small village at the border, they discovered remnants of dark magic. It appears the dark forces have not entirely vanished, Lin Songhai remarked. They commenced their inquiry, questioning the villagers. An elder recounted, one night, a sudden plume of black smoke appeared, and then people began to vanish. A heaviness settled in Xiao Manlu's heart. They knew new challenges loomed ahead. In the ensuing days, they relentlessly pursued leads, engaging in a harrowing confrontation with the hidden dark forces. During one battle, Xiao Manlu was unfortunately injured. Xiao Manlu, are you alright? Zhao Linger asked anxiously, gritting his teeth. Xiao Manlu replied, I'm fine, continue fighting. Ultimately, they located the dark forces' lair, igniting a fierce battle. The members of the Guardians Alliance displayed unwavering bravery, engaging the dark forces in a life-and-death struggle. After arduous combat, they succeeded in obliterating the dark forces, safeguarding the village and surrounding regions. Upon their return to the alliance, they were met with resounding cheers and accolades. You are true heroes, the people exclaimed. Xiao Manlu and his companions smiled, knowing the journey to preserve peace was long, yet they were prepared to face any trials and tribulations that awaited them. Chapter 57, a new crisis after triumphing over the dark forces at the border. Xiao Manlu and his companions anticipated a period of tranquility. However, fate seemed disinclined to grant them respite. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the earth, yet it could not dispel the subtle unease within their hearts. One day, the Alliance received a mysterious letter. The handwriting was hasty and scrawled, as if the author had penned it in a state of extreme urgency and fear. The letter spoke of a formidable and enigmatic power emerging in the distant north, rapidly expanding and posing a grave threat to the surrounding regions. Villages in that land had been devastated, leaving the populace displaced and suffering. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow, sensing new troubles on the horizon. His gaze was deep and troubled, clutching the letter tightly, as though he could feel the anguish and despair of the northern people through its coarse paper. Lin Songhai clenched his fists, declaring, no matter what it is, we cannot falter. His voice was resolute and powerful, his armor glinting coldly in the sunlight, reflecting his determination. The group resolved to set out immediately, journeying north to uncover the truth. They packed their belongings, armed with weapons and hope. Embarking on this uncertain quest, the scenery gradually shifted from familiar verdant hills to barren wastelands. The howling winds whipped up clouds of dust, stinging their faces. After much toil, they finally arrived at the place where the mysterious power was said to have manifested. The sight before them was astonishing. Once fertile land lay desolate, rivers ran dry, and a strange aura pervaded the air. The once lush fields were now overrun with withered weeds, the parched earth resembling unhealable wounds. In the distance, the remnants of villages stood as mere ruins, black smoke curling upwards, as if recounting tales of tragic misfortune. What on earth happened here? Li Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. The vibrant and hopeful place he once knew had transformed into this desolation. Just then, a group of mysterious figures clad in black armor emerged. Their silhouettes appeared particularly ominous in the twilight, the spikes on their armor glinting with a chilling light. The mysterious individuals bore cold, emotionless expressions resembling mere automatons executing commands. They emanated an overwhelming aura that left Xiao Manlu and his companions breathless. "Who are you? Why are you destroying this place?" Xiao Manlu demanded, his voice echoing across the desolate expanse. Filled with anger and inquiry, the leader of the mysterious figures sneered, "We are the harbingers of darkness, sent to conquer this land." His voice was low and hoarse, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "Not while we stand here," Xiao Manlu retorted fiercely, raising his sword high, the blade reflecting a brilliant light. At that moment, tensions escalated rapidly, and an intense battle was poised to erupt. The mysterious figures exhibited powers beyond imagination, their techniques peculiar and their coordination impeccable. Every strike they launched bore lethal intent, leaving Xiao Manlu and his companions struggling to defend themselves. Despite their valiant efforts, they gradually found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Lin Sanghai's spear was ensnared by one of the mysterious figures, rendering him unable to unleash his full strength. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing torrents of flame from the sky, yet the mysterious figures adeptly evaded his onslaught. Li Yifeng attempted to flank them, only to be repelled by two of the assailants working in tandem. "This won't do. We must find their weakness," Zhao Linger shouted, her voice tinged with urgency, even as her staff emitted healing light to restore her comrades' vitality. Ao Sanjin, in his dragon form, endeavored to break through the encirclement of the mysterious figures, buying time for his companions. His colossal body twisted and turned in the air, claws slashing in an attempt to create an opening. Yet, the mysterious figures' defenses were formidable, and Ao Sanjin's efforts yielded little effect. Li Yifeng, relying on his agility, darted between the foes searching for clues. His keen eyes scrutinized every movement of the mysterious figures. Determined not to overlook any slight vulnerability, after a fierce struggle, they finally uncovered the mysterious figures' vulnerability, which lay at the joints of their armor. The protection was relatively feeble, revealing a chink in their defenses. "Attack their armor joints," shouted Xiao Manlu. His voice resonated with power, invigorating the spirits of those around him. The group concentrated their strength and launched an assault on the mysterious figure's weakness. Xiao Manlu's sword struck like lightning at the joint of one of the mysterious one's armor, closely followed by Lin Sanghai's spear. Ao Sanjin's flames intertwined with Li Yifeng's sword shadows, forming a formidable force of attack. The defenses of the mysterious figures began to crumble, their movements growing sluggish and lacking the coordination they had exhibited previously. One mysterious figure was pierced by Xiao Manlu's sword and fell to the ground. Witnessing this, panic and chaos erupted among the other mysterious figures, who ultimately fled in disarray. "We cannot let them escape. Pursue," Lin Sanghai commanded, his face a mask of fury, intent on capturing them all. However, Xiao Manlu intercepted him, declaring, "Do not pursue the desperate. Let us first ascertain the source of this power." His gaze was profound. Contemplating deeper issues, they continued to explore the desolate land, discovering a vast cavern hidden underground. The entrance to the cave was obscured by overgrown weeds and scattered stones, difficult to detect without careful observation. "This cavern appears unusual. Everyone tread carefully," Xiao Manlu cautioned. They cautiously entered the cave, where a suffocating darkness enveloped them, instilling a sense of dread and fear. Flickering lights danced along the walls, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. "There must be secrets hidden within," Li Yifeng remarked. As they ventured deeper, they heard a low, rumbling growl echoing through the cavern, sending chills down their spines. "Prepare for battle," Xiao Manlu shouted. They pressed forward, finally spotting a massive figure. It was a colossal dark beast, radiating formidable dark energy. Could this be the source of the mysterious power? Lin Sanghai pondered. Upon noticing them, the beast immediately launched an attack, sweeping its claws and conjuring a tempest. Xiao Manlu and the others evaded, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. Its tough hide rendered their attacks largely ineffective. "We must find its fatal weakness," Zhao Linger urged. After careful observation, they discerned that the beast's eyes were its vulnerable spots. "Focus your attacks on its eyes," Xiao Manlu commanded. The group unleashed their most potent strikes towards the creature's eyes. The beast roared in agony under their assault, and ultimately succumbed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. "At last, it is resolved," Ao Sanjin sighed in relief. Yet, before they could celebrate, a more terrifying sound resonated from the depths of the cave. Chapter 58. The Cave Expedition. Standing before the cave, thick with an ominous aura, Xiao Manlu and his companions were filled with wariness and curiosity. The rocks surrounding the entrance were jagged, as if torn apart by some colossal force. A chilling wind swept from within, carrying an unsettling essence. This cave appears bottomless, concealing unknown dangers. Zhao Linger expressed her concern, tightly gripping her staff, its gem faintly shimmering, illuminating her anxious face. Xiao Manlu inhaled deeply, asserting, "Yet we must venture inside. Perhaps we can uncover the source of this mysterious power." His gaze was resolute, reflecting a dauntless courage. Of the group nodded in agreement and cautiously stepped into the cave. As they entered, a damp atmosphere enveloped them, droplets from the walls cascading onto their shoulders, sending a shiver down their spines. The cave was dark and humid, with eerie lights flickering on the walls, appearing as if the eyes of some enigmatic creature were watching them. The path beneath their feet was treacherous, littered with stones of varying sizes and puddles of uncertain depths. "Watch your step," Lin Sunghai warned, leading the way, his spear parting the underbrush and cobwebs. As they pressed on, a low growl reverberated through the cavern, sending chills through their spines. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, brimming with unending fury and anguish. "Prepare for battle," Xiao Manlu shouted, his voice breaking the brief silence. Suddenly, a horde of ghostly monsters lunged forth from the shadows. These creatures were twisted in form, with sharp fangs and claws, their eyes glowing a blood-red. Hui.ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames that illuminated the cave. The fire's brilliance revealed the monsters' grotesque visages, heightening their terror. Each member of the group unleashed their unique skills in a fierce confrontation with the monsters. Xiao Manlu's sword sliced through the darkness, each strike finding its mark upon the creature's vital spots. His movements were lithe and precise, akin to a divine warrior descended from the heavens. Lin Sunghai wielded his spear with the swiftness of the wind, repelling the approaching monsters with immense force. Each of his attacks sent the beasts crashing to the ground. Li Feng, agile and elusive, maneuvered through the throng of monsters, delivering lethal blows. His sword struck with the speed of lightning, evading capture. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells, providing support and protection for their allies. Streams of light emanated from their hands, healing wounds while simultaneously inflicting damage upon the creatures. After a grueling battle, the monsters were finally vanquished. The ground was strewn with their carcasses and dark blood, the air thick with a noxious scent. "Let us move forward," Xiao Manlu said, his voice weary yet steadfast. They delved deeper into the cave, where the oppressive darkness thickened. The atmosphere seemed alive, wrapping around them and making breathing increasingly arduous. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a colossal magic circle, adorned with mysterious runes that flickered as if they had a life of their own. Could this be the source of the mysterious power? Li Feng speculated, his tone laced with surprise and fear. At that moment, the magic circle activated, enveloping the group in a powerful force. They felt as though their bodies were being tugged apart by an invisible grip. "Hold on," Xiao Manlu shouted. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng attempted to counteract the force with their spells, but their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming magic circle. Ao Sanjin reverted to human form, his complexion pale. "This power is too formidable. We may not withstand it." Lin Sunghai gritted his teeth, declaring, "Even if it costs us our lives, we cannot falter." Xiao Manlu ruminated on a strategy when suddenly he discerned a flaw in the magic circle. "Attack that corner," he commanded, pointing at a specific area of the circle. The group concentrated their strength towards his indicated target. Together, their efforts began to destabilize the circle's brilliance, gradually diminishing the immense power. Just as they believed victory was within reach, the magic circle erupted with even greater force, sending them all sprawling. Xiao Manlu crashed to the ground, darkness enveloping his vision. He struggled to open his eyes, spotting his companions nearby, all gravely injured. "We cannot surrender like this," he resolved, forcing himself to rise and advance towards the magic circle once more. Lin Sunghai also stood, urging. Together, supporting each other, they pooled their strength for one final assault. This time, the magic circle finally shattered under their combined might, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished into the air. The magic circle faded, the oppressive darkness in the cavern gradually dissipated, and they had successfully averted a crisis. "We did it," Li Feng gasped, lying on the ground, panting heavily. However, before they could celebrate, ominous footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. "What is that?" Zhao Linger inquired nervously. A colossal figure emerged from the shadows, an unprecedented monstrosity, its massive frame radiating a terrifying aura. "Prepare for battle." Xiao Manlu raised his sword once more. Chapter 59. The challenge of the mysterious monster. The enormous beast loomed before the group, its body akin to a mountain, entirely cloaked in impenetrable scales that glimmered with an eerie light. Its immense eyes blazed like fiery orbs, exuding wrathful flames. Each powerful step it took sent tremors through the ground, as if an earthquake were imminent. "What manner of creature is this?" Lin Sunghai gasped, his spear trembling in his grip. His countenance was pale, yet his gaze betrayed no hint of retreat. Xiao Manlu fixed his eyes upon the beast. stating solemnly, "Regardless of what it is, we shall not falter." His voice resonated with unwavering strength, instilling a measure of courage in the others. The creature opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the cave. Causing their eardrums to throb painfully, the sound pierced through the very essence of their souls, igniting a profound dread within. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon once again, charging towards the monster. The dragon's form appeared colossal within the cave. Its scales shimmering with a golden hue, breathing forth a torrent of flames, it clashed against the beast's might, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were day. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu leapt, aiming his sword at the creature's eyes. His movements were agile, a flash of brilliance slicing through the shadows, yet, the creature deftly turned its head, leaving only a faint mark upon its armored hide. Li Feng darted beneath the beast, seeking its weakness. His form was ghostly, his movements agile. However, the creature's powerful limbs quaked the earth with each step, forcing Li Feng to remain ever vigilant in his evasion as Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously unleashed powerful spells. Beams of radiant light shooting towards the monstrous creature, the brilliance shone like meteors, imbued with formidable magical energy, yet, each attack was thwarted by the creature's immense strength, as if they were colliding with an invisible wall. This situation was untenable. "We must unite," Xiao Manlu declared, his voice echoing throughout the cavern, filled with resolve and determination. Upon hearing this, the others gathered closely, forming a tight combat formation. Lin Sanghai and Xiao Manlu led the charge. Fighting side by side, their weapons swinging relentlessly in an attempt to fend off the creature's assaults. Ao Sanjin hovered above, distracting the beast by spewing flames to obstruct its line of sight. Li Feng scoured the flanks for opportunities, his keen eyes missing not a single potential weakness as Zhao Linger and Luan Feng provided magical support from the rear, their spells illuminating the figures of their comrades, bestowing upon them strength and courage. Sensing the collective determination of the group, the monster intensified its onslaught. Its tail swept through the air, unleashing a tempestuous wind. The tail resembled a gigantic steel whip, its power astonishing. Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai attempted to block the attack with their weapons, but were forcefully repelled by the overwhelming might. Their bodies crashed heavily against the cavern walls, rocks tumbling down around them. Xiao Manlu coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he quickly regained his footing, charging once more at the monster. Lin Sanghai, refusing to back down, roared, "Monster, today shall be your demise," as he raised his spear again. At that moment, Li Feng noticed a lighter-colored scale on the creature's abdomen. "Attack there," he shouted. The group concentrated their efforts, directing their strikes towards the monster's belly. Xiao Manlu's sword gleamed with brilliance. Lin Sanghai's spear cut through the air with a whistling sound. Ao Sanjin unleashed even fiercer flames, and Li Feng darted towards the creature's midsection with incredible speed. The monster howled in agony, retaliating with increased ferocity. Its claws swiped at the group, while black smoke billowed from its maw. Yet undeterred, the group charged again and again, fueled by a singular conviction: to vanquish the monster and safeguard the peace of the world. Xiao Manlu sustained a gash on his arm from the creature's claws, but gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Lin Sanghai's leg was also injured, yet he persevered. Ao Sanjin, having expended a great deal of magical energy through his continuous flamethrowing, showed no signs of fatigue. Li Feng struggled for breath, choked by the creature's smoke, but pressed on valiantly. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng were nearly depleted of their magical strength, yet they persisted in casting spells. Ultimately, through their unwavering efforts, they tore a large gash in the creature's abdomen. Its power swiftly waned, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. "We have succeeded," the group cheered, their voices resonating throughout the cavern. Rich with joy and pride, however, before they could relax, a strange noise echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound resembled a deep growl, almost like an ominous incantation. "What is that?" Li Feng asked. Warily gazing into the cavern's depths, Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow, stating, "Regardless of what it is, we must investigate." The group advanced towards the source of the sound, the oppressive darkness in the cave thickening, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a massive stone door loomed ahead. It was adorned with strange symbols and patterns, emanating a mysterious glow. "Something must be hidden behind this door," Lin Sanghai remarked. Xiao Manlu stepped forward and gently pushed against the stone door, but it did not budge. Everyone pushed together, he called out. The group joined forces, and at last, they managed to pry the door open. What lay beyond amazed them. Before their eyes stood a colossal altar upon which rested a black crystal orb, surrounded by swirling black flames. "What is this?" Ao Sanjin inquired. Just then, the crystal orb began to flicker, a powerful force emanating from it, engulfing the group. Xiao Manlu and the others felt their bodies immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force. "This is a trap," Zhao Linger cried, but it was too late. The power from the orb intensified, and their faces turned pale. "We cannot be defeated like this." Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth, striving to break free from the bindings. Lin Sanghai also struggled, urging, "Everyone, exert your strength." The group redoubled their efforts, but the force was overwhelmingly potent, rendering their attempts futile just as despair began to settle in. Xiao Manlu spotted a stone tablet beside the altar. The inscriptions on it seemed to hold the key to unraveling the trap. Zhao Linger, can you decipher these inscriptions? He asked as Zhao Linger turned her head with difficulty to examine the tablet. Let me try, she replied, concentrating intently on interpreting the characters. After considerable effort, she finally grasped their meaning. According to this method, let us concentrate our magical energy together, she exclaimed. The group followed her instructions, pooling their magical energies. Gradually, the force within the crystal orb began to wane, and they successfully freed themselves from the restraints. That was close. Li Yifeng exhaled in relief. Xiao Manlu stepped forward to retrieve the orb, stating, "This cannot remain here." At that moment, the orb suddenly exploded, a powerful shockwave once again toppling the group to the ground. As they struggled to rise, they realized the cavern was violently shaking, rocks cascading from above. The cave is collapsing. Run, Lin Sanghai shouted. The group sprinted desperately towards the exit, the cavern behind them crumbling as if intent on entombing them in darkness forever. Finally, they escaped just before the cave fully collapsed. Sunlight bathed them, bringing an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. What a harrowing adventure this has been, Ao Sanjin remarked. Xiao Manlu gazed at the shattered fragments of the crystal orb in his hand. Yet we have gained much. At the very least, we have once more triumphed over the forces of darkness. The group exchanged smiles, aware that the road ahead was long, but united, there was nothing that could impede their forward momentum. Chapter 60, The Tranquility and Reflection. After the battle, having narrowly escaped the treacherous cavern, Xiao Manlu and the others found themselves in a serene valley. Sunlight spilled over the grass, a gentle breeze wafting through, carrying the sense of blooming flowers, a stark contrast to the fierce battle they had just endured. Surrounded by verdant hills and shaded by lush trees, a clear stream trickled serenely, resembling a secluded paradise untouched by the outside world. The group located a patch of open ground and settled down to rest. Lin Sanghai sighed deeply. Finally, I can catch my breath. These past few days have truly exhausted me. He plopped down onto the ground, carelessly tossing his spear aside, his entire being appearing drained of vitality. Li Yifeng reclined on the grass, gazing at the sky, pondering when such days might come to an end. His voice carried a hint of weariness and helplessness, his eyes revealing a sense of uncertainty about the future. After a moment of silence, Xiao Manlu spoke. As long as the forces of darkness persist, our battle shall not cease. His gaze was resolute, as if ignited by an unquenchable flame. Zhao Linger sighed softly. Yet this experience has also illuminated our shortcomings. Her complexion was slightly pale, the recent battle having depleted much of her magical energy, which had yet to fully recover. Ao Sanjin nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the face of such formidable foes, we sometimes find ourselves at a loss. He shifted into human form and sat on a nearby stone, his brow furrowed in thought. The group fell into contemplation, reflecting on their previous battle and assessing their experiences. Our coordination is still lacking. At times, we fight individually, making it easy for the enemy to pick us off one by one, Xiao Manlu stated solemnly. He recalled the encounter with the monster in the cave, recognizing that several times they had nearly met with disaster due to a lack of timely support. Moreover, our tactics require further refinement, Lin Sanghai added. He picked up his spear, gesturing in the air. For instance, when facing that massive creature, we should have sought to distract it first rather than attacking head-on. Luan Feng interjected. I believe we must not overlook enhancing our strength. We need to train continuously to bolster our abilities. Her eyes sparkled with ambition, knowing that only by growing stronger could they better confront various challenges. The conversation became increasingly animated as they exchanged ideas. So what should we do next? Li Yifeng asked, sitting up from the grass and looking at the others, eager for their insights. Xiao Manlu pondered for a moment and replied, let us rest here for a while, train diligently, and then seek further clues regarding the dark forces. His voice was steady and commanding, providing reassurance to the group. They all nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, they devoted themselves to rigorous training. Xiao Manlu tirelessly honed his swordsmanship, each swing infused with greater power and precision. He wielded his sword beneath the first rays of morning sunlight, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet his eyes remained focused and unwavering. The sword seemed to come alive in his grip, merging with him. Lin Sanghai concentrated on perfecting his spear techniques, striving to maximize the impact of every thrust. He practiced relentlessly in the woods, piercing the air with his spear, producing a sharp whistle as the tip sliced through. His figure darted among the trees, befriending the wind and surrounding nature. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng delved into advanced spells, Seeking to master even greater magical powers. On the banks of the stream, they moved their hands in intricate patterns, chanting incantations, while the elemental forces around them responded to their magic. Occasionally, they suffered injuries from magical backlash, but they never wavered, persisting in their attempts time and again. Ao Sanjin, meanwhile, communicated with nature, further uncovering his draconic potential. He soared to the mountaintop, basking in the ethereal energy that permeated the space between heaven and earth, and then drew it into his being. His scales shimmered with an even more resplendent brilliance beneath the sun's rays, while his aura grew increasingly formidable. As days turned into weeks, their powers amplified significantly. A newfound confidence and composure glimmered in each person's gaze. One evening, they gathered together, the twilight's last light casting a golden hue upon them. Xiao Manlu surveyed his companions and proclaimed, "I believe that through this period of training, we will face the forces of darkness with greater assurance." His voice resonated with confidence and anticipation. The eyes of the group sparkled with determination and self-assurance. Li Feng remarked with a smile, "Indeed, I feel I am stronger than ever before." Lin Songhai concurred, "Absolutely, next time we encounter those monsters, we shall show them our might." Just then, an eerie sound echoed through the valley. "What is that noise?" Zhao Linger inquired, her senses heightened. The group rose in unison, gazing in the direction of the sound. They beheld a swarm of shadows swiftly advancing from the opposite side of the valley. "Prepare for battle!" Xiao Manlu shouted. Immediately, they entered a state of readiness, weapons in hand, magical energies surging. As the shadows drew closer, they realized these were creatures of darkness they had never encountered before. Their forms twisted and exuded a malevolent aura. "Attack!" Xiao Manlu charged forth. An intense battle erupted once more. Xiao Manlu's sword danced among the dark creatures, each strike infused with lethal force. Lin Songhai's spear swept through, repelling a group of dark beings. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon, unleashing searing flames that incinerated a swath of dark entities. Li Feng, agile and swift, maneuvered among the dark creatures, delivering fatal blows. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng continuously cast spells, providing support and healing to their comrades, yet, the tide of dark creatures seemed inexhaustible, as if they could never be vanquished. "This cannot continue," Lin Songhai exclaimed. As Xiao Manlu fought, he contemplated their strategy. Suddenly, he discerned that the movements of these dark beings appeared to be influenced by some unseen force. "Attack their leader," Xiao Manlu declared. The group began to search for the leader among the dark entities. At last, they spotted a massive silhouette concealed within the horde. "There it is." Xiao Manlu surged toward the figure, with the others closely following, channeling their strength into their assault on the leader. After a grueling battle, they finally triumphed over the leader. As it fell, the remaining dark creatures scattered. At last, "It is over." Li Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Xiao Manlu gazed at the retreating dark beings, his mind swirling with questions. Why had these dark creatures appeared here so suddenly? Had the forces of darkness sensed their presence? Zhao Linger mused, "It is possible. We must remain vigilant." Nods of agreement passed among the group, for they understood the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril. In the days that followed, they continued their training in the valley while heightening their vigilance of their surroundings. One day, while immersed in his practice, Xiao Manlu suddenly sensed a powerful surge of magical energy. Alarmed, he quickly summoned his companions. "I feel a formidable magical force, its origin unknown, yet it radiates danger," Xiao Manlu stated. The group resolved to seek the source of this magical energy. They followed the trail of the magical fluctuations until they arrived at a mysterious cave. "This is the place," Xiao Manlu declared. The cave emanated a chilling darkness that sent shivers down their spines. "Be cautious," Lin Songhai warned. They stepped carefully into the cave, which was damp and dimly lit, its walls shimmering with eerie light. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a colossal magical array, inscribed with intricate runes that pulsed with formidable energy. "What kind of magical array is this?" Li Feng asked as Zhao Linger scrutinized the array. "This is a dark magical array, likely part of a sinister plot by the forces of darkness." Just then, the array activated, unleashing a surge of dark energy toward them. The group braced themselves to resist, but the overwhelming force began to ensnare them. "What should we do?" Ao Sanjin inquired. Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth. "We fight with all our might." They summoned their strength for a desperate battle against the dark energy. At a critical moment, Xiao Manlu spotted a flaw in the magical array. "Attack there," he shouted to the group. Focused their efforts on the weak point. Finally, the array crumbled under their assault, the dark energy dissipating. "That was close." Lin Songhai wiped the sweat from his brow, exiting the cave. They were filled with trepidation. "It seems the forces of darkness have been lurking in the shadows, watching us. We cannot afford to be complacent," Xiao Manlu cautioned. The group nodded in agreement, aware that the battles ahead would be even more challenging. Yet they were resolute, prepared to face any adversity that lay ahead, fighting for light and justice. Chapter 61. The mysterious invitation. After a series of battles and crises, Xiao Manlu and his companions had just begun to catch their breath when they received a mysterious invitation. The letter appeared out of nowhere, inscribed with peculiar runes and symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint light, as if alive and constantly shifting. What does this mean? Lin Songhai pondered aloud. Reaching out to touch the runes, only to be halted by Xiao Manlu. I cannot discern its intent, but it feels ominous, he replied, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with wariness as Zhao Linger frowned. Could it be another trap set by the forces of darkness? A note of concern tinged her voice. Li Feng asserted, regardless, we cannot retreat. His gaze was steadfast, tightly gripping his sword. Ao Sanjin nodded in agreement. Exactly. We shall discover its purpose. A powerful aura radiated from him. Ready to face the impending challenge, the group resolved to follow the instructions outlined in the invitation. Throughout their journey, they remained particularly vigilant, attuned to every sound in their surroundings. The trees lining the path loomed ominously, their branches swaying in the wind like grasping claws. The sky was overcast, occasionally rumbling with distant thunder. At last, they arrived before an ancient castle, its appearance foreboding. The towering walls were cloaked in moss and vine, the entrance firmly sealed, as if denying their arrival. The iron nails embedded in the door were rusted, emanating a foul stench of decay. This is the place, Xiao Manlu stated, his voice rang clear in the stillness of the air. Lin Songhai stepped forward and pushed against the heavy door, but it did not budge. A look of frustration crossed his face. Just as they contemplated how to gain entry, the door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure at the threshold. Enveloped in darkness, the figure's features were obscured, save for a pair of eyes that glimmered with an unsettling light. Welcome, brave warriors. The voice was low and raspy, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. The group entered the castle, where an air of mystery permeated. In the grand hall, flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls adorned with ancient portraits. The eyes of the figures depicted appearing hollow and chilling. You have finally arrived, a voice echoed from the darkness. The sound reverberated through the vast hall, leaving them uncertain of its source. Who are you? Why have you summoned us here? Xiao Manlu called out, his tone firm and resolute. At that moment, the lights illuminated, revealing a figure clad in a black robe. The robed figure wore a mask, exposing only a pair of icy eyes. I am the Observer of Darkness. I have invited you here to present you with a choice, the figure stated, devoid of emotion, as if discussing matters unrelated to himself. What choice? Li Feng inquired, curiosity and caution mingling in his gaze. The robed figure smiled. Join the darkness or perish. His laughter echoed ominously in the hall, sending chills down their spines. Xiao Manlu thundered, you are delusional. We will never ally with darkness. His voice resonated with fury and determination. The robed figure sneered, then do not blame me for being unkind. With a wave of his hand, countless creatures of darkness surged forth from within the castle. These beings varied in form, some with razor-sharp claws, others exhaling black flames, and still others cloaked in impenetrable scales. A fierce battle was about to commence. Xiao Manlu was the first to charge, his sword gleaming in the darkness, each swing claiming the life of a dark creature. Lin Songhai followed closely behind, his spear akin to a dragon breaching the sea, unstoppable in its momentum. Ao Sanjin transformed into a mighty dragon, unleashing flames that turned a swath of dark creatures to ash. Li Feng, nimble and agile, darted among the dark beings, delivering lethal strikes. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng provided support and protection from the rear, casting spells to aid their comrades, yet the dark creatures flowed in an unending tide. As if they could never be vanquished, Xiao Manlu and his companions gradually felt their strength waning, but they gritted their teeth and persevered in their struggle. This cannot continue. We must find the weakness of the robed figure. Xiao Manlu shouted. While battling, they sought any vulnerabilities in the robed figure's defenses. Suddenly Zhao Linger spotted the magical array controlled by the robed figure. Attack the magical array, she cried. The group focused their combined strength on the array. Seeing this, the robed figure hastily reinforced its defenses. In the midst of the fierce conflict, Lin Songhai sustained injuries. Lin Songhai, Li Feng shouted. Zhao Linger quickly cast healing spells to mend Lin Songhai's wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Manlu broke through the encirclement of dark creatures and charged toward the magical array. The figure cloaked in black endeavored to impede Xiao Manlu, yet was ensnared tightly by Ao Sanjin and Li Feng. At long last, Xiao Manlu arrived before the magical array, summoning every ounce of his strength to plunge his sword into its heart. With a resounding crash, the magical array shattered, and the dark entity vanished in an instant. The cloaked figure let out a chilling wail before collapsing to the ground. The ordeal had finally come to an end. Xiao Manlu exhaled a sigh of relief. The others, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground. Panting heavily, just then a deep menacing roar echoed from within the castle's depths. What could this be? Li Yifeng stood alert, rising to his feet. Xiao Manlu and the others gripped their weapons once more, bracing themselves for a new challenge. As the roar drew ever closer, a colossal silhouette emerged before them. It was a gigantic dark beast, towering even above the castle, emanating an aura of terror. How on earth do we fight this? Lin Songhai gulped nervously. Xiao Manlu declared, "Fear not, we shall confront it together." The group mustered their courage once more and charged towards the dark beast. The creature swung its massive claws, aiming to crush them. Xiao Manlu nimbly dodged, seizing the opportunity to strike at the beast's legs. Lin Songhai thrust his spear towards its eyes, but the beast evaded with a swift shake of its head. Ao Sanjin transformed into a dragon. Engaging in fierce combat with the monster. Li Yifeng darted beneath the creature's feet, searching for an opening to attack. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed powerful spells, striving to weaken the beast's might. After a grueling battle, the beast was riddled with wounds, yet it remained ferociously formidable. Everyone give it your all, Xiao Manlu urged. The group rallied their strength once more, and at long last, the dark beast collapsed to the ground. We have triumphed, Li Yifeng exclaimed with exhilaration. However, before they could celebrate, the castle began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Run, Xiao Manlu shouted. The group hastily fled towards the castle's exit. Just as they burst forth into the open, the castle came crashing down, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As they gazed at the ruins of the castle, a wave of emotion washed over them. Who knows how many such challenges await us, Zhao Linger mused. Xiao Manlu replied resolutely, no matter how many challenges lie ahead, we shall not falter. The group nodded in agreement, their silhouettes appearing particularly steadfast in the fading light of dusk. They continued their journey, seeking more light and striving to vanquish further darkness. Chapter 62. Clue to the mysterious ruins. Having endured the fierce battle at the castle, Xiao Manlu and his companions pressed onward. In a secluded little town, they stumbled upon a legend regarding a mysterious ruin. It was said that within the ruins lay hidden formidable powers and precious treasures, potentially aiding them in their struggle against the darkness. The streets of the town were narrow and winding, flanked by dilapidated buildings. The group took a respite in a humble tavern where the air was thick with the scent of strong liquor and raucous voices. This sounds quite enticing. It may significantly enhance our strength. Lin Songhai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke animatedly while sipping his drink. Xiao Manlu pondered for a moment, yet it could also be fraught with peril. We must not act recklessly. His gaze was profound, weighing the pros and cons. Li Yifeng retorted, what is there to fear? Every step we have taken has been laden with danger. His youthful exuberance brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Zhao Linger nodded, expressing her belief that it would be worthwhile to explore. Perhaps there will be unexpected rewards. A glimmer of anticipation danced in her eyes. Ao Sanjin concurred, affirming that it was indeed worth a try. With a deep, resonant voice, thus, they resolved to seek out the enigmatic ruins. Guided by an elderly man, they embarked upon a path laden with uncertainty. The old man, with his snow-white hair, possessed eyes that sparkled with a mysterious light. Along their journey, they traversed dense forests, where towering trees loomed above and sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The earth was blanketed in a thick carpet of fallen leaves, each step producing a soft rustling sound. This path is quite arduous, Lin Songhai complained, having nearly tripped over a protruding tree root. Hold steady, we must be nearing our destination, Xiao Manlu encouraged, leading the way with his sword occasionally parting the branches that obstructed their path. At long last, they arrived at a valley shrouded in dense mist, obscuring the path ahead. The fog was so thick it felt as though it could be grasped, and a damp atmosphere permeated the air. Exercise caution, something feels amiss here, Li Yifeng warned, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dispersing some of the mist, revealing an ancient stone door before them. The door was tall and imposing, etched with ancient symbols and patterns. This must be the entrance to the ruins, Zhao Linger remarked, stepping forward to examine the symbols closely. Xiao Manlu approached, gently pushing against the stone door, which creaked open slowly, releasing a wave of stale air. The scent seemed steeped in the weight of ages, evoking a sense of oppression. The group cautiously entered the ruins, where silence reigned, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. The walls glimmered with a faint light, as if whispering tales of the past. Everyone, be wary, there may be traps here, Xiao Manlu cautioned. As they advanced slowly, fissures suddenly appeared in the ground, flames erupting from within. Dodge, Ao Sanjin shouted to the group scattered in all directions, the searing heat of the flames palpable. This is merely the beginning. We must exercise even greater caution, Xiao Manlu declared. They pressed on, when suddenly arrows shot forth from the walls. Li Yifeng swung his sword, deflecting the incoming projectiles. The defenses of these ruins are indeed formidable, he remarked. After a harrowing evasion, they finally navigated through this perilous section. Ahead, it seemed there was a grand hall. Lin Songhai pointed out. Upon entering the hall, they discovered a massive stone platform at its center, upon which lay an ancient tome. Could this be the item we seek? Zhao Linger wondered, just as Xiao Manlu stepped forward to retrieve the book. A barrier surged up around the stone platform. It appears that acquiring it will not be so simple, Ao Sanjin observed. They began to deliberate on how to dismantle the barrier, with Zhao Linger and Luan Feng casting spells in an effort to unravel its enchantments. After considerable effort, the barrier finally dissipated. As Xiao Manlu grasped the book and turned the first page, a beam of light burst forth, enveloping them entirely. When the light faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar chamber filled with various peculiar instruments. What is this place? Lin Songhai inquired. Xiao Manlu surveyed the surrounding gadgets, admitting, I am uncertain, yet I sense that significant secrets lie hidden here. At that moment, a voice resonated through the chamber. Welcome to the core of the ruins. Only by facing the trials may you claim the powers within, the voice echoed ominously. What trials? Li Yifeng asked. You will soon confront the fears that dwell within your hearts, came the response. Suddenly, the scene within the room transformed. And Xiao Manlu and his companions fell into their respective illusions. Xiao Manlu beheld his long-lost relatives, crying out for his help. Lin Songhai saw himself consumed by dark forces, becoming utterly malevolent. Li Yifeng faced the anguish of being unable to protect those dear to him. Drowning in guilt, Zhao Linger and Luan Feng also encountered visions that instilled terror within them. These are mere illusions. We must not be deceived, Xiao Manlu shouted resolutely. The group fought to overcome their inner fears and gradually awaken from the illusions. That was close, Lin Songhai exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. It seems the trials of these ruins are no trivial matter, Zhao Linger remarked. They continued their exploration of the ruins, encountering various riddles and traps along the way. In one chamber, they had to push stone pillars in a specific sequence to unlock the door to the next area. In another, the ground was covered in magical arrays, and they had to find the correct path to avoid being harmed by their powers. After a series of challenges, they finally reached the innermost sanctum of the ruins. Here lay a vast treasure trove, brimming with precious gems, magical weapons, and mysterious scrolls. So many treasures, Lin Songhai exclaimed with delight. Yet Xiao Manlu remained composed, urging caution, do not be hasty, there may be a trick. At that moment a formidable guardian emerged from the treasure, its imposing figure radiating immense power. If you wish to claim the treasure, you must first defeat me, the guardian declared. Another fierce battle was about to unfold. Chapter 63, The Guardians challenged. Xiao Manlu and his companions faced the guardian of the ruins, their expressions grave. The guardian exuded an overwhelming presence that rendered breathing difficult. Towering like a mountain, his muscular form seemed to harbor boundless strength. The glinting armor he wore reflected a cold light, while he wielded a colossal battle axe inscribed with mysterious runes. Everyone, proceed with caution, Xiao Manlu commanded, leading the charge with his sword drawn. His figure darted forward like a flash of lightning, arriving before the guardian in an instant, with a fierce blade imbued with cutting energy. He aimed directly at the guardian's chest. The guardian effortlessly brushed aside his attack, sending Xiao Manlu staggering back several paces. A tremendous force knocked the wind out of him, propelling him violently against the wall. Witnessing this, Lin Songhai lunged forward with his spear, only to have the guardian seize it with ease and hurl him away. Lin Songhai cried out in pain as his body arced through the air before crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Li Yifeng launched a side attack, but the guardian reacted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Li Yifeng felt darkness encroach upon his vision, as if his body were about to disassemble. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng quickly cast spells, providing support and protection for their comrades. Streams of light shot forth from their hands, hurtling towards the guardian, yet the guardian merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispersing the radiant spells. This foe was exceedingly formidable, Lin Songhai gasped, rising from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unwavering with defiance. Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth and charged forward once more, declaring resolutely, no matter how powerful he may be, we must not retreat. His voice resonated with determination and an indomitable fighting spirit. The guardian erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, taunting, you presumptuous fools shall meet your demise here today. His laughter echoed through the ruins, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. Undeterred, they continued their desperate struggle against the guardian. Xiao Manlu's sword relentlessly pierced towards the guardian, each thrust infused with his utmost strength. Lin Songhai's spear struck like a tempest, unyielding despite repeated setbacks, pressing forward undeterred. Li Yifeng, agile and swift, darted around the guardian, seeking opportunities to strike. His blade occasionally left shallow wounds upon the guardian's form. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed a myriad of powerful spells, a dazzling array of flames, frost, and lightning converging upon the guardian. Although the guardian was formidable, the relentless assault began to wear him down. His movements growing sluggish, and wounds accumulating upon his body. Now is our chance, everyone give it your all, Xiaomanlu cried out. At the sound of his rallying call, the group intensified their attacks. Suddenly, the Guardian unleashed a surge of potent energy, repelling them once more. Damn it, this creature still possesses such strength, Lin Songhai cursed. Xiaomanlu gasped for breath, declaring, do not give up, we can defeat him. At that moment a black light flickered ominously from the Guardian's battle axe, a wave of dark energy surging towards them. Beware, Zhao Linger warned. The group hastily conjured defensive spells, but the dark force proved too overwhelming, swiftly breaching their defenses. Xiaomanlu was struck by the dark energy, sent hurtling to the ground. Xiaomanlu, Lin Songhai and Li Yifeng shouted in unison. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng hurried over to assess his injuries. I'm fine, continue fighting. Xiaomanlu struggled to rise, charging once more at the Guardian. Inspired by his tenacity, the others rejoined the fray. The Guardian regarded them with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You truly are a resilient bunch. For justice, for light, we shall never retreat, Xiaomanlu proclaimed loudly. The Guardian scoffed. Justice, light, such notions are mere illusions in the face of absolute power. With that, he swung his axe again, launching an assault upon them. Xiaomanlu and the others gritted their teeth, fighting with all their might. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Yifeng discerned a flaw in the Guardian's defense. Target his left leg, Li Yifeng shouted. Upon hearing this, the group focused their efforts on the Guardian's left leg. The Guardian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomanlu leaped, thrusting his sword towards the Guardian's throat. The Guardian quickly raised his axe to block, but Xiaomanlu's strength was overwhelming, piercing through the Guardian's defense. Blood gushed forth from the Guardian's throat. The Guardian howled in agony. The group seized the moment to unleash their final assault, weapons and spells raining down upon the Guardian. At last, the Guardian collapsed to the ground, his form dissipating into a cloud of smoke. We have triumphed, Lin Songhai exclaimed with exhilaration. The group collapsed, panting heavily. Yet we must remain vigilant. We know not what other dangers lurk within these ruins, Xiaomanlu cautioned. They rested briefly before venturing deeper into the ruins. Within the depths, they discovered a vast chamber filled with precious treasures and mysterious magical scrolls. These are ours, Li Yifeng declared, brimming with excitement. Just as they prepared to collect the treasures, a magical circle suddenly materialized within the chamber. Not good, there are traps, Zhao Linger warned. Beams of light shot forth from the magical array, hurtling towards the group. They scrambled to evade, but the speed of the light was too swift, and several were injured. We must decipher this magical array quickly, Xiaomanlu urged. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng began to analyze the structure of the array, seeking a way to dismantle it. After considerable effort, they finally identified the core of the magical array. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the core, Zhao Linger commanded. The group pooled their strength, directing their assault towards the heart of the magical array. With a resounding crash, the magical array was broken. At last, we are safe, Lin Songhai sighed in relief. The group began to gather the treasures, which would significantly enhance their prowess. With these, we shall be better equipped to confront the forces of darkness, Xiaomanlu declared. Just as they prepared to exit the ruins, a low, rumbling roar echoed ominously. What now? Li Yifeng inquired. I do not know, but it surely bodes ill. Xiaomanlu griped his sword tightly. As the roar drew nearer, a colossal figure emerged before them. It was a monstrous creature unlike any they had encountered before, its massive form bristling with sharp spikes. Prepare for battle, Xiaomanlu shouted. The group was once again plunged into a fierce confrontation. Chapter 64. The mysterious monster. Xiaomanlu and his companions gazed warily at the enormous creature before them. Its vast body shimmered with cold light amidst the dim ruins, and its cavernous maw exhaled waves of scorching heat, instilling dread. Its eyes burned like fiery orbs, radiating unrestrained malice and ferocity. What on earth is this creature? Lin Songhai tightened his grip on his spear, his voice trembling slightly. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Despite countless battles, he could not shake the chill of fear that gripped him in the presence of such an eerie monster. Xiaomanlu took a deep breath. Whatever it is, we shall face it together. His voice rang with conviction, instilling a measure of courage within the group. They unleashed their most powerful techniques upon the beast. Li Yifeng moved like lightning, darting to the creature's side and swinging his sword at its leg. His blade sliced through the air with lethal intent, striking at the monster with unrelenting force. The creature, pained, lifted its foot to crush Li Yifeng. That massive foot bore down like a mountain, a force overwhelming. Xiaomanlu arrived just in time, blocking the creature's foot with his sword. The impact sent a tremor through his arm, causing it to tingle, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed spells from a distance. Beams of light striking the creature, flames, frost, and lightning converged in a dazzling display. However, the monster seemed to possess a remarkable resistance to these spells, only slightly slowing its movements. Ao Sanjin transformed into a colossal dragon. Unleashing a torrent of flames, the flames surged like a great fire dragon toward the beast. Though engulfed in flames, the creature shook violently, casting the fire aside. Roaring in fury, it unleashed a barrage of spikes from its body, raining down upon the group like a storm of arrows. "Watch out!" Xiaomanlu shouted. The group scrambled to evade, the scene descending into chaos. Lin Sanghai rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding a spike. Li Feng nimbly maneuvered through the barrage with agility. Xiaomanlu swung his sword, deflecting the spikes aimed at him. "This cannot continue. We must find its weakness," Zhao Linger exclaimed. Everyone spread out and search for an opening, Xiaomanlu commanded. The group dispersed, encircling the creature. The monster continued its relentless assault, each strike a tremendous force. Lin Sanghai noticed that the right side of the monster seemed less defended and called out to Xiaomanlu, "Over here." Xiaomanlu swiftly led the group toward the creature's right side. Realizing their intent, the creature attempted to turn to defend, but it was too late. Xiaomanlu's sword pierced the monster's right flank, black blood gushing forth. The creature howled in anguish, becoming even more frenzied in its attacks. "Do not falter, continue the assault," Xiaomanlu urged. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Yifeng leaped onto the creature's back, aiming for its head. However, the creature violently shook its body, throwing Li Yifeng off. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continued to cast spells, providing support to their comrades. Ao Sanjin breathed fire once more, attempting to obscure the creature's vision. With their coordinated efforts, the monster sustained increasing injuries, yet it refused to relent, unleashing a surge of even greater power. "This is bad, it's going all out," Lin Sanghai warned. A radiant glow enveloped the creature, a pulse of potent energy radiating outward. Xiaomanlu's expression shifted. "Everyone retreat quickly." The group hastily fell back, yet the energy still reached them, knocking them to the ground. Coughing, Xiaomanlu rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "We cannot be defeated like this." Li Yifeng struggled to his feet, seizing the opportunity. The monster launched another assault. Xiaomanlu and the others, gritting their teeth against the pain, charged back towards the creature. In the midst of the fierce battle, Xiaomanlu suddenly realized that the creature's eyes appeared to be its weak point. "Attack its eyes," Xiaomanlu shouted. The group concentrated their efforts on the creature's eyes. The monster desperately shielded its eyes, but under the relentless barrage, it finally exposed a vulnerability. Xiaomanlu seized the moment. Driving his sword into the creature's eye, the creature let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, its body convulsing uncontrollably. At last, we have defeated it. Lin Sanghai slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. The group, exhausted yet triumphant, wore expressions of victory. "Let us rest for a moment and see what else lies within these ruins," Xiaomanlu suggested. They took a brief respite to recover some strength before continuing their exploration. In one chamber, they discovered an ancient tome inscribed with mysterious spells and formidable weapon crafting techniques. "This is a valuable find," Li Yifeng exclaimed with excitement, just as they were about to leave the room. Strange symbols suddenly appeared on the wall. "What is this?" Zhao Linger stepped forward, scrutinizing the symbols. Suddenly, the symbols flickered with light, and a portal materialized before them. "Where does this lead to?" Ao Sanjin inquired. "I do not know. But perhaps there is something of greater significance within," Xiaomanlu responded. The group hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to step through the portal. Inside the portal was a luminous space, and they felt their bodies floating continuously. After a while, they arrived in an unfamiliar location. It was a grand palace adorned with various gemstones embedded in its walls, and the floor was etched with mysterious patterns. "What place is this?" Lin Sanghai exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the palace. "Welcome to the Hall of the Gods, brave warriors." The group searched for the source of the voice. "Who are you?" Xiaomanlu asked. "I am the guardian of this palace." "You have passed the test and are entitled to receive the blessings of the gods," the voice replied. Then beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the group. They felt a powerful force surging into their bodies. Li Yifeng was astonished as he sensed the changes within himself. "With this power, we will have a better chance against the darkness," Xiaomanlu declared. When the light faded, they found themselves back at the entrance of the ruins. "The rewards from this journey are immense," Lin Sanghai remarked. The group departed from the ruins with hearts full of joy, ready to face new challenges. Chapter 65, The Journey Resumes after leaving the ruins. Xiaomanlu and his companions noticed subtle changes in the world outside. The once tranquil town had become somewhat chaotic, with anxiety and unease etched on the faces of its inhabitants. A tense atmosphere filled the air, as if a storm were on the horizon. "What is happening?" Zhao Linger asked in confusion. Her beautiful visage was marred by uncertainty, her clear eyes scanning the surroundings for answers. Xiaomanlu furrowed his brow and decided to inquire further. His voice was deep and serious, imbued with an undeniable resolve. As they questioned the townsfolk, an elderly man approached them, trembling as he spoke. A band of robbers has emerged nearby, wreaking havoc and committing unspeakable atrocities. Our lives have become unbearable. The old man's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. This is intolerable. We cannot stand idly by, Lin Songhai exclaimed, his hands gripping his spear tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. As if he were ready to charge out and confront the robbers, Xiao Manlu nodded. It is our duty. His gaze was resolute, as if he could already envision the battle against the robbers. The group decided to first deal with the bandits and restore peace to the town. They swiftly readied their weapons and equipment, embarking on their quest, following the trail left by the robbers. They eventually discovered the bandits' camp nestled within a forest. The camp was heavily guarded, with several robbers on watch. Prepare for battle, Xiao Manlu whispered. His voice was steady and calm, easing the tension among the group. The companions stealthily approached the camp and launched a surprise attack when the robbers were unprepared. Xiao Manlu descended like a fierce tiger, his sword swiftly dispatching several bandits. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike lethal, leaving the robbers no time to react. Lin Songhai's spear swept through the ranks, causing bandits to fall one after another. His strength was immense, each attack accompanied by a chilling rush of wind. Li Feng moved with agility, weaving through the bandit ranks to deliver fatal blows. He was like a wraith, elusive and intangible, rendering the robbers unable to catch sight of him. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed their spells. Gaining control of the situation, flames, frost, and lightning intertwined in their hands, creating a dazzling and deadly spectacle. The robbers found themselves ensnared by the magic, their movements becoming sluggish. In a state of panic, the bandits scattered in all directions. Leave none alive, Ao Sanjin bellowed. Transforming into a mighty dragon, he unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing the fleeing robbers back. After an intense battle, the robbers were entirely vanquished. However, Xiao Manlu and his companions were not unscathed. Each bore wounds to some degree. Upon receiving the news, the townspeople rushed to express their gratitude. Thank you, heroes. They cheered, joy and appreciation illuminating their faces. Xiao Manlu smiled, saying, it is our duty. His voice was gentle yet firm, instilling a profound sense of reassurance among the townsfolk. However, before they could catch their breath, new troubles emerged. A mysterious messenger arrived in the town, bearing an invitation. What is this? Lin Songhai asked, puzzled as he received the letter. The messenger, expressionless, replied, this is an invitation from the Dark Castle. Your heroic deeds have captured the attention of its master. He invites you to the castle to discuss an important matter. The group exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty and wariness. Could this be a trap? Li Feng pondered. Xiao Manlu contemplated for a moment. It is possible, but we cannot retreat. Perhaps this is an opportunity to understand the dark forces. After a discussion, they decided to accept the invitation and journey to the Dark Castle. Along the way, they remained vigilant, ever wary of potential dangers. Finally, they arrived at the Dark Castle. The towering structure exuded a foreboding aura, a sense of oppression permeating the air. This place is truly unsettling, Zhao Linger frowned. Xiao Manlu took a deep breath. Everyone, be cautious. As they entered the castle, its master awaited them on his throne. You have arrived. His voice was low and hoarse. Xiao Manlu regarded him. What business do you have with us? The castle master smiled. I admire your strength and wish to invite you to join my ranks. Not a chance, Lin Songhai shouted in anger. The castle master's expression darkened. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. I can offer you boundless wealth and power. Xiao Manlu replied. We will not conspire with darkness. The castle master scoffed. Then do not expect to leave here alive. In an instant, countless dark soldiers poured into the castle, and yet another fierce battle ensued. Xiao Manlu and his companions fought valiantly, but the relentless tide of dark soldiers began to overwhelm them. This cannot continue, Li Feng stated. As Xiao Manlu fought, he observed his surroundings and suddenly discovered a weakness in the castle. Follow me, he shouted. The group followed him as they targeted the castle's weak point. After a grueling battle, they finally broke through the dark soldiers' encirclement and escaped the castle. That was close, Ao Sanjin gasped for breath. Yet they knew the danger was far from over. In the days that followed, they continuously encountered various challenges and foes. Sometimes they faced formidable magical creatures, other times evil sorcerers. However, Xiao Manlu and his companions never wavered. Armed with unyielding will and exceptional strength, they triumphed over adversity time and again. During one adventure, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. This tome contained records of a powerful spell capable of enhancing their abilities. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng devoted themselves day and night to mastering the spell. As their strength grew, so did their renown. Many like-minded individuals joined their ranks to collectively combat the dark forces. However, the dark powers also continued to swell, and the challenges they faced became increasingly formidable. One day, they received news that the dark forces were planning a large-scale attack targeting a significant city. Without hesitation, Xiao Manlu and his companions set off to the city to prepare for battle. Upon their arrival, they found the dark forces looming ominously at the city's gates. "Prepare for battle," Xiao Manlu shouted. A thrilling clash on the horizon. Chapter 66. Protecting the city. Xiao Manlu and his companions stood atop the city walls, gazing at the dark forces outside, their hearts filled with resolve. The fierce wind howled, whipping their hair and garments, yet their gazes remained unwavering, as if fueled by an eternal flame. "This will be a brutal battle, but we shall not retreat," Xiao Manlu proclaimed, his voice echoing across the battlements. His tone was imbued with conviction and courage, igniting a powerful sense of strength among the soldiers on the walls. Lin Songhai gripped his spear tightly. "Come on, let these scoundrels witness our might." His eyes radiated determination, the armor he donned glinting coldly in the sunlight. Li Feng's gaze was resolute. "For protection, for justice." His sword trembled slightly in his grasp, not from fear, but from the burning spirit within. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng began to cast potent defensive spells, a layer of soft blue light enveloping the city walls. Their faces were etched with focus and seriousness, incantations escaping their lips as their staffs shimmered with mysterious light. The dark forces charged forward, their battle cries reverberating like thunder. The ground trembled beneath their advancing steps, as if the judgment day were nigh. Xiao Manlu leapt from the walls, plunging into the enemy ranks. His sword slicing through the air with deadly precision, his figure moved like a wraith among the foes, each strike claiming a life. Blood splattered across his face, rendering him all the more fierce. Lin Songhai and Li Yifeng followed closely behind, engaging in a desperate struggle against the enemies. Lin Songhai's spear danced like a dragon, each thrust accompanied by a chilling rush of wind, while Li Yifeng's sword struck like lightning, swiftly severing the throats of adversaries. Ao Sanjin soared through the air, occasionally unleashing torrents of flames that wrought immense devastation upon the dark forces. Wherever the flames spread, enemies fell, screaming, turning to ash. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng tirelessly cast spells to bolster their comrades and heal the wounded. Their spells flowed like the gentle warmth of spring breezes, swiftly rejuvenating the wounded warriors. The battle raged with unparalleled intensity, and the figures of Xiao Manlu and his companions were stained with blood. Yet their fighting spirit soared ever higher. With each swing of their swords and thrust of their spears, they embodied boundless fury and unwavering resolve. "We cannot allow them to breach the gates," Xiao Manlu shouted, his voice hoarse yet brimming with strength. The group fought valiantly, repelling the relentless assaults of the dark forces time and again. However, the enemy seemed inexhaustible, surging in wave after wave. Just as fatigue began to overwhelm them, Xiao Manlu spotted the commander of the dark forces, a shadowy figure cloaked in black, wielding a dark staff that unleashed dark magic, orchestrating the onslaught. "Capture the leader before the thieves," he bellowed, charging toward the commander. Lin Songhai and Li Yifeng, witnessing this, swiftly followed suit, clearing the path for Xiao Manlu. Ao Sanjin unleashed a powerful torrent of flames from the sky, momentarily halting the enemy's advance and buying them precious time. Amidst the encirclement of foes, Xiao Manlu dodged and weaved, gradually closing in on the commander. As the commander caught sight of Xiao Manlu's approach, a cold smirk crossed his face. "What an overconfident fool!" He swung his staff, sending forth a beam of dark light toward Xiao Manlu with a sidestep. Xiao Manlu evaded and pressed onward. Despite the commander's incessant casting of dark spells, Xiao Manlu, with his agile movements and resolute will, drew nearer. At last, he stood before the commander, thrusting his sword toward the man's chest. The commander raised his staff to block, but Xiao Manlu's strength was overwhelming. The sword pierced through the staff and impaled the commander. A pained scream erupted from the commander as he collapsed to the ground. With his fall, the dark forces were plunged into chaos. "Now is our chance." "Counterattack," Xiao Manlu cried. Seizing the moment, the group launched a counteroffensive, sending the dark forces into retreat. Do not let them escape, Lin Songhai shouted. They pursued the dark forces relentlessly, driving them far away. At last, the battle concluded, leaving the city walls and ground strewn with corpses and blood. Exhausted, Xiao Manlu and his companions sank to the ground, gasping for breath. "We have emerged victorious," Li Yifeng said weakly. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng began tending to the injured. Though their magical energy was nearly depleted, they persevered. "This is merely a temporary victory. The dark forces will not relent," Xiao Manlu warned, "but we shall not fear them," Lin Songhai declared. At that moment, the citizens of the city began to emerge from their homes, offering food and water to Xiao Manlu and his companions. "Thank you, heroes," the townsfolk exclaimed. With smiles, Xiao Manlu and his companions accepted their gratitude. In the days that followed, they worked to restore the city while fortifying defenses, preparing for the next assault from the dark forces. They established training camps within the city, honing the soldiers' combat skills and magical abilities. Xiaoman Lu personally instructed the soldiers in swordsmanship, emphasizing the blade must be swift and the heart steady. His voice was stern yet filled with anticipation. Lin Songhai taught the soldiers how to wield long spears, declaring, "The spear is like a dragon, its momentum like a rainbow." His demonstrations were fierce and powerful, earning the soldiers' admiration. Li Yifeng imparted his agility and battle experience, advising, "Be nimble and unpredictable." Zhao Ling'er and Luan Feng elucidated the principles and applications of spells, asserting, "The power of magic lies in the conviction of one's heart." Through their concerted efforts, the soldiers' prowess saw significant enhancement. Yet tranquility did not last long. One day, scouts brought news that the dark forces were gathering once more, poised to launch a larger-scale offensive. Xiaoman Lu and his comrades immediately readied themselves for battle. "This time, we shall ensure they do not return," Xiaoman Lu proclaimed. When the dark forces appeared at the city gates again, they were met with an entirely transformed city. The fortifications were sturdier, and the soldiers' morale soared higher than before. The battle erupted once more, with Xiaoman Lu and his companions leading the charge against the dark forces in a fierce confrontation. Their coordination was now more harmonious, and their tactics more adaptable. Lin Songhai led a contingent of soldiers in a flanking maneuver, disrupting the formation of the dark forces. Li Yifeng commanded a squad of light cavalry, galloping across the battlefield and instilling panic among the enemy. Ao San Jin rained attacks upon the rear of the dark forces from the sky, preventing them from regrouping. Zhao Ling'er and Luan Feng's spells grew ever more potent, providing formidable support to their comrades. Through their collective efforts, the dark forces were once again repelled. However, Xiaoman Lu and his companions understood that this was merely the beginning. Future battles would be even more arduous. They continued to intensify their training, steeling themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 67. The Mysterious Assistance. After successfully repelling another assault from the dark forces, Xiaoman Lu and his companions had scarcely a moment to recuperate when they received a mysterious letter. The missive spoke of a cryptic power willing to offer them assistance. The parchment exuded an unusual fragrance, and the elegant script conveyed an enigmatic aura. Could this be a trap? Lin Songhai pondered skeptically, furrowing his brow as he gripped his spear tightly, his gaze filled with vigilance. Xiaoman Lu considered for a moment, replying, "It remains unclear for now, but we cannot disregard any opportunity to enhance our strength." His eyes gleamed with determination as he weighed the pros and cons. The group resolved to follow the letter's guidance to meet this mysterious entity. They proceeded with utmost caution, ever alert to potential dangers lurking around them. The trees lining the path were lush and verdant, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create dappled patterns on the ground, yet they paid little heed to the picturesque surroundings, their hearts laden with trepidation over the unknown. They arrived at a secluded valley, where a figure clad in a flowing white robe awaited them. The mysterious person's robe billowed in the wind, blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. A silver mask concealed their face, revealing only a pair of profound eyes that obscured their true identity. "You have finally arrived," the enigmatic figure spoke, their voice ethereal, as though it originated from a distant realm. The sound echoed in the valley, sending a chill through the air. "Who are you? Why do you wish to assist us?" Xiaoman Lu asked warily, instinctively placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for any potential threat. The mysterious figure smiled faintly. "I am a guardian from afar, drawn by your resolute struggle against darkness, hence I come to aid you." Their voice was gentle yet magnetic, compelling one to trust them. As they spoke, the mysterious figure revealed an array of powerful artifacts and mystical abilities. With a graceful wave of their hand, a line of shimmering treasures materialized before them. There were swords that could enhance offensive power, shields that could defend against all attacks, and orbs capable of instant rejuvenation of physical and magical energy. "These will aid you in your fight against the dark forces," the figure stated, their gaze brimming with anticipation as though envisioning the moment Xiaoman Lu and his companions triumphed over darkness. Though Xiaoman Lu and his comrades were somewhat skeptical, they accepted the offered assistance. They handled the artifacts with care, sensing the immense power contained within. "Thank you for your help," Xiaoman Lu expressed. Though lingering doubts resided within him, he still conveyed his gratitude politely. However, as they prepared to depart, they found shadows emerging around the valley. These shadows, ghostly in nature, swiftly approached them. "Be careful," Lin Songhai shouted. The group instantly assumed battle readiness, their weapons gripped tightly. Xiaoman Lu turned to the mysterious figure, inquiring, "What is happening?" The figure shook their head. "I do not know. Perhaps it is the dark forces' pursuers." As the shadows drew nearer, their true forms were revealed. Dark sorcerers clad in black robes, wielding wands that flickered with eerie light. "Kill!" The dark sorcerers cried in unison, their voices chilling and ominous. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Xiaoman Lu brandished his sword, its brilliance clashing against the magic of the dark sorcerers, creating a dazzling spectacle. Lin Songhai's spear struck like a dragon, each thrust imbued with tremendous force. Repelling the dark sorcerers one by one. Li Feng, agile as ever, darted among the sorcerers, his sword flashing like lightning as he swiftly dispatched several foes. Ao Sanjin transformed into a mighty dragon, unleashing torrents of flames that turned swaths of dark sorcerers to ash. Zhaoling Er and Luan Feng continuously cast spells, providing support and healing to their comrades. The mysterious figure was not idle either. They moved their hands in intricate patterns, casting formidable magic that ensnared a group of dark sorcerers within a vast magical circle. The battle raged fiercely. Despite their formidable strength, Xiaoman Lu and his companions found themselves gradually ensnared by the overwhelming numbers and bizarre magic of the dark sorcerers. This cannot continue. We must find their weakness, Xiaoman Lu shouted. The mysterious figure replied, the magical circle is the key, shatter it, and their powers will be significantly diminished. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman Lu charged toward the magical circle. The dark sorcerers, realizing his intent, unleashed spells to impede his progress, yet, fueled by his indomitable will and masterful swordsmanship, Xiaoman Lu broke through their defenses and finally reached the magical circle. He raised the enchanted sword and, summoning all his strength, struck at the circle. With a resounding crash, the magical circle shattered. Deprived of its support, the dark sorcerer's power waned drastically. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoman Lu and his companions mounted a counteroffensive, systematically eliminating the dark sorcerers. Once the battle concluded, the group was utterly exhausted. What in the world happened? Why did the dark sorcerers appear? Lin Songhai inquired. The mysterious figure furrowed their brow. Perhaps the dark forces sensed my actions and sought to thwart my assistance to you. Xiaoman Lu regarded the mysterious figure, stating earnestly, regardless of the circumstances, we must still extend our thanks. The mysterious figure shook his head, declaring, this is what I must do. However, you must remain vigilant. The forces of darkness will not easily let you go. Xiaoman Lu and his companions nodded, armed with the magical artifacts and skills provided by the enigmatic figure. As they departed the valley, upon their return to the city, they commenced their study of these artifacts and abilities, eager to enhance their prowess at the earliest opportunity. In the ensuing days, Xiaoman Lu and his companions dedicated themselves to relentless training. Xiaoman Lu persistently explored the might of the enchanted sword, striving to harmoniously integrate his swordsmanship with its formidable power. Lin Songhai diligently adapted to the use of the shield, fortifying his defenses to become impregnable. Li Feng continuously honed his speed and reflexes during his practice, aiming to render his attacks more lethal. Ao Sanjin, through communion with the magical orb, gradually mastered the techniques for restoring stamina and magical energy, enabling him to sustain his combat effectiveness for prolonged periods. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng delved deeply into the spells of the mysterious figure, endeavoring to grasp the essence of more powerful magical forces. After a period of rigorous training, their abilities saw marked improvement. Yet just as they believed themselves adequately prepared, strange phenomena began to manifest within the city. Illness swept through the populace, crops withered, and animals grew restless. This must be the machinations of the dark forces, Xiaoman Lu exclaimed in anger. The group commenced an investigation into the origins of these bizarre occurrences. They uncovered that a dark power appeared to lurk beneath the city, insidiously eroding its very fabric. We must locate the source of this malevolence and eradicate it, Lin Songhai asserted. Xiaoman Lu nodded in agreement, urging everyone to proceed with caution as they dispersed to seek out clues throughout the city. They questioned the citizens and scoured every nook and cranny. Ultimately, Zhao Linger stumbled upon a concealed magical array hidden within a basement. This is it, Zhao Linger exclaimed. The group hurried to the basement, where the array pulsed with a sinister glow, continuously emanating dark energy. We must destroy it at once, Xiaoman Lu declared. They endeavored to dismantle the magical array, but its formidable defenses rendered their attempts ineffective. Just as anxiety began to mount, the mysterious figure reappeared. Let me handle this, he said. Stepping forward, he unleashed a powerful magic that countered the array's force. With the figure's efforts, the array's radiance gradually diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoman Lu and the others launched a concerted attack, ultimately obliterating the magical formation. The city returned to its former tranquility, and the people erupted in joyous cheers. Thank you, mysterious one, Xiaoman Lu expressed gratefully. The enigmatic figure smiled, stating, it is my duty, yet, the dark forces will not relent. You must be prepared. The group nodded in acknowledgement, aware that the battles ahead would be even more arduous, but resolute in their determination to face any challenges that may arise. Chapter 68. The dark skein. Just as the city's crisis had been averted, Xiaoman Lu and his companions barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before unsettling signs began to emerge. Eerie reports flowed in from surrounding villages, people were vanishing, and some had inexplicably gone mad, as if manipulated by dark forces. The once tranquil and harmonious countryside now lay shrouded in a pall of gloom. The air thick with fear and unease. There must be a larger conspiracy at play, Xiao Manlu remarked, his expression grave as he gazed toward the distant villages, his eyes filled with concern and vigilance. Lin Sanghai clenched his fists, resolute. Whatever it may be, we shall uncover the truth. His voice resonated with unwavering determination. The group resolved to split up and investigate the surrounding areas. Li Feng ventured alone to a remote village nestled deep within the mountains. Surrounded by dense forests, the village was accessible only by a winding path. Upon entering, Li Feng found the village unnaturally silent, devoid of the usual sounds of roosters crowing, dogs barking, or children playing. As he cautiously navigated through the village, he suddenly stumbled upon strange traces of a magical array in front of an abandoned house. These markings etched into the ground emanated a faint dark aura, seemingly connected to the earlier disturbances in the city. Kneeling down, Li Feng scrutinized the array's remnants, pondering, what manner of magical array is this? Why has it appeared here? Just then, a chilling wind swept through, sending a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, Zhao Linger and Luan Feng arrived at another affected village. They encountered numerous villagers, their faces haggard and expressions vacant. While assisting the villagers, they discerned traces of lingering dark magical influence upon them as Zhao Linger cast her spells in an attempt to purify this dark energy, only to find it stubborn and resistant to expulsion. This dark magic is exceedingly sinister. It seems a powerful force is orchestrating it from behind the scenes, Zhao Linger remarked, her brow furrowed. Luan Feng added, regardless, we must find a way to aid these villagers. Meanwhile, Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai encountered a group of shadowy figures clad in black, exhibiting suspicious behavior. These individuals are certainly up to no good, Lin Sanghai asserted, his gaze fixed intently upon the figures, his grip tightening around his spear. Xiao Manlu nodded in agreement, suggesting they follow to uncover their intentions. The two stealthily trailed the cloaked figures. Maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection, the black-clad individuals traversed a rugged mountain path, eventually entering a hidden cave nestled within the valley. After observing the cave for a while, Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai decided to infiltrate it. A pungent odor permeated the cave, and the walls glimmered with an eerie light. Cautiously, they advanced deeper, suddenly overhearing a low conversation. How is the plan progressing? A hoarse voice inquired. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Soon, this land shall be engulfed by dark forces, another voice replied. Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai exchanged worried glances, realizing the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. At that moment, a massive spider descended from the cave ceiling. Launching an attack, Xiao Manlu swiftly drew his sword, engaging in battle with the creature, while Lin Sanghai provided support, targeting the spider's legs with his spear. The spider's 8 long legs resembled sharp lances. Relentlessly stabbing toward them, Xiao Manlu adeptly evaded the strikes, repeatedly slashing at the spider's body with his sword. Lin Sanghai's spear proved invaluable as he forcefully swung it, severing one of the spider's legs. The creature emitted an enraged screech, spraying venom in retaliation. Xiao Manlu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the toxic fluid that splattered against the wall, hissing ominously. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished the spider. However, their commotion had drawn the attention of the black-clad figures. Intruders, one of them shouted, rushing toward them. Undaunted, Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai charged to meet the oncoming threat, igniting a fierce battle. Xiao Manlu's swordsmanship was lethal, each strike imbued with deadly precision, while Lin Sanghai's spear swept through the ranks of the black figures. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries and their formidable skills soon overwhelmed them. They bore numerous wounds, their clothes stained with blood. Just as they began to feel the weight of their exhaustion, Li Feng, Zhao Linger, and Luan Feng arrived in the nick of time. We're here to assist you, Li Feng called out, his sword sliced through the air like a meteor, swiftly dispatching several of the cloaked figures. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed powerful spells, ensnaring the black-clad foes within a radiant light. United in their efforts, they finally subdued the remaining figures. Quick, interrogate them about their nefarious schemes, Xiao Manlu urged. However, before they could utter a word, the black figures bit down on vials of poison, taking their own lives. Cursed wretches, Lin Sanghai seethed, striking the ground in frustration. It seems their backing is exceedingly organized. These individuals would rather die than divulge a single piece of information, Zhao Linger observed. Yet, from their earlier conversation, it appears the dark forces are plotting a significant operation. We must swiftly uncover more clues. Xiao Manlu mused, his brow furrowed in concentration. The group continued to search within the cave, uncovering peculiar documents and maps. These seemed to outline the dark forces' operational plans, Luan Feng noted. Xiao Manlu meticulously examined the documents and maps. Realizing they intended to simultaneously launch assaults on several surrounding towns, sowing chaos. We must promptly alert those towns to fortify their defenses, Li Yifeng insisted. Without delay, they raced back to the city to report their findings to the local lord. The lord immediately summoned soldiers to bolster the town's defenses. During the preparations, Xiao Manlu and his companions discovered that the dark forces were advancing even more swiftly than anticipated. Some towns had already come under attack. Descending into chaos. We cannot stand idly by, Xiao Manlu declared. The group resolved to split into smaller teams to provide support to various towns. Xiao Manlu and Lin Songhai arrived at a town besieged by dark forces. The soldiers atop the walls were fighting valiantly, but the onslaught from the dark forces was relentless, leaving the walls battered and broken. Follow me, Xiao Manlu shouted, leading the charge against the dark forces. Like a war god, he wielded his sword, which gleamed with light, as he cut down the dark adversaries in his path. Lin Songhai, equally resolute, wielded his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea. Unstoppable in his assault. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng, Zhao Linger, and Luan Feng headed to another town. They confronted a powerful dark sorcerer who was using magic to dismantle the town's defenses. We cannot let him succeed, Li Yifeng declared, leaping into the fray to confront the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer chuckled darkly, summoning a wave of dark magic that pinned Li Yifeng to the ground. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng stood by, casting spells to assist Li Yifeng. Their magical brilliance clashed with the dark sorcery, creating a cacophony of sound. After an intense battle, Xiao Manlu and his companions finally repelled the onslaught of the dark forces, saving the townsfolk. Yet, they understood that this was merely a trial by the darkness, and greater peril loomed ahead. We must locate the source of this dark power and eradicate it once and for all. Otherwise such assaults will persist, declared Xiao Manlu. The group began to gather intelligence in search of the origins of the dark forces. During their quest, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder revealed that deep within the distant mountains lay a dark castle. The very heart of the dark power, however, that fortress is shrouded in formidable magic and poses great danger, he warned. No matter the peril, we shall proceed, Xiao Manlu resolutely asserted. Thus, the group embarked on their journey to the dark castle. Along the way, they faced numerous challenges, inclement weather, treacherous terrain, and formidable beasts, yet, they pressed on, undeterred, inching closer to their goal. At last, they stood before the towering dark castle, which loomed ominously, exuding an aura of dread. This is the lair of the dark forces. We must destroy it, Lin Songhai proclaimed. Taking a deep breath, the group ventured into the castle. Inside, an oppressive darkness enveloped them, obscuring their path. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the halls. At last, you have arrived, but this shall be your grave. As Xiao Manlu and his companions tightened their grips on their weapons, they braced themselves for the impending battle. Chapter 69. The Challenge of the Dark Castle. The moment Xiao Manlu and his companions stepped into the dark castle, they were engulfed by a potent dark force. The surrounding walls seemed alive, oozing thick black mist. The air reeked of a nauseating stench akin to rancid ink. Everyone, be cautious, Xiao Manlu warned, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness of the castle. Imbued with tension and resolve, they cautiously advanced, the ground beneath them vibrating ominously, every step feeling like a dance upon unseen traps. Suddenly, a horde of dark puppets surged forth from the shadows, launching a fierce assault. These grotesque figures, composed of dark matter, moved with unnerving speed and displayed no sign of pain. Lin Songhai let out a roar, charging forward with his spear, which soared like a dragon breaking through the waves, its tip glimmering with lethal intent as it pierced the chest of one dark puppet. Yet, the puppet did not fall. Instead, it reached out, attempting to seize the spear. Li Yifeng, swift as lightning, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, each arc beautifully tracing the air, targeting the joints of the dark puppets in an effort to cripple them. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng, positioned behind, cast spells to provide support. With graceful gestures, Zhao Linger chanted incantations, sending forth bursts of flames that ignited upon the dark puppets. Meanwhile, Luan Feng summoned a tempest, intensifying the flames, striving to reduce the dark puppets to ashes. After a fierce struggle, the dark puppets were vanquished. But before they could catch their breath, more dangers emerged. The ground suddenly split open, and countless black tendrils slithered forth, seeking to ensnare them. This is bad, Xiao Manlu shouted. He swung his sword, severing several tendrils. But an unending tide continued to surge toward them. Lin Songhai found his legs ensnared, struggling futilely against the grip. Help me, he cried out. Li Yifeng dashed forward, slashing at the tendrils binding Lin Songhai. But they proved remarkably resilient, his blade leaving only shallow marks. Observing the dire situation, Zhao Linger cast a freezing spell, temporarily immobilizing the tendrils. Seizing the moment, Xiao Manlu and Li Yifeng pulled Lin Songhai to safety. However, before they could regain their footing, a shrill cry pierced the air above them. Looking up, they beheld a swarm of dark bats swooping down, with blood-red eyes and mouths spewing black flames. The bats overwhelmed them. Xiao Man Lu and the others swiftly dodged, wielding their weapons in defense. The sheer number and speed of the dark bats rendered their defenses nearly futile. A bat bit into Xiao Man Lu's arm. Blood gushing forth, "This cannot continue," he exclaimed. Li Feng, while fending off the bats, urged, "We must find the source of the dark power to resolve this turmoil once and for all." Under the relentless assault of the dark bats, they struggled onward until they stumbled into a vast hall. At the center lay a black magic circle, pulsating with an eerie glow. "This must be the core of the dark power," Zhao Linger exclaimed. Just as they prepared to approach the magic circle, a massive dark figure began to rise from within. "You presumptuous fools dare invade my domain," the shadowy entity growled. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a colossal creature with immense wings and razor-sharp claws, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness. "No matter what you are, we shall not retreat," Xiao Man Lu declared boldly. The group unleashed their most powerful abilities against the dark creature, yet its strength far surpassed their expectations. With a mere flick of its wings, it dissipated their attacks. "Is this all you've got?" it mocked. Xiao Man Lu gritted his teeth, rallying the others. "Together, we can overcome it." The group charged forth, engaging in a desperate battle against the dark entity. Chapter 70, Hope in the Abyss. Xiao Man Lu and his companions found themselves locked in a stalemate with the dark creature, their bodies battered and their stamina waning. Their garments were tattered and stained with blood, their faces etched with exhaustion and anguish. "Is this where we meet our end?" Lin Songhai gasped, despair flickering in his eyes. His spear had bent and his arms trembled, yet he clung to it resolutely, unwilling to surrender. At that moment, Xiao Man Lu felt a mysterious force surging within him, a warm and potent energy, as if a long-dormant power had been awakened. "Everyone, hold on, I believe I have a solution," he shouted, his voice weak yet filled with determination and hope. He shut his eyes, focusing intently, attempting to harness this enigmatic force. The encroaching darkness sought to erode his will, but he gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. The dark creature seized the opportunity to launch an even fiercer assault, unfurling its vast wings and unleashing a tempest that sent the group reeling. Its claws, sharp as blades, struck repeatedly at them. "Xiao Man Lu, hurry," Li Yifeng urged, struggling as fresh wounds appeared on his body. His sword bore many nicks, yet his gaze remained resolute as he continued to parry the creature's strikes. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng tirelessly cast spells, buying precious time for the group. Zhao Linger's complexion was pale, sweat beading on her brow, but her staff continued to radiate light, sending forth spells that momentarily hindered the dark creature's movements. Luan Feng's lips turned purple, yet she persisted, crafting powerful shields to protect her comrades. Within, Xiao Man Lu experienced a profound stillness, delving into the mysterious force, striving to comprehend and control it. Gradually, he sensed a connection forming between himself and this energy, as if it had become an integral part of him. He suddenly cried out, eyes snapping open as a brilliant light erupted from him, illuminating the entire dark hall. The dark creature howled in agony. Enveloped in the radiant glow, Xiao Man Lu soared into the air, his sword enveloped in light, charging toward the dark entity. As their weapons collided, a thunderous roar echoed through the chamber. The light pierced the creature's body, creating a massive wound from which black blood gushed forth, reeking of decay. "Now, everyone attack together," shouted Xiao Man Lu. Lin Songhai, Li Yifeng, Zhao Linger, and Luan Feng rallied their spirits, unleashing their most potent strikes. Lin Songhai thrust his spear, a beam of light shooting forth from its tip and hitting the dark creature's wound. The injury widened, eliciting a more anguished cry from the creature. Li Yifeng swung his sword, sending a wave of energy slicing through the creature's wing, severing it. The dark entity lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng unleashed their most formidable spells, intertwining flames, frost, and lightning, bombarding the dark creature. Under the combined assault, the dark entity finally succumbed, crashing to the ground, its form dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The group let out a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. We succeeded," Lin Songhai gasped weakly, panting heavily, a smile of survival shining through his fatigue. Xiao Man Lu, equally exhausted, managed to smile. "Yes, we have triumphed." His voice was hoarse, and he felt himself swaying. However, before they could celebrate, a low growl echoed through the hall once more. "What more could there be?" Li Yifeng uttered in despair, his eyes filled with fear and resignation as the flicker of hope was extinguished. From the shadows emerged several more dark entities, smaller in size than the previous one. Yet their presence remained formidable. Their eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, and black flames erupted from their mouths. "Everyone rise and continue the fight." Xiao Man Lu struggled to his feet, raising his sword once more. His body trembled, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast. The others, too, bore their wounds and stood tall again. The battle reignited. although Xiaoman Lu and his companions were at the limits of their strength, they persisted in their struggle against the dark creatures with indomitable will and unwavering spirit. The weight of Xiaoman Lu's sword grew heavier, yet his strikes remained unyielding. Each swing was imbued with his final strength and determination. Lin Songhai's spear had become nearly unmanageable, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. His arm was numb, but a singular conviction burned within him. To fight to the very end. Li Feng's steps faltered, yet his sword still accurately pierced the dark beings. His eyes brimmed with a fervent desire for victory. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng's magical energies were almost depleted, yet they continued to cast their final spells. Their faces were as pale as parchment, yet their magic remained potent and effective, just as they were on the verge of collapse. A portal suddenly materialized in the hall. The portal shimmered with mysterious light, obscuring the scene within. Xiaoman Lu gazed at the portal with curiosity. From it emerged a mysterious elder, clad in a flowing white robe. Wielding a staff that radiated an enigmatic glow, the elder's countenance was kind, yet his eyes conveyed profound wisdom and formidable power. Children, I have come to lend you my aid, the elder proclaimed. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a magical quality that instilled a sense of security. With a wave of his staff, a powerful beam of light struck the dark creatures, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance, Xiaoman Lu and the others expressed gratefully, their voices heavy with weariness and appreciation. No need for thanks. This dark castle conceals a great conspiracy. You must remain vigilant, the elder cautioned. Concern etched in his gaze. Pray tell, venerable one, what secrets does this dark castle hold? Xiaoman Lu inquired, curiosity and a thirst for knowledge evident in his eyes. The elder sighed. This dark castle is a crucial stronghold of dark forces. Plotting a scheme to annihilate the world, they seek to harness the power of the dark crystal to control all beings, plunging the world into eternal darkness. You must locate the source of this dark power and obliterate it. Otherwise, the entire world will descend into calamity. Xiaoman Lu and his companions felt a weight in their hearts, shocked by the terrifying nature of the dark forces conspiracy. However, you have demonstrated extraordinary courage and strength. I believe you can accomplish this daunting task, the elder encouraged, trust and expectation glimmering in his eyes. Rest assured, we shall not falter, Xiaoman Lu declared firmly, his gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve, his determination as steadfast as steel. The elder nodded. Very well, I shall assist you from the shadows. With that, the elder stepped back into the portal, vanishing from sight. After a brief respite, Xiaoman Lu and his companions resumed their exploration of the dark castle. They traversed room after room, encountering various traps and assaults from dark creatures. In one chamber, they discovered an ancient tome, chronicling the origins and weaknesses of the dark power. The pages were yellowed with age. The text somewhat blurred, yet they diligently endeavored to decipher it. This is an important clue, Zhao Linger remarked, her eyes fixed intently on the book, seeking more information within its pages. We must study this thoroughly. Xiaoman Lu affirmed, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation of the contents. Just as they were engrossed in their research, the door to the room suddenly slammed shut, and flames erupted all around them. The fire spread rapidly, encircling them. This is bad. We've been trapped, Lin Songhai exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Everyone remain calm. There must be a way out, Xiaoman Lu said, his eyes devoid of fear, radiating calmness and determination. They searched for an exit, but the flames intensified, smoke enveloping them, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The searing heat scorched their skin, and sweat poured down like rain, just as despair began to take hold. Xiaoman Lu noticed a hidden mechanism on the wall, barely visible amidst the flames. Perhaps this is the key to opening the door, he suggested. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to dash toward the mechanism. Li Yifeng stopped him, saying, I'll go, you direct the others. Without hesitation, he charged toward the mechanism, weaving through the flames, his clothing catching fire, yet he refused to retreat. At last, he pressed the mechanism, the door creaked open, and a wave of fresh air rushed in, and the group escaped the room and pressed onward, bearing the marks of their burns, yet their strides remained resolute. Deep within the dark castle, they finally located the source of the dark power, a colossal dark crystal. The crystal emanated a suffocating aura of darkness. This is it, Xiaoman Lu declared, his eyes alight with determination and courage. How shall we destroy it? Lin Songhai asked, looking at the dark crystal with trepidation and unease. Xiaoman Lu examined the tome in his hands. The book states that only the purest light can obliterate it, Zhao Linger asserted. Allow me to give it a try. She focused her energy and cast a potent light spell. However, the dark crystal merely trembled slightly, remaining undestroyed. It seems my power is insufficient, Zhao Linger lamented, her face reflecting her disappointment. Together, Xiaoman Lu urged, the group joined hands, channeling their combined strength. A brilliant beam of light surged forth from them. Directed at the dark crystal, under the illumination, the crystal began to fissure, the cracks widened, and the dark crystal emitted a pained groan. "Let us push harder," Xiao Manlu shouted, gritting their teeth. They infused all their might into the beam. Their bodies trembled from the exertion, yet they refused to relent. Finally, the dark crystal could bear the onslaught no longer and shattered with a deafening roar. Fragments of the crystal scattered across the ground. And the oppressive aura of darkness dissipated instantly with the destruction of the dark crystal. The dark forces within the castle gradually faded away, the ominous mists receded, allowing sunlight to stream through the windows. Xiao Manlu and his companions had successfully fulfilled their mission and saved the world. Emerging from the dark castle, sunlight enveloped them, warm and comforting. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of fresh air and blooming flowers. "We did it," Lin Songhai exclaimed, joy radiating from him as he spread his arms wide, basking in the sunlight and breeze. The group exchanged smiles, their eyes sparkling with the elation of victory and hope for the future. Their smiles shone like the sun, illuminating the entire world. Chapter 71, Return and New Mission. After stepping out of the dark castle, Xiao Manlu and his companions discovered that the outside world had returned to its former tranquility and harmony. Sunlight bathed the earth, lush grass carpeted the ground, and a gentle breeze caressed them, as if the darkness and evil had never existed. Bearing the weight of victory and fatigue, they embarked on their journey home. Along the way, people celebrated their heroic deeds, lining the streets to welcome them with flowers and applause. Crowds gathered on either side of the road, children joyfully sprinting, waving handmade banners, elders' eyes glistened with tears, their lips uttering words of gratitude. Young maidens shyly presented them with garlands they had woven themselves. Xiao Manlu and the others waved back, their hearts swelling with warmth and gratitude. They knew that all their sacrifices had been worthwhile. Upon returning to their familiar town, they were treated like heroes. A grand celebration unfolded in the town square, colorful banners fluttering and music resounding. The Lord personally took to the stage, bestowing them with honor medals and extolling them as the pride and hope of the town. However, they did not linger in their glory for long. Although the dark castle had been destroyed, the dark power might not have vanished entirely. "I am deeply concerned," Xiao Manlu said, seated in his room. Gazing out at the bustling scene outside, unable to relax, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Songhai furrowed his brow. "We cannot let our guard down. We must remain vigilant at all times." Li Yifeng clenched his fists. "What should we do next?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Manlu replied, "We cannot simply wait. We must continue to train and enhance our abilities while keeping an eye on our surroundings." In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions both rested and imparted their combat experiences to the younger warriors. In the training grounds, Xiao Manlu personally demonstrated sword techniques, each movement precise and powerful. "The sword is our companion. We must feel its strength with our hearts," he proclaimed. Lin Songhai instructed on the use of the spear, his movements creating a whirlwind that left the young warriors in a W.E. Li Yifeng shared his agile movements and combat strategies, emphasizing the importance of being adaptable in battle. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng elucidated the principles and applications of spells, conveying that magic is not merely power but also a reflection of wisdom. The young warriors absorbed their teachings earnestly, their eyes shining with aspirations and resolve for the future. However, peaceful days did not last long. One day, Xiao Manlu received a mysterious letter, which mentioned the resurgence of dark forces in a distant land. The handwriting was scrawled, but the message tightened Xiao Manlu's chest with apprehension. "It seems we have a new mission ahead of us." Xiao Manlu spoke, his voice calm yet his eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. The group sat encircled, gazing at the letter before them. Lin Songhai, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us depart." Li Yifeng also rose to his feet, affirming, "Indeed, we cannot allow the forces of darkness to spread once more." Zhao Linger and Luanfeng nodded in agreement. "We shall go together." Thus, they swiftly packed their belongings, ready to embark on their journey anew. The townsfolk, upon learning of their impending departure, flocked to bid them farewell. "Return safely," an elderly man grasped Xiao Manlu's hand and implored. "We shall, rest assured," Xiao Manlu replied. They rode forth from the town, venturing into the unknown. As they traveled, the scenery shifted incessantly, yet their hearts remained burdened. "I wonder what form this darkness will take," Li Yifeng mused. Xiao Manlu responded, "Whatever it may be, we must face it with courage." After several days of travel, they arrived at a secluded village. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the place. "Silent and devoid of life, something feels amiss here," Lin Songhai remarked warily. As they entered the village, they discovered that all the houses were tightly shut, and the streets were strewn with disarrayed objects. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, sending shivers down their spines. "Be cautious," Xiao Manlu shouted. At that moment, a swarm of shadowy figures leaped from the rooftops, launching an assault on them. Xiao Manlu and his companions reacted swiftly. Engaging in a fierce battle with the shadows, these figures were agile and powerful, momentarily overwhelming them. Lin Sanghai's spear was seized by one of the shadows. He struggled to break free but was kicked to the ground. Li Yifeng's sword was knocked from his hand, forcing him to rely on agility to evade attacks. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng continuously cast spells, yet the shadows seemed to possess a certain resistance to their magic. This cannot continue, Xiao Manlu cried out. He focused intently, observing the shadows' movements, and finally discerned their weakness. Attack their backs, he commanded. Following his lead, the group launched their assaults, gradually overwhelming the shadows until they were all vanquished. However, before they could catch their breath, a sinister laughter echoed around them. Did you think this was the end? A mysterious voice taunted. Xiao Manlu and the others scanned their surroundings for the source of the voice. Show yourself, do not hide, Lin Sanghai shouted. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes appeared before them. You audacious fools dare to challenge the forces of darkness, the figure sneered. Xiao Manlu met his gaze resolutely. Whoever you are, we shall not allow darkness to prevail, the dark-cloaked figure chuckled coldly. Then let us see. With that, he brandished his staff, unleashing a wave of potent dark energy towards them. Xiao Manlu and his companions fought valiantly. Yet the dark force was overwhelming, pushing them back several steps. Everyone, together, Xiao Manlu urged. They united their strength once more, confronting the dark energy. Amidst the fierce clash, Xiao Manlu noticed that the figure's staff was the source of the dark power. Strike at his staff, he commanded. Li Yifeng leapt into action, charging towards the staff. The dark figure attempted to obstruct him, but Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai engaged him in combat. Li Yifeng successfully struck the staff, shattering it, causing the dark energy to dissipate instantly. The dark figure let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. At last, it is resolved, Lin Sanghai sighed in relief, yet they knew this was merely a minor episode in their lengthy journey. With many more challenges awaiting them, they pressed onward, encountering an array of obstacles and foes along the way. At times, they faced inclement weather, at others formidable magical traps or ferocious beasts, yet they never wavered. Supporting one another as they forged ahead, eventually they arrived at the source of the dark power, a castle shrouded in darkness. The castle's gates stood firmly shut, a heavy aura of malevolence surrounding it. This is our ultimate destination, Xiao Manlu declared. The group inhaled deeply, steeling themselves for the final battle. Chapter 72, the final chapter of the Dark Castle. Xiao Manlu and his companions stood before the gates of the Dark Castle. Feeling an intense sense of oppression, the ancient stone door loomed large and heavy, adorned with twisted runes that seemed to narrate endless tales of darkness and suffering. Whatever lies within, we must press forward, Lin Sanghai asserted, gripping his spear tightly as he stepped ahead. His strides were resolute, the spear tip glinting ominously in the faint light. The others followed closely, and the door creaked open, releasing a wave of decayed air that assaulted their senses. This scent resembled stagnant water that had not flowed for millennia, mingling with death and despair. The interior of the castle was ominously silent, with walls pulsating with eerie glimmers of green and purple lights intertwined, creating a macabre tableau. The floor was slick with a viscous substance, each step eliciting unsettling sounds. Be careful, there may be an ambush, Xiao Manlu cautioned. His voice was grave and serious, his sword gripped tightly, ever ready for any sudden threats. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of dark creatures burst forth from the shadows. These beings took on various forms, some bore sharp fangs, others possessed enormous wings, and some flowed like liquid. Li Yifeng, a blur of motion, unsheathed his sword and swiftly dispatched several. His swordplay was akin to lightning, swift and precise, each strike fueled by lethal intent. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng cast protective spells, enveloping the group in a faint aura that shielded them from the creature's onslaught. Xiao Manlu and Lin Sanghai bravely engaged the dark beings in combat. Xiao Manlu's sword danced with relentless precision, and wherever its shadow fell, the dark creatures fell in droves. Lin Sanghai's spear struck like a dragon, each thrust imbued with immense power, pushing the dark beings back. After a fierce skirmish, the dark creatures lay vanquished, their carcasses littering the ground, black blood pooling like rivers. Let us continue, Xiao Manlu urged, his breath slightly labored yet his gaze unwavering. They ventured deeper into the castle. Arriving at an expansive hall, the ceiling soared to unimaginable heights, nearly obscured from view. A massive torches flickered along the walls, their flames dancing yet failing to illuminate the entire chamber. In the center of the hall sat a dark sorcerer, surrounded by an aura of dark magic, clad in a black robe and wearing a grotesque mask that revealed only his eyes, glowing red. He regarded them with a chilling smile. At last, you have arrived, the dark sorcerer hissed, his voice echoing as though from the depths of hell, imbued with an icy dread. Today marks your doom, your end is nigh, Xiao Manlu bellowed, stepping forward with his sword aimed at the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer laughed mockingly. You think you can defeat me, a pitiful swarm of ants? With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a dark spell towards Xiao Manlu. Xiao Manlu sidestepped just in time, the magic crashing against the wall behind him. Leaving a deep crater. Seizing the moment, Lin Sanghai charged, thrusting his spear directly at the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer waved his sleeve lightly, a powerful force rebuffing Lin Sanghai. Observing this, Li Yifeng leapt into the air. Aiming his sword at the sorcerer's head, the sorcerer tilted his head, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, as he murmured an incantation, conjuring a magical shield above him to deflect Li Yifeng's strike. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng, no longer hesitating, twirled their hands, unleashing formidable spells, flames, frost, and lightning intertwined, hurtling towards the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer's expression shifted slightly, he clasped his hands together and recited an even more intricate incantation. A massive black magical sphere materialized before him, absorbing Zhao Linger and Luanfeng's spells. This is bad, he is too powerful, Lin Sanghai remarked. Xiao Manlu gritted his teeth. We cannot falter, let us unite our strength. The group launched another assault, Xiao Manlu, Lin Sanghai, and Li Yifeng attacking the dark sorcerer from various angles, while Zhao Linger and Luanfeng provided magical support from the rear. The dark sorcerer responded with ease. His magic potent and elusive, ensnaring Xiao Manlu and his companions in a dire predicament. Xiao Manlu's arm was struck by dark magic, blood flowing freely. Lin Sanghai sustained an injury to his leg, hindering his movements. Li Yifeng's clothes were singed, and wounds marred his face. This cannot go on. Xiao Manlu felt a surge of urgency. Just then, he noticed a brief pause in the sorcerer's magic. Now, Xiao Manlu shouted. Summoning all his strength, he lunged at the dark sorcerer with his sword. The sorcerer sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Xiao Manlu's sword pierced through the sorcerer's magical shield. Striking his shoulder, the dark sorcerer let out a blood-curdling scream as his magic faltered. Lin Sanghai and Li Yifeng seized the opportunity to attack, their spear and sword simultaneously striking the dark sorcerer. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng's spells followed suit, crashing into the sorcerer. The dark sorcerer collapsed, his form gradually dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. We have succeeded, Lin Sanghai exclaimed with exhilaration. The group exhaled in relief. However, before they could celebrate, a deep growl resonated throughout the hall. What is happening? Li Yifeng scanned the surroundings warily. The ground began to tremble as a colossal monster emerged from below. This creature towered like a mountain, its body covered in impenetrable scales, each gleaming with a dark radiance. What in the world is that? Lin Sanghai gasped in shock. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow. Whatever it may be, we must defeat it. The monster opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a torrent of black flames. The group quickly evaded. We shall attack in unison, searching for its weak points, Xiao Manlu instructed. They spread out, launching their assaults from various angles. Lin Sanghai's spear struck the creature's scales, leaving only a shallow mark. Li Yifeng's sword struck the monster's leg, yet it failed to inflict substantial damage. Xiao Manlu relentlessly targeted the creature's eyes, but the monster consistently managed to close its eyelids just in time to evade his attacks. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng's spells also yielded little effect against the beast. This won't do. We must devise a plan, Xiao Manlu declared. At that moment, he noticed a particularly weak scale on the monster's abdomen. Attack its abdomen, he shouted. Upon hearing his command, the group launched their assaults towards the creature's midsection. The monster, sensing their intent, writhed in an attempt to shield its vulnerable belly. Xiao Manlu leaped into the air. Charging towards the creature's abdomen, the monster extended its claws, aiming to grasp Xiao Manlu. Observing this, Lin Sanghai and Li Yifeng quickly diverted the monster's attention, granting Xiao Manlu the opportunity to close in on its abdomen. Finally reaching the vulnerable spot, Xiao Manlu summoned all his strength to plunge his sword deep into the monster's flesh. The creature let out a piercing roar of agony before collapsing to the ground. The group gazed at the fallen beast, their hearts swelling with elation. It's finally over, Li Yifeng remarked. However, just as they believed the ordeal had concluded, the castle began to tremble violently, cracks appearing in the walls. This is bad. The castle is about to collapse, Lin Sanghai cried out. The group hastily made their way towards the exit. At the last moment before the castle crumbled, they managed to escape. Sunlight bathed them in warmth and comfort. We have succeeded, Xiao Manlu proclaimed. The group exchanged smiles, their eyes alight with the joy of victory and hope for the future. They understood that although this battle had concluded, many more challenges awaited them. Yet they were undaunted, for they were champions of justice. Chapter 73, Glory and Legacy. After Xiao Manlu and his companions successfully destroyed the Dark Castle, their heroic deeds swiftly spread across the continent. The admiration of the people surged like a tidal wave, and they became the heroes in the hearts of many. Wherever they went, crowds cheered, flowers lined their path, and the fervent atmosphere resembled a divine arrival. Upon returning to their homeland, Xiao Manlu and his companions received a warm welcome and grand accolades. The streets and alleys of the city were festooned with lights, radiating joy.at the celebratory banquet. The Lord personally toasted to their achievements, praising their valor. Dressed in splendid attire, the Lord's face beamed with pride and happiness. "Your courage and wisdom have brought us peace and tranquility," he declared, his voice resonant and solemn. He raised his golden goblet, gesturing to Xiao Manlu and his companions. Xiao Manlu humbly replied, "This is our duty, a collective effort from us all." His smile belied a hint of weariness and contemplation in his eyes. Having endured such fierce combat, he deeply understood the fragility of peace, yet behind the glory, Xiao Manlu and his companions were acutely aware that a long road lay ahead. They were not intoxicated by the accolades and prestige before them. Rather, they recognized that the forces of darkness would never be entirely eradicated, and vigilance was imperative. "We cannot rest on our laurels, we must continue to fight for justice," Lin Songhai asserted. He sat at the table, gripping his goblet firmly, his gaze resolute and fiery. Though marked by the scars of battle, these very wounds had transformed into badges of honor. Li Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must pass on this courage and spirit." His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision a hopeful future. Thus, they began to hold lectures and training sessions across various locales, imparting their combat skills and experiences to the younger generation. They traversed town after town, captivating countless young minds at each stop. On a sunlit day, they arrived in a tranquil little town. The central square was bustling with eager young listeners, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge and power. Standing on the platform, Xiao Manlu surveyed the crowd and began, "Combat is not merely the clash of strength, it is a contest of wisdom and courage." His voice was steady and powerful, echoing across the square. The youthful audience listened intently, nodding occasionally, their pens racing across paper to capture his words. Lin Songhai demonstrated the techniques of the spear beside him, his movements fluid and precise, each action imbued with strength. "Pay attention to the points of force and timing, ensure your heart, eyes, and hands are aligned," Lin Songhai called out, sweat beading on his forehead. Li Feng engaged the young ones in practical drills, consistently pointing out their shortcomings and offering patient guidance. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng elucidated the principles and applications of spells, their voices gentle and clear, rendering complex magical concepts easily comprehensible. Inspired by their teachings, many youths eagerly committed themselves to the cause of justice. Among these youths was a boy named Xiaoming, who stood out remarkably. Once timid and cowardly, Xiaoming was profoundly moved after attending Xiao Manlu and his companions' lecture. He began training diligently, rising early each day to practice swordsmanship and spells. During one training session, Xiaoming accidentally fell, scraping his knee and causing blood to flow, yet he refrained from crying, gritting his teeth and rising to continue training. Witnessing this, Xiao Manlu approached him and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Child, you are very brave." Xiaoming looked up, his eyes shining with determination. "I want to be a hero who guards justice, just like you." As time progressed, the influence of Xiao Manlu and his companions grew ever larger. Their names became synonymous with justice, their tales resonating through the ages. In a distant village, a little girl listened to her mother recount the stories of Xiao Manlu and his companions before bedtime. Her eyes sparkled with dreams as she declared, "Mama, when I grow up, I want to be brave like them." In a bustling city, a group of young individuals gathered, fervently discussing the battle strategies of Xiao Manlu and his companions. Envisioning their own future adventures, however, just as everything seemed idyllic, a new crisis quietly emerged. In a small town near the border, a band of mysterious robbers suddenly appeared. They wreaked havoc, committing unspeakable atrocities that plunged the once peaceful town into chaos. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Manlu and his companions unhesitatingly set forth on their mission. Upon their arrival at the town, they were met with devastation, houses burned to ashes, people displaced, and the air filled with cries and pleas for help. "These beasts," Lin Songhai exclaimed in fury. Xiao Manlu, observing the surroundings with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Be cautious, these robbers may not be ordinary bandits." Indeed, during their confrontation with the robbers, they discovered that these criminals were well trained and seemed to be backed by some mysterious power. Xiao Manlu and his companions found themselves embroiled in a grueling battle. The robbers' assaults were ferocious and their coordination impeccable. Li Feng sustained injuries during the fight yet gritted his teeth and pressed on. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng continuously cast spells, providing support to their comrades. After a fierce struggle, Xiao Manlu and his companions finally managed to repel the robbers. However, they realized that a greater conspiracy might lurk behind these events. "We must uncover the puppet master behind this. We cannot allow such occurrences to repeat," Xiao Manlu asserted. They began to investigate the origins of the robbers, uncovering connections to a mysterious organization. This organization sought to create chaos as a means to control the entire continent. Xiao Lu and his companions understood that they faced an even more formidable battle ahead, yet they did not retreat, for the flame of justice within them would never be extinguished. They continued on their journey, determined to safeguard peace and uphold the ideals of justice. Chapter 74. The shadow of the mysterious organization. While investigating the enigmatic robbers, Xiao Lu and his companions uncovered an increasing number of leads regarding the mysterious organization. This organization was deeply hidden, its influence permeating every corner of the continent. Each clue they gathered resembled a fragment of a puzzle, gradually forming a chilling outline of a conspiracy. It seems we have stirred a hornet's nest, Lin Songhai remarked, furrowing his brow. A trace of concern shadowed his face as he gripped his spear tightly, as if it were his sole reliance. Nevertheless, we must unveil their true identity, Xiao Lu declared. His gaze resolute. In his eyes burned the fire of justice, a determination that would not waver nor surrender. Following the clues, they traced their way to a secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in an eerie mist, thick as impenetrable ink, severely obstructing their vision. The surrounding trees twisted grotesquely, as if corrupted by dark forces. Everyone, be cautious. There may be an ambush, Li Yifeng warned, scanning the area with vigilance. His body was tense, like a drawn bowstring ready to respond to any sudden threat. Indeed, as they entered the valley, they were ambushed by a group of cloaked figures. These assailants were agile and ruthless, appearing like phantoms from the mist, their weapons glinting ominously. Xiao Lu and his companions fought fiercely, engaging the cloaked figures in a tumultuous battle. Xiao Lu's sword cut through the mist, each swing imbued with a sharp intensity, aiming to breach the enemy's defenses. Lin Songhai wielded his spear like a dragon, deftly repelling the approaching foes. Li Yifeng utilized his agility to weave among the cloaked figures, searching for their vulnerabilities. During the fray, Xiao Lu recognized that the martial arts of these assailants were strikingly familiar. A faint yet familiar aura of darkness emanated from their techniques, intricately intertwined with the sinister forces they had previously encountered. Could it be that they were connected to the dark powers of the past? Xiao Lu pondered gravely. This notion weighed heavily on his heart. If this mysterious organization colluded with the dark forces, the threat they faced would far exceed their worst fears. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the cloaked figures, albeit suffering considerable injuries in the process. The group's garments were soaked in blood, their faces marked by sweat and exhaustion. We cannot let them escape. Pursue them, Lin Songhai shouted, his voice infused with rage and determination. Despite his numerous wounds, his fighting spirit remained unyielded. They hurried in the direction the figures had fled, only to find themselves ensnared in a labyrinthine cave. The cave was dim and damp, walls flickering with eerie luminescence. The convoluted passages obscured any sense of direction, each step fraught with peril. Watch your step. There may be traps, Xiao Lu cautioned. They advanced cautiously through the cavern when suddenly a deep growl resonated ahead. What is that sound? Li Yifeng asked anxiously. Before they could react, a colossal beast lunged from the shadows. Towering and fearsome, it was adorned with sharp fangs and claws, its eyes glinting with malice. Scatter, Xiao Lu bellowed. The group swiftly dispersed, seeking refuge. The beast rampaged through the cave, stirring a tempestuous wind. Observing the beast's movements, Xiao Lu endeavored to discern its weakness. Noticing that its right leg appeared impaired, likely from a prior injury, strike its right leg, he commanded. Lin Songhai and Li Yifeng, heeding his call, launched an assault on the creature's injured limb. Infuriated by their attacks, the beast retaliated with even greater ferocity. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng cast spells from a distance, providing crucial support. Rays of light surged towards the beast, momentarily slowing its advance. Through their collective effort, the beast was finally subdued, collapsing to the ground with a defiant roar. Continue onward. We must find those cloaked figures, Xiao Lu declared. They pressed on through the cave, and after much effort, discovered an exit. Outside lay a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create dappled patterns on the ground. Look, there are footprints, Li Yifeng pointed out. Following the trail, they arrived before an ancient castle. The massive door stood closed, an ominous aura enveloping the surroundings. This must be the lair of the mysterious organization, Xiao Lu deduced. As they cautiously approached, the door creaked open, revealing a figure clad in black robes. At last, you have arrived. The figure spoke in a low, raspy voice. Who are you? Xiao Lu inquired. I am the guardian of this place. You shall not step foot inside the castle, the robed figure replied. With that, he brandished a staff, unleashing a dark spell towards Xiao Lu and his companions. They swiftly evaded, engaging in combat with the guardian. His magic was formidable and deceptive, ensnaring them in a dire predicament. Focus our strength on his staff, Xiao Lu commanded. Obeying his orders, the group launched a coordinated attack on the Guardian's staff. Through their united efforts, they shattered the staff, causing the dark magic to dissipate. Witnessing this, the Guardian turned and fled into the castle. Pursue him, Xiaomanlu urged. They stormed into the castle, where a pungent odor filled the air. The rooms within were a maze, each potentially harboring danger. In one chamber, they stumbled upon a mysterious tome containing secrets of the enigmatic organization. This could be a crucial lead, Zhao Linger remarked, just as they prepared to examine the book. Footsteps echoed ominously around them. We are surrounded, Lin Sunghai warned. Back to back, they readied themselves for the impending confrontation. A cadre of cloaked figures materialized, led by a man wearing a mask. You seek your own demise, the masked man declared. A fierce battle erupted once more. Chapter 75, the final battle at the castle. Xiaomanlu and his companions found themselves encircled by the cloaked adversaries. The atmosphere charged with tension. The castle's hall loomed dark and oppressive, flickering torches casting distorted shadows on the walls. This day marks your end, the masked man snarled, his voice reverberating throughout the vast chamber. Imbued with a chilling malice, undaunted, Xiaomanlu retorted, let us see about that. His gaze unwavering, his grip on the sword tightened, as if it had melded with his very being. The combat erupted instantaneously. Xiaomanlu's blade cut through the air like a tempest. Each strike aimed at his foe's vulnerabilities. His sword blazed trails of light, forcing the cloaked figures to retreat at his every move. Lin Sunghai wielded his spear with devastating force, the wind whistling ominously as it swept through the ranks of enemies. Li Feng, agile and swift, navigated the enemy lines with serpentine grace, his strikes catching the cloaked figures off guard. Time and again Zhao Linger and Luanfeng continuously unleashed powerful spells, shielding their comrades and providing vital support. Zhao Linger wielded her staff, conjuring a dazzling spectacle of fire, frost, and lightning that cascaded towards their foes. Meanwhile, Luanfeng formed intricate seals, sending forth radiant beams that created formidable shields to protect her allies from harm. As the masked man found himself beleaguered, he unleashed a strange and potent dark spell. A beam of black light surged towards Xiaomanlu, akin to a bolt of dark lightning, swift and lethal. Beware, Lin Sunghai shouted, leaping forward to intercept the strike meant for Xiaomanlu. The black light struck Lin Sunghai's chest, sending him crashing to the ground like a broken kite, blood spilling forth from his lips. Lin Sunghai, Xiaomanlu's eyes widened in fury, igniting a flame of wrath within him. His gaze turned crimson, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. He unleashed an unprecedented strength, his sword strikes fueled by unbridled rage. One by one the cloaked figures fell before his onslaught, their blood staining the ground beneath them. The masked man, witnessing his comrade's demise, began to retreat, casting dark spells in a desperate attempt to hinder Xiaomanlu and his allies. Do not let him escape, Li Feng urged, his voice laced with urgency as he pursued the masked man like a wraith. They chased him deep into the castle's recesses, an oppressive darkness enveloping them, making it hard to breathe. Black liquid oozed from the walls, and strange runes adorned the floor. No matter what lies ahead, we cannot falter, Xiaomanlu declared, his voice resonating with conviction, instilling courage in his companions. Just then, a massive dark magic circle materialized before them, pulsating with eerie light, its formidable energy warping the very air around them. What is that? Zhao Linger gasped in astonishment. Whatever it is, we must destroy it. Xiaomanlu exclaimed, charging forward. Luanfeng grasped his arm. Wait, that magic circle may be perilous. The masked man, standing beside the circle, erupted in laughter. You fools, this is a power beyond your comprehension. Ignoring the taunts, Xiaomanlu retorted. Enough chatter, meet your doom. He lunged at the masked man, sword aimed at him. The masked man waved his sleeve, a tremendous force repelling Xiaomanlu. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng lunged at the masked man from the side. But the masked man dodged effortlessly. Lin Sunghai struggled to rise. I can still fight, he gritted through the pain, grasping his spear once more to rejoin the fray. Zhao Linger and Luanfeng cast their spells, attempting to thwart the masked man's attacks, but their magic had little effect against his overwhelming dark powers. Xiaomanlu, observing the dire situation, felt a surge of desperation. He realized that if they did not break the deadlock soon, they would perish here. Suddenly an idea struck him. Everyone follow my lead, we shall strike the magic circle at the same point, he shouted. At his command, they focused their energies and attacked a single point on the magic circle. The masked man attempted to intervene, but their combined might overwhelmed him. With a resounding crash, the dark magic circle shattered. The backlash of energy sent the masked man hurtling against the wall. Seizing the moment, Xiaomanlu and his companions rushed forward, subduing the masked man. What is your true scheme? Xiaomanlu demanded. The masked man scoffed. You cannot stop what is coming. Darkness will soon engulf the entire continent. As long as we breathe, we shall thwart your plans, Xiaomanlu declared in fury. Just then, the castle began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. We must flee, Xiaomanlu shouted. They raced towards the exit. And at the castle's final moments, they escaped into the light. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. They exchanged relieved smiles, recognizing their hard-fought victory. "We have triumphed," Li Yifeng proclaimed, "but this is only a temporary reprieve. We must remain vigilant against the resurgence of dark forces," Xiao Manlu cautioned. With weary bodies yet steadfast resolve, they embarked on a new journey. Chapter 76, The Path of New Adventures. Having successfully vanquished the mysterious organization, Xiao Manlu and his companions garnered widespread acclaim, yet they understood that this was but a minor victory in a protracted struggle. The townsfolk regaled tales of their heroism, venerating them as legendary figures. Nevertheless, Xiao Manlu and his allies remained grounded, acutely aware of the weighty responsibilities that lay ahead. Though victory has been claimed, the ominous shadow of threat lingers unabated. Xiao Manlu gazed into the distance. Lost in contemplation, his eyes were profound and filled with concern, as if he could penetrate the endless firmament to glimpse the perils concealed in the darkness. The crowd nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions grave. Lin Songhai gripped his spear tightly, its tip glinting coldly in the sun. "Indeed, we cannot afford the slightest relaxation." His voice was resolute and powerful, reflecting his unwavering determination. Li Yifeng gently caressed the hilt of his sword, a steely glint in his eyes. "Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, we must forge onward with courage." Zhao Linger and Luan Feng stood side by side, the breeze playfully tousling their hair, vowing that they would always fight alongside their comrades. Their voices were soft yet imbued with strength. Before long, they received an enigmatic invitation. The letter spoke of peculiar phenomena emerging at a distant border, potentially linked to the resurgence of dark forces. The parchment was yellowed, the handwriting scrawled, as if hastily penned. "This might be a new challenge," Lin Songhai remarked, furrowing his brow as he pondered the dangers that could lurk behind the letter. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Manlu declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot stand idly by." His tone was firm and indisputable. Without a moment's hesitation, they embarked on their journey once more. They packed their belongings, bidding farewell to the familiar town and the expectant gazes of its people, setting forth towards the unknown frontier. Along the way, they encountered inclement weather and treacherous paths. The howling winds and torrential rains rendered the roads a quagmire, their carriage ensnared in a deep mire, each step a struggle. "Everyone, muster your strength," Xiao Manlu shouted, leaping from the carriage and rolling up his sleeves to push the wheel with all his might. Lin Songhai and Li Yifeng swiftly joined him, their muscles taut, sweat mingling with rain as it streamed down their faces. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng cheered them on from the side, casting spells to alleviate the weight of the carriage. After considerable effort, they finally extricated the carriage from the mire and continued their journey. As night fell, they made camp in a desolate wilderness. The flickering campfire illuminated the weary faces of the group. "This is just the beginning. We cannot foresee what lies ahead," Lin Songhai remarked, gnawing on hardtack. "Yet, as long as we stand united, no obstacle is insurmountable," Xiao Manlu responded, his gaze unwavering as it pierced the distance. Leaning against a tree, Li Yifeng wiped the rain from his sword, affirming, "Indeed, we are comrades forged in countless battles." Zhao Linger and Luan Feng prepared herbs by the fire, tending to the scrapes and sprains accumulated along the way. The following morning, they resumed their trek. The path grew increasingly rugged, the peaks steep, and the valleys deep. While traversing a narrow gorge, a low growl suddenly reverberated through the air. "Be cautious." Xiao Manlu halted, alert. A pack of ferocious beasts surged forth from either side of the gorge, their claws bared, eyes gleaming with menace. The group quickly formed a battle line, with Xiao Manlu and Lin Songhai at the forefront, Li Yifeng on the flank, and Zhao Linger and Luan Feng casting spells from the rear. Xiao Manlu's sword sliced through the air, each strike finding its mark in the beast's vital points. Lin Songhai wielded his spear with ferocity, repelling the attacking beasts one by one. Li Yifeng darted among the creatures, his sword flashing like lightning, blood spraying in the wake of his onslaught. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng's spells erupted like brilliant fireworks, flames, frost, and lightning intertwining to inflict severe damage upon the beasts. After a fierce skirmish, the creatures were finally driven back. Though exhausted, the glint of determination remained in their eyes. At last, they reached their destination, where an expanse of desolate land lay shrouded in an eerie mist. The fog was thick and tangible, obscuring the path ahead. "Proceed with caution," Xiao Manlu advised, carefully taking his first step, sword poised for any impending danger. The others followed closely, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Sinister laughter echoed through the mist, sending chills down their spines. "Who goes there?" Lin Songhai demanded loudly. The only reply was the eerie laughter reverberating through the fog. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the mist, aiming for Xiao Manlu. He sidestepped nimbly, swinging his sword at the shadow. It evaded swiftly, vanishing into the fog. Everyone, stay alert and maintain formation, Xiao Manlu commanded. They pressed on through the mist, strange sounds occasionally piercing the silence, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Li Yifeng's heart raced. The atmosphere felt ominous, fraught with hidden traps. Stay calm and respond with composure, Xiao Manlu instructed. Just then, vague figures began to materialize in the mist, edging closer to them as Zhao Linger cast a spell. Attempting to dispel the fog and reveal the true nature of these figures. As the mist began to lift, they discovered that the figures were a horde of soulless, shambling corpses, their hollow gazes devoid of life. What in the world is this? Wan Feng exclaimed in shock. Before they could react, the zombies launched their assault. Though their movements were stiff, their strength was formidable, and they lunged at the group with wild abandon. Xiao Manlu and the others fought valiantly, swords and spears slicing through the air, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Lin Songhai's spear pierced the chest of one zombie, yet it did not fall. Instead, it clung tightly to the spear, attempting to drag him closer. Get away, Lin Songhai roared, forcefully yanking his spear free and delivering a kick that sent the zombie sprawling. Li Yifeng weaved through the throng of zombies, his sword flashing like lightning, yet the sheer number of foes began to overwhelm him. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells, flames engulfing the horde, frost freezing them in place, yet the zombies pressed on relentlessly. This cannot continue. We must find the source controlling them, Xiao Manlu shouted. As they held off the zombies' attacks, they searched for clues amidst the fog. Suddenly, Xiao Manlu spotted peculiar runes etched into the ground. Faintly glowing, these runes may be controlling the zombies, Xiao Manlu declared. Zhao Linger immediately cast a spell, attempting to dismantle the runes. As the rune's glow began to fade, the zombies' movements slowed, and one by one, they collapsed. Finally, we have vanquished them, Lin Songhai sighed in relief. However, they knew this was merely the beginning. With more unknowns awaiting them ahead, they pressed deeper into the desolate land, the fog gradually dispersing to reveal an ancient castle. The castle's walls were weathered and decaying, exuding an aura of decay. This castle appears most unusual, Li Yifeng remarked. Regardless, let us venture inside, Xiao Manlu suggested. They cautiously entered the castle, where silence reigned, save for the echo of their footsteps in the vast hall. Suddenly, a massive magical circle materialized in the center of the hall, pulsating with eerie light. Caution, Xiao Manlu shouted, but it was too late. A powerful force surged from the magical circle, drawing them into its depths. Chapter 77, The Predicament of the Magical Circle. Once ensnared within the magical circle, Xiao Manlu and his companions felt as if the world was spinning, the surroundings becoming a blur. A blinding light rendered them unable to open their eyes, and their bodies felt weightless, spinning endlessly. When the tumult finally subsided, they found themselves in a strange realm, suffused with bizarre light. The hues red, blue, green, and purple intertwined, creating a dreamlike spectacle that instilled an inexplicable unease. Where are we? Lin Songhai scrutinized his surroundings warily, gripping his spear tightly, his body tensed and ready for any lurking peril. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow, uncertain yet certain the magical circle had transported them here. His gaze searched through the shimmering light, seeking any clue. Li Yifeng attempted to advance but discovered an invisible force obstructing their path. He pushed against it with all his might, yet could not penetrate the barrier. What kind of power is this? It is so formidable that I cannot move forward an inch. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng endeavored to cast spells, only to find their magic severely constrained in this realm. The staff in Zhao Linger's hand flickered with faint light, but as the spell's energy coalesced, it dissipated swiftly. This is futile. It seems there is a peculiar law here suppressing our magical abilities. What shall we do? We appear to be trapped, Luan Feng said anxiously, her face etched with worry and a hint of fear in her eyes. Xiao Manlu took a deep breath, urging everyone to remain calm. There must be a way out. His voice was steady and reassuring, attempting to instill a sense of comfort and confidence. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed through the space. You intruders are destined to be eternally trapped here. The voice resonated throughout the realm, leaving its origin indistinguishable. Who are you? Why have you imprisoned us? Xiao Manlu demanded loudly. Humph, you have disrupted my plans. This is the punishment you deserve, the mysterious voice replied. Lin Songhai roared. If you have the courage, come face us directly. Hiding in the shadows is not the mark of a hero, the voice retorted with a cold laugh. Hero, in this world power is everything, and you are but a swarm of feeble ants, Xiao Manlu replied coolly. No matter how powerful you may be, we shall not yield. The mysterious voice fell silent for a moment before declaring, very well, let me show you what true fear is. As the voice faded, the surrounding lights intensified, blinding them. Subsequently, bizarre illusions materialized within the space. Enormous beasts lunged at them with claws bared, roaring flames surged towards them, and boundless darkness seemed poised to engulf them. These are mere illusions. Do not let yourselves be deceived, Xiao Manlu exclaimed loudly. Lin Songhai gritted his teeth. even if they were illusions, they were nonetheless chilling. Li Feng closed his eyes, striving to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng leaned against each other, attempting to withstand the terrifying phantoms. Xiao Manlu continuously urged everyone to remain vigilant, reminding them that this was a tactic of the enemy. And they must not be vanquished. However, the illusions grew increasingly vivid, as if they were about to breach their psychological defenses. Just as they felt on the verge of collapse, Xiao Manlu suddenly discerned a flaw within the illusions. "Follow me, charge in this direction," Xiao Manlu shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd closely followed him, rushing towards the direction he indicated. As they surged through the radiant light, the illusions vanished in an instant, and the surroundings returned to their previous calm. "Phew, at last, we have temporarily escaped," Lin Sanghai sighed in relief, yet Xiao Manlu's expression remained grave. "This respite is only temporary. We have yet to discover the means of escape." They continued to explore this mysterious space, uncovering numerous hidden passages and rooms. In one chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The pages of the book were yellowed with age, inscribed with strange symbols and patterns. "This may be the key to our escape," Xiao Manlu remarked. Li Feng leaned closer. "But we cannot comprehend these symbols." Zhao Linger studied the book intently. "Let me give it a try. Perhaps I can decipher some of its contents." After much effort, Zhao Linger finally unraveled some crucial information. "The book indicates that to leave this space, one must find an object known as the Key of Light," she announced. "The Key of Light? Where shall we find it?" Luan Feng inquired. Xiao Manlu pondered for a moment. "Since we were brought here by a magical formation, the Key of Light is likely hidden somewhere within this space." Thus, they continued their search for the Key of Light. Throughout their quest, they encountered numerous dangers and challenges, mechanical traps, attacks from mysterious creatures, and a plethora of intricate puzzles to solve. Nevertheless, Xiao Manlu and his companions never wavered. They supported one another, overcoming obstacle after obstacle. Finally, in a secluded corner, they discovered a box emanating a soft glow. Could this be the Key of Light? Lin Sanghai speculated. Xiao Manlu cautiously opened the box, and indeed, within lay a key radiating light. "Excellent, we have finally found it," Li Feng exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to depart with the Key of Light, a mysterious voice echoed once more. "Do you think finding the Key of Light will allow you to leave?" Such naivety. As the voice resonated, the surrounding space shifted once again, and countless dark forces surged towards them. Chapter 78. The rising darkness. Just as Xiao Manlu and his companions had found the Key of Light and were about to celebrate, they were surrounded by the encroaching dark forces. Be cautious, Xiao Manlu warned loudly, gripping the Key of Light tightly. His gaze was resolute and determined, as though this key represented their last glimmer of hope. The dark forces, like thick ink, relentlessly eroded the space around them, chilling and malevolent energies bearing down upon them. The darkness seemed almost alive, clawing and thrashing towards them. Lin Sanghai swung his spear, attempting to repel the shadows. But this darkness was overwhelmingly potent. Veins bulged on his forehead as he exerted all his strength with each thrust, yet, the dark forces appeared endless. Just as one wave was repelled, another surged forth. Li Feng's sword flickered with a faint light amidst the darkness, every strike becoming increasingly arduous. His breath quickened, sweat drenched his garments, yet he clung tightly to the hilt of his sword, refusing to yield. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng desperately cast spells, trying to conjure a protective barrier for their companions. The staff in Zhao Linger's hand shimmered with light as she chanted incantations, beams of magic shooting toward the darkness, only to be swiftly consumed. Luan Feng formed hand seals, her brow beaded with sweat, her spells rendered pitifully weak against the encroaching shadows. "We cannot allow the darkness to engulf us," Xiao Manlu shouted, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. He understood that if they fell here, all would be lost. The group struggled against the darkness, their stamina and magical energy rapidly depleting. Xiao Manlu felt his arms growing heavier, each swing of his sword demanding immense effort, yet he dared not relent, for he knew that any lapse would lead to their complete annihilation. Lin Sanghai's spear had grown sluggish, his movements no longer as agile as they had been at the outset. "This cannot continue, we must find a way to break through," he declared loudly. Li Feng gasped for air, but the dark forces were too formidable. "We cannot break through." Just as despair settled in, Xiao Manlu suddenly spotted a weakness within the dark tide. "Everyone, concentrate your strength and attack in that direction." He pointed towards a specific point in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, they pooled their remaining strength, launching a final assault towards the direction Xiao Manlu indicated. In an instant, light erupted, the glimmering blades and spearheads intertwining to form a formidable force. Under this powerful onslaught, the dark forces finally showed signs of retreat. "Breakthrough," Xiao Manlu shouted. Seizing the opportunity, they charged forward with all their might. Finally breaking free from the clutches of darkness, however, before they could catch their breath, new dangers emerged. The surrounding space began to twist and pulsate with powerful energy waves. What is happening? Lin Songhai questioned. Xiaoman Lu surveyed the area warily. I do not know, but we must proceed with caution. Suddenly a swarm of dark creatures emerged from the distorted space. These beings varied in form. Some bore sharp claws. Others sported massive wings, while some appeared as ephemeral wisps of smoke. Prepare for battle, Xiaoman Lu commanded. Once more, the group armed themselves, ready to confront this new threat. The dark creatures surged forth, launching an assault. Xiaoman Lu and his comrades fought valiantly, yet these creatures were formidable, gradually pushing them into a corner. Xiaoman Lu bore numerous wounds, blood staining his garments. Lin Songhai's spear was shattered by the dark creatures, leaving him to grapple with the enemy unarmed. Li Feng's sword was riddled with chips, his movements increasingly sluggish as Zhao Linger and Luan Feng's magical energy was nearly exhausted. Their spells could hardly inflict significant damage upon the dark beings. Must we truly perish here? Li Feng lamented in despair. Xiaoman Lu gritted his teeth. No, we will surely find a way out. Just then, the key of light in his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant glow. The light illuminated the surrounding darkness, causing the dark creatures to retreat in fear. What is happening? Lin Songhai exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoman Lu gazed at the key of light in his hand, as if a realization dawned upon him. This key may hold the power to counter the darkness. We must harness its strength. The group gathered around Xiaoman Lu as he raised the key of light, reciting an ancient incantation. As the words flowed from his lips, the glow of the key intensified, gradually forming a massive light shield that enveloped them. The dark creatures dared not approach the luminous barrier, merely circling outside. We must move quickly, Xiaoman Lu urged, under the protection of the light shield. They pressed onward, navigating through the twisted space in search of an exit. After what felt like an eternity, they finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. Ahead lay a faint beam of light, seemingly indicating the way out. Everyone gather your strength, Xiaoman Lu shouted. They quickened their pace, heading towards the radiant glow. Upon emerging from the light, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. They had arrived in a desolate desert, the blazing sun overhead radiating waves of heat. Where are we? Lin Songhai asked. Xiaoman Lu surveyed the surroundings. I do not know, but at least we have escaped the clutches of darkness. They trudged through the desert, parched and fatigued, yet they pressed on with unwavering determination. After several days of traversing the arid expanse, they finally discovered an oasis. Water, Li Feng exclaimed joyfully. The group rushed towards the oasis, quenching their thirst and replenishing their energy. We cannot linger here for too long. We must continue seeking a way back, Xiaoman Lu advised. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. In the days that followed, they encountered a myriad of difficulties and challenges: ferocious desert beasts, harsh weather, and mysterious ruins filled with traps. One day, they found themselves caught in a tremendous sandstorm. The howling winds and swirling sands made it impossible to see. Hold hands and do not get separated, Xiaoman Lu shouted. They struggled through the tempest, the sand stinging their faces. Lin Songhai was knocked down by the wind, and Li Feng quickly reached out to help him up. Thank you, Lin Songhai called out. At long last, they emerged from the sandstorm. After several more days of travel, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient castle. The castle appeared mysterious, perhaps it housed what they sought, Xiaoman Lu remarked. They cautiously entered the castle, an air of antiquity enveloping them. Suddenly, figures leaped from the shadows. It was a group of monsters guarding the castle. Battle, Xiaoman Lu commanded. After an intense struggle, they finally vanquished the creatures. Deep within the castle, they discovered an ancient tome that detailed the method of escaping the desert. Wonderful, we finally have hope, Zhao Linger exclaimed. Following the methods outlined in their tomes, they pressed onward. At long last, after enduring countless hardships and perils, they stumbled upon a teleportation array. Perhaps this array could transport us back, remarked Xiaoman Lu with a sense of trepidation. The group stepped into the array, and in a flash of light, they vanished from their original location. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a familiar place. We have finally returned, Lin Songhai exclaimed with exuberance. The group exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with the joy of having survived their trials. Chapter 79, Return and Rebirth. Upon emerging from the teleportation array, Xiaoman Lu and his companions discovered they had indeed returned to their cherished homeland. The sight of familiar streets, houses, and the warm smiles of the townsfolk filled their hearts with an ineffable sense of warmth and joy. As the townspeople beheld their return, cheers resounded throughout the town. The heroes have come back, Xiaoman Lu and his companions waved to the crowd, their faces reflecting not only fatigue but also the elation of victory and the anticipation of the future. However, the series of adventures had profoundly transformed their inner selves. This experience has made me acutely aware of the weight of the responsibility to protect, Lin Songhai mused, gazing at the bustling streets while recalling the moments spent battling in the shadows. His eyes filled with resolve. Li Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "We must grow stronger to safeguard everyone." He clenched his fists, silently vowing to continually enhance his abilities. Xiao Manlu regarded the group with a gaze that was both profound and resolute, declaring, "We must disseminate our experiences, empowering more individuals to confront the darkness." Thus, they embarked on new endeavors. Xiao Manlu devised a training program for new recruits, personally instructing the young warriors in swordsmanship and combat techniques. Every morning, he would be at the training grounds, patiently correcting the recruits' movements and imparting his insights and strategies for battle. "Your steps must be steady, your gaze precise, and your strikes swift." Xiao Manlu's voice resonated across the training field. As the recruits listened intently, striving to emulate his movements, Lin Songhai took charge of instructing the use of long spears, sharing his years of combat experience with the recruits, helping them understand that a spear is not merely a weapon, but a symbol of faith and courage. With a spear in hand, press forward without retreat. Lin Songhai's voice was imbued with strength, inspiring each recruit. He demonstrated various spear techniques, his movements fluid and powerful, leaving the recruits in awe, filled with admiration and aspiration. Li Feng focused on training the recruits' agility and reflexes. He set up various obstacles and traps in the training area, challenging the recruits to enhance their adaptability through practical experience. "Be nimble and perceptive, only then can you survive the chaos of battle," Li Feng instructed as he deftly maneuvered through the obstacles, effortlessly avoiding all traps, earning cheers from the recruits for his remarkable agility. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng took it upon themselves to elucidate the foundational knowledge and application of spells to the recruits. In a serene courtyard, they patiently addressed the recruits' inquiries, opening the door to the realm of magic. "Magic is a formidable power, but it must be wielded for righteous purposes," Zhao Linger gently asserted. With a graceful wave of her staff, a dazzling light burst forth into the air, eliciting gasps of wonder from the recruits. Luan Feng added, "Feel the essence of the spells with your heart, and harmonize with their power." Closing her eyes and bringing her hands together, the surrounding elements seemed to heed her call, gathering around her. Throughout the training process, the recruits encountered various challenges and setbacks. Some felt disheartened by their imperfect movements, while others were disappointed by their inability to cast spells. Yet, Xiao Manlu and his companions were always nearby, offering encouragement and support. Do not despair, each failure is an opportunity for growth, Xiao Manlu said, patting a recruit's shoulder, instilling strength within them. "Believe in yourselves, you can do it," Lin Songhai cheered, and under their encouragement, the recruits gradually matured, growing stronger with each passing day. In addition to training the recruits, Xiao Manlu and his companions fortified the town's defenses. They organized the townsfolk to construct walls, set traps, and stockpile supplies. "We must be fully prepared to thwart any resurgence of dark forces," Xiao Manlu declared. He personally participated in the construction of the walls, laboring alongside the townspeople, his clothes soaked with sweat through their collective efforts. The town's defenses became impenetrable. Towering walls encircled the town, traps were cleverly and discreetly laid, and supplies were plentiful. Simultaneously, they spread the ideals of justice and courage throughout the town. Xiao Manlu delivered speeches in the square, recounting their adventures and inspiring the townsfolk to bravely confront adversity. "Darkness is not to be feared. As long as we unite as one, we shall surely triumph." Xiao Manlu's voice rang with fervor, filling the hearts of the people with hope and courage. They gathered around him, captivated by his words, their eyes shining with determination. Lin Songhai and Li Feng engaged with the townsfolk in every corner, sharing their insights. From battle of fighting is not solely for victory, it is also to protect all that we hold dear, Lin Songhai expressed. Li Feng chimed in, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to stand firm even when fear is present." Zhao Linger and Luan Feng showcased their spells to the townspeople, allowing them to witness the power of justice. Their magic resembled beautiful fireworks, illuminating the night sky of the town. As cheers erupted from the crowd, who reveled in the enchanting display. As time passed, the town underwent a remarkable transformation. The townspeople became more united and courageous. Filled with confidence for the future, children frolicked in the streets, no longer afraid of the shadows. The elderly leisurely conversed under the trees, savoring the tranquility of peace. Artisans diligently worked, contributing their efforts to the town's development. However, just as everything appeared idyllic, a mysterious figure emerged in the town, cloaked in black robes and wearing a mask that concealed their face. The stranger's presence drew the attention of the townsfolk as they flitted through the streets, exhibiting peculiar behavior. At times, they were seen muttering to themselves in corners, while at other times, they would perch upon rooftops at night, surveying the entire town. Who is this person? Why have they appeared here? Whispers of fear and unease spread among the townsfolk. Xiao Manlu and his companions also took note of this enigmatic individual, secretly observing their every move. One day, the stranger suddenly made a bizarre proclamation in the square: "Darkness is about to descend once more. All your efforts are in vain." Their voice was low and hoarse, laced with menace. Xiao Manlu stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you spread such ominous words here?" His eyes glinted with wariness. The mysterious figure chuckled coldly, replying, "You shall soon find out." With that, they vanished from sight. Xiao Manlu and his companions felt a sense of foreboding, heightening their vigilance. Indeed, shortly thereafter, strange occurrences began to manifest around the town. Eerie cries echoed through the night, and the forest animals became inexplicably agitated. The once placid river surged violently, as though manipulated by an unseen force. What could be causing this? Lin Sunhai pondered, gazing apprehensively toward the forest. Xiao Manlu mused, "I fear this is connected to that mysterious individual." They resolved to take the initiative and seek the source of the dark powers. After bidding farewell to the townspeople, they embarked on a journey fraught with uncertainty. Along the way, they encountered numerous adversities. Inclement weather battered them with relentless storms, treacherous mountain paths loomed dauntingly, and various magical traps threatened to ensnare them at any moment, yet they did not falter. Inching ever closer to their goal, eventually they arrived at the mouth of a dark cavern. This must be the source of the dark powers, Xiao Manlu declared. An oppressive aura of darkness permeated the cave, sending chills down their spines. Be cautious, Lin Sunghai warned, gripping his spear, prepared for any imminent danger. They cautiously ventured into the cave, where low rumbling growls echoed ominously. Suddenly, a horde of dark creatures erupted from the shadows. These beings were diverse in form, some with sharp claws, others spewing flames, and some unleashing dark magic. Undeterred, Xiao Manlu and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the dark creatures. Xiao Manlu's sword gleamed in the darkness, each strike infused with lethal determination. Lin Sunhai wielded his spear with great force, repelling the dark beings one by one. Li Yifeng darted agilely across the battlefield, delivering fatal blows to the creatures, while Zhao Linger and Luan Feng continuously cast spells, providing support and protection for their comrades. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the dark creatures. Delving deeper into the cave, they stumbled upon a colossal magic circle. The circle pulsed with eerie light, the dark powers swirling within. "This is the source of the dark energy," Xiao Manlu stated. They set about dismantling the magic circle, just as they were on the verge of success. The mysterious figure reappeared. "You shall not thwart my plans," the figure bellowed, brandishing a black staff that unleashed powerful dark magic toward Xiao Manlu and his companions. A final showdown ensued between the mysterious figure and Xiao Manlu's group. The figure's magic was formidable and treacherous, ensnaring them in a precarious predicament, yet, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and seamless cooperation, they gradually gained the upper hand. Amidst the fierce combat, Xiao Manlu discerned a flaw in the mysterious figure's defense. "Now is the moment," Xiao Manlu shouted. A multitude united in a fierce assault, their formidable strength converging upon the enigmatic figure. At last, the mysterious individual was vanquished, his form dissipating into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the ether. With the downfall of this shadowy presence, the magical array was irrevocably shattered, the dark forces receded, and tranquility once again enveloped the cavern. Upon returning to the town, Xiao Manlu and his companions were greeted by jubilant cheers from the townsfolk. "You are the true heroes," they proclaimed, sharing knowing smiles. Xiao Manlu and his comrades understood that their mission was far from over. Chapter 80, Peace and Dawn. Following their triumph in eradicating the threat of darkness, the town welcomed the long-awaited serenity. The morning sun bathed the streets, dispelling the shadows that had once loomed over them. People emerged from their homes, inhaling the crisp air and reveling in the joy that peace bestowed. The townsfolk began to rebuild their homes, infusing the streets with vitality and vigor. The rhythmic clang of craftsmen echoed as carpenters meticulously carved new doors and windows, while stonemasons honed the foundation stones. Laboring diligently to restore the buildings, women washed clothes by the riverside, and children frolicked in the streets, chasing vibrant butterflies. "Look, our town has once again found hope," remarked an elderly man, his weathered face etched with lines yet radiating an innocent smile reminiscent of youth. Observing this scene, Xiao Manlu was filled with deep emotion, recalling the devastation that had befallen the town during the dark reign, collapsed homes, displaced families, and a pervasive atmosphere of fear and despair. Now, however, change was slowly taking root, and new hope was blossoming on this land. "But we must remain vigilant to ensure that this peace endures," he urged the gathering. His voice resonated with conviction, and his gaze reflected an unwavering determination. Lin Songhai nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must continue to safeguard this hard-won tranquility." Clutching a newly forged spear that glimmered under the sunlight, he appeared as a steadfast guardian of their homeland. Li Feng added with a smile, "Let us strive together to make our town even better." Though his sword was sheathed, his presence still exuded an aura of readiness to draw it in the name of justice. In the days that followed, Xiao Manlu and his companions actively engaged in the town's reconstruction efforts, assisting farmers in cultivating the land and planting crops. Xiao Manlu himself bore a hoe, working diligently in the fields, his sweat nourishing the seeds of hope. "Let us all exert ourselves. This year shall surely yield a bountiful harvest," he encouraged those around him. Lin Songhai utilized his strength to aid farmers in transporting heavy loads, his robust form weaving through the fields like a striking silhouette. Li Feng applied his intellect to design a more efficient irrigation system, ensuring that water flowed evenly to nourish every inch of soil. They collaborated with craftsmen to repair homes and forge tools. Zhao Linger and Luan Feng employed their magical prowess to heal the ailing townsfolk. With a gentle wave of her staff, Zhao Linger enveloped the wounded in a warm glow, their injuries visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Luan Feng meticulously prepared herbal remedies, her eyes filled with compassion and tenderness. "Thank you, you are our saviors," expressed a recently healed patient with heartfelt gratitude. "This is our duty, as long as everyone can be healthy and happy. Our efforts are worthwhile," Zhao Linger replied with a warm smile. The rhythm of life in the town gradually fell into place, with radiant smiles illuminating the faces of its inhabitants. The marketplace buzzed anew, vendors calling out, offering an array of captivating goods. One day, a merchant from afar arrived in town. "Having heard of the restoration of peace here, I have brought an assortment of rare items," he announced. The townsfolk gathered around, curiosity piqued by the treasures he unveiled. "This silk is from distant lands, soft and smooth," he showcased, its vibrant hues capturing their attention. "And these exquisite porcelain pieces, all handcrafted," he carefully revealed, each adorned with intricate patterns reflecting masterful craftsmanship. The townspeople eagerly purchased their favorite items, and the town's economy gradually flourished. Witnessing this transformation, Xiao Manlu and his companions felt a profound sense of contentment. Yet, the days of peace did not allow them to forget the battles of the past. They continued to train diligently, enhancing their skills. We cannot become complacent in times of peace. Only by strengthening ourselves can we face potential crises ahead. Xiao Manlu asserted, sweat glistening on his brow as he practiced with precision and power. On a tranquil evening, Xiao Manlu stood alone atop the city wall, gazing into the vast expanse of the starry sky. The shimmering stars twinkled like the aspirations he harbored for the future. "I wonder what challenges await us," he mused to himself, a gentle breeze caressing his face. At that moment, Lin Songhai approached. "No matter what the future holds, we shall face it together," he declared, his gaze resolute as it met Xiao Manlu's. Xiao Manlu smiled in agreement, recognizing that as long as they remained united, no obstacle could overcome them. As time passed, the town's reputation grew, drawing many outsiders eager to settle. A scholar arrived, bringing with him a wealth of knowledge and books. Clad in a flowing robe, he exuded an air of elegance, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. "I aspire to establish a school here, ensuring that children receive an education," he proclaimed, his voice brimming with passion and anticipation. Xiao Manlu and his companions wholeheartedly supported the scholar's vision, and soon the school was erected in the town. Bright classrooms filled with orderly desks welcomed children who diligently absorbed knowledge, their recitations echoing throughout the town. "In these children, we see our future," Li Feng remarked, standing at the school's entrance, a proud smile gracing his face as he listened to their enthusiastic learning. Through their collective efforts, the town flourished. Increasingly, homes stood in neat rows, streets were clean and tidy, trees provided shade, and fragrant blossoms perfumed the air. The townspeople enjoyed a life of abundance and happiness. Yet, Xiao Manlu and his companions understood that they could not rest on their laurels. They must continue to strive, ensuring that this peace and prosperity endure indefinitely. One day, Xiao Manlu received a letter. It was an invitation from the lord of another town, seeking to exchange experiences. The paper was pristine white, the writing elegant and neat. "This is a splendid opportunity. We can learn from their strengths while sharing our own insights," Xiao Manlu declared, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Thus, he set forth with Lin Songhai and Li Feng to that town. The journey was picturesque, their spirits buoyed by the beautiful scenery. Upon arrival, they were met with a warm reception. Townsfolk lining the streets with flowers and applause. "We have long heard of your exploits. We truly admire you," the lord greeted, adorned in splendid attire and wearing a beaming smile. Xiao Manlu and his companions exchanged experiences regarding town management, defense, and development, gaining valuable insights. They toured local workshops, fields, and schools, absorbing numerous new ideas and methods. Upon returning to their own town, their hearts brimmed with fresh thoughts and plans. "We shall make our town even more splendid. Xiao Manlu proclaimed, his voice infused with passion and energy. The group rallied in response, eagerly immersing themselves in new endeavors. On a sun-drenched day, the town organized a grand celebration. People sang and danced, rejoicing in peace and prosperity. The streets were adorned with colorful flags and lanterns, the aroma of delectable food wafting through the air. Xiao Manlu and his companions stood amidst the crowd, their faces glowing with joy. They understood that all of this had not come easily, and they would cherish it even more, continuing to strive for a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 81. An unknown visitor. As the town thrived and flourished, one day, a mysterious figure appeared at the city gates. Clad in a peculiar black cloak embroidered with enigmatic runes that shimmered subtly in the sunlight, his face was largely obscured by shadow, his expression aloof, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. A strange, irregularly shaped package was slung over his shoulder, from which faint glimmers of light occasionally seeped through the seams. The guards, on high alert, stopped him. "Who goes there?" they demanded, gripping their spears tightly, their gazes fixed on the enigmatic stranger. The stranger remained silent, nearly raising his gaze to meet theirs, an aura of mystery emanating from his eyes, which seemed capable of piercing the very souls of those before him, sending chills down their spines. News of this stranger swiftly reached Xiao Manlu. "Let us not act hastily. I shall investigate," he instructed, setting aside his current tasks and striding purposefully toward the city gates. Upon arrival, he scrutinized the stranger with keen, cautious eyes, seeking any clues in his demeanor or appearance. "From whence do you come?" Xiao Manlu inquired, his voice steady and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. The stranger remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, "I hail from a distant land, having heard tales of your legends. I came to witness them for myself." His voice was deep and raspy, as though it had weathered countless trials. Xiao Manlu furrowed his brow merely out of curiosity. The stranger slightly lifted his head. "Is that not sufficient?" Xiao Manlu smiled wryly. "My friend, our town has only just regained its peace. Your sudden arrival inevitably raises suspicions." The stranger scoffed, "Doubt is your nature, but I harbor no malice." Just then, Lin Sanghai and Li Yifeng arrived at the city gates. "What is happening?" Lin Sanghai inquired, his spear firmly grasped in hand, ever ready to confront any impending peril. Li Yifeng scrutinized the stranger from head to toe. Perceiving an air of enigma surrounding him, the stranger cast a brief glance at them, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lin Sanghai's spear and Li Yifeng's sword. "Allow him entry into the city. I am keen to discern his true intentions," remarked Xiao Manlu. The crowd escorted the stranger into the township, where curious and wary eyes were cast upon him. Unfazed by the scrutiny, the stranger silently observed the intricacies of the town. "What is your name?" Xiao Manlu inquired once more. "A name is merely a moniker. You may refer to me as Ing," replied the stranger. "Ing, that is indeed an unusual name," Li Yifeng commented. Ing offered no reply. Continuing on his path with an air of indifference, they arrived at the town square, where Ing halted his steps. "Is this the sanctuary you have rebuilt?" he queried. "Indeed, this is the fruit of our collective endeavors." Xiao Manlu affirmed. Ing nodded slightly, indicating a degree of approval, yet a sense of perplexity grew within Xiao Manlu. "What, pray tell, is your true purpose?" Ing fell into a momentary silence before declaring, "I bring tidings of significance."